suddenly grew brighter. Have Commander Yu and the others returned from the front lines? Lu Sheng opened his friends list. He had marked Dong Qingxue as a close friend, so she always appeared at the top of his friend circle. Lu Sheng tapped into their chat. His chat history with Dong Qingxue was from a long time ago. After her text message wishing him good luck, he replied with thanks, along with a smiling emoji and then nothing else. Now Lu Sheng murmured sadly. Since the last martial arts tournament, she hasn't sent me any messages. Lu Sheng tried to comfort himself with a few reasons. Maybe she didn't bring her phone. Or her phone ran out of battery. Clear disappointment showed in Lu Sheng's eyes. I always feel that my relationship with Dong Qingxue has been strange lately. It's not as natural as it used to be. I don't know why. Lu Sheng suddenly remembered something. Oh right. He immediately contacted. The only person he could contact right now was Wang Yan. Wang Yan immediately answered the call. Sir, this is Wang Yan. Do you have any orders? Lu Sheng calmly said. Help me look up someone named Lu Qiming. He's a new recruit in the Eastern War Zone this year. From Baihe City. Lu Sheng sat at the dining table listening to Wang Yan on the phone. This matter because there are so many people in the military. I have to investigate carefully to find him. I'll notify you immediately if I find anything. Wang Yan added. Oh, by the way. If I find him, do you need me to give him some help? After finishing his meal, Lu Sheng wiped his mouth with a tissue and replied. Not for now, just let me know when you find him. Go ahead. Wang Yan immediately responded understood, and went to carry out the task Lu Sheng assigned. Lu Sheng was full and content, then yawned again. A full stomach makes one sleepy indeed. Soon, Lu Sheng drifted off to sleep. Right there on the dining chair. In the dream space, Lu Sheng appeared on the street again. The zombies saw him and immediately lunged. But Lu Sheng quickly ran away, saying to them, no fighting today. I'm dead tired, let's do it another day. Lu Sheng hastily accessed the system information. He quickly browsed through it, checking for any new enhancement formulas. After all, he had gained quite a lot of merit points during those days, and he had to make use of these resources. At this moment, during a meeting at the 9th War Zone Command, a hand slammed onto the table and a shout rang out. What a 12-star combat power! It was the great general himself. His face held a hint of unfriendliness, and he was extremely irascible. Xiao Tingjun stood before him and said solemnly, that's right, I've personally confirmed it. It is indeed peak Grandmaster combat power, far exceeding mine. The pressure suddenly vanished. The old general actually burst into happy laughter and said excellent. Finally some good news. 19 years old. A 12-star combat power. Enough to completely dispel the military's previous doubts. A true genius worthy of defeating the martial saint. The old general turned around, still unable to hide the joy on his face. Yu Fei of the 1182nd Division is back, isn't he? Give him a good commendation for me. He found such an outstanding genius for our military. Ha ha, Xia Tingjun replied. Understood, I'll see to it immediately. At this moment in the second war zone, before anyone even arrived, Xin Shayan's cheers could be heard. Ah, my beloved war zone. Xin Shayan's face was beaming with joy and excitement. Her eyes seemed to turn into two heart shapes. I'm back, I missed you terribly. Dong Qingxue looked at Qin Shayan's expression, finding it overly exaggerated. Her disgust for Qin Shaojun was clear for all to see. Qin Shaojun had already prepared plans for today. My boat has been stinky lately. I'm back, I missed you terribly. Later we'll go home, wash up and get cleaned up. Then in the evening we'll all go find Lu Sheng for dinner. Unexpectedly, when Dong Qingxue heard Lu Sheng's name, a subtle change flickered in her eyes. It looked like her face even turned red. Dong Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and turned away. She said, I am not going, you two can go. Qin Shaojun immediately asked in surprise, why not? Qin Shaojun crossed her arms, frowned and questioned. Dong Qingxue, I've noticed you're acting very strange lately. Ever since Lu Sheng came to the war zone you've been like this. No, that's not right. It should be ever since Lu Sheng participated in the National Martial Arts Tournament. Every time Lu Sheng is mentioned you act weird. Qin Shaojun moved closer, placing a hand on Dong Qing's shoulder, saying, don't forget. We're childhood sweethearts. We grew up playing together. Come on, tell me honestly. Qin Shaojun asked directly without hesitation. Do you like Lu Sheng? Dong Qingxue, having her secret exposed, clasped her hands tightly, trembling. Dong Qingxue tried to compose herself, feigning indifference, and threatened Qin Shaojun by pressing a knife to her neck. You're spouting nonsense. Say that again and I'll stitch your mouth shut. Qin Shaojun immediately grinned sheepishly and tried to appease Dong Qingxue. Why so fierce? Let's talk things through calmly. Dong Qingxue withdrew her knife, turned and walked away. Qin Xiaojun quickly chased after her, but kept chattering on, refusing to let it go. Dong Qingxue, hey. You don't really need to hide it from me. I haven't dated 1,000 girls. But I've dated a few hundred. I even have a few illegitimate children. Only a blind person wouldn't be able to tell what's on your mind. Dong Qingxue stood still. Steam practically rising from her head, she focused her mind. More and more sharp knives appeared, circling around Dong Qingxue, making the surrounding air turn suddenly cold. Qin Xiaojun shivered, just as the pile of daggers was about to strike him. Ah, don't get angry. But only a second later the chill vanished. Dong Qingxue retracted her daggers and asked calmly, so what if I like him? So what if I don't? She stood in the warm sunlight, feeling very confused about the matter. On this matter, Qin Xiaojun sighed in relief, comforting Dong Qingxue. That's more like it. Be honest with yourself. If you like him, just tell him. Lu Sheng has such potential. By your side. Besides me, how many people could you find? Oh. You're not saying it, could it be that you think you're older than him? Your martial arts talent isn't as good as is your temper. Is bad, and you're not good enough for him in every aspect. So you feel inferior. Hearing this, Dong Qingxue was both helpless and angry. Muttering Qin Xiaojun, Dong Qingxue sighed. Her face clearly showed frustration. She took a deep breath and slowly moved her lips to say, that's partly why. Qin Xian's eyes widened in surprise and she blurted out, oh my god, with an expression of disbelief on her face, staring intently at Dong Qingxue. Are you serious? I was just trying to tease you. Planning to play a joke on you, who knew? Dong Qingxue actually likes Lu Sheng. Qin Xiaojun turned around, shaking her head repeatedly, feeling a terrible headache. He's your student. Do you know what that kind of behavior is called? Dong Qingxue didn't know how to answer. She stammered. This Qin Xiaojun leaned in further and whispered into Dong Qingxue's ear. It's practically worse than a beast. Dong Qingxue, who was just blushing from embarrassment, was instantly filled with rage. She gritted her teeth and yelled, Qin Xiaojun. Dong Qingxue screamed, go to hell. After saying that, she rushed forward and gave Qin Xiaojun a good beating, leaving her bruised and swollen. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. Qin Xiaojun, with a tear-streaked face, tears streaming down, pleaded for mercy as she ran. Big sis, I'm sorry, I was just kidding. Stop hitting me, stop it. Who bathes in the same river twice? Dong Fangshui shouted loudly, you're dead meat. After running for a while, Qin Xiaojun stopped, panting heavily. Huff puff, I can't run anymore, I can't run anymore. Dong Fangshui had already caught up. Anyone who dares to provoke this granny will only have a bad end. Just as Dong Fangshui was about to give Qin Xiaojun a lesson, Qin Xiaojun suddenly tumbled to the ground and begged for mercy. Don't hit me anymore. I raise both my hands and feet in approval of you two being together. Hearing this, Dong Fangshui abruptly stopped. Qin Xiaojun continued, raising his hands in explanation. What era are we in now? What's a little age difference? 100-year-old grandmaster marrying an 18-year-old female student. That's not even rare anymore. This kind of thing wouldn't even make it to the trending list. Qin Xiaojun was parched from running, so he bought a can of water from the vending machine. Actually, I think you two are quite a good match. Qin Xiaojun guzzled a few sips of water and continued to ramble on. Back in the training camp, I already thought you two looked like a married couple. Although Dong Fangshui felt quite happy inside, she still suppressed her voice and asked, are you really asking for death? Qin Xiaojun quickly straightened up and said seriously, no way, I'm not spouting nonsense. Hey, race the thing. It'll help you find out what Lu Sheng thinks. I'm sure he likes you too. Besides, honestly, in this world, there's no way a young man wouldn't like his beautiful teacher. Dong Fangshui's face instantly turned as red as a tomato, and her eyes immediately sparkled with hope. Dong Fangshui was touched for a moment, but ultimately shook her head and retorted, forget it. She subconsciously reached out and touched the silver necklace around her neck. That's impossible. Qin Xiaojun stood up, patted his chest and said confidently, how will you know if you don't try? Are you afraid of being embarrassed after being rejected? Don't worry. With me around, the word failure won't exist. Dong Fangshui lowered her head and said, that's not what I mean. They won't agree to Lu Sheng and me being together. Qin Xiaojun couldn't help but widen his eyes, dumbfounded. They, you mean your two brothers? Dong Fangshui's brothers. One possesses the strength of a top grandmaster. In the eastern military region, the strongest person. In the military region, her other brother. At 16 was taken in as an entry-level disciple by an extraordinary martial saint. Became a martial saint seed at 20. And a third closed-door disciple. Dongfang Shui said, although we're half-siblings. They treat me like my own father. When you were little, didn't you often get beaten by them too? Qin Xiaojun stroked his chin thoughtfully, saying, that's right, huh? It's also because those two big brothers were around that I never dared to develop feelings for Dongfang Shui. Anyway, Qin Xiaojun isn't afraid of them anymore. He put one foot on a chair and loudly declared, no matter what, doting on a younger sister too much is also a sickness. When they have time, tell your two brothers to go see a doctor. The way they meddle in other people's affairs is truly terrifying. Dongfang Shui laughed out loud and replied, it seems you can tell them yourself. My third brother sent me a message, and he'll be coming to the military region to visit me soon. Qin Xiaojun jumped up in fright and asked in horror, what did you say? Dongfang Yi is coming to the eastern military region. Qin Shan's expression changed faster than a chameleon. He leaned closer to Dongfang Shui and said, oh right. They might agree when they see Lu Sheng. What more could they ask for from such an excellent young man? Dongfang Shui said dejectedly, whether I like Lu Sheng, or whether Lu Sheng likes me, isn't what's important. Both of them said, only if his family background and martial arts strength are approved by both of them will it be acceptable. Dongfang Shui calmly said to Qin Xiaojun, you know my personality. If something is destined to have no outcome, then why let it happen? This time, Dongfang Shui left Qin Xiaojun speechless. Qin Xiaojun couldn't tolerate such an absurd outcome. He crushed the soda can, slammed the table hard and said, no way. There will definitely be a way. Qin Xiaojun domineeringly told his family, what do they amount to? If I become a martial saint, I will definitely bestow marriage upon you and Lu Sheng. Then we'll see if Dongfang Padian and Dongfang Xingyi can pull any more tricks. Dongfang Qingxue suddenly stood up. Let him reach the Grandmaster realm first. As Dongfang Qingxue walked past, Qin Xiaojun also didn't forget to whisper, but thank you. When Dongfang Qingxue walked past Qin Xiaojun, he lowered his head, clenched his fists and softly called her name. Dongfang Qingxue. A moment later, Qin Xiaojun was still thinking about Lu Sheng and Dongfang Qingxue. Qin Xiaojun lit a cigarette. He leaned against the wall, pondering with a headache. Qingxue is truly marvelous. It's like a beautiful old teacher falling in love with a student. They even planted family obstacles in the script. He was foolishly pondering. Bang! Suddenly there was a rush of footsteps. Panting heavily, the leader shouted, quick, quick, quick. Everyone was excited and thrilled, as if something monumental had happened. Qin Xiaojun was also shaken by them. His curiosity was immense and he couldn't help but want to know. So he reached out and grabbed a young man from the crowd. He asked, what's the rush? The young man was grabbed by Qin Xiaojun. He immediately stood at attention and saluted according to military etiquette. Then he hurriedly said, reporting, sir. I heard that our 9th war zone just produced a 12-star general, ranked first on the star general list, and even broke into the top 7 on the overall list. We're rushing over to see it for ourselves. Qin Xiaojun was also very curious to hear this, and a bit incredibly excited. Really? Is it true or false? Let's go take a look together. A moment later, Qin Xiaojun had arrived at the scene. He looked at the dense crowd. Qin Xiaojun couldn't help but exclaim, how impressive. It was like a celebrity suddenly appeared in the countryside. Everyone would feel a little honored. Qin Xiaojun finally managed to squeeze in. Just as his gaze fell forward, instantly his eyes widened. Cold sweat broke out all over him as if he had just seen a ghost. Holy crap, it's Lu Sheng from the 9th Warzone Star General list. Name Lu Sheng, combat power 12.5 stars, merit points 3000000 Star General list, ranking 1st. Overall ranking 4th. Qin Xiaojun looked at the numbers on the list, reading them word by word. He felt utterly bewildered. 1st on the Star General list, 4th on the overall list. 12.5 stars of combat power. 3 million merit points. The person next to him had a joyful expression. He asked, sir, do you know how terrifying Lu Sheng's deeds are? He began to recount Lu Sheng's story. I heard he joined the army and was sent directly to the battlefield in less than a month. Already, he single-handedly defended the Agrade Crypt defense line of the 835th Division. I heard he's incredibly powerful. He held a collapsed defense line for a full half-month. The entire war zone was filled with the smell of blood, bodies piled up like mountains. I heard 3 million merit points are even considered a small amount. He slowly leaned closer to Qin Xiaojun and asked, amazing, right? Who did you think it was? If it's Lu Sheng. Qin Xiaojun is a little surprised. He picked his nose, then nodded and replied him. That's right. After picking his nose, Qin Xiaojun even rolled his booger into a ball and flicked it. He said, quite amazing. The person next to him put his face closer. to Qin Shaojun and ended up experiencing the miraculous booger flicking skill firsthand. Just now. The chattering guy covered his face and ran off. Qin Shaojun, however, stood frozen, chuckling inwardly. This still isn't enough to satisfy the Dong family's small request. Had ha. Qin Shao Jun immediately pulled out his phone, scrolling the screen to find Dong Qing's number. He dialed her number directly. Dong Qingshui, don't ask why. Once you're ready, hurry up and come eat with Lu Sheng. You definitely won't believe it. Something huge happened, ha ha ha. A moment later, a scene from the 9th Military Region headquarters. Fei entered the command room with a stern, furrowed brow expression. The commander actually met him in person. What an astonishing honor this was. The last time he saw the commander was 8 years ago at an appointment meeting. Xia Tingjun opened the door and waved Yu Fei in. Come in and have a seat, Yu Fei timidly replied. Yes, Commander. The old man Xia Tingjun smiled and praised. You did very well this time. Yu Fei humbly replied. This is all thanks to having such a good commander. Xia Tingjun burst into laughter. This has nothing to do with me. It's because of your discerning eye and successful recommendation. When Yu Fei heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue. What does the commander mean? His mind was in a mess. The marshal met him in person. Could it be that? It wasn't because of this successful defense of the front line. Right, a discerning eye, a successful recommendation. What is this? Xia Tingjun held the document and handed it to Du Fei, saying, you'll understand once you see it. Du Fei took it and opened it to read. His soul was shaken once again. This Lu Sheng, this is king insane, isn't it? Du Fei flipped to the next page. The content recorded on it was as follows. Defended battle line 23 alone for 9 days. According to preliminary statistics, Lu Sheng killed over 350 level 7 alien beasts and 7,600 level 6 alien beasts. Combat power 12.5 stars, top tier. Cold sweat poured down Du Fei's back. He was utterly shocked. He's actually still a top tier grandmaster. Du Fei was very confused after finishing it. He suddenly stood up, stammering, Commander, Xia Tingjun soothed him. Du Fei, sit down first, calm yourself. Xia Tingjun's expression was calm, as if he had long anticipated Du Fei's reaction. He said, I was also very surprised when I first found out. Xia Tingjun patted Du Fei's shoulder and said, Major General Du, this time you have rendered meritorious service by recognizing talent, helping the Eastern Military Region acquire such an outstanding genius. Xia Tingjun announced. From now on, Du Fei will be in charge of commanding the 1182nd, 835th and 794th Divisions. Your military rank will also be promoted by 1 level. And from now on you will enjoy the treatment of a lieutenant general. Du Fei was still in a daze, unable to believe it. He stammered, thank you, Commander. Du Fei kept exclaiming in his heart, my God. I thought Lu Sheng was just joking. Indeed, at that time over the phone, Lu Sheng had said to Du Fei, got it, Division Commander, don't worry. Once I become a martial saint, he'll definitely promote you. See, at this moment Du Fei was still confused. That kid actually promoted me. This was the scene at Lu Sheng's residence. Water gushed from the faucet in the washroom. Lu Sheng stood in front of the mirror, pulling something out of his teeth. Lu Sheng looked at his snow-white teeth. In the mirror, the eternal star indestructible art mentioned. As the number of immortal cells continuously increases, the level of life will also continuously change. I didn't expect it to have regenerated already. Since the birth of the first immortal cell, I seem to have already begun to reach a level of extraordinary life. Lu Sheng picked up a towel, wiped his mouth and murmured, I just hope it doesn't exceed the form of a normal human. I'm not one of those martial arts fanatics who would give up everything for martial arts. This new upgrade requires a large amount of alien marrow fluid. Lu Sheng rubbed his chin and thought, I wonder if the merits have been tallied yet. I should be able to exchange them for quite a few things. Just then, Wang Yan arrived with a document to report. General Lu, all your merits have been tallied. Here are the details of the merit exchange. Lu Sheng took the report and examined it carefully. Over 38 million merits. 1 portion of level 7 alien marrow fluid only costs 100,000 merits. No. Is mystical gold that expensive? 1 gram costs 1,000 merits. I can only exchange for less than 4 kilograms. Not enough to replace the grip of the Scarlet Spirit Dragon pattern assault rifle. Wang Yan explained with a wry smile. Mystical gold is a rare resource, and the military stock is very limited. There isn't enough to distribute to all the generals. This material doesn't reproduce in large quantities like alien beasts. Wang Yan added. But the commander said, if your merits aren't enough, Lu Sheng, it's fine. An additional 10 million merits can be paid. Lu Sheng's face immediately lit up with excitement. And he said with a sly look in his eyes, "There's such a good deal. Then please arrange it. I want to forge a level 7 rifle body, using mystical gold as the main material. As for the remaining 138 million merits, he'll use them all to exchange for level 7 alien marrow fluid." Lu Sheng looked at the report and continued to ask, "Oh right, is there any level 8 alien marrow fluid? It's not mentioned here." Lu Sheng thought to himself, "It seems I'll still have to go find the secret gold vein myself. That's the only reliable way." Hearing Lu Sheng's tricky question, Wang Yan stammered, scratching his head as he answered. "Regarding this, with current technology, Tier 7 alien marrow fluid cannot completely eliminate the negative factors from alien beasts. Tier 8 alien marrow fluid is even more difficult. Currently, no one in the military has been able to absorb it directly. It's very prone to causing side effects." Lu Sheng no longer made things difficult for him. "You said it's fine, just give me Nanji." That's all. Wang Yan bowed his head and replied yes. "The price is 10 times that of Tier 7 alien marrow fluid. I'll send someone to arrange it." Hearing this price, Lu Sheng was struck as if by lightning. 10 times. "All right. Then make it a bit less, just take one to try first." Wang Yan quickly replied yes. Wang Yan had one more thing to report. "General Lu Sheng, I also found information about Lu Kaming. Do we need to pay special attention to him?" Lu Sheng nodded and replied But he also didn't forget to remind Wang Yan, "Don't let him go to dangerous battlefields." That's all Wang Yan answered. "Understood." Then he left to complete the task. Lu Sheng recalled his school days with Lu Kaming. He cared a lot about Lu Sheng, even when Lu Sheng merely dozed off in class. Oh dear, is this saint having nightmares again? Or when Lu Sheng was feeling down and didn't want to go out and play, saying him not going. Feeling bad, he went home. Lu Kaming still smiled and followed behind him. Lu Sheng thought to himself, "I am not a saint. I can only protect those I want to protect, within my capabilities. If someone says I'm biased, let them say it." Suddenly the phone rang. Lu Sheng looked and saw it was an unknown number. Lu Sheng immediately picked up the phone. "Hello." There was silence for a moment on the other end, then a voice spoke. "Lu Sheng, this is Dong Qingxue." As soon as Lu Sheng heard it was her, he was immediately surprised. But then with some excitement in his heart he replied, "Oh, it's Instructor Dong. Is there something you need?" Dong Qingxue then extended an invitation. "Qin Xiaojun and I would like to invite you to dinner tonight. Are you free?" Lu Sheng immediately agreed without hesitation. "Okay, 8 p.m. You pick the place." The call ended. And the young Lu Sheng was still dazedly staring at his phone with a blushing face. "With my current level of control over my body, I didn't expect my heartbeat to be so erratic. Just because of one name, it's truly unexplainable." Dong Qingxue's image appeared, causing Lu Sheng to lose control of himself. Lu Sheng was a bit shy but still had to admit one thing. The body doesn't lie. Perhaps this is my fate for this lifetime. After Dong Qingxue finished talking on the phone with Lu Sheng, she also stood dazedly in front of the large screen in the classroom. She blushed slightly and softly sighed. On the large screen was an image of Lu Sheng. Dong Qingxue continued to watch intently. Suddenly Qin Xiaojun opened the door. He walked in and asked, Hey, did you arrange it with him?" Dong Qingxue didn't turn around. Her eyes still fixed on the screen, she replied, "Tonight at 8 p.m. Lang CZ restaurant." Qin Xiaojun then teased her with a mischievous grin. Dong Qingxue. "Oh my, Dong Qingxue only picked one student. I've noticed it for a while. The way you look at Lu Sheng is very different." Without hesitation, accompanied by a roaring "Get out!" that sounded like a swift wind, Qin Xiaojun was already thrown out of the classroom, crashing headfirst into the wall. Dong Qingxue subconsciously raised her hand out of habit, rubbing the jade pendant on her skirt, then murmuring to herself, "The Eastern Military Region has the nickname Dong Di, surpassing the successor of Dong Xingyi. I must also advance to Grandmaster as soon as possible." This was the scene at Lu Sheng's home. Lu Sheng was strolling around his home when he heard a text message ringtone. Startling him, Lu Sheng quickly opened his phone to check. He found it was a message from Lord Wang Yan. "The Tier 2 alien marrow fluid you requested is ready. In the second floor hall. There was also a special level 8 exotic marrow liquid test tube. Remember to use it carefully." Lu Sheng stroked his chin, lost in thought. Has it arrived so soon? "It's still early, I can cultivate for a while." Lu Sheng went down to the second floor hall to search. Many exotic marrow liquid test tubes were already placed there. Looking at these green exotic marrow liquid test tubes, Lu Sheng immediately understood. These are all level 7 exotic marrow liquid. In the distance there was a most unique exotic marrow liquid test tube. As if glowing, Lu Sheng stared at it blankly. That was the level 8 exotic marrow liquid. Lu Sheng immediately picked up that test tube of exotic marrow liquid. Visible to the naked eye, it contained a powerful energy flow. Lu Sheng drank the level 8 exotic marrow liquid in one gulp. It provided 10 times more energy than the level 6 exotic marrow liquid. After drinking it, Lu Sheng casually tossed the empty test tube onto the ground. So much and the taste is disgusting. Lu Sheng wiped the liquid from the corner of his mouth. He even said he felt nothing special after drinking it. It seemed this guy was celebrating too soon. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Sheng felt a wave of dizziness. His head spun day and night inverted. Violent thoughts suddenly surged in Lu Sheng's mind. Brutal, bloodthirsty, losing his humanity. This happened too quickly, catching Lu Sheng off guard. Are these the residual wills of the exotic beasts? Countless negative emotions flooded his body. The level 7 exotic marrow liquid gathered into a terrifying energy current, wreaking havoc within Lu Sheng's body. Where blood condensed, the blood core was fully replenished, and was still rapidly increasing. That energy flow stopped after filling up. There was no more space for them to squeeze into, so they began to spread outwards. Lu Sheng allowed it to spread, but still kept it under his control. The Divine Illumination Underworld King Scripture increased its power by thousands, tens of thousands, millions, tens of millions of times, undergoing hundreds of millions of rebirths and transformations. Finally, the second immortal cell was also successfully formed, cultivating the immortal golden body. The third stage had taken another huge leap forward. Lu Sheng's body had returned to its normal state. Breakthrough 2 more times and it should be complete. His body, through shaping and training, had become even stronger and more resilient. This was somewhat like the process of breaking down to build anew. But compared to that extreme process, it was safer and more stable. A question suddenly arose in Lu Sheng's mind. Just now, during the process of impacting his vital energy and blood, the immortal cells secretly absorbed a portion of the energy and underwent millions of mutations. This proved that the potential of the immortal cells was enormous. Hundreds of millions of mutations are just the base. What about trillions or quadrillions of times? Lu Sheng looked at his hands, vaguely wondering if they could reach an unimaginable realm. Suddenly, something made Lu Sheng feel a bit unusual. What is it now? Lu Sheng tried moving his arms and realized that the exotic marrow liquid seemed not to have been fully purified yet. Lu Sheng looked at the level 8 exotic marrow liquid test tube in front of him, mumbling to himself, drinking 8 tubes of exotic marrow liquid at once, and it only had such a small effect. It doesn't seem like much. It's still early. Why don't I cultivate for a little longer? Lu Sheng picked up the level 8 exotic marrow liquid test tube and opened its lid. An even more disgusting smell assailed his nostrils. Lu Sheng raised the dark red level 8 exotic marrow liquid test tube and drank it all in one go. A mere tube like this won't defeat me. Immediately after drinking it, Lu Sheng's mind became somewhat muddled. The level 8 exotic marrow liquid test tube fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Lu Sheng felt a new strange sensation, yet it was quite familiar. Lu Sheng's gaze became fiery hot again. From the inside out, the shadow of that demon appeared in Lu Sheng's mind once more. Brutal and bloodthirsty, those dark, violent thoughts began to control Lu Sheng's consciousness. Lu Sheng clutched his stomach and fell painfully to the floor. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth, enduring the extreme discomfort. When he could no longer control the monster within him, it happened. Lu Sheng's eyes seemed to burn. He let out a deafening roar. Dark energy was swirling around Lu Sheng. The surrounding dark aura began to gather. Following it was an eerie voice. "You cannot withstand this power," the brutal demon king within him said. The brutal demon king within Lu Sheng had revealed its true form. Standing before him, it tempted Lu Sheng. "You and I are one, just accept it quietly." Lu Sheng continued to grit his teeth and endure in silence. After suppressing it for a while, Lu Sheng stood up. He threw a punch at the demon king and scattered it into thin air. "Get lost." Lu Sheng's punch was too powerful, so much so that the entire building shook violently. A maid and Wang Yan were almost scared out of their wits. This building can withstand a magnitude 16 earthquake. What in the world is happening upstairs? Dark energy still surrounded Lu Sheng, and there was an eerie laughter. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, Lu Sheng's body began to swell continuously again. Energy surged out non-stop. It could no longer be stopped. Lu Sheng's body continued to expand. His arms had swollen as thick as pillars in a grand hall. If this continued, his body would rupture. Cracks on his skin were already clearly visible. Lu Sheng was trying to restore his natural breathing. Gradually he entered a state of profound emptiness. Tai air pin fully activated. At this moment, Lu Sheng was on the brink of life and death. Wave after wave. Surging blue light was intensely fluctuating. Lu Sheng felt many peculiar sensations. His body had gradually returned to normal. Some cracks on Lu Sheng's face were still disappearing. Lu Sheng slowly opened his eyes. He had regained his calm after the recent incident. Lu Sheng was reinvigorated with vitality. Having comprehended the great Tao, I would have no regrets even in death. This phrase probably describes such a situation perfectly. This is the true meaning of no destruction, no construction, break and then establish the indestructible golden body. The third stage is complete. He had been cultivating until now. Lu Sheng glanced at his watch and realized it was already 11:52. Lu Sheng gasped in alarm, oh no, I'm doomed. I actually focused on cultivating for over 8 hours. When did that happen? Lu Sheng was very nervous. He took out his phone and called Dongfang Qingxue. Hello Instructor Dongfang, I'm so sorry today Before Lu Sheng could finish, Dongfang Qingxue had already guessed and she said, did you overcultivate? Lu Sheng sheepishly replied yes. Dongfang Qingxue asked coldly, anything else? Lu Sheng said fearfully. No, nothing at all. Dongfang Qingxue said with an icy voice. Alright then, I need to cultivate too, goodbye. The call ended. Lu Sheng still sat dazed by the phone, feeling puzzled. Her voice didn't sound angry, but she seemed angry at the same time. Right after hanging up with Dongfang Qingxue, Lu Sheng received another call. It was Qin Xiaojun calling. Instructor Qin is calling me. The moment he picked up, Lu Sheng's eardrums almost burst from Qin Xiaojun's furious roar. Lu Sheng, you're finished. The moment he picked up, Qin Xiaojun yelled at Lu Sheng. He furiously said, don't you know? This was Dongfang Qingxu's first time ever asking a man out for a meal. And you dared to stand her up, damn it. Lu Sheng, looking stunned, explained, today my martial arts just happened to reach a breakthrough point. I completely forgot for a moment. Qin Xiaojun also sighed helplessly. So that's what happened, oh dear. It seems fate just wasn't on your side, but how come you break through every other day, kid? That's truly impressive. Qin Xiaojun shook his head again, clicking his tongue in wonder. But did you have to break through at a time like this? Lu Sheng naively replied. I can't control that. Besides, I only stood her up for 3 hours. Is it really that serious? Qin Xiaojun was speechless. He just smiled and said, Lu Sheng, you're amazing, I'm impressed. After hanging up the phone, Lu Sheng felt a bit lost. He asked himself, is it really that serious? No, I need to go check out the situation. Lu Sheng directly entered the dream space. He browsed, searching for information. Lu Sheng clicked into his personal information. He quickly browsed to find Dong Qingxu's file. His gaze stopped when he saw that Dong Qingxue was still his future partner. Lu Sheng thought smugly. I knew it. It was only 3 hours of making a girl climb a tree. It's not a big deal. After Lu Sheng finished reading, he felt incredibly relaxed. The partner card is still there. It was just making a mountain out of a molehill. Since there's nothing wrong, then there's no need to meet up. I should focus on cultivation first. Now Lu Sheng began to re-examine himself. The time, undying golden body. Stage 3 complete. It was much faster than stage 2. Lu Sheng also marveled, this is practically cheating. After completion, his martial body would be much stronger than the original version, both internally and externally. For cultivators, perhaps the issue lies in the compatibility of the cultivation technique. Just like some people have exceptionally long arms, suitable for practicing blade arts. Some have large joints, suitable for practicing boxing, palm techniques, or kung fu. As for Lu Sheng's body, it's suitable for body refining. It's no exaggeration to say that even if one day he could cultivate the everlasting star indestructible art to the same realm as Wang He, he still couldn't reach Wang He's level, because it was a cultivation technique Wang He created himself. But from this moment on, things would no longer be that way. Lu Sheng said with unwavering determination that he would remold his martial body with the help of the natural breathing method to completely transform it into a physique most compatible with the everlasting star indestructible art. The most compatible physique. Lu Sheng's eyes became deep and resolute. Lu Sheng meticulously calculated, and the compatibility was nearly 100, even far exceeding its creator Wang He. Perhaps his current martial body could be given a resounding name. The name Lu Sheng came up with was indeed very resounding. The everlasting star indestructible body. Just like the desolate ancient's sacred body, the azure sky hegemon body, and the legendary innate Tao fetus sacred body. Lu Sheng felt proud, thinking that he now also possessed One of the strongest physiques in the universe. Lu Sheng stood there alone grinning foolishly. Then asserted. Haha, of course. These are all just mental masturbation. But one thing was undeniable. His current power was indeed formidable. He could feel it clearly. Lu Sheng waved his hand towards the sky. And a circle, like a small sun, hovered above his head emitting golden light. Indestructible ultimate move. A halo surrounded Lu Sheng, illuminating the entire sky. The halo dissipated, leaving behind a sky suffused with golden light and scattered birdsong, accompanied by a dragon's low roar. A dragon coiled around Lu Sheng. At this moment Lu Sheng's body was as if burning with flames. This time even a top grandmaster wouldn't be able to easily break through my defense. How many stars has my combat power reached now? A twofold increase isn't too much, right? Lu Sheng stroked his chin in thought. I need to find a test subject to try it out. Lu Sheng delved deeper, searching. He looked at the corpses strewn haphazardly on the ground. Lu Sheng stood looking into the distance where there was a figure. He said, I found you. Xian Yuan Daolu martial saint, that was Gu Xian. His face was incredibly eerie, like a skull. Gu Xian was wearing a set of armor and had a blade strapped to his body. A crescent moon also floated above his head. Lu Sheng clenched his fists and said with extreme excitement, come on. Let me try and see if now I can fight a martial saint. Lu Sheng stomped his foot, instantly feeling invigorated, his fighting spirit soaring. His whole body ablaze with battle fire, he charged forward. Like a rocket he shot straight towards that figure. Over there Gu Xian also slowly raised his head. A glimmer of indifference flashed in his eyes as he raised a hand and waved. An extremely bright aurora descended from the sky, illuminating the entire surrounding area. Lu Sheng's pupils suddenly constricted. Two massive energies collided. Hidden. Gu Xian's power was simply too immense, forcing Lu Sheng to retreat into a defensive state. Surrounded by a shield, Lu Sheng desperately resisted Gu Xian's terrifying power. It seemed Gu Xian's power had completely consumed Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was sent flying, crashing through several buildings. After passing through several buildings, Lu Sheng finally fell to the ground. Lu Sheng fell backwards, sliding out two long trails, with debris splashing and smoke filling the sky. Lu Sheng lowered his head, propping himself up with one hand, steadying his body, and muttered to himself, is this the supreme realm of a martial saint? Lu Sheng regained his stern expression. This time he made up his mind. How could a mere single blade kill me? This time you're dead for sure. The wound on Lu Sheng's hand healed rapidly, as if it had never happened. Lu Sheng's forehead and chest emitted dazzling light. His eyes began to widen, and all three immortal cells were fully unleashed. At the same time Lu Sheng roared unrivaled. His martial Dao activated, completely launching a natural breath cannon. Gu Xian's face remained calm, utterly unperturbed. Gu Xian's lips moved slightly. Lu Sheng faintly perceived Gu Xian's thoughts. Just this one strike is enough to slay Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng thought, I can't believe I can perceive his thoughts. Since that's the case, I'll show you something even more formidable. Lu Sheng's eyes changed from blue to gray, entering the martial god state. This is the art of cloning. After I've unleashed my 10 perfection martial Dao. Behind Lu Sheng hundreds of Lu Shengs charged forward simultaneously, each in a different state of action. Even Gu Xian's face showed a slight ripple of emotion now, but he still tried to maintain his initial composure. He drew his blade and attacked Lu Sheng. Pink blade energy fiercely spread out. Hundreds of Lu Shengs rushed forward together, simultaneously unleashing shattered void. The two ultimate techniques collided, triggering an earth-shattering explosion that illuminated the entire area. At this moment only a dazzling ball of light remained, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Smoke billowed all around. Gu Xian held his long sword, a smile on his lips and veins bulging on his face. Lu Sheng clenched his fists, his power still emanating. Lu Sheng looked at Gu Xian, who stood behind him, completely unharmed. Lu Sheng thought, too cool. I won't allow anyone in this world to be cooler than me. Lu Sheng bent down, light shining upon him. Gu Xian's body was gradually dissipating. Lu Sheng said, then rest in peace, immortal spirit. Then Lu Sheng's eyes became unfocused. Lu Sheng felt dizzy and his head reeled. After that Lu Sheng stumbled and fell to the ground. Lu Sheng thought this battle consumed too much stamina. I still underestimated the terror of a martial saint level zombie. Gu Xian seemed to be brewing a terrible killing move. But he was only acting on instinct, without any ability to think. Otherwise the one who died should have been me. Lu Sheng struggled with his body, moving closer to Gu Xian's clothing. Lu Sheng kept muttering to himself. But Shattered Void has indeed grown stronger. The attacks created by the clones also exceeded 200. Double what they were before. Lu Sheng's eyes sharpened as he thought. Of course, this can only be used in the dream realm. Outside, there's no one worthy of me using this move. When I truly unleash this move before the world. Lu Sheng was feeling the black aura emanating from the clothing, and his hands were already stained with the martial saint's blood. A memory emerged in the heavy rain. The sky was pitch black. Only the flashes of lightning provided light. It was incredibly terrifying. A boy sat under a tree. He was curled up, very cold. There was a boy holding something in his hand. His eyes were filled with joy as he waved and called out, "Little brother, I'm back." That boy was Gu Xian's elder brother. Gu Xian's brother's face was covered in dirt, but he was very happy. "Look, this is for you." Gu Xian looked at the tube in his brother's hand. He recognized it too. It was nutrient fluid. "Where did you get this from?" Gu Xian's brother handed the nutrient fluid to Gu Xian. "I rummaged through trash all day today, going through 6 carts of it. Originally there were 2 tubes. Unfortunately, those guys from the small knife gang snatched 1 tube away. I'll beat it out of them." Gu Xian obediently shared. "Brother, let's share it 50-50. Don't fight with them anymore, it's too dangerous." Gu Xian's brother reached out and patted Gu Xian's head. "Xiao Xian, don't worry. I will definitely take you to the stronghold to learn martial arts. To deal with those bad guys." In the following days, the members of the small knife gang fled in panic. Meanwhile, Gu Xian's brother held a knife and fiercely chased after them. The members of the small knife gang cursed as they ran. "He's crazy, that kid's really crazy. Hurry and go. Don't fight with someone who isn't afraid of death." Gu Xian's eyes welled up with tears. He stretched out his hand to stop his angry brother. Gu Xian's brother comforted him. "I'm fine. Don't cry, Xiao Xian. You see." Gu Xian's brother hugged Gu Xian with one arm. His other hand still clutched the knife. Around them were the members of the small knife gang, being brutally hacked to death. Blood splattered all over the ground. Gu Xian's brother advised, "You must be ruthless to survive. Remember, when you practice martial arts in the future, focus on learning how to kill." Gu Xian hugged his brother tightly with both hands, quietly responding, "Brother, don't die. I'll remember. A figure appeared behind the Gu Xian brothers. "These 2 little guys have such tenacious vitality. I didn't expect them to survive even after all this." The Gu Xian brothers suddenly turned their heads. From now on, that person exuded a powerful aura, their voice filled with arrogance and indifference. "Follow me until later." On a blood-stained battlefield, a person was on their knees pleading desperately, "Please don't kill me. I have a daughter, she's only 5 years old this year." His daughter's photo was being stepped on by a foot. The little girl in the photo was smiling brightly, very beautiful. Gu Xian looked at the little girl in the photo, his gaze wavering slightly. Then Gu Xian took his foot off the photo. "You may go." The person held the photo, shedding tears of gratitude. Thank you, good deeds will be rewarded." Gu Xian pushed the door open and walked in. Gu Xian's brother held a cigarette in one hand and started smoking. "Are they all killed?" Gu Xian replied simply, "Mm." Gu Xian's brother broke the cigarette in his hand and instructed, "These people are disciples of the doomsday cult. They have all lost their humanity. There's nothing to regret, it's still the same saying. If you don't kill others, others will kill you." Gu Xian's brother grabbed him by the back of his neck, leaning in to teach. "Whether it's practicing martial arts or being a person, you must be ruthless. Do you understand, Xiao Xian?" Gu Xian replied calmly, "Just like that year." "I understand, brother." After that, an incessant cry of Gu Xian came. "Someone reported your brother, he is dead." The scene of Gu Xian's brother being brutally murdered. Along with it was the photo of that little girl, the daughter of the person Gu Xian let go that day. Gu Xian sat alone in the temple. His eyes were vacant, unable to believe it was retaliation from the doomsday cult. "Your brother blocked it for you. He killed 13 level 6 masters. But only this broken knife remains." Gu Xian clutched the knife in his hand in immense pain. Later, Gu Xian raised his sword with both hands, standing behind his master. The old man in white was displeased. "I already told you before. The cult of world extinction is no longer human. It's the largest pathogen hidden among humanity. Whatever they say, don't believe it." Later, Gu Xian went completely insane. His eyes were ferocious and he mumbled, Daughter, and he flashed a terrifying smile. The old man in white, looking at Gu Xian in front of him, held something like a scroll in his hand. Gu Xian Master Duan said, "Your current path of slaughter is too sharp and bloodthirsty. I can only pass on the Yuan Luan blade technique to you." Gu Xian grabbed the scroll with one hand, which the other party threw. "Once the bloodlust has been purged from your blade, he will only see you then." Gu Xian, 15 years have passed. Why has your bloodlust not diminished but instead increased? Gu Xian was now ferociously slashing and killing. Gu Xian wait another 15 years. Gu Xian was still the same. Still killing recklessly. In the end you still can't let go. All that remained was the displeased sigh of the old man in white. Gu Xian was kneeling on the ground at this moment, with several deeply impaled swords behind him. Gu Xian meanwhile stretched out his hands and roared loudly. But it was filled with indignation. The old man in white reappeared behind Gu Xian. The old man in white said, Gu Xian, I will never see you again in this life. From now on you're on your own. At this moment Gu Xian was sitting cross-legged on a patch of ground, his posture as if cultivating. Gu Xian asked doubtfully, have I gone astray? Gu Xian lowered his head, facing the ground, and repeatedly questioned. Does only knowing how to kill mean deviating from the righteous path? Subsequently Gu Xian's body emitted a powerful aura. Extremely potent. So be it if I've gone astray. Martial arts or killing techniques, he taught me that. At this moment Lu Sheng opened his eyes wide. Lu Sheng sat up and rubbed his head. The sheer will was too intense. What I experienced was just cultivation in battle. Cultivation and battle. Lu Sheng recalled Gu Xian's powerful and oppressive demeanor. And almost all battle scenes were about slaughter. Cold-blooded slaughter. Lu Sheng stood up and walked holding his stomach with one hand. I once thought that guarding the Nine Heavens frontline, the killing intent I accumulated was already terrifying. But compared to Gu Xian, it was merely a drop in the ocean. This Gu Xian is too extreme. He entered the Tao purely through slaughter. He walks the path of slaughter. Extremely rare in martial arts. He has killed more people than I have ever seen, and at least hundreds of millions of exotic beasts. Lives are nothing but mere trifles in his eyes. Lu Sheng walked to Gu Xian's armor, but with such immense karma from killing, I'm surprised he didn't sink into a state of confusion and violence, but instead became a killing machine. Truly astonishing. Lu Sheng looked at the armor on the ground. Killing is inherently an extreme path in martial arts, and Gu Xian is a genius. God knows how terrifying he must have been at his peak. The battle just now was probably less than 1,000th of his true strength. So the gap between me and a martial saint is still too vast. Lu Sheng's gaze turned serious. No. Gu Xian can no longer be considered a level 9 martial saint. His power could probably make a level 10 martial artist die by his blade. Fortunately I didn't let him use that killing move. Lu Sheng reached out and touched his face. After absorbing the memories, my facial expression seems to have become colder. Lu Sheng recalled himself in the kitchen, skillfully slicing fish with a knife. Just like in a movie from my previous life. I've been gutting fish for 15 years at the supermarket's fresh food counter. My heart has long been as cold as a blade. After this journey, I must watch several episodes of sweet romance dramas to recover. Lu Sheng pulled aside the armor. Gu Xian has been searching around. A hint of joy flashed in Lu Sheng's eyes. He found it. Gu Xian's martial Dao core. In Lu Sheng's hand was a sharp piece of iron, like a fragment of a blade. A light emitted from the martial Dao. A surge of power from the core. Image. A person's silhouette appeared in Lu Sheng's eyes. That person's hand touched the grass heavens will like a blade. Killing intent like a blade. That person stood in the middle of a field. At dusk. A vast expanse of orangered. Human lives are like weeds. That person reached out and drew a blade. This blade. This is killing intent. A beam of light shot towards Lu Sheng. Dust flew up. A magic circle appeared in the air. There were many small circles on it. Inside were symbols of combat power. Lu Sheng smiled. He succeeded. He looked at one of the symbols in the small circles, shaped like a blade entwined with vines. Lu Sheng was greatly surprised. This was his second Dharma aspect totem. Compared to the previous divine whale riding waves, the crimson, long blade totem was clearer and stronger. In his mind, Lu Sheng thought of Gu Xian and that old man in white. No wonder. Both of them are martial saint level. Gu Xian of the 9 killing Dao is clearly much stronger than Zhou Fuai from Jiyun Mountain. The increase in power makes his own combat strength immeasurable. Lu Sheng reached out his hand and grasped the sword in the circular symbol. Previously his strongest cold weapon was the four-realm spear technique of the cold strike style. Hell Spear. From now on the king of cold weapons will change hands. Lu Sheng held the long sword, looking dashing and heroic. Lu Sheng raised the sword filled with power to his front. Then Lu Sheng holding the long sword fiercely charged forward. Red light surrounded Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng wielded the sword filled with power. The red light was cut and several fragments fell. Lu Sheng holding the blazing long sword nodded in satisfaction. able to cleave space killing. Intent. The weapon refined by Gu Xian is truly the strongest. Afterwards Lu Sheng felt a bit of pity. He had already spent 8 million merit points to upgrade the Scarlet Essence Dragon Pattern Spear. It seemed a bit wasteful. Lu Sheng's eyes were full of longing. Perhaps now he should forge a blade. All of his martial Dao was fully mastered. He would use whichever method was stronger. Completely unlike other martial artists who had reservations. It seems he still needs to search for more mithril and secret gold resources. The next morning, sunlight streamed onto the huge round wooden table. Only Lu Sheng was at the table, and an empty white plate. Lu Sheng was intently looking at something. Lu Sheng was reading the news on his iPad. Military District Strength Tomb Area successfully pacified. Northern Military District suspects a new tomb rift has appeared. Eastern Military District's 9th War Zone successfully defended the tomb rift. This tomb rift was ultimately rated A rank. Lu Sheng holding a teacup exclaimed in surprise, "Oh! General Military District Martial Arts competitions for each military district branch." Lu Sheng finally understood, so that's how it is. First are the Military District Branch Martial Arts competitions, followed by the General Military District competition. The competition includes all 3 general star ranks, 7-star general and 8-star general. A line of text also appeared on the screen. Preparing for the General Military District Martial Arts competition. Major military districts are actively preparing for the competition. Sign up quickly. Lu Sheng believed that whoever ultimately wins this competition will become a candidate to contend for the position of the new Grand General. In his mind, Lu Sheng thought of those Grand Generals, his eyes shining brightly. The entire Eastern Military District only has 4 Grand Generals. The entire Dragon Country has no more than 30 people. This is truly a big deal. Lu Sheng was about to drink water, but stopped because he discovered something. Oh! The information in the newspaper was a photo of Lu Sheng. The title is Grand Military Exercise. When the list of popular candidates for the new Grand General appeared, the image of Lu Sheng was also right at the top. Lu Sheng's potential is immense. He might become a candidate, becoming the most valuable candidate in this Grand Military Exercise, hoping to enter the top 20. It seems the army's top masters. Many people are at the top of the list. The Chief General star is called Dong Di. His strategic value is as high as 27 stars. The strategic value of a Grand General level figure is expected to exceed 30 stars. Marshals are even stronger by this calculation. There are simply too many masters in the army. No wonder the obsession runs so deep. For a level 9 martial saint to have such a massive number of top martial artists. Yet not a single level 9 powerhouse has emerged. Who could stand for that? Lu Sheng still looked at those masters being evaluated. Thinking this way, Tan Zhangyi's challenge to me is also reasonable. My previous display of talent only piqued his interest. If I can get first place in this Grand Military Exercise competition, could I surprise Tan Zhangyu? Just thinking about it is fun. Lu Sheng smiled happily as he thought. Suddenly Lu Sheng's eyes widened in surprise. This was another message. The message also contained a chilling photograph. Yanghua. An incident occurred where cultists attacked an entire town, sacrificed to death by blood ritual. It was shocking. The entire terrorist organization has been active in Nanzhou for the past few years, expanding its influence. Currently 3671 deaths have been confirmed. 125 severely injured, 325 lightly injured. Lu Sheng gripped the tablet tightly, as if to crush those detestable cultists. Lu Sheng's eyes glowed and his expression looked ferocious. Thousands of men had their blood drained, wrapped in women's skin and fed to their followers. Veins bulged on Lu Sheng's face. According to Gu Xian's memories, the cult was also connected to another world. To obtain powerful strength, they willingly became slaves to alien beasts, causing internal chaos within the nation. It seems these pests should be eliminated sooner rather than later. Lu Sheng put the tablet into his pocket. He decided then to delve into the underground fissures to search for some rare mineral resources and then earn some merit. Once fully equipped, he would eliminate those things that harm humanity once and for all. Lu Sheng picked up his phone and called someone. It's a bit difficult to carry things alone, he needed help. Meanwhile, Hong Yu's phone rang. Hong Yu picked up the phone and answered. What? Are you saying you want to delve into a level 3 crypt, my lord? Lu Sheng's voice came from Hong Yu's phone. I'd like to ask you all to lead the way. After all, I just arrived, and am not very familiar with the crypt. I'll share 110 of what we find with everyone. Let's gather at the entrance of the mission center tonight. He hung up. One of Hong Yu's teammates had eyes full of excitement. He raised his hands as if ready to go to battle at any moment. Wow, this is amazing. A top general star is leading us into a crypt. I never dreamed this day would come. If other ranked teams find out, they'll definitely be green with envy. Hongyu immediately cast a glance. The split is a minor issue. Building a good relationship with Lord Lu Sheng. That's what's important. Hongyu's 3 teammates immediately shouted, Captain. We understand you and Lord Lu Sheng will ride in the same car. We promise not to crowd you. Hongyu felt a bit embarrassed hearing that her cheeks were red and she shyly covered her mouth saying don't say nonsense, but the 3 continue to tease her. Try hard to seize this opportunity to build a relationship with Lord Lu Sheng. Hongyu could only curse, you're annoying. We can't say that. As a result, Hongyu still sat together with her 3 teammates. Everyone was stunned, their faces showing deep disappointment. Especially Hongyu, she seemed to have turned into a stone statue. The chirping of birds could still be heard. On the way, the car's headlights came on, speeding towards its destination. Actually, a few minutes ago Lu Sheng was sitting in the driver's seat. I just learned to drive and want to practice more. Let's all go in one car. Hongyu cried, in her heart many beautiful ideals. But reality was cruel. She thought she'd have a chance to get closer to Lu Sheng. Lord Sheng. 3 hours later, in a dark rocky area, Lu Sheng looked at the scene before him and asked, is this the place? Hongyu followed behind and replied, that's right, my lord. Hongyu provided information. The tomb fissures have many layers. The deeper you go, the stronger the alien beasts become. And no one knows how many layers there are below. But compared to the danger of the alien beasts, the abyss is even more dangerous. Lu Sheng asked, puzzled. The abyss? Hongyu's gaze was serious. That's right, the alien beasts originate from another world. You must already know this, my lord. The abyss is that other world. Or rather, it's a part of that other world. The alien beasts come out from there. The abyss constantly emits an aura from that other world, which manifests as a strange black mist in our world. Lu Sheng asked again. This mist, does it damage electronic devices and even corrode ordinary people, turning them into beasts? Hongyu agreed, that's right. But it only affects ordinary people and has no effect on martial artists. Therefore we try to stay away from the abyss. And even if we encounter it, we must retreat quickly, because alien beasts will continuously emerge from there. Liu Sheng's gaze was sharp, looking sharply ahead, thinking to himself, just like in that dream, black mist everywhere. So it came from here. Hongyu looked at Lu Sheng. My lord, everything is ready, let's go. Hongyu stepped forward, but Lu Sheng called out, wait. I have a question. Lu Sheng asked with a smile. What would happen if I wanted to enter the abyss? All 4 of them were struck as if by lightning, and exclaimed in panic, ha. Hongyu and the others looked hesitant. Hongyu stammered in reply. Ha, my lord, I don't know about that. Lu Sheng stood opposite Hongyu and the others. You don't know? Has no one ever tried? Hongyu's eyes showed some worry. No, many people have tried. Hongyu imagined those who never returned, and closed her eyes as she replied. But those who tried to enter the abyss fissure all disappeared. So there's no answer to that question. Not even martial saints? Lu Sheng asked. Martial saints? Hongyu confirmed, that's right. This happened 200 years ago. The 4 nations each sent a martial saint who jointly entered an abyss fissure, and were never heard from again. This is a secret of the Dragon Nation. One of Hongyu's teammates also quickly spoke up. My lord, do you mean you want to enter the abyss fissure? Our lives wouldn't be enough. Hongyu silently agreed. And AA agreed too. As long as you don't go deeper than the 30th layer, there's hardly any great danger. Hongyu's eyes seemed to warn of danger. But you really have to be careful of the abyss fissure. It's not a place to joke about. Lu Sheng simply replied indifferently, I know. Afterwards Lu Sheng leapt into the tomb. Let's go. As he descended rapidly, Lu Sheng was calculating again. After I return, I'll enter the dream realm and look up information about the abyss fissure. If even grade 9 martial saints couldn't return, then what about grade 10 powerhouses? Or grade 11 powerhouses? I don't believe that in 10,000 years of martial arts, there hasn't been a single top-tier powerhouse who tried something similar. There must be a huge secret hidden inside. Lu Sheng and Hongyu's team swiftly entered the tomb, finally reaching their destination. Afterwards Lu Sheng quickly jumped forward. Lu Sheng tilted his head and asked Hongyu beside him, on this path besides the abyss fissure, is there anything else noteworthy? Hongyu thought for a moment, then replied, if there is anything else, it would be the martial maniacs inside the tomb. Lu Sheng braced himself with one hand on the ground. Stop, martial maniac. Hongyu also stopped following Lu Sheng. Hongyu explained. The so-called martial maniacs are martial artists who don't belong to the military and usually cultivate in seclusion deep within the tombs. In Hong Yu's impression, these martial maniacs look incredibly insane and terrifying. Hong Yu continued to explain. Many of them come from martial arts schools, pursuing the ultimate in martial arts. This group of people has always resided in the crevices of the tombs. Their martial arts will and combat abilities are even stronger than the military's generals. None of them are weak, because they also slay strange beasts while in the tombs. The military doesn't bother with them. Lu Sheng, standing nearby, asked again, "Then why do we need to be careful of them?" Hong Yu answered enthusiastically. "They've practiced martial arts to the point of obsession. As long as they can break through the limits of martial arts, they'll do anything. Drinking dirty water and eating raw strange beast meat are considered minor things. Some even eat the flesh of their own kind, because they believe that eating the flesh and drinking the blood of the strong can also make them stronger. Under the influence of the tomb environment, they are no longer human. Furthermore, for supplies, killing people for resources is common. In their eyes, human lives are even less valuable than a few packs of supplies." Hearing this barbaric information, Lu Sheng's eyes darkened. Lu Sheng thought, consuming the flesh of one's own kind, compared to Gu Xian's path of slaughter. These people are the true demonic heretics. An hour later, on the 20th floor of the tomb, Hong Yu looked at the bodies of the strange beasts, severed and lying scattered on the ground, with wisps of white smoke rising. Finally, it's done. Before their eyes was a path leading to the light outside. Hong Yu knew that ahead was the entrance to the depths of the tomb. Only the cave entrance was clear. After entering, it would be pitch black, the vast expanse limiting their vision. "Everyone be careful." Lu Sheng walked at the forefront. "It's fine. I am a psychic master, follow me." A wisp of black-purple gas emanated and Lu Sheng took a deep breath. Then Lu Sheng spread his arms. A powerful force radiated outwards and Hong Yu and the others exclaimed in shock. "My lord, you are..." The currents of energy enveloped Lu Sheng. "Just experimenting. Seeing how it goes, it has no effect." A purple vortex appeared before Lu Sheng's eyes. "No matter how many black bones enter my body, once they touch the immortal star body, they will all be annihilated. This body is too strong. It simply doesn't allow any anomalies to exist." The vortex deepened, forming a terrifying maelstrom. An anomaly appeared. Hong Yu and the others shouted, "Oh no, a strange beast is ambushing us. My lord, be careful." A strange beast fiercely charged forward to attack Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's whole body also exuded a powerful deterrent force. Hong Yu looked at the two strange beasts, defeated by Lu Sheng in just 1 second. Lying stiffly on the ground, she exclaimed in horror. "What? This level 5 Black Moon strange beast didn't even get close. Is this the power of a 12-star general?" A teammate behind Hong Yu also spoke. "Not only that, with such powerful spiritual cultivation. Don't forget, his lordship has been undergoing assessments for half a month straight, without rest, and his vitality is already depleted." Another teammate spoke. "I really don't know how Lord Lu cultivates. Compared to him, I feel like a complete waste." The last person also agreed. "Since that's the case, I originally thought we could earn merit points by following Lord Lu, but now it seems we might not even need to act." Hong Yu crossed her arms and said, "Let's just consider this a tour of the tombs with Lord Lu Sheng. Isn't this an honor not everyone gets?" Beams of power shot out continuously. Incredibly powerful. Even the rocks shattered. Watching the smoke swirling in front of her teammates' eyes. Surprised. "What, underground? There's another one underground?" Hong Yu worried. Master Hong Yu quickly ran over. "Are you alright?" Lu Sheng rubbed his wrists. "I'm fine." Looking at Hong Yu and the others who had just arrived, he was just trying to deal with the mutant beast barehanded. "That's all. Everyone collect the useful liquids, then let's continue on our way." Hong Yu's eyes couldn't hide her shock. Master Lu Sheng dealt with a level 7 mutant beast in the blink of an eye. Hong Yu stood in the center. The mutant beast's body was cut in half. She fell into deep thought. To cut such a perfect slash without using a weapon, how did he do it? There's a group of people in the distance. Lu Sheng noticed. "Wait, someone's coming." Hong Yu was puzzled. How can there be people inside? Could it be Hong Yu pulled out the weapons from behind her back? And at the same time reminded her teammates, "Everyone get ready, prepare for battle." Footsteps gradually approached. Hong Yu perhaps vaguely recognized them. "Oh, that's..." 5 people appeared. They also bore injuries. The Red Snail Battle Star Squad. Hong Yu happily waved in greeting. "It's Yao Wu, the Right General." The Right General reached out and removed his cloak hood, exclaiming, Hong Yu, Han Yu and Lu Sheng led their teammates towards the Red Snail Squad. You've been inside for so long. Why do you all look so battered? The right general's face was covered in blood, and his arms were full of wounds. He sighed and sat on a rock. Don't even mention it, we've been in for almost a month. Several people almost died. And we didn't get any benefits. The right general suddenly remembered, oh right. Which floor are you planning to go down to? The right general's eyes and expression looked terrifying. Listen to me, absolutely do not go below the 25th floor. The martial artists down there are truly insane. Those martial artists kill each other. Their methods are extremely cruel. Without mercy, they've been hunting down the military's generals. We've already lost contact with 2 squads completely. The right general pulled up his sleeve. It was the right general's blood-stained hand. The right general said, I turned back and ran as soon as I received the news. Otherwise I probably would have died there too. The right general pulled up his sleeve, revealing an arm that looked like a piece of flesh had been bitten off. Now only a bloody expanse of red remained. Han Yu was utterly shocked. She covered her mouth with one hand, and Lu Sheng also looked surprised. At this, Han Yu looked at the right general and asked, only on the 25th floor and they dared to attack a general? The right general replied it was a collective riot. We're already preparing to go back to report the situation to military headquarters. The right general bid farewell. We're leaving first, Captain Han Yu, be careful. The Red Snail Squad also left. Worry filled Han Yu's eyes. Master Captain Red Snail is very cautious. Otherwise we. Lu Sheng attacked a mutant beast with one hand. But his gaze was on Han Yu and the others as he spoke. I know, don't worry. This time. We won't go below the 25th floor. Watching the mutant beast cut in half be destroyed, Lu Sheng continued, even if we go deeper. Lu Sheng's gaze was sharp. The way I brought you all down here is the same way I'll take you all back up? Han Yu and the others responded loudly, understood. Han Yu's squad followed behind Lu Sheng, while Lu Sheng walked at the very front, continuously eliminating mutant beasts barehanded. Beams of power emanated from Lu Sheng's body. Lu Sheng and Han Yu's squad had reached the 25th floor. Finally, the 25th floor with his own strength. Lu Sheng thought, as long as he doesn't encounter a legendary level 9 mutant beast, there's almost no danger. Lu Sheng recalled what was written in a book. I remember there was a note about the mithril mine in the data. That data contained a map of the mithril mine. Lu Sheng used a pen to circle the image of the mithril mine. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, recalling the map of the mithril mine. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, recalling the map of the mithril mine. It's right around here. Next was the 25th floor bathed in purple light, then the 26th, the 27th, 28th and 29th floors, the 30th floor, and so on, floor by floor downwards. A sight of glowing mithril appeared. Lu Sheng's eyes widened, he found it. Lu Sheng quickly ran towards it with the others close behind. Han Yu's team immediately followed suit. Lord, wait for us, a team member shouted. That team member followed but was confused. Didn't we say we wouldn't go any further down? Then the group successively jumped down the floors. The 26th, 27th floors. The 28th, 29th floors. Upon reaching the 30th floor, Lu Sheng dashed like lightning. Han Yu also quickly pursued from behind. While chasing, Han Yu saw something else. Han Yu yelled at the team members behind her. It's safest to stick close to Lord Lu Sheng. Don't run off. Lu Sheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. He revealed an expectant smile and stopped. Before everyone was a giant monster. White cloud-like smoke swirled around it. Lu Sheng once again unleashed his power upon the monster. Right before their eyes. Lu Sheng eliminated it with great ease and composure. A beam of light shot directly at the monster, enveloping it. Then the monster collapsed. The outer shell of the monster's body peeled off. Lu Sheng smiled. Everyone go collect the liquid. Han Yu's team approached the monster. They examined and removed its shell fragments. One person picked up a glowing fragment. A team member's eyes gleamed. Lord, this is mithril, a mithril ore. That person was ecstatic. Lord, we're rich. Han Yu glanced at that person. Lu Sheng, however, just smiled, showing little surprise. Is that so? Let me see. Others also picked up mithril ore. Everyone was beaming with joy. Han Yu also picked up a piece of mithril ore. Her eyes too showed joy. It really is mithril ore. And the purity is very high. This vein must be massive. Several of Han Yu's team members hugged each other and cheered loudly. We're rich, the three laughed happily. One person's eyes were filled with ambition, so much of it. Enough to upgrade the equipment of everyone in the team to a new level. Another team member held the mithril ore in their hand. With a dazed look, he opened a level 7 hetero-marrow fluid and gulped it down. I can finally get my hands on the pure level 7 mithril I've been craving. I've had my eye on it for a long time. The remaining person kept stroking the mithril ore. I can even get a new suit of clothes. An class combat suit. Those people laughed slyly and greedily. Hongya's eyes were stern shut up. One person was startled and came back to his senses. Captain, what's wrong? Then he glanced at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng merely looked at that person coldly. That person then glanced behind him, his eyes guilty then. He hugged the pile of mithril ore and knelt down in a panic. Lord, I didn't mean it like that. That person quickly rubbed his face. I am sorry, Lord, I absolutely had no such intention. The others also knelt down. That person's face was covered in sweat. His eyes were filled with worry and fear. Please forgive me, Lord. Hanyu looked at her team members and spoke. We haven't done anything this whole way. The mithril ore was also discovered by Lord Lu Sheng. All spoils should rightfully belong to Lord Lu Sheng. The three smiled in agreement. That's perfectly reasonable. Perfectly reasonable. Lu Sheng approached the loudest laugher among the group and patted his shoulder. He said with a smile, it's normal to have greed. I can understand that. The person whose shoulder was patted felt his life was over. The remaining team member, trembling, quickly replied, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Thank you for your understanding, Lord, no, for your forgiveness. Lu Sheng's hand glowed, releasing power. Hongyu tried to stop him from behind Lord No. A beam of light burst forth. The mithril ore on the ground flew into the air. Then it stacked up into a huge pile of ore. Lu Sheng controlled the mithril with one hand. Ling Su pointed to the pile of mithril ore behind him. What are you all still standing around for? Come help me move this. The others exchanged glances but quickly responded, yes. Hongyu let out a long breath. Fortunately, Master is magnanimous. And isn't angry. Otherwise, I really don't know what consequences there would be. After that, the group used bags to pack the mithril ore. As they worked, they said, how strange. Let alone coming in with Master Ling Su. Even if it wasn't Master Ling Su. Without even drawing a blade, I wouldn't dare take even a bit of mithril ore. It was like we were possessed just now. We actually dared to say such disrespectful things. Hongyu was very displeased. And urged stop prattling and hurry up. The three were scared sweatless. Immediately worked quickly and responded yes. The person who had laughed the loudest earlier had dissatisfaction in his eyes. Damn it. If I had known this, I shouldn't have given those 2 storage bags to Hong Luo's people. Those 2 bags could hold a lot of mithril ore. The person next to him echoed. Yeah, we should have ignored them in the first place. Damn it. Ling Su listened to their conversation, feeling puzzled. Strange, Xia and Hong Luo's team are relatively close companions. And have always had a good relationship. But now, the two seem to have temporarily set aside their previous generosity and enthusiasm. Replaced by selfishness and baseness. Clearly they weren't like this before entering the 30th level. It seems these black bones are a bit strange. Footprints appeared on the ground. Ling Su felt a slight abnormality and stood up. Along with black mist, a voice came, food. 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 Ling Su seemed to realize. This was exactly what Hong Yu had mentioned before, the discarded martial artists cultivating in the tomb. This was exactly what Hong Yu had mentioned before, the discarded martial artists cultivating in the tomb. This sentence echoed like a chant. Food. Several reedy black figures appeared. Ling Su closed his eyes, sensing, putting everything else aside. This aura does seem a bit like a cultivation deviation. Footsteps gradually drew closer. Ling Su, however, showed no signs of retreating. Instead, he smiled slightly. Come on then. The aura emanating from Ling Su was full of eager anticipation. Then let's get rid of them immediately. Lest on the way back we encounter more trouble, which would be annoying. Those purple mithril ores were piled up like mountains. Hong Yu also actively loaded these mithril ores. Hong Yu's companions were working hard and were finally almost done. And at this moment, on Hong Yu's side there was still a large amount of mithril ore. Ling Su smiled as he looked at Hong Yu's group and said, everyone, you've worked hard. After these are moved out, I will give your team a share. That companion holding a pile of mithril ore excitedly said, wow, thank you, Master Ling Su. Hong Yu, also carrying mithril ore, gratefully said, thank you for your generosity, Master. However, would feel very uncomfortable accepting it, so there's no need. However, Ling Ce's gaze was very cold. I don't care if you feel uncomfortable, since I want to give it to you. Just take it. Hong Yu saw Ling Ce's cold expression and quickly agreed. Yes, thank you, Master. Ling Su secretly smiled to himself again. When one is weak, showing anger is useless. But once one becomes strong, others cannot easily refuse my goodwill. Hong Yu seemed to notice something. Then she nervously reported to Ling Su. Master, something seems wrong. But Ling Su merely replied calmly. I know. Before everyone, red eyes appeared in the darkness. It was terrifying, but Lu Sheng remained incredibly calm and composed. As if he had known all along. I'm waiting for them. Those people's feet were disgusting. Their nails long and black. Their feet were rough and uneven and their pant legs were ragged. The people appeared like zombies. Their eyes glowing red, repeatedly muttering meat, fresh meat. Hong Ye's 3 teammates were terrified. They're all grandmasters. Martial grandmasters, why are they here? Hong Yu observed them closely. From their appearance, they must be the martial maniacs of legend. They were likely the ones who ambushed the Hong Luo squad earlier, causing the squad to go missing. It's very possible it was them. One of Hong Ye's teammates spoke up, displeased. Damn it, these beasts actually eat their own kind. They used to fight alone. When did they start acting as a group? Lu Sheng calmly speculated. There's only one possibility. Among this group there is an absolute powerhouse. A king leading them. Hong Yu and the others were all surprised. What king? Then applause rang out. A long-haired person, whose appearance and attire resembled a vampire. That person clapped and walked out from among the martial maniacs. You are very clever and powerful. Your flesh and blood must be delicious. Devouring you will make me even stronger. The martial maniacs spoke up again. Lu Moying. This little one can be yours. But the rest must all be ours. Lu Moying's eyes gleamed with bloodlust, and he licked his lips, utterly absorbed. Of course, I only ever eat the most delicious things. Hong Yu recognized the person before them and exclaimed loudly in sheer surprise. Lu Moying, the previous Eastern Star. Weren't you dead over a decade ago? Lu Sheng saw Hong Ye's reaction and asked, You know him? Hong Yu explained. My lord, you arrived late, so there are many things you are unaware of. Back then in the Eastern military region, only the most top-tier geniuses could be called the Eastern Star. At that time, Lu Moying was ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, with a total combat power of 13 stars. But over a decade ago, he vanished without a trace during a mission to suppress a tomb riot. Hong Ye's gaze fixed directly on Lu Moying in the group of martial maniacs. Everyone thought he was dead. Who would have thought he'd still be here today, shamefully surviving by devouring the flesh and blood of grandmasters of his own kind? One of Hong Ye's teammates, after hearing this, was also incredulous, clutching his head, his eyes wide with surprise. What? He had 13-star combat power over a decade ago. How strong must he be now? Lu Sheng is only 12.5 stars. Are we doomed? Hong Yu quickly warned him silence. After more than 10 years without sufficient resource replenishment, his qi and blood might have diminished. Perhaps only a fraction of his peak level remains. Lu Moying burst into hearty laughter again. Amusing, are you trying to make me laugh? Then Lu Moying's eyes sparkled, his expression extremely dangerous. But aren't the resources here readily available? Lu Moying raised a hand, and a red vortex of power appeared. All right. I don't want to say anything more to my dinner. Lu Moying's gaze was incredibly sharp. To see me in this form, you should genuinely be grateful. You foolish food. A long terrifying red vortex was unleashed. Hong Yu and his group raised their hands to defend. Only Lu Sheng remained perfectly still, completely unaffected. A horn appeared. It was Lu Moying, who had already transformed into a demon beast, with 2 horns like a bull's, sparse fangs like fish teeth, as well as wings and horns growing from its back. Lu Moying ferociously stuck out his long tongue, smiling gleefully. Hong Yu trembled. What is this? Lu Moying spoke and power surged forth. This is the feeling. Lu Moying stuck out his green tongue and laughed loudly. Dongbu Shixing. That was a long time ago. Lu Moying recalled his past memories. He fell into the catacombs and was severed by a beam of light. Back then I was as weak as a mosquito. But fortunately, during that catacomb riot, I fainted deep within the catacombs. When I was in despair, I received guidance from a deity. Lu Sheng heard the key in the words deity. What do you mean? Lu Moying did not answer directly. The essence of martial arts is to become stronger through various means, to make oneself stronger. He's not wrong. If martial artists eat exotic beasts, they can become stronger. Then what about eating martial artists? Wouldn't that be a higher grade food? Lu Sheng still repeated the question. Who is he? Lu Moying laughed loudly again. Then, without answering Lu Sheng's question, he said, Dongbu Shixing. Now I am the son of Dongbu Moyang. One day, my light will shine out of the cave, illuminating the entire land. Lu Shan walked up to Lu Moying. His tone was already somewhat displeased. I've asked you twice already, didn't you hear me? Lu Shang put his hands into his pockets. His expression was displeased. But he still opened his mouth with a relaxed smile and said, It seems that what I said. You didn't hear a single word of it. Lu Sheng's gaze was cold and utterly oppressive in that case. I'll go find him myself. Lu Sheng unleashed his sense of oppression technique. Lu Moying cried out, his face filled with terror. This, what level of coercion is this you actually? A body explosion sound rang out. Ugh. Lu Sheng pierced through Lu Moying with one hand. Lu Moying's body instantly shattered into pieces. Only Lu Moying's screams remained. Still echoing. Lu Sheng ruthlessly eliminated him. His expression remained indifferent as if nothing had happened. Lu Sheng turned around. His body still exuded a powerful aura. You are the sun, then what am I? All those martial fanatics were utterly terrified. This, what is this? Lu Moying's head lay motionless on the cold ground. A trace of aura still lingered in Lu Sheng's hand. Lu Sheng scoffed, too weak. Couldn't even withstand a single move. Hongya's eyes were still dazed. She hadn't yet grasped what had just happened. The Dongbu Zhixing from back then had combat power far exceeding a 13-star. Yet my lord defeated him with such ease. Like crushing a fly. What exactly is the power of Lord Lu Sheng? Those martial fanatics panicked. Run. Lu Sheng extended his hand, revealing a powerful light energy. Lu Sheng waved his hand down, and a beam of light appeared. Those martial fanatics were all cut down by his light of power. Their bodies completely severed. Only their miserable screams remained. One of Hongya's companions' eyes were filled with astonishment. This so-called 12-star combat power is only a portion of what he wants the world to see. Hongya's eyes, however, dimmed slightly, and she secretly chuckled to herself. One person eliminated all the unorthodox sect masters. This time the entire army will demonstrate their martial prowess here. Our eastern military region will make a name for itself. Lu Sheng finally spoke. This level is almost cleared. Wait here for a moment. With that, Lu Sheng swiftly flew away. Hong Yu urgently called out, my lord. But Lu Sheng still immediately flew out of the cave entrance. Lu Sheng thought as he flew. That person just mentioned the words deity. Who exactly is he? Deep within the catacombs, only a green light permeated the area. The space was somewhat dim. Lu Sheng landed directly deep inside the catacombs. Lu Sheng sensed the space here. It was extremely quiet. Unusually quiet. Lu Sheng continued forward, observing carefully. Black mist permeated the inside. Even with my level 7 spiritual power, or even level 8 detection, I found it difficult. If someone with weaker spiritual power came here, won't I go completely blind? Lu Sheng looked forward. Do I have to rush straight into the abyss? A light emanated from inside. It shone directly between Lu Sheng's eyes. Lu Sheng was astonished. At this moment Lu Sheng seemed to be in another space. A azure sky, lush vegetation. The light was still dazzling and a gentle breeze was blowing. A beautiful foot gently touched the water surface. Lu Sheng stared blankly. This is. A beautiful maiden appeared. She had a pair of wings on her back. Just like a fairy from a myth. Extremely beautiful. Lu Sheng looked at the smiling fairy in front of him, thinking, the natives of other worlds are truly marvelous. There are even intelligent beings here. The beautiful fairy smiled and extended her hand. Lu Sheng was still lost in thought, and she seemed curious about his presence. Lu Sheng's eyes were still mesmerized. Cherry blossoms floated by. Lu Sheng took a step forward. Would she like humans? Both extended their hands as if wanting to touch each other. More cherry blossoms fell. The scene was utterly romantic, surpassing any romance novel. Love across worlds. Love across species. A light shone again from Lu Sheng's brow. The fairy's image suddenly distorted. One eye suddenly drooped. Then that fairy transformed into an extremely disgusting monster. It had many eyes and a red body, and long red tentacles on its head. The monster had a big belly like a gluttonous oaf, and it spoke, luring him. Don't be afraid, come over. Don't mind my appearance. Come quickly over here. Some arms stretched out as if trying to grab someone. A red eye in the center glowed. The voice still echoed. Everything you desire is here. Lu Sheng's eyes were stunned. Those long red tentacles were approaching Lu Sheng. The voice continued to ring out. Yes, that's it. Those arms kept reaching out, coming back to join to worship. The monster approached Lu Sheng. It wrapped Lu Sheng's body with its long red tentacles and enticed him. Come into my embrace, my dear child. Lu Sheng's eyes seemed hypnotized. The monster stuck out its wet tongue, as if to taste its prey. Lu Sheng reached out, demonstrating his power. Then, Lu Sheng waved his hand, sending a burst of light energy towards the monster. The monster was caught off guard and shrieked. Lu Sheng smiled. You startled me, but I was just messing with you. You actually believed it. Lu Sheng gave it the middle finger and said slyly, "Idiot." The monster gnashed its teeth, very displeased. "I hate disobedient children, kill." The monster's body disappeared. Terrifying black currents appeared. "Kill, I must kill you." Then a group of alien beasts surged out, "Catch him for me." Outside, Hongyu held a card in her hand, indeed it was Lu Moying. Hongyu looked at the card in her hand. The ID card was still there. The teammates were still busy on the other side. Those people were looking at the corpse of the martial arts maniac. This was a grandmaster. It was Hong Feng, a grandmaster of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. So their head grandmaster was here. Hongyu said to her 3 teammates, "Gather all the evidence. Report back to the military region when we return." Hongyu looked at the corpses of those martial arts grandmasters. Almost all of them had mutated. On the ground, nearly 30 martial arts grandmasters died in an instant. This might be the bloodiest incident for grandmasters in recent years. A teammate stood behind with folded arms. Hongyu also spoke. They were all people who died a long time ago. They just died again. They definitely weren't good people anyway. Hongyu agreed, that's true. Lu Sheng jumped out of the abyss. Hongyu and her teammates heard the commotion and immediately turned around. Hongyu saw Lu Sheng appear. "Has milord returned?" Lu Sheng said indifferently. "Quickly pack up or immediately leaving the tomb." Lu Sheng's gaze was very serious. "Quickly find a way to inform the other captains in the tomb to have them retreat quickly as well." Hongyu asked, "Milord, what happened?" Lu Sheng calmly replied, "It's nothing. Just accidentally angered some things in the tomb." Lu Sheng, carrying the mithril or bag on his shoulder, informed Hong's team. "They are about to riot." A monster whose body was gradually turning green was enraged beyond control. At the same time, the other monsters were also exceptionally fierce. The phrase "kill, kill" echoed repeatedly in the cave. "Kill, kill, I'm going to kill him." Eerie energy continuously surged from the cave, causing alarm. Lu Sheng and the others quickly ran off. A member of Hong's team ran, glancing back as they went. Everyone carried 3 huge bags of mithril ore on their shoulders. Running at top speed, Lu Sheng unleashed his power and a massive beam of light appeared, flying towards the cave above. Then Lu Sheng jumped up. The beam of light also carried Hong's team up. Lu Sheng jumped to the top, smiling smugly. Behind him were 3 huge bags of mithril. Hongyu let out a sigh of relief. Finally they were back on the surface. Lu Sheng and Hongyu looked at the cave entrance below. Several pairs of horrifying crimson eyes looked up. "Whoa, good thing they don't know how to get up here." Hongyu asked curiously, "Milord, what exactly did you do?" Hongyu scratched her head. To be able to cause such a huge riot. Luckily there were many monsters rushing out all at once, which severely hindered their speed of advance. Hongyu recalled the sight of a group of ferocious monsters rushing out just now. That's why they couldn't catch up to us. Lu Sheng smiled as he looked at Hongyu. "It's nothing, don't worry too much about it. Let's take these things back to the military zone first." Hong's 3 teammates, carrying 3 huge bags of mithril ore with both hands, excitedly replied yes. Afterwards, the group carried the huge bags of mithril ore together, happily walking off. Time to go home. Only Lu Sheng stopped looking down at the cave below. Lu Sheng thought being ridiculed by a bug. "If it were me, I'd be very angry too. One day, if that bug that once ridiculed you crawls back in front of you and suddenly delivers a heavy blow, wouldn't you be even angrier?" Eastern Military Zone Headquarters. At this moment the sky's appearance was completely different from that inside the secret chamber earlier. Blue skies and white clouds, filled with vibrant vitality. All the warriors gaped, their eyes filled with obsession for the mithril ore, brought back by Hongyu and Lu Sheng. "Oh my god. My heavens. Huje's team's luck is just too good." In the tomb, they discovered mithril ore. In such a short time, someone took out a magnifying glass to carefully examine the glittering purple mithril ore. Not only is the quantity abundant, but the purity is also extremely high. "We've really struck it rich." Hong's 3 teammates stood with hands on hips, faces turned sideways, laughing so hard their nostrils flared. Of course, Yujun also commented, "That's no ordinary luck." Ordinary? Yujun looked at the black car from earlier. "Didn't you notice the license plate number of the car in front? What DZ-002? Yujun's eyes filled with horror. And he said that's the car of a top general. One person panicked upon hearing this. The others were equally surprised. Could it be? Could that young boy be a top grandmaster? Yujun admitted, "Exactly. We all misunderstood." Yujun imagined himself clinging to a powerful figure filled with regret. "That's the real big shot. If I could also latch onto that powerful figure, then I could also just lie back and win. Xiao Jun was shedding tears and snot. It's so heartbreaking, I'm not happy at all. One of Hong Yu's teammates spoke up. Although Lu Sheng was tested and confirmed to be a grandmaster, possessing 12-star combat power. But those 12 stars are not his full power at all. We speculate. That person imagined Lu Sheng's power and replied. Even 20 stars aren't enough to describe him. Everyone was shocked and simultaneously replied, huh. 5 minutes later in Lu Sheng's villa. Sunlight shone on the door. 2 people were guarding the entrance. Lu Sheng looked behind him, it was Hong Yu and the others. Everyone take the items for inventory. After the task is done, I will transfer 10 of the profit to everyone's accounts. You may all go back dismissed. Hong Yu raised her hand to her head, giving a military salute. Just like in the army. Yes, sir. In the bedroom, Lu Sheng lay relaxed with his eyes closed. Then he entered the dreamscape again. Lu Sheng looked at the red ribbons with words, letting himself examine them, to see what was in that abyss rift and the monsters there. What kind of monsters truly reside in the depths? The words tomb data appeared. Lu Sheng reached out and tapped the words. The red ribbons unfolded and began to spin. Lu Sheng watched, suddenly enlightened. So that place was connected to the second battlefield, explaining the abyss rifts in the fire project. They are 2 worlds, overlapping and colliding with each other. This creates spatial rifts. Lu Sheng looked at the beams of light, tearing and attacking the ground. These rifts are not all the same. If the interior is quite complete, a gray vortex area will form. That area is large enough to accommodate the other worlds. Top Masters. Descending, which is the second battlefield. The gray battlefield area. Those exotic beasts were skeletal in form, wearing tough armor, walking in groups armed with weapons. In the sky, there were also flying exotic beasts. Behind them were black mountains. There was golden sunlight, but the sky was blood red. The purplish-red planets seemed to be colliding with Earth's surface. Lu Sheng believed these 2 were of different levels, different in spacetime and even different universes. Afterwards there was a golden sphere, as if it was opening its lid. An accident occurred for some reason, colliding and overlapping. After that sphere opened, the exotic beasts appeared. It's terrifying. Could this be the reason for the exotic beast invasion? But it's clear that the world of exotic beasts is much stronger than our world. Lu Sheng looked at those exotic beasts that had once fought with cultivators. They were powerful because the strength gap between the 2 sides was quite significant. Therefore, the exotic beasts from the other world could easily invade our world. Afterwards there was an hourglass-like image. Inside, many exotic beasts were touching Earth's surface. Conversely, it is very difficult for us to go to the other world. Lu Sheng rubbed his chin with 2 fingers. His gaze was deep, thoughtful. No wonder he himself, after absorbing so many zombie memories, Lu Sheng realized that very few level 10 and level 11 powerhouses made a move. High-level powerhouses, figures like Ganga, were only mentioned. It turns out they all went to the second battlefield to fight powerful monsters from the other world. The powerhouses and exotic beasts fiercely battling. Countless powerhouses rushed into the battlefield one after another. There were scenes of exotic beasts being eliminated, and scenes of powerhouses being attacked by them. Conversely, exotic beasts and powerhouses were entangled in a chaotic battle. It was impossible to distinguish where the powerhouses were and where the exotic beasts were. Lu Sheng thought to himself. And the exotic beasts will continue to grow over time. The main battle for cultivators. This is what the future 10,000 years from now looks like. A scene of powerful individuals holding enormous and powerful weapons, attacking hordes of alien beasts. The tense relationship between the 2 civilizations. To what extent has it reached? On one side, powerful individuals. On the other, a scene of fierce alien beast hordes. It completely depends on the competition between the top powerhouses of the 2 civilizations. The end result was that they lost. That's why they did everything they could to cultivate a level 12 powerhouse. A scene of human corpses strewn haphazardly in pools of blood. Some alien beasts clutched them tightly in one hand as if they could crush them, treating humans with extreme cruelty. They had already eliminated all level 10 powerhouses. Level 11 Lu Sheng thus understood the birth of the kindling plan. But a level 12 martial artist would have a chance to win on the 2-star beast battlefield, or maintain an advantage. Perhaps even if Lu Sheng was extremely focused, it would be difficult to achieve. Lu Sheng looked at the red band of light before him. But at a minimum, one must be at level 10 martial Dao to be qualified to enter the second battlefield. Lu Sheng recalled the martial arts powerhouses he had encountered before. Now I am already at the 300-year martial Dao realm. The second battlefield has not yet opened. Xiao Jun and the figures of everyone else appeared. Below, there were also photos of Lu Sheng and Jiang Yi, followed by photos of the beautiful Qing Shui. Lu Sheng looked at those photos, feeling as if they had nothing to do with him. Then Lu Sheng's gaze grew more serious. No. If I can reach level 11 within 300 years of martial cultivation, or even level 12, I can directly rush over and deter them, kill every top powerhouse from the alien world, kill every single one of the alien beasts. Lu Sheng envisioned a scene of himself magnificently eradicating the alien beast hordes. Lu Sheng spread his arms and light surged up behind him. A beam of light shot straight into the sky, piercing through the clouds. This my martial Dao has actually broken through. Lu Sheng, filled with chi around his body, looked at his hand. Is it because my goal has become completely clear? Lu Sheng's eyes were serious. It seems this idea is also feasible. I will strive to reach level 12 as quickly as possible. Enter the second battlefield, step into the alien world, and fundamentally resolve this disaster. Such a sight. Before Lu Sheng's eyes was a vortex of light, surrounded by alien beasts. Lu Sheng thought of the tall buildings in the city. I cannot let the war continue until 10,000 years later a crisis, and civilization collapses. Lu Sheng's eyes were filled with determination. Lu Sheng, imagining himself capable of destroying the alien beast world, directly by Lu Sheng's own hands within 300 years of martial cultivation, completely ending and reversing the situation. The bright sky shone on the buildings, looking very warm. Wang Yan walked in front, with the posture of a manager, while Li Dai followed behind holding a tea tray in one hand. Wang Yan walked over to Lu Sheng, who was sitting at a large round wooden table. What is it, Lord? Lu Sheng replied, holding a teacup. Wang Yan glanced at Li Dai, who was holding the tea tray. This is a gift from Steward Wang. Lingchuan Longjing special tea. Li Dai placed the teacup on the table. The teacup contained emerald green clear tea. Please enjoy. Lu Sheng picked up the teacup and tasted it. Lu Sheng smiled, saying, oh, this tea actually contains a unique ability. How interesting, Lu Sheng thought to himself. I never thought I could reach such a level. To receive tea as a gift from others. Special. Wang Yan clapped his hands. Then a male servant pushed a cart over. On it was a briefcase placed on a white cloth. Wang Yan extended his hand and introduced. My lord, the level 7 staff you commissioned last time has been completed. Please take a look. Lu Sheng remained still, extended his arm and with power took the briefcase from the cart. That fast. Lu Sheng held the weapon from the briefcase in his hand. It was a long staff, inlaid with mithril ore. Lu Sheng smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. This is not just an ordinary level 7 weapon. It feels almost like a level 8. I am very satisfied. Lu Sheng held the long staff, seeing Wang Yan and Li Dai standing behind him. I brought back a lot of mithril this time. Help me forge another weapon. I'll send you the design blueprint later. Wang Yan bowed his head and replied, as you command. Afterward, Lu Sheng continued to issue orders. Li Dai, see Steward Wang out. We will have guests visiting later. Prepare some drinks and food. Li Dai also bowed her head in obedience. Yes. Li Dai and Wang Yan walked out. Li Dai reached out and gently closed the door. Wang Yan looked at Li Dai. You're truly lucky to have met someone like Lord Lu. Li Dai agreed. Indeed. Wang Yan walked ahead, waving his hand. Keep it up, don't let Lord Lu's trust in you down. There might even be opportunities for promotion in the future. Li Dai's cheeks flushed, but she remained silent. Afterwards, a person in a black robe leaned against a pillar behind them. He laughed, his eyes extremely dangerous. Li Dai, don't be nervous. I'm an old comrade in arms of your parents. I even held you when you were little. Li Dai turned to look at the person. The person spoke. You're working for Lu Sheng now, aren't you? Interested in a chat? Li Dai looked bewildered. Li Dai remained silent, but her eyes were calculating. Finally, Li Dai opened her mouth and agreed, all right. At the eastern airport of the third war zone, the airport was spacious and bathed in sunlight. It's truly dazzling. At this moment, Qin Shui was walking with her arms crossed, a blond man wearing sunglasses. He took off his sunglasses. Oh, a beauty! He looked at Qin Shui's chest, then at Qin Shui's face. He thought, this kind of temperament is very much to my taste, not bad. Afterwards, the blond man approached. The man said in a flirtatious tone, hello, which war zone are you from? And which division? Qin Shui looked at the star insignia on his uniform's shoulder. 7-star General. Qin Shui raised her hand to her forehead. She saluted Colonel Dong. Qin Shui, subordinate to Lieutenant General Du Fei. 1182nd Division of the 9th War Zone. Hello, Commander, he smiled. Du Fei, I don't know him. But I know. Your 9th War Zone's general is having dinner with me tonight. I'll invite your general to join us. Xin Shui turned her face and flatly refused. Sorry. I'm waiting for someone and I already have plans tonight. The man angrily ordered cancel it. But Xin Shui remained indifferent. I can't cancel, that person will be very angry. The man's eyes were dangerous. Then let him come along, I'm very interested. In the 3rd War Zone. Whose anger could possibly have graver consequences than mine? A hand grabbed his shoulder. The man laughed heartily. Sheng Yi appeared, his gaze fixed on the blonde man. Alright then, I'll let you see for yourself. The blonde man looked at the oppressive aura and was terrified into a panic by Sheng Yi. Who are you? Sheng Yi grabbed his neck with one hand, lifting him into midair. An Eastern Army general. And this is all the strength you have? The man screamed in pain. Then Sheng Yi mercilessly with one hand threw the man towards the statue opposite. The man crashed into the wall, which cracked upon impact. Sheng Yi scoffed indifferently. With just this much skill you think you can hit on my sister? Humph, trash him, her brother, and I don't approve. Sheng Yi heard a cry of brother. Afterward his angry expression was replaced with one of great joy and excitement. His expression changed faster than flipping a pancake. Sheng Yi looked at Xin Shui with a doting expression. Oh, little sister. Long time no see, I didn't expect you to become even cuter. Xin Shui crossed her arms. Since you're here, I'll be leaving. Sheng Yi was still complaining verbally, but his expression remained radiant. He smiled and said, you're still the same, always rejecting people, alright. Go back and tell all the Eastern masters. Sheng Yi grinned excitedly, saying, I the East. Sheng Yi has arrived. In the bar the music was loud. The atmosphere was lively. Some very beautiful ladies are serving. Lu Sheng, holding a wineglass, asked the person next to him, did Dong Qingxue go to the 3rd War Zone to pick someone up? Xiao Jun admitted, that's right, so unfortunately. Lu Sheng feigned asking instructor Dong Chang, your friend came to the military district, and she still had to go pick them up herself, and what's more? Xiao Jun happily told the waiter. Bring some more up, he's paying. The waiter smiled beautifully and replied yes. Xiao Jun explained. Not a friend. A relative. His half-brother named Dong Xingyi. In Xiao Jun's estimation, this Dong Xingyi was no ordinary person. He was a monstrous martial arts genius. He was the martial saint's most valued disciple. One could say he was the martial saint's successor. Lu Sheng replied indifferently, is that so truly impressive? Xiao Jun laughed heartily. Look at you. Don't you find that impressive at all? Lu Sheng, holding his wineglass, asked suspiciously. Is it that obvious? Xiao Jun put a hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder. Who knew a young talented kid like you, with combat power reaching 12 stars, would be as extraordinarily gifted as a divine dragon? The proud young man seemed to be saying, don't underestimate me. Xiao Jun provided information. Dong Xingyi is indeed no ordinary person. The martial saint's successor is not simple. Not only that, Dong Qingxue also has another brother, named Dong Padian. He is the top-ranked general in the central military region. Xiao Jun revealed with an extremely serious expression. His hand also held up 2 fingers. His combat power has reached 27 stars. His nickname is Central Winter Emperor. His strength is absolutely terrifying. Can you imagine what kind of concept that is? Lu Sheng asked. Instructor Dong's brother is the Central Winter Emperor. Xiao Jun gripped Lu Sheng's shoulder tightly. That's right. Xiao Jun patted Lu Sheng's shoulder, breaking a sweat. My friend. Xiao Jun raised his cup and drained it. If you want to court Dong Qingxue, you must pass 2 tests. Her 2 brothers' tests. The road ahead is full of thorns, so take care. Lu Sheng's cheeks flushed. He denied. Who said I want to court Dong Qingxue? How could Xiao Jun let him off so easily? He wasn't done teasing, still pretending with me. You're a grown man. What are you hiding? Xiao Jun winked at Lu Sheng. Dong Qingxue doesn't even bother to pretend with me. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng's eyes widened, and he slammed his water glass onto the table. His gaze was stern. What did you say? What did Dong Qingxue admit to you? Xiao Jun, again in a cheerful mood, teased. So agitated you've given yourself away. You fool, Lu Sheng. Oh, Lu Sheng. I knew it. Xiao Jun stood up and put both hands on Lu Sheng's shoulders. Your martial arts are indeed very strong, but when it comes to relationships, you're just a child. I can see right through your deepest thoughts with a single glance. Lu Sheng also admitted. You're right. Then, what exactly did Instructor Dong admit to you? Xiao Jun smiled contentedly. What do you want her to admit? Xiao Jun had laughed enough. It was time to wrap it up. I won't tease you anymore. She definitely has feelings for you. But Xiao Jun pointed a finger at Lu Sheng. Xiao Jun's eyes became even more serious. You last time she invited you out to dinner. Maybe she wanted to tell you all this then. But you actually stood her up. You really are something. Lu Sheng's cheeks flushed and he finally understood. He secretly bloomed with joy inside. So that's how it is. Xiao Jun poured wine into his glass. But don't worry, I know Dong Qingxue too well. Once she's set her mind on something, it's usually hard to change. Her hurdle isn't a big problem. Xiao Jun handed the wineglass to Lu Sheng. It's still what I said before. Her two brothers are the core problem, Dong Xingyi and Dong Patian. A voice sounded too strong. Two people walked in and began discussing Dong Shengyi. Just on his first day in our eastern military region, he already defeated Sun Hengwu ranked first, and Jisun ranked second on the general star rankings. Both of their heads were cut off. Who else could be his match? Lu Sheng and Xiao Jun sat listening as the two people walked and conversed. That's right, I heard the day he emerged from seclusion. He planned to fight his way through all 4 military regions. To prove his martial arts reached an invincible realm. This is his path to becoming a martial saint. The person next to him continued, martial saint, that's an exaggeration. There are countless experts in the military region. Someone is bound to be able to handle him. Xiao Jun said to Lu Sheng. Dong Shengyi has already made his move. The Eastern Grand Tournament is approaching. This guy. To actually challenge at such a critical moment. How arrogant. Xiao Jun took a sip of wine. The martial saint card is indeed effective. The military region probably can't do anything about him. Xiao Jun raised a hand to wipe away the droplets from his mouth. You should be careful. Dong Shengyi has already declared he will conquer the entire East, challenging people one by one. It'll be your turn on the rankings soon. Plus your relationship with Dong Qingxue. You'll definitely become the center of attention. Lu Sheng reached out and rubbed his chin. What's the relationship between Dong Qingxue and Dong Shengyi? Lu Sheng looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. What do you mean? Are you suggesting you want Dong Qingxue to plead for you? So that Dong Shengyi will let you off? Lu Sheng chuckled. Of course not. Lu Sheng explained. I was thinking Dong Shengyi's visit to the military region this time is clearly an attempt to use the opportunity of challenging heroes from all sides to elevate himself and cultivate his invincible martial arts momentum. This is for his future. To break through to the martial saint realm. An extremely crucial step, Lu Sheng carefully considered. And he's also Dong Qingxue's older brother. To put it bluntly, he's your brother-in-law. Xiao Jun asked with a focused gaze. Oh. What then? Lu Sheng continued. If he encounters me, he will surely be thoroughly defeated by me. His invincible momentum, before it can even be established, will be shattered, and then his future martial arts foundation will become uncertain. Lu Sheng imagined himself fighting Shengyi, with little Qingxue caught in the middle. Dong Shengyi would view me as his sworn enemy. Instructor Dong would be caught between the two of us. It would definitely be difficult for us. Lu Sheng continued to calculate. And there's Dong Patian later on. If I consecutively defeat both her older brothers, who knows? My future relationship might become very stiff. Xiao Jun was dumbfounded. Simply unable to believe this troublesome friend's idea. Lu Sheng sat there sighing. I'm so troubled, and besides. Xiao Jun looked from one side to the other, gazing at Lu Sheng with a puzzled expression. Xiao Jun scrutinized Lu Sheng carefully. Lu Sheng asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Then Xiao Jun covered his mouth and chuckled secretly. Xiao Jun put one hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder, and with the other he gave a thumbs up. He commented, damn, when it comes to putting on an act, Lu Sheng, you're the best. I'm impressed. Lu Sheng looked at Xiao Jun. I'm serious. Xiao Jun nodded understandingly. I know. Meanwhile, on the other side of the military region, flames soared to the sky and smoke billowed. Shengyi brushed the dust from his sleeve. Tisk, truly fragile. Shengyi looked at the people lying on the ground. Is that all you've got? Those people were terrified. So strong. Looking at Shengyi's oppressive aura, those people cried out in fear. He's too strong. Even if all top 10 general stars attacked together, it wouldn't help. What are we going to do about him? Shengyi walked over to Dong Qingxue and waved Dong Qingxue. Qingxue also greeted Dong Shengyi. Just then another hand reached out. And me too. Wan appeared. Dongfang Xixian's appearance after 25 hours of hiding will surely shock everyone. Hello there, Qingxue Jie. Qingxue greeted Miss Lin. Wan coming to the military zone with my brother this time. It must be for something important, right? Wan happily hugged Qingxue's arm. Of course, Qingxue Jie. Wan leaned in and whispered to Qingxue. I'm currently working on a research project related to mutated beast genes. I need a lot of experimental samples. That's why I came with Dongfang Xixiang. Wan leaned in and whispered to Qingxue. You'll have to ask Qingxue Jia for help with this. I originally wanted to find a few people in the military zone to help. But Dongfang Shixiang defeated them all. Xingyi stood opposite and spoke. Everyone in the eastern military zone is a blockhead. They have no combat ability or skill. They're all useless except for Sun Haoyu, who's ranked first. He has a bit of ability. Qingxue corrected its Sun Hongyu. Shenjia's eyes gleamed as she scoffed. It's all the same. That guy couldn't even last 3 moves against me. He's not worth me remembering his name. Xingyi stepped forward. Oh right, Sister Wanwan must have told you already, right? We came to the eastern military zone this time to prepare for descending into a tomb. Xingyi held Kingsu's shoulders. Well, need the help of you, a mind power master. Qingxue looked at Wanwan, who was standing beside her, and pondered. Lin Wanwan, a very common name. But her mother's name is very famous in Dragon Country. Marshal Saint Lin Xinyue. Qingxue agreed. All right, which tomb are you planning to go to? And how many levels down? Xingyi believed they definitely needed to go to an S-grade tomb. The deeper the better. The stronger the mutated beast, the more precious the genetic samples. Xingyi looked at Qingxue seriously. Don't underestimate Wanwan's research project. If it succeeds, Xingyi believed, the entire world's martial arts path might undergo a revolutionary change. My chance at becoming a martial saint, Xingyi looked at Wanwan, might also fall upon her. Wanwan smiled. Dongfang Shixiang. You're making fun of me again. Meanwhile, Qingxue held a pendant in her hand. Qingxue opened her mouth and agreed. All right. Qingxue gripped the pendant tightly in her hand. I'll help you, but only if you promise me one thing. Xingyi asked about her request with a puzzled look. Then Xingyi smiled and agreed. All right. Go on, tell me. Oh right, you're about to advance to Grandmaster, aren't you? I can. Qingxue interrupted. It has nothing to do with martial arts. Are you planning to challenge those on the general star rankings? Going down the list. Xingyi admitted. That's right. Although they're all unchallenging opponents. Since I'm already here, I might as well consider it a warm-up. Kingsu's cheeks flushed and she hesitantly made her request. Then skip the 4th-ranked person. Xingyi reached up and stroked her chin, asking thoughtfully, who's the 4th-ranked person? Qingxue stood silently beside her. Xingyi smiled. Oh right. It's Lu Sheng, the 12-star general of the 9th battle zone. Then Xingyi quickly glanced at Qingxue. Xingyi looked at the pendant in her hand. This thing was given to you by the strongest, right? Interesting, the martial arts will is very pure. Kingsu's expression was tense. Give it back to me now. Xingyi returned the pendant to Qingxue and smiled. Het has still the exact same temper as when you were a child. Can't even take a joke. But since you mentioned him, then I'll grant your wish. I'll skip him, but only this once. Xingyi smiled. Once I've finished challenging the 5 great military zones, that boy you like must take one move from me. Only then will I acknowledge him. He won't interfere in your relationship anymore. Xingyi looked at Qingxue with a serious gaze. Otherwise, no matter how much you like him, it won't be allowed. Do you understand? Qingxue was silent. Xingyi stood in front of Qingxue. My hurdle is considered the easy one. Dong Potion's side won't be so simple. Do you still remember when you were little? There was a Qin family boy who was killing Pajun, wanted to pursue you. But Padian almost beat him to death on the spot, didn't he? Kingsu's eyes were full of worry. Xingyi smiled and placed a hand on Kingsu's shoulder. You should think about it carefully. After all, not everyone would do that. Can Big Brother also be understanding, gentle, and polite just like me? Wanwan held Kingsu's hand. Wanwan smiled brightly. Big sister Qingxue, please don't worry. I'll make sure senior brother compromises. I promise he won't hurt the person you like. Xingyi looked at Wanwan. Lin Wanwan, if you ever want to date, your boyfriend will be in an even tougher spot. Your mom is a martial saint, and you have a whole bunch of senior brothers who dominate in martial arts. Wanwan said confidently. My mom listens to me. Senior brothers listen to my mom. So what do I have to worry about? Xingyi cracked his knuckles and walked cheerfully. Let's go to the inside of the war zone. Within 3 days, I'm going to clear out all the experts on the general star rankings. At the same time, we'll enter the tomb in 3 days, so be fully prepared. Lu Sheng, I miss you. At this moment, the sky in the dream space was pitch black. Below were zombies. Lu Sheng looked at the scene. He hadn't noticed before that the people around him, Kingsu's evaluations were not low. Lu Sheng looked at the 3 photos in front of him. One person was 5-star. One person was 6-star. Dongfang Xingyi was fine, but Dongfang Padian was actually a 9th-level martial saint. But this was over 100 years later. Being stuck at Grandmaster 8th level for 100 years, it wasn't surprising. Even so, it was enough to be called extraordinarily talented. Lu Sheng sighed. Just a martial saint, that's all. The appearance of martial saints was indeed common in 10,000 years of martial arts. The current 3 martial saints of Manhwa couldn't even rank among the masters of 3,000 years of martial arts, let alone a mere Dongfang Padian. Lu Sheng's gaze softly fell upon Dongfang Qingshui. Lu Sheng thought of himself reaching out to Qingshui. To say he didn't like her would be a lie. If someone had said when he was young and in love that over 90% of men in the world, Kings's hand also reached out to Lu Sheng during their youth, had secretly admired one of their teachers, whether male or female teachers, hormones and admiration at play. A seed was quietly sown in an innocent heart. Of course, most seeds withered away before they even sprouted with the falling peach blossoms. After that, Kings's hand disappeared. This subtle feeling would be washed away by time, dissipating like smoke. When I reached out to grasp it, perhaps my feelings for Dongfang Qingshui began when I saw a potential partner. Is this what fate dictates? Lu Sheng mused. Alright then. I'll cultivate for a bit first. Then go earn some money after I wake up. If Dongfang Xingyi comes looking for trouble, I'll just go easy on him and defeat him in a few more moves. Lu Sheng thought carefully. They shouldn't see through my act, right? Big brother. No matter what the future holds, I have to save him some face. 3 days later, the sky above Lu Sheng's home was clear and bright. Lu Sheng sat in a chair scrolling on his phone. Zheng Dandan Yangyan. If they're not among my partners, I won't bother them anymore. The phone screen showed Zheng Dandan. Healing Su Yangyan. Healing Su, haven't contacted her in a long time. Lu Sheng messaged Healing Su, are you there? Ling Su replied. I was just about to look for you to report on the situation with Lingxing Pharmaceuticals. Recently another bunch of messages started ringing. Lu Sheng said tiredly, damn, messages are ringing like thunder. Lu Sheng was utterly exhausted. Can I really marry this woman and bring her home as a wife? All she does is report work when she talks to me. Forget it, I can't keep chatting with her. On the phone screen, Ling Su sent the graduation thesis report file. Lu Sheng replied. The weather's getting colder lately, remember to keep warm and don't overexert yourself. Your health is still more important. Lu Sheng thought I should show her some concern. Ling Su asked in surprise, what happened? This stingy Lu Sheng is actually saying sweet words. After sending the message, Lu Sheng glanced at him. Ling Su sent a very long message. Are you an AI? Did an AI steal Lu Sheng's phone? If you found someone else's phone, you should return it, you know. Do you know that? It also came with warning and scolding emojis. Lu Sheng was speechless. Lu Sheng found it strange again. But it's already been 3 days, why hasn't Dong Xingyi arrived yet? Lu Sheng looked at the news on the screen. Having defeated all the masters in the Eastern War Zone, with the exception of Sun Hongyu, the Hand of 7 Luminaries, everyone else will be a target for Dong Xingyi to defeat. Having defeated the #1 ranked person in the 9th War Zone, unstoppable. He's clearly defeated everyone. Yet he hasn't come to find me. Who is ranked 4th? Interesting, he's deliberately skipping me, isn't he? Lu Sheng smiled slightly. Does this mean he's letting me off? It's probably Dong Kingsu's doing. I didn't expect to feel a little bit like living off a woman again. Lu Sheng held a hot water cup in his hand. Since you're giving my sister face, then I'll give my wife face too. If you don't provoke me, then I won't hit you either. Lu Sheng placed the water cup on the table. It's time to make a trip to the underground catacombs. While the Eastern Military Region still has a few days. Not only does making weapons require money, but the wedding, betrothal gifts, raising a wife and children later on, all require money. Lu Sheng put his hands in his pockets and said, Li Dai, help me pack my things. I'm going to carry out a mission. Li Dai lowered her head and replied, yes, my lord. At this moment in the S-rank underground catacombs, Wanwan jumped down. Wanwan rubbed her hands. It's really cold in these catacombs. Dong Xingyi said with her hands on her hips. If you put in a little effort in martial arts, you wouldn't be so afraid of the cold, so delicate. What a waste. Wanwan took out her pendant, which emitted a faint glow. Not everyone has to pursue martial arts, you know. After that, Wanwan's body felt as if it was infused with a warm power. Wanwan said happily. Now it's not cold anymore. Meanwhile, Dong Qingshui coldly held the item in her hand. Dong Xingyi teased. It's quite similar to the thing that Brat gave you, but the value is vastly different. It contains the will of a martial saint. It's simply incomparable. Dong Qingshui thought to herself. I actually think this one is much better. Dong Shenjia's eyes were fervent enough with the small talk. Let's begin. You two are mainly here to help scout the abyss. You don't need to fight. All the exotic beasts will be dealt with by me. Wanwan was incredibly excited behind them. But Dong Qingshui remained expressionless. In the Shrank underground catacombs, Lu Sheng stood before the catacomb pit. Last time he entered it was night. This time it was daytime. Lu Sheng walked in and felt a little better. With less of the inherent gloom, Lu Sheng believed that fear stemmed from weakness. But when one was strong enough, whether it was demons or evil gods standing before him, it would all be nonsense. Lu Sheng looked downwards. I can break through all of it with one punch. Then Lu Sheng jumped down. He wondered if the consciousness deep within the catacombs was still there. Do you only exist in A-rank catacombs or in every catacomb? Lu Sheng looked at the place he jumped down from, feeling no fear at all. His last reconnaissance told him that the opponent was simply a paper tiger. Lu Sheng remained engrossed in thought. Even if it's stronger than me, it can't do much across the abyss. Otherwise, why would it need to use tricks to lure me in? Lu Sheng's foot landed on the ground, and the ground shattered into rubble. Lu Sheng smiled faintly. If I really encounter it, the sooner I retreat the better. I wonder what Dongfang Qingxue is doing. Meanwhile, on Kingsu's side, Xingyi with one hand easily eliminates mutant beasts with his weapon. Wanwan stands by cheering happily. Xingyi comments. Kingsu's eyes gleam, using her psychic energy intensely. Qingxue looks around, there's nothing. There are no other mutant beasts around, so it's safe to collect. Wanwan puts on her mask and gloves ready. Wanwan inserts a needle into the mutant beast and draws blood. Wanwan looks at the blood collection tube. She assesses the blood sample's strength as very high, as expected of a level 7 mutant beast. Xingyi smiles. The foundation of a powerful martial artist is their physical body. Every part of the body is the best weapon. Unlike those common generals. Xingyi turns around to show off. I train with cold weapons to pursue mastery, to make it even more refined, to break through the peak of physical function. If it weren't for speeding up the overall process, Xingyi puts on a very cool and flashy display. Then I wouldn't even bother using a blade. After all, the blood of these creatures is too filthy. However, his cute little sister mercilessly says, either you go collect it or shut up. Nobody likes to hear you say such boastful things. Xingyi pouts an annoyed ha on his face. After that, Dongfang Xingyi slayed mutant beasts all the way, successfully reaching the depths of the tomb. Xingyi continuously swung his weapon. Mutant beasts were eliminated one after another. Wherever Xingyi went, mutant beasts died. Qingxue watches Xingyi calmly, slaying the mutant beasts before him. Logically speaking, having such a powerful older brother, one should be very happy. Qingxue is troubled in her heart, but the thought that Lu Sheng might be harmed by him makes me furious. Watching Xingyi kill mutant beasts is like watching him perform a sword dance. That guy King's eyes show a sly glint. It would be great if he got injured in the tomb. A Yuan Qi flies towards Xingyi. Xingyi quickly dodges. Xingyi shouts, Qingxue, how can there be Yuan Qi here? You didn't warn me at all. If it weren't for my martial arts intuition reminding me, I would have almost been finished. Qingxue says innocently, sorry. I didn't see it. Besides, Yuan Qi are so small. Even if you hit one, you wouldn't die. Then with a chilling gaze, at most you'd be severely injured. Xingyi breaks out in a cold sweat, speechless. You. Xingyi unconvinced, humph. Unable to convince her. Afterwards, Dongfang Xingyi almost ran into Yuan Qi many times. Shenji's speed in dodging Yuan Qi was also very fast. Watching the Yuan Qi continuously rush towards him, Xingyi gets a bit annoyed. Dongfang Qingxue, what on earth are you doing? Xingyi asks again, are you trying to kill me? Qingxue crosses her arms and replies calmly, I didn't see it. Xingyi points angrily, nonsense. You're clearly deliberately luring me to hit the Yuan Qi. You were the one who insisted I come this way. But Qingxue still says calmly, oh really? I truly didn't see it. Sorry, you'll pay more attention. Shenji's eyes fill with fear. This is terrifying, absolutely terrifying. This woman isn't even married yet. Xingyi is very displeased in his heart, reaching out to lecture. Qingxue is already treating her family this badly. She even dares to play tricks on her own brother. What will she be like in the future? Wanwan whispers to Xingyi. Senior brother, please take care of yourself. Xingyi seizes the opportunity to warn Wanwan. Wanwan, when you date in the future, absolutely do not be like her. This woman has ill intentions. Her thoughts are dark. Qingxue is speechless. Tomb 34th floor. Xingyi still easily eliminates mutant beasts. Yuan Qi appears again. After that, Xingyi was slightly grazed by a Yuan Qi. Shenji's gaze is serious. Dongfang Qingxue, stop joking around. If you cause me to get injured, none of us three will be able to escape. These are all level 8 mutant beasts here. But Ling Shui also felt something was off at this moment. Didn't you see it? Shang Yi was speechless. Ling Shui's face was covered in sweat. This time I really didn't see it. Ling Shui bent down looking at the abyssal rift in the air. This abyssal rift suddenly appeared just now. It wasn't present in this space before. This is a bit troublesome. Wan Wan and Shang Yi kept staring at Ling Shui. Ling Shui, her expression very shocked. Why are you two looking at me like that? Wan Wan exclaimed in surprise. Sister Ling Shui, you just said this time you really didn't see it. So that means before. Shang Yi was very displeased with her younger sister. Is this really my biological sister? Holy crap? Ling Shui reminded, stop talking nonsense. This is a serious problem. New abyssal rifts keep appearing in the tomb. This is unusual. These are all signs that the tomb is about to experience an uprising. Ling Shui looked at the two of them. We'd better leave here as soon as possible. An uprising in an S-rank tomb is no laughing matter. Wan Wan hesitated. But I still haven't finished collecting some samples. Shang Yi spoke up. It's all right, Wan Wan. Let's continue. Shang Yi still resented Dongfang Ling Shui. I can't believe a single word you say now. Ling Shui was speechless. At this moment on the 35th floor of an S-rank tomb, Lu Sheng easily defeated the monstrous beast with one hand. Lu Sheng touched the monstrous beast with a tool. Seeing the Hu Jie squad. Having done this many times, it's quite simple. Suddenly Lu Sheng felt a vibration in his mind. Lu Sheng reached out to rub the bridge of his nose, his brows furrowed. What's going on? Why do I suddenly have a sense of unease? The immortal cells sent some strange signals. Lu Sheng pondered. The meaning of this signal concerns himself. Or some important people around him. Lu Sheng's eyes widened in alarm as someone in danger. Lu Sheng still stood scratching his head. Lu Sheng's eyes showed discomfort. This feeling, the feeling conveyed by the immortal cells. It can't be groundless. Lu Sheng closed his eyes. It only happens when he, or the most important people around him, are in some kind of trouble. Who could it be? Lu Sheng activated his mental power. Lu Sheng tensed his arms. A light appeared in his mind. Martial arts cultivation. Capable of continuously unearthing various treasures within the incredible human body. Prediction. Predicting good or bad fortune is a minor divine ability of martial arts. Sensing danger. Can avoid stepping into dangerous places. And avoid confronting those unbeatable opponents hidden. Lu Sheng's immortal cells are enhancing this ability. Images of loved ones appeared in Lu Sheng's mind. It can't remain blurry any longer. He couldn't find the specific source at all. The important people in his heart. Parents' younger sister. Dongfang Ling Shui Qin Xiaojun Lu Qiming Lin Zai. Lu Sheng took out his phone to check them one by one, but the key is the signal in the tomb. The signal in the tomb is weak, he can't make calls. He can't check even if he wants to. I hope it's not far from here. Otherwise I won't make it in time. Lu Sheng moved quickly through the tomb. Never mind, he's also very close to the secret gold mine now. Go quickly, solve it quickly. Looking at the shimmering secret gold mine before him. It's right there. Lu Sheng quickly ran over. His mental power didn't detect anyone. This means there are few evil path grandmasters in this tomb. Indeed. Not every tomb is connected to each other. A trace of joy flashed in Lu Sheng's eyes. He took out a staff shining with the light of power. A beam of light was released and a monstrous beast rushed out. Lu Sheng coldly. His eyes fierce, don't bother me. Then with a single strike of his staff he severed the monstrous beast. Not far from here. A group of people are collecting good things. From those defeated alien beasts. The defeated ones. Someone senses movement over there. What's that sound? A strong smell of blood is wafting over here. Is it an alien beast or a human? Someone replies, I don't know. Let's go take a look, alright. Meanwhile on the other side, Ji Chen is eliminating an extremely huge alien beast. Ji Chen's eyes are troubled. Why is Dong Xingyi so strong? His strength isn't much greater than mine. Ji Chen slays the alien beast. Yet I couldn't even block one of his moves. Why does Dong Xingyi annoy me so much? I should be happy to have dealt with an 8th level alien beast alone. Why am I still so depressed, damn it? A loud bang directly towards Ji Chen's location. Ji Chen was already irritable and now it's adding fuel to the fire. He curses angrily, damn it. Who the hell is making so much noise in this tomb? I'm not in the mood, I'm irritated, just you wait. You've pissed me off. The dense ore is broken into pieces. Lu Sheng reaches out to touch it. The amount of dense gold ore here is quite substantial. Alien beasts fiercely rush out from behind him. Lu Sheng kills them in one hit without even looking. This dense gold will attract alien beasts. Just a little more digging and it'll be enough. Lu Sheng thinks of the Red Jade team. Since there are no porters this time, he'll have to carry it back slowly. Suddenly Lu Sheng's hand holding the staff trembles. Lu Sheng's body also shakes from it, that feeling just now. My heart was suddenly squeezed. This concerns someone important to me. Could they be in danger? I didn't expect it to be so intense. It's probably too late. Forget it, just take one piece and leave, I don't need the rest of this dense gold. Lu Sheng takes a large piece of dense gold, then turns and leaves. Lu Sheng's eyes are alert. That group of people has already surrounded the area. Their eyes are filled with greed. Oh my god, dense gold, so much dense gold. Those guys are extremely excited. This guy found a dense gold mine. Brothers, look. One guy stares at the dense gold in Lu Sheng's hand, his eyes glazed over. Lu Sheng imagines a group of dogs whose owner has brought them food. Their longing gaze doesn't stop. Lu Sheng also thinks to himself, they look just like those stray dogs when I bring food home. Lu Sheng says, the rest is all yours, now get out of my way. A guy holding dense ore smirks evilly. Brother, you're quite the joker. He points at the alien beasts lying on the ground. You're mining ore, making such a huge commotion. Don't you know dense gold attracts alien beasts? Many alien beasts are probably rushing here. How can we dig up the rest? How about? His eyes are cunning. Share a little with us, including that piece in your hand. It would also be convenient for us to become friends, and then escape safely together. Lu Sheng steps forward. What did you say? I didn't quite hear you. Lu Sheng's eyes light up. Say it again. Those guys are terrified. Someone appears and speaks. You were the one making all that noise here, attracting alien beasts. Weren't you? Those people know who the newcomer is. You're Ji Chen. Ji Chen walks over with an angry look. Ji Chen smiles. You know me. The guys bow and nod in acknowledgement. Sir, you just the second-ranked star general on the overall list. Who in this entire eastern military zone doesn't know you? Lu Sheng also speaks. Then do you know me? Ji Chen scoffs. What are you? I don't know who you are. Nor do I need to know who you are. All I know is you bothered me just now, and am not in a very good mood. Ji Chen makes a demand. Either leave all the dense gold or you'll be left behind too. Those guys quickly say, get ready to watch Lord Ji Chen perform. We hope his lordship can leave us a little. The dense silver gold ore in Lu Sheng's hand drops to the ground. Ji Chen smiles with satisfaction. Kid, you really know what's good for you in that case? Ill. Lu Sheng says coldly. You people are martial arts instincts just for show. At this moment Lu Sheng's body seemed to ignite. Why can't I feel it? I'm really anxious and irritable right now. Lu Sheng's gaze was fierce. Why do you have to provoke me to madness at this very moment? Ji Jin exclaimed with a surprised look. You. What exactly are you? Lu Sheng calmly said, fine, since you're so eager to die. The aura around Lu Sheng suddenly changed, carrying a powerful sense of oppression. Lu Sheng's eyes became cold and sharp. Then I'll grant your wish immediately. No sooner had Lu Sheng finished speaking. The comm units, the watches on those people's wrists. With a bang they all shattered. All fell to the ground. They were all astonished, not understanding what had happened. Everyone exclaimed in horror, our communication watches. Oh no, our communication watches. A terrifying power emanated from Lu Sheng's entire body, making everyone feel intimidated. Those people gasped, what this is. Ji Jin had a blank look, revealing his surprise. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Ji Jin's eyes widened, unsure what to say. In the dark cave there were only skeletons and glowing yellow gemstones. Someone said, we've already gone over 30 layers deep into the tomb. This chasm also just appeared. The voices just now. They belonged to Lin Wanwan and Dongcheng. Xue was in another part of the cave, talking to each other. Dongqing Xue said, no, we really can't go any further. Dongqing Xue stood with her arms crossed looking at Lin Wanwan, while opening her backpack to check the test tubes inside, while happily listening and humming in agreement. Senior sister is right. Besides, I've collected almost enough samples. Lin Wanwan was fiddling with them. After finishing with those test tubes, she put her backpack back on. She smiled and said to Dong Xingyi, who was standing in front, it's time to go back, huh, senior brother Dong? Lin Wanwan saw Dong Sheng. He was still standing motionless. He didn't answer and she felt confused. She called out again. Senior brother Dong. Did you hear what I said? Dong Xingyi was still standing there blankly, motionless. Lin Wanwan tried again. Hey, senior brother Dong. At this moment, when Dong Qingxue walked over, she patted Dong Shenji's shoulder and called out again. Dong Xingyi. Xingyi suddenly woke up with a start. Then Dong Xingyi turned to look at Dong Qingxue. He laughed awkwardly. Aha. What's wrong? I was just thinking about something. I didn't notice what you two said. Dong Qingxue frowned and repeated what she had just said. We can go back now. New threats keep appearing on these layers. Dong Sheng. He seemed to disagree with the suggestion and huffed. But the facts along the way prove. The tomb riot you spoke of didn't happen. Dong Qingxue was still uneasy and replied. But I always feel something strange I just detected. Before Dong Qingxue could finish, Dong Xingyi no longer wanted to listen to her. Waving his hand he said, "Alright Dong Qingxue." Dong Xingyi ordered, giving no one a chance to retort. "Your task is just to scout ahead. As for strange beasts and such, I'll deal with them myself." As soon as Dong Shenjia's words came out, they greatly surprised Dong Qingxue. Dong Qingxue disregarded Dong Shenjia's dignity and retorted, "Who do you think you are?" Dong Xingyi replied with a gloomy expression, "Don't use your mere 6th level martial arts strength to estimate my limits. Even if the tomb really erupts into a riot, I have the ability to take you out." That unpleasant conversation just now also made Dong Qingxue realize she couldn't convince Dong Xingyi. So she didn't want to argue anymore and replied, "Alright." I saw Lin Wanwan couldn't help herself. She said something for Dong Qingxue. Senior brother Dong's words are too harsh, senior sister Qingxue. She's just worried we might encounter danger. Dong Xingyi dismissed it. Instead he sneered mockingly, "Heh. If she was truly worried about you, then she wouldn't have done what she did before." Dong Xingyi looked at the light emanating from the cave ahead and commanded the two. "We definitely still need some samples of level 8 exotic beasts. Keep moving forward. Once we have enough, we'll go back." A red light shone in Dong Shenjia's eyes. His face filled with ambition as he said with a smile, "I can feel it. The time to break through to Martial Saint is right here." Suddenly, Dong Xingyi grabbed Lin Wanwan by the shoulders with both hands, shaking her vigorously as he said, "We absolutely cannot fail." Dong Shenjia's sudden action startled Lin Wanwan and made her a little scared, causing her to exclaim, "Huh." At this moment, Dong Shenjia's expression became frantic and terrifying, veins bulging on his forehead as if he had lost his mind. He shouted loudly, "Absolutely not." After that, Dong Xingyi immediately turned around and continued walking forward. Lin Wanwan was still shaken, trembling as she called out, "Senior brother Dong Dong." Then Lin Wanwan turned to comfort Dong Qingxue, saying, "Kingswaji, don't be angry anymore. Maybe senior brother Dong didn't mean it that way at all." Dong Qingxue replied, "I'm not angry. We've been siblings since childhood. I won't take such a small matter to heart." Dong Qingxue's eyes showed a worried expression as she said, "I just feel." Dong Qingxue asked Wanwan with a serious expression, "Don't you feel?" Lin Wanwan asked, puzzled, "What's wrong?" Dong Qingxue voiced her thoughts. Dong Xingyi feels a bit strange now. Dong Qingxue listed Dong Shenjia's behavior. For example, when we first entered the tomb, Dong Xingyi wouldn't stray more than 5 meters from us. Dong Qingxue continued, "And now we're already on the 34th level of the tomb. 10 times more dangerous than when we first entered. But now he's already far away from us. But he hasn't even noticed that we haven't kept up." Dong Qingxue said with a frown, "So I guess." Dong Qingxue stated her conjecture. "Dong Xingyi, he seems to want to keep going alone to the deepest part of the tomb. Over with Lu Sheng." Ji Jin was easily defeated by Lu Sheng, the overwhelming power giving him no chance to resist. Ji Jin's face was twisted in pain. Lu Sheng waved a hand. Ji Jin's body violently slammed into the ground, triggering a fierce explosion. Powerful energy bursting forth. Dazzlingly bright. It was so bright that even the ferocious-looking men couldn't look directly at it. After the light dissipated, the bald man stared in astonishment at the scene before him. The ferocious-looking men were terrified and dumbfounded, gazing in shock at Ji Jin lying motionless on the ground. "Battered and a gruesome sight," the bald man said. This is the incredibly brave Ji Jin. Arrogant and boastful, ranked 2nd in the military district. To think he was killed by a mysterious youth, an unknown fellow, without even a chance to resist," the bald man said in disbelief. "If this news gets out, it will probably shock the entire Eastern Military District." Lu Sheng called out stern and dangerous, "Hey!" startling the bald man. The bald man, after witnessing Lu Sheng's terrifying power, finally felt fear at this moment. The bald man quickly knelt before Lu Sheng, kowtowing repeatedly while begging for mercy. "Sir. Sir, don't get agitated, let's talk things through. Don't kill us, please, sir. We were wrong, sir. We were wrong." The bald man was so scared he had wet his pants. He thought fearfully to himself, "This time we're definitely dead." Our communicator was also destroyed by him, dying in the tomb. We'll be completely eaten by exotic beasts in less than half a day. The more the bald man thought about it, the more he trembled with fear. "Are we going to be stuck here forever?" "No, I don't want to die yet." However, Lu Sheng said very calmly, At least now I'm not as angry. I'm not some bad person either. Hearing this, the bald man instantly thought happily, oh dear. I've escaped a calamity. The bald man and the people behind him all showed joy on their faces. They looked up at Lu Sheng. The bald man cupped his hands and said thank you Gr. Before the bald man could finish his sentence, a beam of light sliced past. It sliced past his ear. The bald man, he didn't even have time to react to what had happened. One of the bald man's ears fell off. The bald man covered his severed ear. Blood poured out and he was in unbearable pain. He screamed. Lu Sheng leaned closer to the bald man. He warned coldly, remember my face next time. You must be afraid of me, understand? The bald man trembled with fear and quickly replied, understood. Definitely, definitely. Everyone else also knelt on the ground trembling as they said, definitely, definitely. The bald man with tears streaming down his face guaranteed, your appearance. I will definitely remember it. The bald man suddenly remembered something. His eyes widened. Wait. The bald man remembered. He pointed at Lu Sheng's receding back. He yelled, I remember now. He's Lu Sheng, ranked 4th on the General Star leaderboard. He's the rising dark horse from the 9th war zone. Recently, the bald man said in a panic. He said he has 12.5 stars of combat power. This isn't right. Another long-haired man also said in disbelief. No way. How could it be 12.5 stars? Think about it, Dong Xingyi defeated him in one move. Ji Jin and Lu Sheng also only used one move. No wonder Dong Xingyi swept through the top 10 of the General Star leaderboard. He continued, yet he spared only him. So they're both powerhouses of the same caliber. That person said seemingly with much anticipation. Dong Xingyi's time of flaunting his power in the Eastern War Zone is definitely coming to an end. Now there'll be a good show to watch. Suddenly everyone remembered Ji Jin. The bald man who had just had his ear cut off was instantly startled. Pointing at Ji Jin, he cried out in panic. Quick, go see if Ji Jin is dead or not. The people standing nearby instinctively turned their heads. At this moment Ji Jin was sprawled on the ground. A large crater had formed where he lay. Dirt and gravel were splattered everywhere. A companion immediately came over to Ji Jin's side, placed a hand on his heart to check and said. He showed mercy, his strike was off by a few inches. It only grazed his heart a little, he's fine. At this moment Ji Jin was sprawled on the ground. His body looked extremely tired. His expression was pained. He slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were hazy and lifeless. He hesitantly asked, I am not dead at this moment. Ji Jin lay on his back gazing at the sky in his mind. Images of Lu Sheng and Dong Xingyi appeared. He pondered, Lu Sheng, Dong Xingyi. How could they be so strong? TSK. At this moment Lu Sheng was walking. With his hands in his pockets he muttered to himself as he walked. In the end I was still soft-hearted. Unable to be like Gu Xian, who kills people like cutting grass. As he said this, Lu Sheng suddenly stopped walking. A look of extreme surprise on his face. Shock. As if he had sensed something bad. He placed his hand on his chest, feeling it gently, his expression full of doubt. He said, the unsettling signal is getting stronger. I can't delay any longer. At this moment Lu Sheng's eyes emitted a mysterious blue light. He said with a suspicious expression. Who exactly is in danger could it be? Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan was desperately trying to stop Dong Xingyi. Lin Wanwan tried hard to grab Dong Xingyi's hand and also pleaded with him. Senior brother Dong, we can't go any deeper. It's too dangerous. Suddenly Dong Xingyi's expression changed. His eyes turned savage, emitting a purple glow. He coldly flung Lin Wanwan's hand away. Lin Wanwan was very surprised to see this. Seeing this, Dong Xingxue shouted loudly at Lin Wanwan. Wanwan, get out of the way. Then Dong Xingxue struck a pose. She stretched out both hands, as if preparing to cast some spell. Instantly, many pink light pillars were summoned by Dong Xingxue. So that's how it is. Those light pillars attacked Dong Xingyi. Dong Xingyi, as if sensing something attacking him from behind, he immediately unleashed his power and bounced those light pillars back. After that, Dong Sheng, he turned back to look at Dong Xingxue. His gaze was cold. His expression was extremely terrifying. His crimson eyes threatened Dong Xingxue. Dong Xingxue, do you really want to die? It was thought Dong Xingxue would be scared. But no, she was brave. With an imposing aura, she came before Dong Xingyi and said directly, Dong Xingyi, we should go back. Wanwan's samples have been collected sufficiently. Lin Wanwan, standing by, also felt a bit embarrassed. She interjected, yes, senior brother Dong, we really should leave. I really don't want to stay here any longer. Dong Xingyi heard these words. He was speechless, stunned in place for a long time. After a while Dong Xingyi still decided to continue forward. He turned his head and kept walking forward. He said to Lin Wanwan and Dong Qingxue, "You two go back first." Lin Wanwan and Dong Qingxue were also helpless seeing this. Unable to speak, Dong Xingyi continued deeper into the cave. And continued to say, "I really want to go in and see the deepest part." Dong Xingyi stopped before a peculiar black smoke. He continued, "I feel something is calling me." The deeper he went, Dong Shenjia's expression became increasingly distorted. His eyes turned pitch black. He looked forward smiling eerily and said, "Perhaps what I've been desperately seeking is there." Suddenly Dong Shang's pitch-black eyes emitted a wisp of red smoke. He revealed an eerie grin and said, "Martial Dao Pinnacle." Seeing this Dong Qingxue was startled. She ran to the front loudly to Dong Sheng. He shouted, "Stop fantasizing, Dong Xingyi. Even if there truly is Martial Dao Pinnacle, it wouldn't be in this abyss tomb. You're being deluded." Despite Dong Qingxu's words, Dong Sheng paid no attention, only smiling eerily. Looking forward, he replied, "There is." Suddenly, the black smoke in front of him emitted a deep red light. He continued to say, "There must be." Dong Qingxue became powerless. She bit her finger and said, "He's gone mad." Lin Wanwan anxiously shouted at Dong Xingyi, "Senior brother Dong. Senior brother Dong, what should we do now?" At this moment Lin Wanwan fell deeper into panic. Not knowing what to do, she held her head, closed her eyes and said loudly, "Can't the two of us go back and call for help?" Dong Qingxue replied calmly, "You wait here. I'll go wake him up." Dong Qingxue said with a resolute gaze and tone, "We must pull him back." Before she finished speaking as fast as lightning, Dong Qingxue used a spell to rush towards Dong Sheng at an extremely high speed. She shouted loudly, continuing her previous words, "Come back." It was thought Lin Wanwan would be so scared her blood pressure would drop sharply. But no. When she saw Dong Qingxu's resolute aura, she also became excited. She cast a spell, followed Dong Qingxue and shouted loudly, "I want to help too." Dong Qingxue suddenly stopped, as if preparing to do something. Her expression was unusually serious. She cast a spell, gesturing wildly, immediately unleashing a move. Immediately after, the move Dong Qingxue unleashed flew directly towards a rock. That rock instantly crumbled, blocking Dong Shenjia's path. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan immediately seized the opportunity, and with lightning speed, rushed in front of Dong Xingyi, blocking him. She stretched out her hands, her expression firm, not letting him pass, and shouted loudly, "Senior brother Dong, if you don't turn back now, I'll go tell mom and she'll punish you." It seemed Lin Wanwan's words had no effect on Dong Xingyi. He ignored her words completely. He made a certain move that made Lin Wanwan's expression turn serious. As she stood rooted to the spot, it turned out Dong Xingyi had already unleashed his power. With just one strike he easily shattered the rock blocking his way. Dong Shenjia's expression was still terrifying. Smiling sinisterly, his eyes blood-red, he pointed forward and said, "Go ahead and complain, it doesn't matter anyway. Lin Zhanyue's path will only bring success to herself. Not me, my path lies ahead." Lin Wanwan was very upset by these words. She lowered her head and said, "It's over, it's over. Senior brother Dong usually reveres my mother like a deity. I can't believe he's saying such things now. He's really gone mad." After that, Lin Wanwan worriedly turned to Dong Qingxue and asked, puzzled, "Are we just going to watch him go down there?" Hearing this, Dong Qingxue lowered her head, remaining silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. Then she said, "There's still one more way." Lin Wanwan, hearing this, looked very surprised and exclaimed, "Ah!" Dong Qingxue immediately sprang into action. She quickly walked over to Dong Xingyi. She swiftly approached Dong Xingyi and hugged him tightly from behind. Suddenly she cried out endearingly, "Third brother." Dong Qingxue held Dong Xingyi tightly and wouldn't let go. Dong Xingyi, seeing this, was very surprised. He turned his head to Dong Qingxue, puzzled, and asked, "You?" Immediately, Dong Qingxue looked up at Dong Xingyi. Her eyes were brimming with tears. She looked at Dong Xingyi and said, feeling wronged, third brother, don't you recognize me anymore?" Seeing Dong Qingxue like this, Dong Shenjia's eyes had changed from red back to their normal white. He looked at Dong Qingxue, puzzled, and stammered, "I." Seeing her tactic was effective, Dong Qingxue continued to act pitiful. Her eyes swimming with tears, she looked at Dong Xingyi and said, "Third brother, this is a deep tomb full of dangers. Lin Wanwan, the only daughter of the peerless martial saint, has completed her mission. Her mission is complete, don't go any further down." Hearing Dong Qingxue say this, Dong Xingyi suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. A look of understanding seemed to dawn on his face. After that, he shook his head repeatedly in agitation, trying to regain his composure. Dong Qingxue still continued to act pitiful. Facing Dong Xingyi, she buried her head in Dong Shenjia's back and whispered, "We need you to protect us on our way back." Hearing this, Dong Xingyi seemed to understand something. He clutched his head, furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth. His face was filled with anguish and he blamed himself, saying, "Damn it, how could I have become like this? Why did I bring you here?" I hadn't finished speaking earlier. Dong Xingyi seemed to realize something else. He suddenly blurted out, "Right, it's like someone is always calling me over." Suddenly, just as he had regained a little normalcy, his gaze grew distant again, his expression became ethereal. And he smiled, saying, "Over there. It feels like there's something I desperately desire." At this moment a ball of flames erupted from Dong Shenjia's entire body. That ball of flames immediately formed a barrier, protecting Dong Fangyi's body. This barrier directly blasted Dong Fangshui away. From a distance she screamed, "Ah!" Dong Fangshui had already been blasted away. She cried out in fear, "Third brother, third brother." Suddenly from behind Dong Fangshui, a giant mouth appeared, its origin unknown. Seeing this, Dong Fangshui gasped in confusion. That mouth quickly devoured Dong Fangshui. Rapidly. After devouring Dong Fangshui, it immediately burrowed underground. Under Dong Fangyi's bewildered gaze, Lin Wanwan was utterly terrified at the sight, cried out in terror, "Sister Shui!" Dong Fangyi also came to his senses. Seeing his sister become like this, he angrily yelled, "Dong Fangshui!" After the monster swallowed Dong Fangshui, it quickly burrowed underground, leaving behind a deep pit, and everyone was bewildered. At this moment Lu Sheng was holding his weapon, assuming a defensive stance. On alert, suddenly a strange feeling surged within him. His heart involuntarily pounded fiercely. His head felt a little dizzy, which startled him. He paused for a moment. He suddenly stood up and looked in one direction. He was drenched in sweat. His face filled with worry. He spoke uneasily. "Just that instant. Something very important to me is rapidly leaving. This is bad." After speaking, Lu Sheng took out his phone to contact his mother. He said worriedly, "The immortal cell. It's gone silent, no longer transmitting signals. Now it's even more dangerous. Pick up the phone." He didn't have to wait long. The call connected on the other end. "Hello." He quickly put the phone to his ear and asked his mother worriedly, "Mom, how's Dad?" "It's nothing, I just called to ask MHM." Hearing that both his parents were safe, his voice calmed down. He asked, "How about Qinghua? Is she still in school okay?" After asking about his parents and sister, confirmed the girl. He then called Dong Fangshui. The phone's prompt tone rang. "Sorry, the number you dialed." Lu Sheng's face was filled with worry. He stared at his phone, pondering. "It's her. But her phone is off in the battle zone. That happens often. After all, when going deep into tombs and other places, the signal also gets weaker. It doesn't mean something bad happened." Just as he was listing various possibilities that might happen, a phone ring startled him, interrupting his thoughts. It was a call from Qin Xiaojun. Lu Sheng calmly answered the phone and asked, "Hello. Old Qin, what's wrong?" Contrary to his calm, Qin Xiaojun shouted in a panicked voice, "Lu Sheng, where are you?" He replied, "I haven't," before Lu Sheng could finish. Qin Xiaojun on the other end of the line loudly said, "Something's happened. Come back quickly, something happened to Dong Fangshui." Lu Sheng was immediately shocked upon hearing this. His face filled with panic. His emerald eyes lit up. Lu Sheng composed himself and asked clearly, "What exactly happened? Tell me slowly what?" "The S-rank tomb they entered has developed a rift. A riot has occurred and it's the highest level, level 10. He said Battle Zone 7 and coming back immediately." After speaking, Lu Sheng hung up the phone. He raised his eyes filled with rage. Orange energy emanated around him. Lu Sheng used the momentum to powerfully push off the ground. In an instant he covered a great distance, leaving behind only a cloud of smoke and some of his energy. Lu Sheng ran at an incredibly fast speed, relying on his own strength. He said in a determined tone, "Dong Fangshui, wait for me." He secretly vowed in his heart that he would definitely save her. Scene changed near the S-rank tomb in Battle Zone 7. A group of soldiers belonging to Battle Zone 7 were gathered around the deep pit. The officer holding a communicator said, "Requesting support from Battle Zone 6 and 8. A level 10 riot. Heaven knows how many casualties it will cause. We can't do it alone." The voice on the other end replied, "How many teams are still in the tomb?" The 5 officers said with worried expressions, 8 teams including my daughter, Lin Wanwan and Dong Xingyi, one of the 3 disciples who surpassed the martial saint. Shengdu still hasn't returned. What should we do? After a moment of thought, the voice said, this matter I'll give you authority over the 7th war zone. Gather all the general stars you can summon. Go down into the tomb to search for those two. If anything unexpected happens, our military department won't be able to bear the martial saint's thunderous wrath. The officer frowned and replied, understood. He turned around and said to the soldiers behind him, brothers, we might have to fight to the death this time. Second squad, go gather the others first. He raised his hand and said, first squad, we're going straight down. Suddenly a soldier with 3 large claw marks on his body pointed at the deep pit in front of them and shouted, report Sir Dongxingyi and the others are down there. Hearing this, the officer immediately turned and looked into the deep pit. Dongxingyi was carrying Lin Wanwan on his back. He quickly rushed upward. As Dongxingyi rushed up, he attacked with his sword, the monsters reaching out with their hands, lunging at the two of them. The officer shouted, it really is them. Go help them quickly. 2 soldiers quickly stepped forward and pulled the 2 up under the monsters' attacks. A soldier said, quick, pull them up. After a while, Dongxingyi and Lin Wanwan were pulled to the top safe. Dongxingyi collapsed onto the ground, his hands trembling uncontrollably. His face was blank with shock. He was breathing heavily, exhausted. He kept gasping for air as if trying to compose himself. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan sat behind him, her face in her hands, weeping in despair. The officer walked over smiling and said, it's a good thing you two are all right. Otherwise we would have truly had to fight to the death and rush into the rioting tomb. Hearing this, Dongxingyi remained silent. He stared at the ground with wide eyes, as if recalling what had just happened. The officer didn't notice Dongsheng's abnormality. And continued. As expected of the 3 disciples who surpassed the martial saint, not only could you return safely from the tomb, but you also rescued 3 general star squads that were exploring the tomb. As he spoke, he looked back at the soldiers. Dongxingyi suddenly dropped to his knees. Lin Wanwan anxiously ran over, calling senior brother Dong. The officer standing nearby also asked in surprise, what's wrong? Dongxingyi kept his head bowed, looking at the ground, muttering to himself, it was me. Dongxingyi trembled all over, his face filled with pain. He said in a tone full of remorse, it was me. I caused her harm. A nearby soldier whispered to the officer, it seems that because they went in together, one person didn't make it back. The officer's eyes widened in surprise. He shouted angrily, who is it? Why didn't you say so sooner? The soldier's forehead glistened with a slight sweat as he said, her identity is a bit special. She's Dong Shenjia's biological sister. The image of Dong Qingxue full of majesty appeared in his mind. He continued, she's a colonel from the 9th war zone. The officer let out a sigh of relief and his worries dissipated. He quickly calmed down and thought to himself, you scared me. She's not a particularly important person. If she died, she died. Who doesn't die on the battlefield? Even level 7 grandmasters often meet with misfortune, let alone just a colonel. Dongxingyi will probably be fine in a few days. He's a successor of the martial saint after all. This can be considered emotional tempering. Suddenly a dazzling light appeared in the sky. A figure holding a long spear charged towards the crowd from that light, accompanied by a loud bang. The dazzling light forced people to raise their hands to shield their eyes, while their other hand blocked the shockwave from the explosion. Lu Sheng's eyes gleamed brightly. He coldly asked where Dongxingyi was. Lu Sheng slowly emerged from the white smoke, a power swirling around him, intertwining orange and sea blue. He exuded a powerful pressure, astonishing everyone. His entrance was incredibly striking. The officer shouted, who is this, an 11-star general? I never would have thought that merely one glance at him would inspire such fear. Flames ignited around Lu Sheng, and his blue eyes glowed. Losing his calm, he roared, Dongxingyi, come out now. Hearing his name, Dongxingyi was startled and stared blankly at him. Lu Sheng reached out to Dongxingyi, but in Dong Shenjia's eyes, it was a giant hand, approaching him with immense power as if to crush him. Lu Sheng grabbed Dongxingyi by the collar, making him gasp with wide astonished eyes. Lu Sheng brought his murderous face close to Dong Shenjia's and said, where is Dong Qingxue? Dongxingyi stammered, bewildered, sheesh. Lin Wanwan trembled behind them, sobbing softly, sister Qingxue wa. Seeing the two of them, Lu Sheng understood the situation. He released Dong Sheng's collar. He stood at a higher position, looking down at Dong Qingxue, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Sheng coldly said, I was the one who brought Dong Qingxue in there, but I couldn't bring her back out. I will bear full responsibility for this. Even if you are her brother, it's the same. Lu Sheng turned and looked down at the ground. He walked step by step towards the deep pit. He said to Dong Xingyi, "Don't you want to prove your martial arts? Once I bring Qingxue back." Lu Sheng lifted his head, and on his exceptionally handsome face, his eyes gleamed. He frowned angrily. Said, "I will personally cripple your martial arts." Lu Sheng quickly plunged into the deep pit. Blue energy radiating around him. Suddenly a giant black shadow appeared before him, blocking Lu Sheng's path forward. It was a monstrous beast with a gaping blood-red maw full of fangs. It opened its enormous mouth and attacked Lu Sheng. Seeing this, he maintained his speed and swiftly charged towards the monster. Lu Sheng glared furiously at it, his face grim. He focused energy onto his weapon and said, "Stay back." Lu Sheng struck the monster with a heavy blow, splitting it in half. He roared, "Those who block me die." The monster was split in two. Blood splattered and it slowly fell. A soldier standing above exclaimed in shock, "One move was all it took to defeat an 8th-tier alien beast. Who is that man?" Lu Sheng rapidly descended, disregarding the chatter of the people above. The officer, seeing this, said in alarm, "A level 10 riot in an S-rank tomb. It's hard enough just to escape, and he dares to go in. Does he have a death wish? He's truly insane." Dong Xingyi was astonished by what he saw, thinking, "In my entire life, I've seen many who bravely face death, but I've never seen anyone so decisive, so utterly without hesitation as he is." Dong Xingyi looked at Lu Sheng below, thinking, is he the man Dong Qingxue likes? A moment later, on the 5th floor of the tomb, a gigantic monster, mangacap, attacked Lu Sheng. He wielded his weapon, striking it forcefully. In an instant the monster vanished into the void. He looked up at the monster he had defeated and said, "I just urgently checked Dong Qingxue's personal data, and there are currently no signs of her life. Stopping this proves that she is merely trapped in the tomb, not dead." He held his weapon and moved forward quickly. He muttered, "But if this continues, I can't be sure she'll remain safe and sound. Therefore I must hurry. Dong Qingxue, wait for me. I will definitely find you." Meanwhile, in a place filled with slime, the surroundings were covered in sharp thorns. Dongfang Shui lay inside the monster's stomach. She was being protected by a force. A blue light emanated from her clasped hand. Dongfang Shui weakly opened her eyes, dazed. She said she was still alive. She looked at the precious jade that was radiating power in her hand. She said it had saved her. She propped herself up and slowly sat. Dongfang Shui raised her hand and clutched her head, recalling the moment she was devoured by the monster. She said she remembered being swallowed by the beast in the end. Dongfang Shui stood up and stepped forward. She felt puzzled. She wondered, could this be inside its belly? She walked slowly, not noticing a pile of tentacles that were gradually approaching her. A tentacle wrapped around her foot. In the blink of an eye, other tentacles quickly reached out and grabbed her. They coiled around her body, making her cry out in surprise. The mucus-covered tentacles were groping all over Dongfang Shui's body, making her tremble and utter a soft moan. These were tentacles from inside the beast's stomach. A giant tentacle, with a large spiky mouth, was approaching her. It rushed forward, quickly attempting to devour her. Frightened, Dongfang Shui tightly shut her eyes. Suddenly the precious jade in her hand emitted a golden light. It radiated incredibly powerful yellow energy, causing the tentacles to vanish into nothingness. The yellow energy enveloped Dongfang Shui, forming a protective barrier. Dongfang Shui looked at the necklace in her hand. Its glow was getting weaker and weaker. She looked at it and said, "This necklace's psychic energy shield. It actually blocked a malicious attack, but the energy has significantly decreased. I'm afraid if I get attacked again, it'll be finished." Dongfang Shui looked down at her smoking clothes. Her own clothes were smoking. She immediately cried out in surprise, "Oh no, this demon's liquid is corrosive." Her clothes were covered in holes of various sizes. Dongfang Shui stood up and said, "I must find a way to get out of here." She looked around and said, "The air inside this beast is truly foul." Dongfang Shui trembled all over. She gathered her psychic energy in her hand and said, "If I weren't a level 6 martial artist, I would have suffocated to death long ago. I can't let this drag on." She shot her power towards the monster's red flesh and loudly declared, "I must break through its flesh layer." A moment later the smoke dispersed from the spot she had just attacked, but the attacked area remained completely intact. It wasn't damaged in the slightest. Dongfang Shui angrily gathered energy in her hand. She shouted, "Damn it," one more time. Then the shout resounded again. This was repeated many times. A while later the monster's belly was still unharmed. Dongfang Shui's attacks had no effect. Exhausted and desperate, she said, "How can this be? How could this happen?" Gasped, she collapsed weakly to the ground. She lowered her head and tears fell drop by drop. She said, "It seems this time I might really die here." Her eyes were filled with sadness. Dongfang Shui said, "Although there's no resentment or fear." Her breathing was somewhat shallow. She hesitantly said, "But I still feel some regret." Suddenly, the phone in her pocket fell out. The screen lit up. She turned her head to look at the phone. Her breathing became more and more rapid. She was drenched in sweat. She picked up the phone and glanced at it. Dongfang Shui searched her contacts for Lu Sheng's phone number. His photo appeared on the phone. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. Struggling to hold the phone in her hand, her azure eyes lit up. At the same time, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She thought no air. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Her lips were cracked. Her breathing also gradually weakened. She thought not enough. The phone fell. Dongfang Shui collapsed weakly, silently muttering Lu Sheng's name to herself. On her phone screen was her chat interface with Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng had sent a message saying, "Remember to stay safe." She was editing a text message, "Lu Sheng, I like you," but before she could send it, she fainted. The tentacles saw that she was motionless. They moved forward intending to grab her. She thought to herself, "What a pity." Tentacles wrapped around her legs. They slowly moved upward, coiling around her hips. Dongqing Shui thought maybe these tentacles will tightly wrap around her entire body and then lift her high up. She thought next life more and more tentacles appeared. They tightly wrapped around her head. Dongqing Shui thought, perhaps in the next life I can still be by his side. Night. In a deep tomb surrounded by cliffs, a dragon-shaped monster was rapidly rushing to attack. Lu Sheng leaped up and unleashed a move towards the monster's head, causing it to fall in agony. After dealing with that monster, he quickly left, saying, "The necklace I gave to Dongqing Shui previously contained a seed of my mental energy, like a positioning system. But now I can't sense her location. I must not be close enough yet." Lu Sheng placed his weapon behind him and took a defensive stance. Enormous power emanated around him. He said, "Then I just need to completely destroy this tomb." The monsters pounced upon seeing their prey. Seeing them rushing towards him, Lu Sheng landed calmly. He took a defensive stance, pivoting on his left foot. Flames and huge ice blocks appeared around him. Lu Sheng activated the Peerless Ice skill. Ice rapidly surged from Lu Sheng towards where the monsters were. In an instant, their legs were frozen, causing them to panic. Lu Sheng looked at them with his terrifying blood-red eyes. He frowned and said, "Die, you beasts." He unleashed an extremely vast power, sending the monsters flying far away. He took an offensive stance and shouted, "Path of slaughter." He widened his eyes, quickly charged towards the monsters and shouted, "My will." In the blink of an eye he had already swept past the horde of monsters. Huge flames burned them to ashes. Lu Sheng jumped up and cut the throat of a large monster. Blood splattered everywhere. He shouted, "This is still too slow." Lu Sheng's eyes seemed to ignite with flames. He whispered, "I must get to her immediately." He slammed down onto the ground. Lu Sheng gathered power in his legs, then leaped high into the air, astounding the monsters. He placed his weapon behind him and injected power into it. He shouted, "Power of divine form." Lu Sheng fiercely shot his weapon towards the monster horde. In the blink of an eye their heads were reduced to ashes. After obliterating the monsters, the long spear still rapidly sped forward. It plunged into the ground, creating a deep crater. Debris flew everywhere. He slowly walked to the crater he had just created. He silently looked down, thinking, "She's down there." He quickly jumped into the pit, thinking to himself, "Wait for me." Floor 15. Lu Sheng rapidly leaped from one wall to the other, leaving only a trail of yellow light. Floor 20. On floor 40, Lu Sheng slowed down, sensing his surroundings. His eyes lit up and he said, "It seems I'm closer now." Lu Sheng clenched his hand into a fist. He looked at the wall ahead and loudly declared, "She's right behind this wall." He fiercely struck the wall, sending debris flying everywhere. He looked in surprise at what appeared behind the wall. A monster with a long tongue and sharp teeth was letting out a few cries. Hiss. It looked down from above at the tiny human who had just appeared. Lu Sheng instantly recognized this monster as a macrophage softworm. He glared angrily and said, "Dong Kingsu's aura is rapidly weakening. Could it be, damn it?" The macrophage softworm opened its massive mouth, gathering energy, preparing to attack him. A huge burst of energy was released by it. Lu Sheng stood still, watching the energy orb rapidly rushing towards him. He clenched his hands, gathered power in his palms and loudly declared, "You bastard, you hurt her." He violently scattered the energy flow attacking him. He suddenly leaped upwards. That giant devourer worm, seeing that he could repel its attack, it instantly widened its eyes in surprise. Lu Sheng leaped in front of it and said, "Is she inside your body?" Before the giant devourer worm could react, he landed a heavy blow straight into its mouth. He roared in anger, "Beast, give her back to me." Enormous power split the monster in two. Inside the monster's belly, Dongqing Xue was being tangled tightly by those tentacles all over her body. A yellow light flashed, catching her attention. She struggled to open her eyes and said, "This light." She sadly closed her eyes. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Dongqing Xue said, "The Grim Reaper has come for me." A loud roar resounded. It made Dongqing Xue open her eyes. The tentacles, one by one, were flung away by Lu Sheng's power. The giant devourer worm was split in half, causing Dongqing Xue to fall. She looked around blankly and asked, "What's going on?" While she was still dazed, a hand reached out and pulled her into an embrace. Lu Sheng smiled gently, looking at her, and said, "Dongqing Xue, I've come for you." Lying in his arms, she suddenly blushed. She looked at him with joy and called out, "Lu." Dongqing Xue stared at that handsome and gentle face and said, "Lu Sheng, Lu Sheng." Lu Sheng heard her call and smiled, saying, "Let's go home." Above the tomb, many monsters crawled out of the tomb, causing widespread panic among the people. Someone shouted loudly, "This is bad, more and more aberrant beasts are swarming out." The officer holding a walkie-talkie shouted, "The situation is grim, everyone retreat to the military camp." In the military camp, someone said, "General Lu Sheng, 19 years old, instantly killed a Lumo eagle in one move, with combat power of at least 15 stars or more. He can be called a heaven-sent prodigy." The officer looked at Lu Sheng's profile and exclaimed in surprise, "He's still one of ours from the Eastern Military Region." A soldier said, "My heavens, this is truly rare." The officer's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe the information he had just heard. The officer stared intently at Lu Sheng's profile and said, "But just now he disregarded his own life, attacked an S-grade tomb right in front of us, and we couldn't stop him in time. Now we're in big trouble." He glanced behind him and asked, "Can you track him now?" A brown-haired soldier standing behind him replied, "No." While inside the tomb, he deliberately destroyed all communication watches. The brown-haired soldier sighed, then continued, "And even if we found his location, with the aberrant beasts rioting, I wouldn't recommend the military department sending people in for rescue." He loudly cursed, "Damn it. What a pity." The officer was also helpless and clutched his head, muttering, "Damn it." The officer furiously slammed the table and shouted, "That Wu Sheng's useless disciple and Wu Sheng's poisonous girl, they've caused our Eastern Military Region to lose a monstrous genius who was fully qualified to become a true 9th-level powerhouse. Seriously, if it weren't for their families, I would have taught them a lesson long ago." The brown-haired soldier broke into a slight sweat and chuckled softly. "Don't say that so loudly. I'm afraid, sir, you wouldn't be able to beat him." The officer scowled and said, Can't I even imagine it." The officer crossed his arms, looked at the soldiers and asked, "Never mind that. Tell me, is it possible? Can we use a nuclear bomb to blow up those aberrant beasts, and then go in for rescue?" The brown-haired soldier, standing behind the officer, stroked his chin and said, "No, sir. Our superiors won't agree. After using a nuclear bomb, the affected area would be enormous. The consequences would be even more severe. Currently there are 9 SS-grade tombs in the world. More than half are from various countries using nuclear weapons." The officer slammed his hand on the table angrily and shouted, "This won't do and that won't do either." He continued, "I don't care. We can't just stand by and watch the hope of the military region disappear. I will definitely bear the consequences. I'll try even if it's risky." "We haven't." Before the officer could finish speaking, a soldier rushed in from outside, shouting, "Sir, there's a change in the situation." He ran into the tent and said, "Sir, the situation has changed." The officer looked up at him and asked him, "What happened?" The soldier replied with a smile, "All defense lines have reported that the monsters on the battlefield are showing a tendency to retreat into the crypt fissure." The officer's eyes widened in surprise. He turned around and shouted, "What? Go investigate immediately." Satellite images of the battlefield appeared on the screen. The screen showed the monsters burrowing into the crypt. The officer said in a panic, "Wait. This isn't like a retreat nor a withdrawal. They are. This is." He put his hands on the table and shouted, "A counterattack. It's a rescue. This is the monster's lair. Something's wrong inside." The monsters were rapidly rushing towards the bottom of the crypt. The scene appeared. The officer said, "Look, they're turning from the front line and rushing downwards, charging one after another, as if they don't care about life or death." Below, a yellow light illuminated. The officer said, It seems in the center of the crypt fissure. A light flashed, causing the monsters to open their eyes in terror. The officer continued, there's something extremely terrifying. Instantly that monster was beheaded. The officer shouted it wants to struggle free. As soon as he finished speaking, a phoenix flame shot up from the crypt. The flames surrounding the phoenix spread out, instantly charring several monsters. The officer and the soldiers watched the newly appeared person with wide surprised eyes. He shouted, that's Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng gently landed on the ground. Lu Sheng put his coat over her. She tiredly fell asleep in Lu Sheng's arms. He was surrounded by flames. Lu Sheng held Dong Qingxue and stood on top of a tall rock, overlooking the monster horde. The huge fire phoenix behind him further amplified the pressure, causing the monsters to roar in fear. He looked at her slightly furrowed face with concern, and said, this is bad. The monsters are too noisy. If this continues. He gently flew up, hovering in the air. Lu Sheng stood on the fire phoenix. The phoenix flapped its wings and flew towards the monster horde. Windborne flight. The officer shouted in surprise, what the hell is this flying? He's flying aerial flight. Isn't this just a legend? Only a few gifted martial artists, who have perfectly mastered elemental abilities, can achieve this. Like a wind element master. A legendary martial saint. Simply unbelievable. Is this really a general prodigy at 19? A bat with blood-red eyes rapidly flew towards Lu Sheng. He looked up, his eyes filled with killing intent, and said, quiet. From the clouds bolts of lightning struck down, hitting the monsters attempting to attack him. Blue energy glowed around him. Lu Sheng put his index finger to his lips, signaling for quiet. He said, if you make another sound, I'll kill you all. The monsters on the ground continued to roar after hearing him. The phoenix shot out a yellow light towards the monsters, causing them to turn and flee in terror. The officer, breaking out in a cold sweat, said, and lightning, fire and wind abilities. Thunderous impact. Simply astounding. Just what kind of power does Lu Sheng possess? How can he be this powerful? He looked at Dong Qingxue, was being held in his arms. Then he said the woman he was holding was none other than Dong Shenjia's sister, Dong Qingxue. Everyone watched Lu Sheng holding Dong Qingxue, thinking to themselves, this is indeed the sound of lamentation, causing the 6 armies to wear mourning clothes. For the sake of a beauty, he raged. In the past there was a king who, to reclaim his beauty, caused blood to flow for 1,000 li. The 6 armies wore mourning clothes. He rescued Dong Qingxue from the brink of death. The officer holding a walkie-talkie said, if those strange beasts were all afraid, he then loudly said into the walkie-talkie, ha 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 ha, all troops prepare to counterattack the tomb. The soldiers shouted in unison, yes sir. Dong Xingyi stood in the distance. He stood with his hands in his pockets, leaning against a tent in contemplation. Dong Xingyi lowered his head, his expression gloomy. Suddenly a sound caught his attention and he looked up. He saw Lu Sheng descending from high in the sky. Dong Shenjia's eyes widened in surprise and he exclaimed, Sheng. Blazing flames appeared behind Lu Sheng. Dong Xingyi anxiously shouted, Cheng Qingxue. Suddenly a jet of water shot out, blocking Dong Shenjia's mouth. Lu Sheng said coldly, she just barely closed her eyes, don't wake her up. After seeing Dong Xingyi calm down, Lu Sheng withdrew his power. Dong Xingyi said that thank you for saving Qingxue. Lu Sheng walked past him and said, don't think. A simple thank you will spare you from my beating. I said I would cripple your martial arts and I will cripple your martial arts. Be prepared. Lu Sheng, holding Dong Qingxue in his arms, walked quickly forward, then continued, I will make my move on the martial arts arena of the Eastern Military Region. And I will strike very hard. Dong Qingxue suddenly woke up in the hospital bed. Her face was covered in sweat. Her expression panicked as if she had just had a nightmare. Before her eyes was Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's expression was kind. He looked at her gently and asked her in a soft tone, you're awake? Dong Qing. Shui saw Lu Sheng before her and smiled as she said, I think I had a very long dream. Dreaming that you saved me. Dong Qingxue continued, you also said you'd take me home. Lu Sheng felt a bit awkward hearing this. He gave an embarrassed smile, raising a hand to scratch his head, indicating his bewilderment. He stammered in response, ahem. Is it possible? And just saying, is it possible? That wasn't a dream but real. Dong Qing. Shui heard these words and immediately recalled Lu Sheng holding her before she fainted in Lu Sheng's arms. She still remembered Lu Sheng's face. He was indeed the one who saved her. Returning to reality, Dong Qing's expression was a little downcast. She shyly turned her head and said awkwardly, thank you, Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng saw Dong Qing Shui's downcast expression and felt a little sad himself. He felt dejected, said nothing, and only secretly thought. Before she was clearly holding tightly to him. But now, after coming out of the tomb and escaping the life or death peril, the two of them seemed to have become strangers again. At this moment a breeze blew gently into Dong Qingsu's hospital room window. There were only two people in the room, Lu Sheng and Dong Qingxue. Suddenly, both Lu Sheng and Dong Qingxue wanted to say something to break the quiet atmosphere. As a result, they both spoke at the same time. Lu Sheng said Dong while Dong Qingxue called out Lu. Both were very surprised by this coincidence. They exclaimed in surprise. Ah! Dong Qingxue burst out laughing to ease the awkwardness. She said to Lu Sheng, "You go first." Lu Sheng heard this and smiled, shrugged and proposed to Dong Qingxue, "How about we go for a meal together when you're free?" Dong Qingxue felt very bewildered hearing this. She was surprised by Lu Sheng's sudden invitation. After a moment she replied, "All right." Lu Sheng, blushing awkwardly, averted his gaze. Pressing his luck, he continued, "Let's go watch a movie after dinner." Dong Qingxue blushed, feeling a bit shy just like Lu Sheng. She replied, "Okay." At this moment Lu Sheng's restless hand slowly approached Dong Qingxue's hand. Lu Sheng then asked again, "How about we find a place for a walk after the movie?" Dong Qingxue immediately replied, "Okay." Lu Sheng continued to ask, "After the walk, how about we find a bar and sit for a bit?" Dong Qingxue blushed, giving a shy smile, turned her head to the side and answered, "Okay." Seeing Dong Qingxue's unhesitating reply, Lu Sheng felt very surprised. Then he held Dong Qingxue's hand, smiled brightly and said something like a confession. "Come home with me for the new year." As usual, Dong Qingxue replied without thinking, "Okay." Suddenly she felt something was off, and quickly turned back, looking at Lu Sheng with a bewildered gaze. Her cheeks flushed with surprise and she shyly uttered an Lu Sheng, seeing this, laughed happily. "Haha, it's settled then. I'll pick you up for dinner in 2 days. For now you should rest well." Afterwards Lu Sheng gently pulled the blanket over Dong Qingxue and instructed her, "You've suffered severe qi and blood depletion, so you need to rest quietly." Dong Qingxue was touched by Lu Sheng's gesture and blushed shyly, lowering her head without a word. After speaking, Lu Sheng turned and left. Before leaving, he turned back to affectionately bid farewell to Dong Qingxue. "I'm heading back now, see you next time and get some good rest." After Lu Sheng left, Dong Qingxue was the only one left in the room. Dong Qingxue's mood suddenly felt empty. She gazed at the door, as if hoping Lu Sheng would return to her side. Suddenly the door slowly opened. Seeing this, Dong Qingxue brightened up. Thinking Lu Sheng had returned, she immediately sat up, happily looking at the door. However, the person outside the door was not Lu Sheng, whom Dong Qingxue was waiting for, but Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan slowly poked her head in and said, "It's me." Lin Wanwan immediately ran in happily, rushing to Dong Qingxue's bedside. In her hand was a beautiful bouquet of roses. She smiled brightly and congratulated Dong Qingxue loudly. "Qingxueji, you're finally awake." Dong Qingxue was very puzzled upon hearing this, and asked Lin Wanwan, "Wanwan, have I been asleep for a long time?" Lin Wanwan immediately replied, "A full day and night, but..." She didn't forget to tease Dong Qingxue, "Your boyfriend has been by your side the whole time." Dong Qingxue immediately blushed shyly, quickly turned her head and said, "What boyfriend?" Lin Wanwan saw Dong Qingxue's expression and showed a sly smile, looking as if she had just won hee. Hearing Dong Qingxue say that, Lin Wanwan replied, "Oh dear. Oh dear. Isn't it true? Look at Qingxueji." Lin Wanwan continued, "It certainly looks like you do." Upon hearing this, Dong Qingxue immediately blushed, shyly looking away. Lin Wanwan continued to tell Dong Qingxue about what happened while she was unconscious. "You don't know. He single-handedly rushed into the underground catacombs, where there was a beast riot, just to rescue you." Thinking of this, Lin Wanwan's expression suddenly became excited. She smiled sweetly and said to Dong Qingxue, "I think this is the kind of boyfriend everyone should look for." Dong Qingxue didn't speak after hearing this. Her expression was as happy as someone in love. She softly hummed mem. One day later, Lu Sheng was currently reading the newspaper on his phone. An article showed general advances. Blow the horn, rally humanity to counterattack the monstrous beasts. He continued to scroll up, reading the next article. He suddenly found the article familiar and blurted out. This was a report about a mighty rage for a fair lady. Lu Sheng bravely broke into the level 10 riot tomb, becoming the foremost general star of the Eastern region. The Eastern military region was proud of him. So it was this article It was about Lu Sheng rescuing Dongfang Qingxue. He slowly put down his phone and continued to read the newspaper article aloud. Although rushing into the tomb alone was very courageous, but the goal was just to save his wife. It couldn't be considered a glorious feat. After all, on the battlefield, individual heroism is always a great taboo. This perspective is also understandable, he said with a smile. It seems Xinghai took credit for it. This time I was given a total of 10 million merit points. All the secret gold I left near the 7th front line has also been returned. Not a single piece missing. Finally, there's the medal. The merit adamantine dragon emblem. At this point Lu Sheng remembered himself. The scene of being awarded the medal. Incredibly precious. He said the military region marshal personally presented the award. This is enough to bring glory to my ancestors. Lu Sheng picked up his teacup and continued to ponder. At that time, to allow Dongfang Qingxue to sleep peacefully, I revealed quite a few of my abilities. It must have alarmed many people. Lu Sheng continued. Those endless monstrous beasts indeed almost drained my vital energy. When I finally flew out, I was actually a bit exhausted. Lu Sheng sipped his tea and continued. It's truly like a dream. I can't believe it. That one day I would be completely drained. Then he raised his hand, scratched his chin and said thoughtfully, I heard that only martial saint level martial artists can emerge from the riot tomb. So can I now fight against a martial saint level? Level 9 martial saint. Lu Sheng continued. Probably not yet. Martial saints harness the energy of heaven and earth. That effect is moving 1, affecting 100, influencing 1,000, guiding all things. Human power is limited, but heaven and earth are boundless. To contend against heaven and earth with the strength of one person, such power is probably impossible to achieve. It's too difficult, Lu Sheng continued. But I still have a lot of room for improvement. Come to think of it, I haven't even broken through to the Grandmaster realm yet. But that's not important anymore. The path I'm on is already different from ordinary martial artists. Lu Sheng looked at the secret gold plate on the table, then continued. Still, the heaven and earth double bridges draw upon the power of heaven and earth. I should still try to unblock them. Then he peeled open a piece of secret gold. Watching it sparkle, he then said, I just received so much merit. And the secret gold I brought back. He examined the piece of secret gold, saying with a smile, I should be able to use these vast resources for an improvement. Just then Li Dai walked in from outside the door. She called out, Lord Lu Sheng, everything you asked me to prepare has been arranged. Lu Sheng turned around when he saw someone enter. Then he replied to Li Dai, all right, I want to ask you something. Li Dai replied, please ask. Lu Sheng, a bit embarrassed, stammered as he asked Li Dai, what do you think I should wear? To look a bit better when meeting someone. Li Dai smiled happily upon hearing this, answering Lu Sheng, any of the 5 outfits on the right side of the storage room would be fine. Based on my understanding of Miss Dongfang, she might like you to wear those outfits, Lord. Lu Sheng listened to Li Dai mentioning Dongfang Qingxue. His face was full of question marks. And very puzzled, he asked Li Dai, you know Dongfang Qingxue? Li Dai chuckled at Lu Sheng's question and replied, now there's probably no one in the entire eastern military region who doesn't know Miss Dongfang. Who wouldn't know? The one who broke into the tomb alone for his beloved confidant. The unparalleled General Star. From the east, Li Dai continued, tens of thousands of beasts couldn't stop it either. Miss Dong is the object of admiration for all female officers. Hearing this, Lu Sheng smiled and whispered, is that so? Then Li Dai suddenly remembered something and asked Lu Sheng, oh, by the way, you have an old comrade in arms who seems to have been looking for you lately. Hearing this, Lu Sheng asked Li Dai in surprise, what happened? Suddenly Li Dai's expression changed. She was happy just a moment ago but instantly became distraught, with a look of fear on her face. Li Dai was worried and dared not look Lu Sheng in the eyes. She stammered, looking down, and hesitantly said, he wants to pursue me and marry me. Seeing Li Dai's hesitant expression, Lu Sheng seemed to understand something. He turned to look at Li Dai, thinking, she's lying. Lu Sheng was putting on his shoes, and he asked Li Dai curiously, how old is he this year? Li Dai was preparing Liu Sheng's coat. She replied, he's still very young, only in his 70s. Lu Sheng was silent for a moment. Then he picked out some jewelry and asked Li Dai, so what do you think? Li Dai replied, I've rejected him many times. Then Li Dai continued, Li Dai will not marry and will serve master forever. Lu Sheng took the coat from Li Dai and said, no need. He slowly put on his coat and continued, if you think it's suitable, you can go find your own happiness. He looked in the mirror. examined his attire and said, "I may not stay here forever." After speaking he left and said to Li Dai, "In leaving you may withdraw." Hearing this, Li Dai's face fell and she bowed and replied, "Understood, master." After Lu Sheng left, he looked back at Li Dai thinking, "Everyone has their own secrets. As long as it doesn't affect me." A moment later Lu Sheng arrived at Lanxia restaurant, where he was to have dinner with Dongqing Xue. He stood in front of the luxurious restaurant smiling happily and saying, "Last time I promised to eat at this restaurant, but I ended up standing her up." Lu Sheng stood by the glass window, adjusting his clothes in the mirror, looking very impressive and handsome. He struck a cool pose and said, "This counts as a formal date. I must make a good impression later." As soon as he finished speaking, Dongqing Xue walked up to Lu Sheng from behind. Lu Sheng heard footsteps behind him, so he turned to look thinking, "She's here." Dongqing Xue spoke asking Lu Sheng. Hearing this, Lu Sheng quickly turned around and replied, What stood before him was an incredibly beautiful and sexy Dongqing Xue. Dongqing Xue showed a bashful expression, looking shyly at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was very surprised to see Dongqing Xue like this. First he was startled, then he began to laugh happily. He thought to himself, Dongqing Xue took off her military uniform and put on a feminine dress. She's so stunning that even the word exquisite can't describe her. Seeing Lu Sheng's expression, Dongqing Xue blushed and happily smiling tilted her head and asked Lu Sheng, "Are you surprised?" Lu Sheng quickly replied with a smile, "Not surprised, just captivated." Hearing this, Dongqing Xue playfully replied, "Let's go eat," Lu Sheng said with a smile, reaching out and holding Dongqing Xue's hand. "Okay." Dongqing Xue was startled by Lu Sheng's gesture. She froze, remaining silent for a moment. Then Dongqing Xue smiled, blushing shyly, and held Lu Sheng's hand. The two chatted happily, walking hand in hand into the restaurant, looking as happy as a newlywed couple. Lu Sheng looked down at Dongqing Xue. At this moment Dongqing Xue's expression was very happy. Her cheeks flushed. She was contemplating Lu Sheng's words and actions. She looked very calm, but in reality she was a bit nervous and at a loss. He suddenly felt, as she smiled blissfully, thinking to himself, "She's kind of cute." Meanwhile at the restaurant the two had already taken their seats. The restaurant's setting was luxurious and tasteful. The waiter had already served a sumptuous meal. There were many high-end dishes: lobster, beef and cake. Lu Sheng was about to reach out and grab the food, shoveling it in as usual. But he suddenly remembered Dongqing Xue was sitting right in front of him. So he stopped himself in time. He thought to himself that he must act civil and polite. He then feigned a few coughs and said, "Ahem. Be more civilized." Lu Sheng immediately went into performance mode. He leisurely picked up food, his manners elegant and refined. Lu Sheng secretly glanced at Dongqing Xue. Dongqing Xue also leisurely brought a piece of food to her mouth. But the food was too hot, making her click her tongue and exclaim, "Ah, it's so hot." Lu Sheng smiled and said to her, "Let's go watch a movie after dinner." Dongqing Xue smiled and replied, "Okay." The two gazed at each other affectionately. And so Lu Sheng and Dongqing Xue had their first date at a high-end restaurant. On the other side of the villa estate, people were gossiping. "Lord Lu and them are actually in love. I can't believe it." It turned out to be two servants trimming the lawn and tending to the garden. Having nothing else to do, they started gossiping. So they were discussing it enthusiastically. The thin guy said to the fat guy, who said they can't believe it. "That girl used to be terribly cold." The thin guy and the fat guy were discussing enthusiastically without noticing footsteps approaching from behind. The person behind them suddenly shouted loudly, scaring the thin guy and the fat guy out of their wits. They broke out in a cold sweat from fright. "The next time I hear you discussing the Lord's private affairs." It was Li Dai. Li Dai roared angrily, "I'll go straight to the military prison and report you." She snapped at the two of them. Scram. After being reprimanded by Li Dai, the thin guy and the fat guy left dejectedly. Li Dai suddenly turned her head. She looked towards the direction of the wall, as if she saw someone standing outside. She said nothing and walked straight over. She walked to the wall, through a hole in the wall. She suddenly asked the person outside, as if they were old acquaintances, "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" Outside was a man. He was completely wrapped in a black cloak. He asked Li Dai suspiciously, as if there was some conspiracy, "When do you plan to make your move?" He was holding something in his hand. He threw it to the ground and said, "That person." He continued, "Is getting impatient." Li Dai then softly replied, "This is the Eastern Military Region. Now Lu Sheng is the most brilliant and endlessly talented general star in the military region. And the most gifted person. Li Dai's tone suddenly became sharp. She roared, how am I supposed to make a move? If I make a move, can I still leave the Eastern Great Camp alive? It turns out Li Dai was a spy planted to assassinate Lu Sheng. The man immediately replied, then what do you propose? That kid's strength is improving rapidly. Thinking of this, he said anxiously. He's not even 20 yet. In a few more years. He roared angrily. I'm afraid even the venom of a level 9 mutated beast won't be able to kill him. Li Dai calmly replied, don't worry. In a few days it will be the Eastern Military Region's martial arts competition. She suddenly revealed a sinister smile. As if she had some evil plan. She said at that time, he will definitely represent the East and go to the Central Region to participate in the inter-regional martial arts performance. I'll make my move on the way. Then I can also leave this place at the same time. Only then did the man calm down after hearing this. He smiled and said, it's good that you have a plan. Don't worry, he said that after the matter is concluded, if you are determined to cultivate the martial way, that person will definitely arrange for you to enter the extreme martial arts dojo. He continued, your status will be equivalent to a martial saint's disciple. He pulled out a cigarette, smiled and continued, if you don't want to, you'll also receive a large sum of money. He took out a match and lit it. Lighting his cigarette with the flame, he continued with a lewd chuckle. This money is so much you won't be able to spend it all in your lifetime. Of course, what I said earlier might also. The smoke wafted gently towards Li Dai's face. Li Dai waved it away with her hand and said, that's enough. She covered her nose and instructed the man. For the next period of time, don't come looking for me anymore. It'll be bad if he finds out. After giving her instructions, Li Dai turned to leave, saying to him, you should leave quickly. Seeing this, the man's attitude changed. He spat full of disdain. With a lewd smile he uttered, bitch. He looked at Li Dai. His gaze sharp and said, even your benefactor. You bite the hand that feeds you. Do you really think you can die peacefully? After speaking, he stepped into a void. And then left. It's getting late. A full moon hung high in the sky. Clear and bright. With countless stars. Together they formed a breathtaking scene. Lu Sheng and Dong Qingxue strolled under the moonlight. Dong Qingxue shyly and bashfully drew closer to Lu Sheng. She secretly glanced at Lu Sheng, her cheeks flushing as she gave a shy smile. Suddenly Dong Qingxue realized they had arrived at her home and blurted out, ah, we're here. Lu Sheng responded, I'll see you off here, go on in. At this moment Dong Qingxue showed her concern for Lu Sheng. She spoke to Lu Sheng with a worried tone. Lu Sheng, the Eastern Military District's martial arts competition is in a few days. Before Dong Qingxue could finish, Lu Sheng seemed to understand and replied, I know what you want to say. I agree with you, I won't let Dong Xingyi get hurt. But as he said this, his expression grew serious and he continued earnestly. Some things once wrong are wrong. A price must be paid. I once said I would sever his martial path. So I shall sever his martial path. After that Lu Sheng clenched his fists. His face filled with determination. He said, anyway, he'll never reach level 9 in this lifetime. Might as well make him completely give up hope. Dong Qingxue saw Lu Sheng's firm resolve inside. She dejectedly replied, all right. Since you've already decided, then do it. Suddenly Dong Qingxue ran over and tightly hugged Lu Sheng. Blushing shyly, she said to Lu Sheng, no matter what, I'll always be on your side. After saying that, Dong Qingxue felt embarrassed and quickly dashed into the house, but didn't forget to bid farewell to Lu Sheng. Goodbye. Lu Sheng was amused by Dong Qingxue's action. He scratched his cheek, blushing and smiling as he said, I can't believe I actually managed to get my own teacher, haha. Suddenly he remembered something important he had forgotten. He scratched his head and blurted out, hey, wait, just now. Did I miss something? It turned out he had forgotten to kiss Dong Qingxue goodbye. He sheepishly vowed to make up for it next time. He said with a determined tone, I messed up, I didn't seize the chance. Next time I must make my move. Dong Qingxue had returned to her room. She threw her shoes to the floor. She was so tired that she collapsed onto her bed as soon as she got home. Dong Qingxue took out her phone to search for something. She looked at her phone silent. It turned out Dong Qingxue was looking for things to do on her second date with Lu Sheng. Things to do on a second date with Lu Sheng. Many things to do appeared on the phone screen. Dong Qingxue was very surprised when she saw them. She said, ashamed, huh, so there's so much to pay attention to when dating. At this moment on the streets of the dream space, many walking dead were roaming the streets. Lu Sheng was cultivating in a corner A faint blue light emanated from his body. He said connecting the heaven and earth bridges is harder than I imagined. Although the principle is simple. At this moment Lu Sheng's face began to change. His eyes turned white and his hair stood on end. He said, to put it simply, it's about breaking through the shackles of body and spirit, integrating with the natural energy of heaven and earth to undergo a transformation. The deeper the better. After all, human strength is limited while heaven and earth are boundless. More and more blue light appeared around his body. He recited, the bridge of heaven gathers at the crown of the head. The bridge of earth surges beneath the feet. Calm your mind and dispel distracting thoughts. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive blue light beam appeared in the sky above the city, descending from the heavens and shooting straight to the earth. At this moment, many glowing blue birds appeared, flying around. Lu Sheng suddenly appeared in the third layer of the emptiness state. Electric light shot out from Lu Sheng's eyes at this moment. He asked, this is. At this moment several blue lights emanated from his body. He said, I actually entered the third layer of the emptiness state. Is this a unique state that forms new insights? After connecting the heaven and earth bridges, form new insights. His eyes gleamed, and he continued with a serious expression. Even if I didn't rely on the inherited memories of the space this time, the dream state can still quickly allow me to comprehend various martial arts to the mastery realm, or even the domain realm. My complete martial way can also advance further. Lu Sheng extended his hand and said, when I reached the complete martial saint in my previous life, if I could have comprehended the third layer of the emptiness state, perhaps the outcome wouldn't have been death from mental exhaustion. This time I can see the third form of the complete martial way. Solid light. Other abilities, such as elemental mastery, have also improved significantly. Wait, a small bird slowly landed on Lu Sheng's hand. He looked at the bird, a happy smile on his face, and said, so my heaven and earth bridges are already connected. It's truly wondrous, truly powerful. If I maintain this state and add a stable energy flow, then I can forge an immortal cell in half a month, 2 in a month, 20 in half a year, and in less than half a year, I can achieve over 100 immortal cells. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his fist, a resolute expression on his face. He said, I can crush a martial saint realm expert. With a wave of my hand, the scene shifts to a construction site. After the level 5 tomb riot ended, for a period of time, the tomb rifts guarded by the 12 war zones in the entire eastern war zone seemed to have entered a stable phase. Many people in strange outfits walked on the streets. Many generals returned from the tombs one after another. A large-scale event also quietly began. The Eastern War Zone military competition at Lu Sheng's residence. Li Dai was cleaning and wiping the tables and chairs. She thought to herself while working, compared to previous competitions, this one seems to have no suspense, because Lord Lu Sheng is already the peerless general of the East, the light of the East, completely overshadowing everyone else's radiance. At this moment Lu Sheng suddenly appeared. He slowly walked down the stairs. Seeing Lu Sheng, Li Dai lowered her head and respectfully greeted Lu Sheng. Lord, the Eastern War Zone competition is about to start. The military personnel are here to pick you up. Lu Sheng replied, I understand. Li Dai suddenly looked up at Lu Sheng. Unexpectedly, Lu Sheng happened to turn his head. He glared at her. Li Dai saw this, was greatly startled and became flustered. She immediately knelt down in a panic, groaning in fear. Woo, Lord Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was very confused by Li Dai's actions. So he spoke up and asked her, what's wrong with you? Li Dai immediately scrambled for an excuse for her strange behavior. She stammered, because your lordship's majesty is too dazzling, but inside she was trembling. Tears streamed down from fear. She thought, how could just one glance make my heart become so flustered? My legs are weak. Lu Sheng didn't scold her, he just said, help me find my uniform. Hearing this, Li Dai immediately ran off and replied, yes. After Li Dai left, Lu Sheng said, this woman doesn't know how to hide anything. Ever since I've been in the Kongming Tower, my senses have developed. My cognitive ability is 100 times higher than ordinary people. He continued, when I look at people in this state, it's like looking through a microscope. Lu Sheng imagined Li Dai's every move was completely within his grasp. He continued, her expressions, her demeanor, her body language, all of it proves she has a guilty conscience. Lu Sheng continued, when do people usually have a guilty conscience? Well, of course it's when they've done something bad or are planning to. The people she's been in contact with. Have Butler Wang help me investigate them. Afterwards, Lu Sheng put his hands in his pockets. He smirked disdainfully and said, "A conspiracy that's seen through. Isn't a conspiracy but foolishness." Traffic sped along the wide road. Lu Sheng sat in the car. Watching the passing traffic, he thought with a serious expression. After the Eastern District Martial Arts competition today, next will be the military district-wide drill. I must go to the Central Military District. Kyoto Prefecture is right next to the Central Military District. I must finish things up as soon as possible. Then I can still go home for a visit. Lu Sheng wondered should he bring Dong Qingxue along. The wheels screeched against the ground. The car carrying Lu Sheng came to a stop. Wang Yan smiled and said, "Lord Lu." Wang Yan announced, "We've arrived." The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. "Look, it's the number 1 on the general star ranking. Lord Lu Sheng has arrived majestically." Lu Sheng walked through the crowd. They surrounded him taking photos, exclaiming, "Is that him? Wow, he's so young." Lu Sheng's entrance was being live-streamed. On the screen, live-stream Central Military District drill. A friend saw it, smiled and clapped Lu Ming's shoulder saying, "Lu Ming, look quickly. That's your high school classmate. He's actually such a big shot. And he's your brother." "That's amazing." Lu Ming was happy at first. But then he slightly lowered his head, a hint of sadness in his expression. He said, "No, you're mistaken. How could I know such a big shot?" But the friend said, "What are you talking nonsense about? I've seen photos of you and him together before. Many times actually. You don't want to go and shake hands with your brother?" Lu Ming awkwardly. He blushed, avoided his friend's eyes and said, "Fat hat, that picture was photoshopped by me." After hearing that, the friend surprised let out an ah. A hint of sadness flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming, holding a photo of himself and Lu Sheng. He looked at it, then said confidently, "Tell me, how can a stone in the mud be brothers with a star in the sky?" In the Eastern Military District, Shi Hongfei sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a cup of tea. A low table was placed in front of him. Others stood around him. Shi Hongfei said, "The Eastern Military District. It's been a long time since we've had such an idol for the entire military appear." Xia Tingjun replied, "Marshal, this is a good thing." Xia Tingjun said, "Although individual valor is not encouraged on the battlefield, but it can motivate and inspire the entire war zone during peacetime." Shi Hongfei replied, "This Lu Sheng is an excellent leader, worthy of being revered as an idol and a role model." Shi Hongfei placed his teacup on the table, then said, "If that's truly the case." Shi Hongfei stood up, hands clasped behind his back, and said, "Satisfy him this once, give him a stage." "I intend to." Shi Hongfei only spoke halfway. Before surprising everyone, Xia Tingjun quickly spoke up. "Isn't that too risky? What if he can't do it? He might end up failing himself. The image he worked so hard to build." Shi Hongfei remained unmoved and said with firm eyes, "I have seen him on the battlefield. All right, it's decided. If he can seize this opportunity, then he will be worthy of becoming the idol of our entire Eastern Warzone army." Shi Hongfei continued, "If he can't seize it, then consider it a trial for him." Xia Tingjun and the others respectfully bowed their heads and replied, "Yes." A broadcast announcement came from outside the competition venue. "All contestants have entered the waiting area. The competition is about to officially begin." The audience cheered enthusiastically. Lin Wanwan and Dong Cheng Shui were also sitting in the audience. Lin Wanwan looked at Dong Qingxue and asked, "Hey Kingswaji, has your boyfriend arrived?" Dong Qingxue showed a worried expression, looking at the big screen. Lu Sheng's image appeared on the big screen. Dong Qingxue was overjoyed after seeing Lu Sheng, and said with a smile to Lin Wanwan, "He's here. Look in the waiting area." Lu Sheng is walking in. Dong Xingyi was wearing a warrior's uniform with the word "surpass" on his chest. His expression was serious. Lin Wanwan saw Dong Xingyi and an expression of worry appeared on her face. She said, "It's senior brother Dong." Senior brother Dong's aura is like a mountain. But Lu Sheng Lin Wanwan said he is, however, like the sun. When the sun sweeps across the sky, it only looks down upon the mountains below. The two of them are on completely different levels. Senior brother Dong is in for trouble this time. The host announced loudly. Ahem. Everyone quiet down. The host continued. "Next, please welcome the marshal and commanders to the stage." Shi Hongfei and Xia Tingjun as well as the others walked out. Shi Hongfei led the way. Lu Sheng said with a smile, "Oh, one could say they represent the combat power of the major military regions. I feel their combat power is over 50 stars." Lu Sheng's aura was as fiery and vigorous as he said, "I am currently in a state of martial god, and I don't know what my current combat power is. If I could fight them, Perhaps I could estimate the true combat power of a 9th level martial saint. Shi Hongfei said the rules of the competition are a free-for-all. I believe everyone already knows this. Shi Hongfei then elaborated on the competition format. At that time, all participants in the martial arts competition will enter the martial arts arena. Then it will be a free-for-all. No weapons are allowed. During this period you can attack any opponent. Once knocked down you are eliminated fight. Until only one person remains in the arena. Lu Sheng asked himself, is it that simple and brutal? Lu Sheng asked Wang Yan. Was last year's competition like this too? What if someone cheats? For example, teaming up to defeat the strongest person, or bribing others to vie for the top spots. Wang Yan replied, what you're describing, my lord, is not cheating. Teaming up is permitted from the start. Those defeated by a team-up are not truly strong. After all, strategy is also part of strength. The second situation isn't even considered cheating. Even if such a person gets first place, there will also be countless people dissatisfied, who will challenge him after the match. Wang Yan said, if one's strength cannot satisfy the public's preferences, then the outcome will be tragic. Lu Sheng suddenly realized, I see. When you become number one, you must always be ready to accept challenges. Unless you are so strong that you instill fear in everyone. Precisely. This number one position is both an honor and a trial. Shi Hongfei added, but Shi Hongfei said, the rules for this military district competition. Suddenly Shi Hongfei's expression turned serious. They will be somewhat different from before. Lu Sheng was surprised. Shi Hongfei smiled and announced, I declare, all the generals participating in this competition shall collectively besiege Lu Sheng alone. Everyone who heard this announcement was simultaneously astonished and incredulous. How? What? Shi Hongfei continued. Until everyone falls. Or Lu Sheng falls. Lu Sheng couldn't believe it. Wang Yan said in horror. To collectively attack one person, isn't that essentially forcing Lu Sheng to fight alone against an army of thousands? Lu Sheng said, this competition? Lu Sheng smiled and said, now this is interesting. All the generals present began to discuss amongst themselves. The venue became incredibly noisy. What? They actually want us generals to collectively attack one person. Lu Sheng. Is this really worth the military district making such a decision? Lu Sheng remained composed and calm. Wang Yan said to Lu Sheng, the history of the eastern military region. No, the entire history of Longwa has never seen such a thing. To have over 400 grandmaster level generals collectively attack one person. Imagining the scene on the competition grounds. Lu Sheng alone against all the other generals. Generals. Wang Yan was sweating with worry, saying, are they crazy? Even a top great grandmaster, Wang Yan thought, would be drowned by the sea of people. On the training ground, the previous events were broadcast on the big screen. Dongqing Xue was full of worry, praying with clasped hands in the military camp wilderness. Lu Ming was furious, veins bulging, clenching his fists and saying, this is unfair. In the resting area, even Dong Xingyi, confused, said, how could this be? Dong Xingyi frowned and continued, why such an arrangement? Shi Hongfei roared sternly, silence. This is an order. If you are unwilling to participate, Shi Hongfei loudly said, you may leave at any time. The generals below all trembled, feeling afraid. Shi Hongfei asked General Lu Sheng, do you have any objections? Shi Hongfei thought to himself, this is a tricky stage, let's see if you dare to accept it. If you don't accept it, Shi Hongfei continued to think, then you can ascend directly to the heavens, soaring through the 9 skies. Many years later, people in the eastern military region will still forever sing the name of Lu Sheng. Thinking of this unprecedented spectacle, Shi Hongfei narrowed his eyes and thought, if he doesn't accept, then he can forget about saying anything else. He'll just be an ordinary general. Shi Hongfei then thought, it'll just be something to talk about after dinner. Lu Sheng replied, I Sheng have no objection. Lu Sheng smiled and said, I Sheng found it too boring. This move is exactly to my liking. Shi Hongfei laughed joyfully, haha, good, excellent. Then Shi Hongfei thought again, exactly as I wish, these 4 words. Such courage, wisdom and spirit are rare among ordinary people. Shi Hongfei announced then. Let's begin. All generals enter the training ground. This time please bring your weapons and unleash your full power. The generals thought to themselves, military orders are absolute. We cannot be blamed for this. Many against few. Everyone walked out. Lu Sheng also walked out. Lu Sheng was empty-handed. He was completely different from all the generals, who held weapons like clubs in their hands. One general was surprised. He pointed at Lu Sheng's empty hands and shouted he's actually empty-handed. All the other generals couldn't believe it. Lu Sheng entered the arena empty-handed. He didn't carry any weapon. He must have forgotten to grab one. Is he playing this big? Shi Hongfei ordered with a grim expression. Who will get a weapon for General Lu Sheng? Wang Yan quickly volunteered I will. However, Lu Sheng refused, saying to Wang Yan, no need. If I were to use a weapon here, I'm afraid very few would survive. Lu Sheng said with an arrogant smile, empty-handed is enough. The words if I were to use a weapon here, I'm afraid very few would survive, simultaneously shocked everyone. The generals were furious and roared arrogant. What a boast. Do you really think you can fight 100 of us alone? Shi Hongfei was also surprised. This young man is good. Shi Hongfei then smiled and said, just a casual remark, yet it reveals an air of naturalness. As if this is how it should be. Now I'm starting to, Shi Hongfei said with satisfaction, feel a bit of anticipation. The black streams of energy swirled around, entangling Lu Sheng. Then Lu Sheng suddenly shouted Dongxing Yi. Dongxing Yi said coldly. Dongxing Yi's aura was like a giant monster, resembling both a dragon and a snake, but also with some very distinct differences. It was unclear what animal it resembled. Lu Sheng provocatively continued his declaration of war. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Lu Sheng's power emanated outwards, causing the black streams of energy that had just entangled him to be expelled from Lu Sheng's body. Lu Sheng smiled and said, watch how I step by step. Lu Sheng took a step, walking and saying step by step. Sever your martial path. Lu Sheng's immense power made everyone unable to resist. Lu Sheng said, Dongxing Yi, you'd better watch closely. Lu Sheng put his hands into his pockets. His eyes filled with killing intent. He raised one foot and declared, this is my first step. Lu Sheng stomped his foot down, shattering the ground beneath him. This proved his terrifying power. Lu Sheng said, I will sever your martial path. The generals knelt prostrate on the ground. A torrential rain poured down from the sky. They couldn't believe it, asking themselves, how is this possible? He only just took one step. Another general said, we were so intimidated by this aura that we couldn't control ourselves and fell prostrate. Others said, he didn't use any Gangchi energy at all. He's just demonstrating pure physical strength. That's all, oh my god. Lu Sheng raised one hand towards the sky. Golden streams of energy shot straight up to the heavens, emitting a 7-colored rainbow light. An immense source of power spread outwards, causing the people in the venue to cry out in terror. This is beneath the arena. Lu Sheng unleashed his immense power, causing those people to scatter in fright. He had used his first step. Lu Sheng clenched his fists. He swung his fists, charging towards where Dongxing Yi stood. Lu Sheng violently struck forward. An enormous surge of power rapidly rushed towards Dongxing Yi. Dongxing Yi crossed his arms in front of him defensively. He frowned, gritting his teeth as he struggled to resist. Dongxing Yi's eyes widened in horror. He said, is this Lu Sheng's pure physical strength? The immense power roared forward, followed by a powerful gust of wind. Then Dongxing Yi fell to one knee. With one hand braced on the ground, he said in astonishment, my Grandmaster force field was attacked and was simply shattered. How is this possible? Shi Hongfei's eyes widened in horror and he exclaimed, absurd. Truly absurd. Just a punch of pure physical strength. No general can withstand it. He watched Lu Sheng, who was surrounded by flames. Shi Hongfei said, this kid truly is a terrifying monster. Someone in the stands covered in dust said fearfully, what do we do now? That was just one encounter, and we've already been beaten to a pulp. Lu Sheng smirked victoriously. He raised a hand to brush dust off his shoulder and said, so are you going to surrender now? Dongfang Yi stood up. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, his face filled with rage. Dongfang Yi said, his eyes gleaming, star generals would rather die than surrender. Brothers, let's work together, I'll lead the way. Dongfang Yi stretched out his hand and shouted, energy manifesting spear. In his palm, a cyan-long spear appeared. Dongfang Yi charged forward quickly. He shouted, Lu Sheng, take this. Seeing Dongfang Yi's spear about to strike, Lu Sheng still smiled calmly and said, Dongfang Yi, next is the second step. Lu Sheng activated a defensive skill. The incoming spear was blocked by a light shield. A golden light shield enveloped Lu Sheng, blocking Dongfang Yi's attack. Dongfang Yi's eyes widened in surprise. He gritted his teeth and said, what, it can't even break through the force field. Just as Dongfang Yi was at a disadvantage, someone suddenly walked over, placing their hands on his back, injecting him with power. The person shouted, we're here to help you. He continued, everyone, let's work together to break his defense. Don't let Lu Sheng get away with this. The others saw this and also came over to assist. Lin Wanwan clenched her fists angrily and said, "This is the first time I've seen so many star generals fighting together. Against one person. Perhaps only a Wu Sheng could do that. Lu Sheng is like this. Isn't he?" Dongfang Shui sat next to Lin Wanwan. Sweating nervously. She said worriedly, "This is the combined attack of the military district's strongest star generals. Will Lu Sheng be alright?" Dongfang Yi, with everyone's help, landed. A heavy blow on Lu Sheng, an explosion rang out. Dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring everything. Dongfang Yi raised his hand to the sky and said happily, Did we succeed?" After the smoke and dust cleared, Lu Sheng stood motionless. There was a hole in the chest of his clothes. Lu Sheng raised a hand to brush the dust off his clothes and laughed mockingly. "Are you trying to tickle me?" One person said angrily. "Is this Lu Sheng not only the strongest spear, but also the strongest shield?" Dongfang Yi gritted his teeth and said, "How is this possible?" Lu Sheng extended 3 fingers and said with a smile, "Next is the third step." He stomped his foot and the ground cracked. A silhouette appeared behind him, condensed from Lu Sheng's power. Dongfang Yi was dumbfounded and said, "This is manifesting form from energy. He's become so powerful that he can condense his own image, simply by relying on his qi and blood." Lu Sheng's manifested form reached back, striking a pose ready to attack. The manifested form struck down at the crowd below. Shi Hongfei suddenly said loudly, "This qi! How high must this blood power be? 30 stars. 40 stars or 50 stars, it's impossible to predict." A spectator shouted holy crap besides Dongfang Yi. All the other star generals were actually knocked down. Dongfang Yi turned to look. Those people were lying on the ground. He said in confusion, "How could this be?" In the blink of an eye, Lu Sheng had already appeared before Dongfang Yi. He said with a fierce expression, "Fourth step." Dongfang Yi gasped in surprise. "Ah." Lu Sheng raised his hand, extending it towards him. Lu Sheng punched him heavily in the abdomen. This skill is called inch force. Dongfang Yi was caught off guard. He was sent stumbling backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. Dongfang Yi fell to his knees. He clutched his stomach, gasping for air. Lu Sheng put his hands in his pockets and said, he stood before Dongfang Yi and spoke. "Dongfang Yi, do you think this is enough?" Lu Sheng stood still, staring at him for a moment. He turned to leave, saying, "It seems you didn't hear anything." Shi Hongfei exclaimed in panic, "One punch and instant kill of a grandmaster. This is a 4-realm boxing technique." A black-haired man stood behind him. Shi Hongyi said in surprise, "What 4-realm?" A blonde-haired man replied, "That's the pinnacle of martial arts skill. Only those who reach the martial saint level can achieve that." Shi Hongfei sank as if all strength had left him, collapsing into the chair behind him. He said, "I thought this was a stage prepared for Lu Sheng, but who would have thought?" He frowned and continued. He actually created a legend, a mythical star general for the Eastern Military Region. He made his retreat a lesson. Shi Hongyi watched Lu Sheng walk away coldly. He then said, "First suppress, then elevate. Only then can one achieve fame." The Eastern Military Region martial arts competition concluded. Lu Sheng won the championship. In the Eastern Military Region's newspaper, it only briefly mentioned the results of this Eastern Military Region competition. But Lu Sheng's name had already spread throughout the entire military command. Longhua, a black-haired man, held a box in his hands. He walked up to Lu Sheng and said, "My lord, the weapon you commissioned and wanted upgraded is complete. Please take a look." Lu Sheng took the box and opened it. A blue light illuminated his face. Lu Sheng smiled and said, "Not bad. Made of over 90% mysterious gold. Some rare materials were also added. They're no worse than mysterious gold. This weapon has truly reached level 8. Excellent." The black-haired man placed his hand on his chest and said, "Oh right. Lord Lu, the all-military combat drill is also about to begin soon. The marshal's intention is, you can depart in the next few days. The military command will arrange transportation for you." Before he could finish, Lu Sheng raised his hand, signaling him to stop. He said with a smile, "No need, I want to go home first. I just need to arrive a day or two in advance, right?" The black-haired man bowed and saluted, saying, Then I shall take my leave first and not disturb my lord." Lu Sheng walked to the door, reaching out to open it. Just then someone spoke up, Wait a moment, my lord." A blonde woman in a maid outfit walked over. She placed one hand on her chest and said, "My lord, you're going to the Central Military Region for the competition. Li Yi wishes to accompany you and serve you." Lu Sheng thought to himself, has it begun? He replied to the girl, "Very well." She bowed and smiled, saying, "Thank you, my lord." Lu Sheng smiled conspiratorially and said, "Why are you thanking me? You're following me to serve me." Lu Sheng looked back at her. His smile suddenly turned very kind. No longer conspiratorial like before. He then said, "Shouldn't I be thanking you instead?" The girl named Li Yi was startled, bowed and profusely sweated, saying, "No, I wouldn't dare." Lu Sheng opened the door and walked out, saying, "I'm going out for a bit. You can prepare yourself first." Li Yi respectfully bowed her head and replied yes. Scene change. At this moment Lu Sheng was strolling holding Dongfang Shui's hand. He spoke as they walked, saying, "Xiao Shui, before the drill begins I need to go home. Want to come along?" Dongfang Shui shook her head and said, "That won't do. You crippled my brother's martial path. Everyone at home knows now. I must go home." Lu Sheng turned to face her directly. He took her hand and said softly, "How about I go back with you?" Actually, Dongfang Yi's current state isn't necessarily a bad thing. His ambition soared higher than the heavens. The path to sainthood is an invincible path. But think about it. His talent and strength aren't worthy of this path. He caressed Dongfang Shui's hand and said, "Even if I don't encounter him, sooner or later I'll meet someone stronger. By then it might not just be a loss of dignity, but a loss of life. If you cut off his path now, and if he can find a way out, and then stand up again, then there might still be a chance for change." Dongqing Shui lowered her head and said, "Although I don't quite understand what you mean, I will tell him the truth." Lu Sheng suddenly remembered something. He scratched his head and said sheepishly, "Oh right, during this all-people martial arts exhibition, I might encounter my elder brother Dong Patian. How about you greet him first? Otherwise, you might get beaten silly like Dong Sheng again." Dongqing Shui raised her hand and said, "What do you mean?" "Hey, my big brother, he's..." Before she could finish, Dongqing Shui lowered her head and said, Alright, I'll tell him when I get back." She happily hugged him, thinking, with Lu Sheng's strength, maybe it really is possible. Scene change inside the high-speed train carriage. Lu Sheng leaned back in his chair looking out the window. A train attendant walked over and asked, "Hello, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" Lu Sheng smiled, waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. You all carry on with your work." The two attendants left. Two girls stood afar gazing at Lu Sheng in fascination. One said, "Oh my. The commander we're serving this time. He's just too handsome." Another replied, "And so young, he looks exactly like a male lead from a manga. I'm crazy about him." The girls gathered together discussing. "That's why I say, handsome men. The truly top-tier handsome men are all in the military, that's a truth. Handsome people should be soldiers protecting their country, while the ugly ones are still acting as popular but terrible celebrities. The key is his high status and position too. I heard this route was specially opened for him." Lu Sheng paid no attention to the girls. He said coldly, "Li Dai, the tea's cold, pour me a fresh cup." Li Dai, standing behind the glass, bowed and replied, "Yes, sir." Li Dai walked to the hot water kettle in the pantry. She poured water into Lu Sheng's cup. Soon the teacup was filled. Her face was filled with malevolence. Li Dai stared at the teacup, smiling sinisterly. Li Dai walked up to Lu Sheng and respectfully offered the teacup. She said, "My lord, your tea is ready." Lu Sheng looked at his phone and said, "I'm dealing with some information right now, just put it down for a bit." Lu Sheng looked at his phone, thinking, healing Su Chen family. It's about time I went to help her. Suddenly his expression stiffened. He thought, Ching, he hasn't reached level 47 yet. With such weak strength, how can she still be sleeping? Must increase training by 5 times. Lu Sheng cheerfully made this decision. Lu Sheng continued browsing his phone. A few minutes later, Li Dai bowed and said, "My lord, the tea is getting cold." Lu Sheng, who was tapping on his phone, stopped when he heard this. He smiled and said, "Li Dai, you never used to urge me to drink tea before." Li Dai replied, slightly flustered. "Earlier my lord said you wanted hot tea. I was just worried it would get cold, wasn't I? Then if you got thirsty you wouldn't be able to drink it right away." Lu Sheng picked up the teacup and said, "Is that so?" He raised the teacup to his lips and drank. Under her focused gaze. After Lu Sheng finished drinking, he smiled and said, "Not bad, Li Dai. This tea tastes much better than the previous times." Li Dai bowed and said, "As long as my lord likes it. I'm going to the restroom. Call me if you need anything." Li Dai walked out of the room. She leaned against the door, letting out a sigh of relief. Li Dai smiled happily and said, "My mission is complete." She continued, "This is a poison made from a level 9 mutated beast's genes. A peak grandmaster. Even the most powerful wouldn't last more than a minute. Even if it can't kill a level 9 martial saint, it will still cause severe damage to their vital energy, leaving behind future trouble in the end. The situation is beyond saving," she said happily. "Just one more minute, and he'll be completely free once I leave this place. Free from the military's control. free from this lowly and oppressive life. She silently dreamed in her heart of going to a new place and starting a new life. Haha, Li Yi reached out to open the door. But just as she touched the doorknob, a surge of heat made her recoil her hand sharply in fright. Li Yi stared at her hand in panic. In her palm, wisps of black gas emerged, filling her with fear. And she screamed, "What's happening? It's so hot." Lu Sheng smiled and said, "Quite amusing, isn't it?" He stood elevated, pouring hot tea into Li Yi's hand, and said, "This is called a spiritual phantom. A little trick I learned not long ago." Li Yi looked up at him, crying out in fear, "My lord." She quickly knelt down, kowtowing, and loudly said, "My lord's martial arts power today." Li Yi has truly had her eyes opened. Lu Sheng smiled, holding a green medicine bottle, and said, "Today I also gained some knowledge. I didn't expect such a medicine to appear in 300 years of martial arts, capable of poisoning a martial saint." He tightly gripped the medicine bottle and said, "Sage's demise. This potion has a good name." Lu Sheng raised the medicine bottle high and said, "Speak, Li Yi." Li Yi knelt before Lu Sheng. Li Yi trembled, her heart filled with fear, pleading, "My lord, please kill me." Ignoring Li Yi's trembling, Lu Sheng calmly sat cross-legged on the chair and said, "Sit down and speak." But Li Yi dared not. She lowered her head, trembling even more violently. "This humble one dares not. I know what my lord wants to ask. I didn't." Lu Sheng's blue eyes lowered and he said, "You are from the Jidao Martial Arts Academy. Your master instructed you to do this, didn't he?" Li Yi looked up in surprise and with tears in her eyes said, "My lord, you really know everything." Lu Sheng spoke indifferently. "About half a month ago. That's not important. Tell me, what did they promise you?" Li Yi timidly, word by word, replied, "To my lord it was 50 billion. Lu Sheng scoffed, then picked up the blue poison bottle from the table, turning it as he spoke. "Oh, so my life is quite valuable after all. This stuff must be very expensive too, right? Tell me, how much is this worth?" Li Yi buried her face even lower, saying word by word, 5 million per drop a bottle. This bottle has at least 15 drops or more. Lu Sheng examined the medicine bottle. "That's quite an investment, not bad. Do you have any last words?" Hearing Lu Sheng say that, she quickly kowtowed to the ground, earnestly pleading, "This humble one knows her crimes are unforgivable. I only beg my lord for mercy. Please don't send me back to the military zone. I can only atone with death." Lu Sheng's eyes lit up, emitting a mysterious and somber blue light. "I won't kill you, nor will I send you back to the military zone. But you need to help me do one thing to atone for your mistakes." The scene switched to outdoors. The sky was cloudless. At the high-speed rail station, a yellow car was driving back. A voice said, "Take care, chief." Lu Sheng also stepped out of the car. With the expression of a CEO, Lu Sheng sternly, hands in his pockets, walked past the crowded people standing on both sides. In the crowd, a hooded figure gnashed his teeth, grinding them in anger and saying, "Damn it, that brat. He's still alive." He suddenly turned around, saw Li Yi, and said, "What exactly are you doing? How is he still alive?" Li Yi defended herself. I couldn't find a suitable moment to act." He shouted loudly. "Then why did you call me here? Why didn't you follow him closely?" Li Yi calmly said, "Because my lord asked me to do something for him." Before he could react, Li Yi tightly hugged him and said, "Let's die together." He only had time to let out a ha, and didn't understand what had happened. The two gradually walked towards the train tracks. The train sped towards them. In 1 second he screamed like a slaughtered pig, "Li Dai, are you insane? Damn it, this crazy woman, let go of me." The onlookers outside clamored, shouting, "Something's wrong. Someone's committing suicide." Another person also shouted, "What's happening? Go quickly and take a look." Hearing such clamorous shouts, Lu Sheng merely turned his head slightly and said quietly, "Li Dai must have completed her mission by now. Just now I already planted a psychic seed in her heart. This skill isn't bad, it's very much like hypnosis." A purple seed was sprouting, emitting many purple specks of light. Lu Sheng held it in his hand and said, "Before I always neglected this psychic talent. If my psychic power at level 8 can be utilized, my overall strength will greatly increase. Psychic illusions will control. To put it plainly, it's using psychic power to confuse the opponent's 5 senses, to construct a world, allowing the opponent to perceive what you want them to perceive. That's how it is." Planting the psychic seed in Li Dai was very simple. To atone for her sins, the deluded Li Dai is enough to cleanse her of her misdeeds. I'm afraid she can only offer her life regardless. Wrong is wrong, and there will inevitably be a price to pay. My heart seems to have hardened a lot. At this moment 2 medical personnel were carrying a body away. Lu Sheng still said to himself in his heart, "If this is what it takes to protect the people around me from harm, Then I should become a bit tougher since that's the case, Lian Su. Since you want to play games with me like this, then I will see it through to the end. Having said that, Lu Sheng took a step and left. At the Huafu residential complex, Lu Sheng's home, Lu Sheng's voice rang out. Governor Xia, why is everyone here? Lu Dahai enthusiastically said to Lu Sheng, shall he quickly go and make tea for the guests? Old Xia Bingnan also responded with a smile. We're all old friends. There's no need to be so formal. Today a big shot from the military district came to Baihe City. I was rushing to receive him and just dropped by on the way. I didn't expect Lu Sheng to be home today, Xia Bingnan. I'm really lucky today. I actually get to eat Madame Lu's cooking today. As he spoke, he waved his hand looking nonchalant. Lu Dahai's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled, patting Xia Bingnan's shoulder. Governor Xia, you're usually accustomed to rare delicacies, so occasionally having a simple home-cooked meal at our place, you just find it novel. Laughter and chatter rose and fell among the group. Lu Sheng's mother also waved her hand, a little embarrassed. Old Xia Bingnan continued to praise Madame Lu as too modest to be able to raise a national martial arts champion. That's truly remarkable. After speaking, he burst into laughter. When the conversation finished, a cup of green tea was served to the table. Lu Qingha lowered his head and politely said, Grandpa Xia, please have some tea. Old Xia Bingnan also politely responded. Thank you. He picked up the teacup, sniffed it, and pondered something in his mind. Lu Sheng is indeed an extraordinary person. It was fine when I didn't pay much attention to him, but every time I did, he always made me drop my jaw. What was it? Let me think. Last time. A long time ago, Lu Sheng single-handedly annihilated the Maguyun gang, who ran rampant in this empire. The bloody scene was a mess, and Lu Sheng stared coldly at the corpses. The time before that, Lu Sheng swept through all 6 martial saints of the Sacred Brigade, and the time before that, with immense pressure, he suppressed Gemini and Transcendent Saint Cat at the National Transcendent Martial Arts Tournament. Bone King. Lu Sheng's tyrannical image exuded a blazing killing intent, making enemies tremble in fear and beg for mercy on their knees. Old Xia Bingnan continued to praise Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng always manages to surprise him. Now it seems he must have reached the Grandmaster realm, right? It's only been a year or two. That's truly illogical. Although I came here to congratulate him then. It was merely a form of habitual investment. Thinking of this, old Xia Bingnan put down his teacup, scrutinizing his own disdainful expression. Pang. Xia Bingnan fell into deep thought because he had once befriended some martial arts prodigies with immense potential, usually on 10 or even 100 occasions. The old man beside Xia Bingnan, Su Yuhua, also leisurely picked up his teacup and drank, while old Xia Bingnan angrily fell into deep thought. Damn it, I just casually watered a seed, but now it has grown into a towering tree. President Su Yuhua had already begun to enjoying the returns on his investment in Lu Sheng. He was about to become the vice president of the Martial Arts Association and the Chamber of Commerce. Lu Dahai glanced at his watch and said loudly, startling Xia Bingnan, who was also surprised, snapping him out of his deep thought. Xiao Sheng will be back from the military zone soon. It seems he'll be home soon too. Hearing Lu Dahai say this, old Xia Bingnan's face turned pale with shock, and he said Lu Sheng joined the military zone. Lu Sheng's father, Lu Dahai, seeing his surprise, began to explain. Yes, he said school was too boring, so he joined the army a while ago. He also told us that he was going to move into the military zone to live. I said, isn't this just nonsense? He's only been in school for less than half a year, at such a good university, and he just ran off to the army. How dangerous is that? Old Xia Bingnan kindly replied. To be able to bring his family over, it seems. Lu Sheng has achieved quite a few military merits in the zone. This kid is like a dragon entering the sea now. I'm afraid it won't be long before he skyrockets to success. Ha ha ha. Just as they were talking, they heard a car horn beeping. Old Xia Bingnan looked back and said, that car horn sound is. After a moment he reacted, then hurriedly gathered his belongings and said, this must be the car of the Dongning Province Major General. He's probably here for me. Please excuse me, both of you. I'll go greet the distinguished guest. Lu Dahai, with one arm around his wife, also said, then let's go down together. We can't delay any longer. As the two walked down to the hall, a red carpet had already been laid out. Tall and mighty bodyguards stood on both sides, standing at attention. A bodyguard looked back. The crowd was discussing. Is some big shot coming? Another continued. Oh, so many bodyguards. A military vehicle sped over like lightning, stopping precisely beside the red carpet. A long screech of brakes. Old Xia Bingnan kept thinking. whenever Lao Qian appears. I'm impressed every single time I see him. He's truly my idol. Beside him Lu Dahai also had his mouth wide open, so wide that it almost dropped, and he said, "This scene is truly grand." Lao Qian stepped out handsome and charming, capturing everyone's attention. Xia Pingnan waved, pretending to be familiar, and shouted loudly, "Ah, Lao Qian!" Lao Qian reached out, gesturing for him to be quiet, with an extremely nervous expression on his face, saying, "Should keep your voice down." This sentence made Xia Pingnan feel as if his heart was pierced by 1,000 arrows, and he let out a long, confused huh. After giving the signal, Lao Qian returned to his original position, bowed 90 degrees, and shouted loudly, "Welcome, General," he respectfully shouted. Old Xia Pingnan exclaimed in surprise, "What? There's another big shot from the military zone in the car, with a rank even higher than Lao Qian's." Old Xia Pingnan, like an idiot, pointed at his family and ordered, "Why would he come directly here? That's really strange. Never mind. A big shot is visiting. All of you go inside first. I'll go queue up to greet him." The 3 members of the Lu family were all stunned. Then old Lu Dahai spoke. "Ah, okay." Lu Dahai hurriedly said to his whole family, "Let's go first. Don't disturb them as they welcome that leader." His wife also cautiously said, "Yes, yes, yes. That's right. Fortunately, Xiao Shang isn't here yet." Lu Qinghe looked towards the car, surprised. A pair of long, shapely legs stepped out of the car, exuding luxury. She realized something. Lu Qinghe quickly said to her parents, "Wait a minute. Isn't that Big Brother?" Lu Sheng stepped out of the car looking dignified and exuding an aura of wealth. Lu Qinghe immediately dashed over and hugged her brother. She said, beaming, "Brother, it really is you. Brother, your outfit is so cool." Lu Sheng meanwhile smiled slightly, but his hands remained in his pockets. Lu Sheng ruffled Lu Qing's hair and said, "You've grown so much, you're a big girl now." Lu Dahai still hadn't processed it and said loudly, "Ha, is our son really back?" Lu Sheng's mother also asked what on earth is going on. Just then Lu Sheng saw the 2 of them standing there, waving enthusiastically. Meanwhile old Xia Pingnan was completely flustered, thinking in surprise, a high school student. Has he actually become a top-tier general? This medal, the dragon-shaped medal Lu Sheng was wearing, wouldn't lie. With that thought old Xia Pingnan immediately adjusted his posture and saluted. Xia Pingnan, Governor General of the Dongning Star Military Region. Commander Lu Sheng's gaze merely swept over him coldly. Then Lu Sheng replied with a smile, "Governor General Xia, it's been half a year. Thank you for looking after my family." Old Xia Pingnan still held his hand in a salute, not daring to lower it. He responded, "It's my duty," Lu Sheng considerately said. "Come on, let's go inside and talk, it's cold out here." Old Xia Pingnan was startled and quickly replied, "No, Commander Lu has just returned and we outsiders shouldn't disturb your family. I'll visit another day." With that he waved his hand. Seeing that he understood the hint, Lu Sheng said, "Very well, old Xia. I'll invite you for tea another day." Hearing this, Xia Pingnan mumbled, Meanwhile Lu Qinghe beside Lu Sheng made a face. "Brother, let's hurry inside." The Lu family all went into the house together. Lu Sheng's mother grumbled, "Since they're already here, it would be nice if they stayed for a meal." Old Lu Dahai said, "Oh, my dear wife, stop grumbling and let's go inside. Let's have a drink and talk slowly then." Lu Qinghe meanwhile bounced around asking her brother, "Where's my present, where's my present?" Lao Qian, seeing this, also said, "Commander, take care." Other than the words country bumpkin that slipped from his mouth, old Xia Pingnan standing aside couldn't utter another word from the bumpkin. Then old Xia Pingnan urgently asked Lao Qian, "Quick, tell me what on earth is going on with Commander Lu?" Seeing old Xia Pingnan still clutching his clothes while speaking, Lao Qian thought he was a pervert and said, a little scared, "What are your intentions with me?" Then Lao Qian said, "Oh dear. Don't tell me. He's that martial arts genius, the one you saw before." Old Xia Pingnan yelled at Lao Qian, "What do you think?" Lao Qian pried away the dirty hand gripping his collar. Then let out a long holy sht. After that, Lao Qian ran over, hugged old Xia Pingnan and said, "Old Xia, you're going to hit it big this time. But don't forget your good brother here." The scene shifts back to inside the Lu family home. Qinghe asked, "Brother, how did you become a military general? When did this happen?" And Lu Dahai also spoke up asking, "Yeah, how did you become such a big shot in the military?" Lu Sheng's mother handed him a cup of water and said, "Even old Xia has to be respectful when he sees you." Seeing the water his mother handed him, Lu Sheng softly said, "Thanks, Mom." Lu Sheng drank his water and said, "It's a long story. I'll tell you all about it later." After saying that, Lu Sheng's expression gradually turned serious. He said to his parents and Qinghe, Now I have something even more important that I need to discuss with all of you. Lu Sheng's cheeks suddenly flushed at this moment, and he said shyly, I'm in a relationship, I already have a girlfriend. All three asked in surprise in unison. What? Half an hour passed. The water in Lu Sheng's cup was also finished. At this moment he placed the cup on the table. That's roughly how it is, Lu Sheng said cheerfully. This time I've returned. Is to take everyone to the military base. To meet my beloved. The whole family was delighted. Lu Dahai said I've also taken leave from the supermarket. Lu Qinghe pondered. I'm on vacation so I can go too. And Lu Sheng's mother, seeing both father and son so eagerly anticipating meeting their future daughter-in-law, chimed in. I'll take leave next week to buy some things. We can't go empty-handed for the first meeting. Hearing everyone say they were free, Lu Sheng slowly said, let's depart tomorrow. Lu Sheng's parents, hearing their precious son say this, shouted in unison. What's so soon? Seeing everyone so flustered, Lu Sheng said softly, yes, she's been quite busy recently, and only has these few days free. If we go later she won't have time to spend with everyone. As he spoke, Lu Sheng pulled something out from his person. Lu Sheng held up his phone. Dongqing Xue was on a call. Lu Sheng then said, I'll let her say a few words to everyone first. Dongqing Xue on the phone nervously spoke without pause. Her face red as a ripe tomato replied respectfully, hello uncle and auntie. Although this is a military base, there are plenty of shopping malls, restaurants and tourist attractions. If we leave tomorrow, we'll arrive in the evening. So you don't need to bring anything. Lu Sheng's mother enthusiastically replied, all right. Then uncle and auntie will come tomorrow. Lu Dahai also praised his precious son. This girl is quite good. My son has excellent taste. Just like his old man. Hey, hearing her husband spout such nonsense, Lu Sheng's mother grabbed his ear and said with affection, enough with the sweet talk. And stop spouting nonsense. Now I'm going to pack our bags. No matter how good things are outside, they're not as good as what we have at home. Lu Dahai meekly whispered. I know my dear wife. Lu Sheng walked into the room, still not forgetting to look back at the lively scene, accompanied by his mother's voice calling out, hurry up, while his father cried out in pain, and Xiao Qinghe added to the fun with a smile, making Lu Sheng unconsciously crack a smile. Lu Sheng closed the door thinking, using the excuse of tricking my family into meeting my future daughter-in-law was indeed very effective. Lu Sheng quickly regained his indifference and said some time has passed since Li Dai's plan failed. As expected, Lian Su will soon take her next step. Lu Sheng held up the blue bottle and continued, even for this wound of the saint bottle, she won't give up easily. Something worth hundreds of billions. Even if Lian Su is the wife of a martial saint, she would still feel great regret. Even if I don't know what her next move will be. Mid-sentence, Lu Sheng realized he was being foolish. He was truly too stupid. It's not hard to find this out. Just check the system. By now it was already late morning. Lu Sheng was deeply immersed in meditation. After a long while, Lu Sheng was startled awake and said aloud, Haishima. Lian Su's figure appeared in Lu Sheng's mind. He said, Lian Su's next move is actually Haishima. Is it even more mysterious than Huan Yin and Xing? Few people know. But what secrets are hidden? In the Huozhong Ziyuanku, Haishima is an international terrorist cult organization, extremely focused on experiments of human modification through exotic beast genes. They call themselves demon gods, using Solomon's 72 pillars of demons as the moniker for the strongest in the organization. There are even martial saint level powerhouses among them, and even level 9 powerhouses behind. The Shishima is the shadow of Shirgua, which is also one of the reasons why Shishima has survived until today. Lu Sheng said regretfully, it's a shame the data doesn't precisely describe which demon god from Shishima is coming to hunt me down, but never mind. Lu Sheng twirled the blue potion bottle in his hand and continued in a deep voice, in the future she'll die if she gets involved. This proves that this attack will continue to fail. Just you wait, it seems. The battle with the ultimate martial saint is also fast approaching. He happily gripped the medicine in his hand. Somewhere in the outer district of Baiha City, a cloaked figure was walking through the dusty desert. Jiluosi said to the person on the other end of the phone, it's getting dark, I heard this time a top 10 figure has arrived. Because of this do you know who the target is this time? The person on the other end of the phone replied, you're wrong, it's not just one top 10 figure who has arrived. Hearing that, Jiluosi was so shocked his blood pressure dropped and he asked, holy crap, seriously? is our target this time. The biological son of the martial saint. From Manhwa. The person on the other end of the phone whose mouth stitches were almost splitting just smiled. They say he's even more precious than the Manhwa martial saint's own son. I heard he's the morning star. The military has determined he's highly likely to become a martial saint in the future. He's just turned 20, I think. With an estimated combat power of over 30 stars. Which is equivalent to one of our Shishima top 10. Big shots. Jiluosi broke out in a cold sweat. 20 years old, he can actually rival a top 10 demon god, my god. Who on earth wants him dead? The person on the other end of the phone replied. A genius like this, whether for any country or organization, is a precious treasure. The person said sinisterly, Jiluosi. In this world, no country or organization is completely united. For some he is a treasure. But for others, he is poison. Jiluosi stood there confused. Thought a dagger was plunged into Lu Sheng's photo on the wall. He continued, so, before the poison fully forms, we must nip him in the bud. At this moment Lu Sheng's family had already left the house and stood by a black car. Lu Qinghe waved and asked her brother. Brother, are you really not coming with us? Lu Sheng said with a smile. The military has a mission. And I must go. Don't worry. I've already arranged for Qingxue to go to the military zone. You guys go and have fun for a couple of days, he'll be there soon. All three obediently got into the car. Lu Dehai, Lu Sheng's father, didn't forget to say. National missions are above all else. We must understand that. Son, you go do your best, dad will always be proud of you. Lu Sheng also waved goodbye to everyone. Afterwards Lu Sheng dropped his initial smile, picked up his phone and called Hizwa. Hizwa said, Lu Sheng, rest assured. The military zone specially dispatched a team of generals and fighter jets. They'll arrive safely at the military zone in 2 hours. Lu Sheng said, thank you, Hizwa. Hizwei or He Tingjun on the other end of the phone continued. It's nothing. As for the Shishima problem, I've already contacted the military zones along the way. They will fully cooperate with your plan. Are you sure you don't need me to send experts to help? The Shishima organization is not that easy to deal with. Hizwa's eyes gradually narrowed. 3 years ago, the southern military zone had clashed with one of Shishima's 72 demon pillars, namely the 9th demon pillar Baiman. 5 grade general star teams participated in the encirclement. Among them were 4 general stars above 15 star level. He wounded 7 people and killed 3. He actually managed to escape in the end. This incident caused a sensation throughout the entire city. The sacrifice of some general stars, a potential grand general and 2 5-star generals, caused the military to suffer for a long time. After speaking, Xia Tingjun became even more serious and anxious. Those top 10 ranked demon gods definitely have grand general level strength. It would be very difficult to deal with them individually. On the other end of the phone, Lu Sheng asked disdainfully, difficult? Is General Xia joking? Xia Tingjun's eyes narrowed sharply. But Lu Sheng still smiled calmly and composedly. It should be them who find it difficult. Those rats hiding in the sewers are unsettling. Because you never know when they'll jump out and bite. But once they lose that advantage, then the suffering, the fear, will be theirs. Lu Sheng finished speaking. A rat from the sewer was already held in the mouth of an orange cat, walking leisurely. Lu Sheng continued. Just put some delicious bait in the trap. Lure them out of the sewers. And that's all it takes. Lu Sheng's gaze sharpened. He asked General Xia, do you agree? Somewhere a sound emanated. Jiluosi was observing Lu Sheng from afar with binoculars. He trembled with fright. Then Jiluosi suddenly fell backward and exclaimed. What did he just look in my direction? After speaking, he trembled as he stood up, picked up the binoculars and said, impossible, it's at least over 10 kilometers away. How could he possibly have spotted me? It must be a coincidence. Then Jiluosi looked carefully, breathed a sigh of relief and said, as expected, it was just a coincidence. Longbo people. How could they be so powerful? Perhaps only the top 10 ranked demon gods could do that. Lu Sheng sensed the presence of a third party and said profoundly, as expected, they've arrived. My psychic range is enough to cover a 30-kilometer radius. It's stronger than satellite surveillance. Finding a few small rats is not difficult at all. But unfortunately it's only a level 6, probably just a scout. Xia Tingjun helplessly said, all right. Let's proceed as planned. Lu Sheng remembered to be careful. Lu Sheng replied, thank you, General Xia. Xia Tingjun hung up the phone and placed it on the table. He sat on the chair lost in thought. He rubbed his temples and muttered to himself. Sai, a dignified grand general of the military. Am now inferior to a 20-year-old young man. Am inferior to him in both decision-making and courage, just based on the power he displayed. At the military zone conference. Even if the top 10 demon gods of Haisha came, what could they do? If there were two, then it might be a bit troublesome. Otherwise it would only make him retreat. What is there to worry about? His power is as the marshal said. He can be a marshal in retreat and a saint in advance. Perhaps what's more worrisome are precisely those who are plotting to assassinate Lu Sheng. Josie observed Lu Sheng and reported the target has entered the high-speed rail station. He is expected to take a train to leave Baihe City. His destination is likely Kyoto province. He secretly observed Lu Sheng. He clearly instructed continue tracking. Josie responded loudly. However, as he was observing Lu Sheng, his head grew dizzy. Then the surrounding space suddenly became colorful. Jiluomo asked himself, why did it suddenly turn out like this? How annoying. After saying those two words, Jiluomo fell to the ground with a thud. Shouting off from his mouth, Lu Sheng emitted a deep red killing aura and spoke into his earpiece. In this direction 1,000 meters away there was a terrorist. I've already dealt with him effortlessly. Send someone to handle it immediately. The person on the other end of the phone asked in surprise, what? Are you sure it was 1,000 meters? So the person stopped asking and replied, all right. I'll handle it immediately and send people over right away. About a few minutes later, a team of people was dispatched to clear the scene. They saw a scene with a headless body. Blood splattered everywhere. One of the people sent there was stunned, speechless. This is truly astonishing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, you could kill me. I still wouldn't believe such an absurd thing. He's only 20 years old. What in the world is happening? Lu Sheng sat leisurely in his chair, completely at ease. After 1 day and 1 night they arrived in Jingcheng province. This amount of time and distance is already enough to flush out those rats. Lu Sheng was deep in thought when someone walked forward. Saluting. The person spoke word by word, trembling. I am Lieutenant Colonel Guai Aiying, reporting from the Dongyi province military region. Hello, Commander. This time I will assist the commander. Please give any orders you may have. Lu Sheng saw Aiying's face pale with nervousness. Completely bloodless. Lu Sheng then said with a light chuckle. Relax. Hearing this, Aiying's eyes widened even more in surprise. Lu Sheng picked up a box from the table and slowly said, this time you just need to help me with a small favor. It won't be too much trouble. Aiying replied loudly, trembling. Understood. Lu Sheng nodded in satisfaction, then continued. To greet those rats who have come a long way. As Lu Sheng opened the box, Lu Sheng said I should also prepare properly. Inside the box was a blue liquid. It was the level 8 aberrant marrow solution. With that, Lu Sheng opened the cap of the solution bottle. Then he raised it to his lips and gulped it down. After drinking the entire bottle, Lu Sheng gently wiped the corner of his mouth, his posture incredibly noble. Then he spoke word by word. Prepare to break through the 7th immortal cell. After Lu Sheng finished speaking, his body erupted with earth-shattering power, making Lu Sheng's eyes turn pale. Guai Aiying, standing nearby, also closed her eyes and retreated, because she couldn't withstand this terrifying power. Inside, someone was controlling the cabin and shouted loudly. So noisy, damn it. Damn it, damn it. He clutched his head. Then he violently threw his headphones to the ground, yelling, damn it. Ugh. The blond man gnashed his teeth and roared, Gialusa's signal has been cut off. Perhaps he's already dead. The woman with lips like chili peppers sat on the nearby sofa with her legs crossed. She asked with a stern face the target. How is he now? The man with his mouth sewn shut said. According to the latest information, the target is en route to Jingcheng province. Estimated time approximately 50 hours. The woman with lips like chili peppers, her vibrant red lips trembling slightly, commanded word by word. 2 days will be enough. Then the woman's face was brought into a close-up. With a pair of jet black eyes and a face full of freckles, she said, we will return very soon. The 4th demon god is returning. The blond man was captivated, enraptured by Lu Sheng's beauty in the mirror. He slammed his hand on the table. He roared loudly, these scumbags from Longwa. How dare they lay a hand on our people? With that he gave a sinister smile, his eyes turning red. His hair fluttering in the wind, he said fiercely. This time they will definitely pay the price, ha ha ha. The high-speed train sped along at an incredible pace, blending with the rainbow-like scenery, making the landscape even more beautiful and pleasant. After a long while, Lu Sheng suddenly woke up. His narrowed eyes slowly opened. After waking up, Lu Sheng cast a cold glance at the trembling Guai Aiying, who was so nervous she almost wet herself, standing there. Seeing this, Lu Sheng let out a long breath, relaxed his facial muscles and said, There's still a long time. You can't be this nervous. At this moment, Hua Aiying wasn't thinking about what he was saying. She only remembered her superior's instructions. Her superior had only said he was a very important person. Extremely terrifying. Must obey his orders unconditionally. What kind of mission is this anyway? After a moment of daze, Aiying's eyes darted around wildly. She trembled and replied yes. A little while later, Lu Sheng was leisurely sipping tea. The atmosphere gradually became less tense than before. Seeing that Lu Sheng wasn't scary, Aiying finally breathed a sigh of relief. She gently exhaled, thinking, but maybe my superior's exaggerated too much. His attitude is clearly very calm. Suddenly, Aiying involuntarily looked out the train window. Something was approaching. Aiying's heart skipped a beat in terror. Then she stammered and asked. It was a terrifying monster. It had its mouth wide open. Seeing this, Aiying quickly spoke after recognizing what it was. Sir, it's an enshrank demon, please get out of here quickly. When she turned her head to look, Aiying was greatly alarmed. Because she didn't see Lu Sheng anywhere. So she gasped and froze in place. Aiying was startled again. She shouted loudly because she saw Lu Sheng diving right into it himself. A trap. Sir, no. Ignoring the idle chatter, Lu Sheng still rushed in recklessly. Then he used the Starforce move. He also said sarcastically, you're a bit too slow, cutie. Lu Sheng coolly destroyed the enemy's position. Fragments scattered everywhere. Aiying was scared out of her wits, looking outside in terror. What in the world is this? Is this a realist movie? Seeing Aiying say that, Lu Sheng just smiled, then turned his head and whispered, you stay here for a bit, I'll go take care of something, I'll be right back. The surprise had not yet faded. Aiying suddenly realized what? Chief, this is a high-speed train in motion. Is it going to fly? Lu Sheng approached and said, this aura is exactly. An orange-haired person pretended to bow in greeting. By Meng, you can even fly with the wind. You're a psychic, how interesting. Lu Sheng asked suspiciously, are you alone? The red-haired man licked his lips and said softly, did you think that was my full strength just now? I originally just wanted to kill you simply. I didn't expect this journey to have such an unexpected surprise. He trembled while smiling, revealing dog-like teeth. Raising his hand, he said, you remind me of those guys in military uniforms I met the last time I was in Longwa. They were just like you. Beautiful, young, brave, and... He covered his face, laughing maniacally. His whole body tingled with excitement, wanting to jump up and shout. Like those tender, fragile blades of grass. When they're torn, it's truly intoxicating. He stuck out his long ox-like tongue, gazing at Lu Sheng pervertedly, and said word by word in an utterly disgusting manner. I forgot to introduce myself, I am the 9th demon pillar of He Shama, named Bai Meng. Lu Sheng ignored Bai Meng's words. Instead, he focused on his own task. 1 minute and 20 seconds now. After speaking, Lu Sheng put down his stopwatch. He looked at Bai Meng brightly and said, your last words were quite long, weren't they? Bai Meng's face was covered in bulging veins from anger. What did you say? What in the hell are you babbling about? Not making Lu Sheng wait long, Bai Meng pulled something out from under his arm. He looked at Lu Sheng with disdain. You brat. When I'm done with you, I won't give you a chance to say your last words. A blue light appeared before Bai Meng like a sword, making him wonder if Lu Sheng was giving him a love token to him. But no, Bai Meng's dream scenario was severed by Lu Sheng's ruthless slash. A long trail of blood spurted out. Lu Sheng flew high into the sky, indifferently watching Bai Meng's body split in half. He said 7 immortal cells. 4 realm saber technique. Plus various evil wills. Lu Sheng looked at the hand that had just sliced through Bai Meng, and said disdainfully, if I still had to fight another round with you after all that, then I really deserve to die. While showing off, Lu Sheng naturally exposed his own foolishness, but murmured to himself, I forgot what rank did he say he was earlier. Oh well, never mind. I'll just sense it directly, and see if any of his accomplices are nearby. I'll take care of them all at once. After saying that, Lu Sheng closed his eyes. Then he opened his eyes, his pupils a dreamy purple. He unleashed his probe technique. After activating it, Lu Sheng said there are some alright, but they're a bit far, which is troublesome. Lu Sheng could only say helplessly, fine, I'll just let them come to me, but now that I think about it, am I becoming less and less like a normal person? It even far surpassed the conventional scope of a martial artist. Haha, I'm almost turning high-level martial arts into fantasy. Having said that, Lu Sheng immediately flew back to the high-speed rail train. Aiying, overjoyed to see Lu Sheng return so casually, had tears welling up in her eyes. Lu Sheng in his domineering CEO mode fell into contemplation. From Baihe City to Jingdu Province, a total of over 8,000 kilometers. And eighth, the suddenly sudden attack. Suddenly killing you repeatedly, this is indeed sincere enough, wouldn't you say? Nearby, Lu Sheng, with his eyes closed, rested against the window. Ai Ying was so scared she almost peed her pants. Thinking tremblingly, how can he do something like that? Over 200 kilometers per hour, this isn't a bus. It's a high-speed rail. He can actually come and go so easily. It's truly unbelievable. After speaking, Ai Ying gulped down her saliva. Suddenly Lu Sheng woke up and said loudly, "Oh." Ai Ying's heart almost jumped out of her chest and she stammered, "Ah, yes, yes, yes. Please command, Chief." Lu Sheng stood up, lightly patted Ai Ying's shoulder and said, "Wait here, I'm going to take care of something. I'll be back shortly. While you're at it, send my coordinates to the military headquarters. And tell them to make a trip too." At that, Ai Ying could only reply, "Ah, yes, yes." Suddenly Ai Ying asked, "Chief, what should I do next?" Lu Sheng pondered for a moment, then said, "Next step, huh? There probably won't be a next step, it's probably over. You should get some rest. I'll call you if I need anything else later." Ai Ying stared blankly and asked herself, is it over just like that? Ai Ying suddenly remembered a scene from her childhood when she was with her father at that time. That casual tone was very similar to what her father said to her when he took her to the station. Back then her father caressed her head and said, "Wait for Daddy here. Daddy's going to buy some tangerines." This made Ai Ying seem even more bewildered. Scene switches to somewhere else. On a computer screen, the message "Bai Meng is dead" was displayed. The blonde man cried out miserably, "Damn it, Lord, Bai Meng is gone. The signal. His life signal has completely vanished." Hearing him say that, the woman with fiery red lips quickly ran over and asked, "What? How could something like this happen?" Immediately the woman with fiery red lips quickly puffed out her enormous chest and said loudly, "I'll go inform the master. You keep monitoring the cameras." So the blonde man could only say, "Understood." She quickly and urgently called the master. "Bai Meng is dead. The process is unclear, so you must be careful. This time's target doesn't seem to be as simple as it appears on the surface." A person on the other end of the phone smiled and said mysteriously, "Ha ha. I'm not an idiot like Bai Meng. Although Longwei is very weak. Last time he was here, he caused such a huge commotion. He was targeted long ago. Why go swaggering over there? It's only natural head get killed. Before the sun rises tomorrow, I will bring back the target's head, so you can rest assured." The woman with lips like chili peppers sighed deeply, then said, "All right." After that, she hung up. As soon as she hung up, she stared blankly at the paper that read "Annihilate the Six Sages" and said, "Why is it that just by looking at his picture, I feel such an intense fear? Is it an intangible fear? Isn't he just a martial arts genius who is only 20 years old? Why is this happening?" Then she blankly imagined the six sages reaching out with massive hands to grab her and couldn't help but tremble. She said, "We're clearly the pursuers. So why do I always feel like we're the ones being targeted?" A man looked at the computer screen and shouted, This is an SS rank mission. Immediately mobilize all elite forces. Lengge and Daofeng squads proceed to these coordinates at once." One of the men asked, "Such a huge mission. Do you know what it is from?" A distance someone said, "Armored Brigade number 57. Number 8 ready and awaiting orders." Everyone responded in unison. Only then did the man reply, "I remember, it's a terrorist organization called Haishima." The scar-faced man's expression was serious. "Haishima? If it's really them, then this mission is truly dangerous." The other man asked, "Why do you say that?" The scar-faced man sighed and said, 3 years ago in the Southern Theater, there was a terrorist attack carried out by the Haishima organization. I was a member of the anti-terrorist squad at the time. Do you know how many people we mobilized?" The other man asked blankly, "How many?" The scar-faced man replied gravely, "Over 500 people. There were over 27th rank grandmasters alone, and 5 8th rank great grandmasters among them. But the main target of the encirclement operation still managed to escape." He emphasized heavily, "That day was the military's greatest humiliation." Only then did the man ask in astonishment, "That's terrifying. A suppression operation of that scale. And they still couldn't keep the target. Is Haishima that powerful?" He slowly said, "That's right, they are. A bunch of monsters. Stop chatting." The scar-faced man said, "All right. Get your gear on and prepare to move out." By then they had arrived at the scene. The man beside him asked in surprise, "Is this?" Then exclaimed, "Is he dead?" The scar-faced man checked again. Although he's dead, his aura is still incredibly strong. Blood congealed into pearls and a blood core. He must have been a top-tier 8th rank great grandmaster. The man beside him spoke. There are only about 1,000 people worldwide. The death of one of them is huge news. Fortunately, it seems. He's not from Longwa. The scar-faced man said. If I'm not mistaken, he's one of Haishima's people. The man beside him repeated Haishima. The scar-faced man continued. Although Haishima's powerhouses are no ordinary individuals, this Haishima Great Grandmaster has no trace of pain or fear on his face. This indicates he didn't even have time to react before he died. He was struck down by someone with a single blow, dying instantly. Unable to even imagine such a scene. Suddenly the man seemed to notice something, and said, "Wait, look at his back." After saying that, the scar-faced man flipped over the corpse to check its back. Then he suddenly exclaimed loudly, "Damn it, I recognize this tattoo. He's the leader of Haishima. The very person we couldn't apprehend in the Southern Theater 3 years ago." The man said in astonishment. "You mean someone killed this leader with just one strike? When 20 grandmasters and 5 great grandmasters couldn't apprehend him before? Then after that master killed this person, why did they send us here?" The scar-faced man said, "Perhaps they just sent us to clean up the battlefield." Xiaotinjin observed, then burst into laughter. "This kid is truly powerful. If he wanted to kill me, one strike would probably be enough." Xiao Tingjun thought, raising his head happily. Our military department will finally have a great martial arts master. A truly top-tier one. Elsewhere, Lu Sheng stood in a certain spot. Lu Sheng thought, "This will clone is much stronger than I anticipated. Something surrounded by iron chains." Lu Sheng conjured flames. "Could it be that I thought wrong last time? Simulating others' martial will. Is it really useless? But if I simulate my own will, then, using spiritual energy to create a clone outside the body, the main body cannot move. But the will clone can travel 1,000 miles, and can be recalled in an instant." Then a flame clone appeared. Lu Sheng said, "What kind of skill is this? This is clearly a martial arts divine ability, isn't it?" Lu Sheng's other body walked over. "What else can it be used for? So many things the main body can't conveniently do. This can accomplish. For example, flying through the sky and burrowing through the earth. Or phasing through walls into women's bathrooms. And of course killing Lian Su. No one will know it was me. Even if I'm discovered, it doesn't matter. Lian Su has crossed certain lines. Even if she is a martial saint's wife, she cannot bear these enormous consequences. When the martial saint feels that she has caused a huge cost to himself and the powers behind him, there will be a huge price. Lian Su's title as the martial saint's wife will become insignificant. After repeatedly checking Lian Su's and his own life records, Lian Su's death won't cause much of a stir. Perhaps her taking out the Saint's Guide and colluding with the Black Sandhorse, the price behind it, will surely displease the martial saint greatly. Just watch, this is completely feasible." With that, Lu Sheng activated his spiritual energy. "It's here." Lu Sheng's eyes lit up. It's hard to say how strong this will clone can be. 2 Black Sandhorse members arrived just then. A vortex of flames appeared. Someone checked their watch and said, "Perfect timing." A guy with hair like a horse's mane said, "The target's ship will be passing by here soon." The green-haired woman added, "Let's do it here, then finish it quickly and go back." Suddenly something glowed behind him, making him freeze. Then his eyes narrowed and he spun around sharply, saying, "This pressure is too strong, prepare for battle." Hearing this, the green-haired woman also struck a pose and leaped up. Then both transformed into beasts, one into a wolf, and the other into a demoness by the black demon god. The one who turned into a wolf looked up at Lu Sheng's golden clone and asked, "Wait, is this a god?" The crazy woman behind him complained, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is just a martial saint's clone." The wolf stubbornly said, "No, not a martial saint's clone, this is a dharma form. A martial saint's clone wouldn't be this small. And according to my memory, the 3 saints of the Dragon Kingdom don't have such a youthful appearance." The woman also asked, "Then who do you say it is?" At this moment Lu Sheng finally spoke. "Who are you people daring to cause trouble here?" With that, a giant palm pressed down towards the 2 of them. The wolf and the woman were forced to their knees by the pressure. The wolf said, "This pressure is terrifying." He asked, "Who exactly are you? What kind of move is this?" Lu Sheng said, "Impudent, how dare you speak my name? I am the night roaming god. Upon seeing me, why aren't you kneeling at once?" As soon as he finished speaking, the werewolf frantically kowtowed in terror. Lu Sheng slowly said, "Never mind, you little rats. You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Immediately Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed and he said, "Die now." The werewolf shouted, "This is bad, quick, get out of the way." A deafening roar shattered earth and stone. But the two from the Black Sandhorse gang had already dodged in time. Lu Sheng transformed, saying like a god, "You little rats, don't get ahead of yourselves. I will summon an immortal to descend and slay you all, only then will I be satisfied." The werewolf angrily complained. "What the hell is that? Is this some kind of Halloween prank?" The woman next to him also said. "Longwa people don't have a Halloween tradition. But I've heard the term driving the night roaming deities. That is the image of a deity from Longwa folk legends." The werewolf retorted. "Are you saying we've encountered a Longwa folk deity?" Lu Sheng displayed incredibly fierce power before them. Oliver tensed his two muscular arms, but said to Amon, "How can there be so many ghostly divine things? It must be fake. Amon, let's go all out. Even if we can't defeat him, escaping won't be a problem." Amon's face was covered in sweat. "Oliver, you're right. We are both among the 10 strongest demon gods. How can we working together lose to a Longwa person? He's not a martial saint, is he?" Amon and Oliver roared loudly, the aura emanating from them also incredibly powerful. "Attack with full power, let's go." Lu Sheng's body glowed. Lu Sheng stood calmly. Amon shouted, "Die fake Longwa god, fake demon, die." The Wolverine charged towards Lu Sheng with a powerful aura. Abyss Inferno. The Wolverine roared flame charge. Lu Sheng coldly took a breath, swastika shape. It was indeed swastika shaped, even the move was so ugly. Then Lu Sheng exhaled a stream of smoke at Oliver. Oliver in disbelief. How is that possible? Almond's flames could even incinerate demons. He blew it away with a single breath. Oliver was blasted back. A purple aura enveloped Oliver. "Huh, psionic power, are you a psychokineticist too?" Lu Sheng stretched out an arm as if absorbing the dark energy. "No, this is divine power." Oliver stuck out his long tongue and screamed loudly. Amon gritted his teeth. "This is impossible. Impossible, run, he's the devil." Lu Sheng rapidly flew close to Amon, appearing right beside him. "Absurd. I am not the devil." Amon was greatly startled. Lu Sheng's aura was overwhelmingly oppressive. "I will make you devils taste what's called death by 5 horses." This high-speed rail zoomed like a blur. Inside the train, a crew member was looking around. Where did the master go? Why isn't he back yet? Is this mission over just like that? Lu Sheng appeared. "What's wrong?" The crew member jumped, asking, "Master, when did you get back?" Lu Sheng's eyes held a smile. In his hand was a coil of rope. "I just finished my mending and embroidery, so I came back." The crew member asked, puzzled. "Mending and embroidery?" Lu Sheng affirmed, "Yes, mending and embroidery." At this moment, between the 2 tracks of the high-speed rail, 2 people were tied up. It was Amon and Oliver. Oliver cried out loudly, "What is this? I can't struggle at all. Is this thing entirely made of mystic gold?" Amon's eyes were filled with panic. "Fat Hat, those are 2 high-speed trains heading towards each other." The two sat alone between the 2 high-speed rail tracks. Lu Sheng extended his hand, displaying power. "It's almost time." Lu Sheng leisurely sat in a chair. "Let the execution begin. Psionic power activate." The ropes on their bodies glowed, tightening further. Amon panicked. "This rope can move." Then the rope wrapped around the train's front. Next, the train's front pulled the rope and sped away. Amon's eyes were vacant, screaming in terror. After that, Amon and Oliver were tightly entangled by the rope. The two were stuck together tightly, choked by the rope, unable to breathe. Their bodies swelled. The night sky was dotted with stars, and a bright moon glowed luminously. Between the 2 tracks was a splash of crimson. Lu Sheng's assessment. This could be considered a modern-day execution, wouldn't you agree? Lu Sheng rested his chin in his hand, thinking. It was also a severe warning to himself. A warning to the Lion Nation. Those who offend me shall surely be punished. The flight attendant walked over, saluting as she reported. "Reporting, sir. I just heard there was something unusual nearby. For safety's sake, would you like me to call a helicopter? It can take you directly to Jingdu province." Lu Sheng smiled and declined. "No thank you." Lu Sheng pointed behind him. 2 people died where the 2 cars crashed. "Remember to send someone to check it out." The flight attendant responded, puzzled. "Yes. Yes, sir." The man from the Black Demon Society stumbled to the ground in terror. "What on earth is going on?" The man looked at the images of Amon and Oliver. A red signal was flashing on the screen. The lords ranked 6th and 7th. Their life signals have disappeared at the same time. The woman from the Black Demon Society also walked over. "Everyone. The top 10 demon pillars are godlike existences. Each possesses an incredibly terrifying beast body. Countless heroic achievements have shocked the world of the Black Demon Society. All of it was established thanks to these lords." The man's face was filled with disbelief. "We've already lost 3 of our people to a Dragon Nation individual in less than a day. Does Dragon Nation already possess martial saint-level powerhouses? There was a hint of worry in the girl's eyes too. It can't be a martial saint. The three great martial saints and this target aren't even closely related. The military currently doesn't have any martial saint-level powerhouses either. There's only one possible conclusion. That is, we underestimated the strength of our target. He's not general-level strength. He's martial level. The man was even more shocked. Martial level. He's only 20 years old. Oh my god. This is truly a martial arts prodigy who defies all conventions. So what do we do now? We've lost 3 of the top 10 demon pillars. Even if the profits from this mission were 10 times greater, it wouldn't make up for our losses. Should we go back now to stop further losses? The girl pointed at the screen and said we must stop it. But not by going back. Instead, we must continue to complete the Black Demon Society's mission. If we hunt him like this, and he fully matures in the future, won't he come back for revenge? The man then said we should immediately contact the organization and request reinforcements. The girl's body emitted an aura. No, we still have Lord Samigina ranked 4th. With her strength, she can definitely kill the target. The man rubbed his head and shook it. But the organization didn't give us Lord Samigina's contact information. The girl immediately knelt down. Her hands formed a pleading gesture. That's right, because there's no need. Because Lord Samigina has been with us all along. The man looked on confused. What is she saying? The girl shouted loudly, I respectfully invite the 4th demon pillar, Lord Samigina, to descend. The girl paused. Then she opened something strange. The man also surprisingly started screaming. Then a head emerged from her mouth. Samigina jumped out of her mouth. Samigina looked at the man panicking on the ground. Samigina stood before the man. Target coordinates. Samigina said coldly, send them to me. Lu Sheng took out a tissue to wipe the blood from his hands. So you were Barbados. Lu Sheng looked at the defeated body on the ground. Quite a lot of people from the Black Demon Society showed up, But no matter how many small fries there are, there's still just small fries. Lu Sheng held a tracking device in his hand. If the Black Demon Society uses this to communicate, then it must have a tracking function. I'll just carry it. They'll find me easily. Anyone who isn't afraid of death, come on over. Lu Sheng gripped the locator tightly. He looked at the blood-red sky before him. When the sun rises tomorrow morning, I've lost interest in playing with you all anymore. At my current speed, I'll reach Jingdu in about 5 hours. If I go all out, it would only take 2 hours. Faster than an airplane. Lu Sheng looked up. But since this trip is to kill Lian Su, just in case, I must ensure I'm in perfect condition. Lu Sheng put his hands in his pockets and left. Besides that, I still need to wait for the Heimish people. If I go too fast, they probably won't be able to keep up with me finally. Although killing Lian Su isn't a big problem. She is after all Wu Sheng's person. So I still have to give her some face nominally. I can't make it too obvious. At least I can't let anyone know at first glance. It was me who did it. Lu Sheng glanced around and had an idea. I just need to create a perfect alibi. Lu Sheng took out his phone. Once she's dead, he'll appear somewhere else and cause a commotion. The bigger the better. Lu Sheng answered the call. Hello. On this side, Ling Su was holding chemicals. Lu Sheng on the other end said to Ling Su, when is the Chen family patriarch's birthday banquet? Ling Su replied, it's tomorrow night. What's wrong? Lu Sheng smiled and said, I'm just worried someone might bully you. At this kind of family birthday banquet, there are always a few tactless people who jump out to oppress you. That's how it's always written in novels. And now your identity is like a novel's perfect female protagonist. A woman. Lu Sheng imagined Ling Su being pursued and oppressed by influential men who, relying on their distinguished family backgrounds and powerful positions, would pursue and bully Ling Su. On her end of the call, Ling Su tiredly raised her hand to her forehead. No need in the Chen family. I'm just an inconspicuous person. Those things you mentioned probably won't happen. But Lu Sheng still smiled and said, all right. It's decided, then send me the address. I'll be there on time tomorrow night to create a stir for you. That's it. I'm hanging up. Ling Su looked at the black screen puzzled. What tricks is this guy trying to pull now? Lu Sheng thought with satisfaction. Perfect plan. Then, after killing Lian Su, I'll immediately go to the Chen family's birthday banquet and cause a commotion. As for whether Ling Su needs my help, that's not important. I'm giving her face. So even if she doesn't want to play along, she'll have to. Lu Sheng believed he had to be thorough and meticulous. An hour later, on a hilltop in the suburbs, night fell, and dense woods were shrouded in a mysterious black. At this moment, 2 people were camping here. A man and a woman. The girl sat with her legs drawn up, looking up at the sky. So cold, are you kidding me? There aren't even any stars tonight. How can there be a meteor shower? The boy rubbed his nose. How can this be? I clearly checked the weather forecast carefully. And it said there would be a meteor shower tonight. But it's the Ancina Millennium Pegasus meteor shower. The girl rubbed her hands together and breathed out some warm air. It's a bit cold, the boy suggested. Maybe it's still too early. It's cold outside. Why don't we go into the tent and warm up? But in reality he was overjoyed. Of course I had to tell a little lie. Yeah. Otherwise how would we get a chance to be alone for a night? The girl agreed. All right. The boy's eyes filled with excitement. Suddenly the girl pointed at the sky. Ah, it's real, there really are meteors. Yellow meteors. Make a wish quickly. The boy was also surprised. My God, are there really meteors? Looking at the light streaking rapidly across the sky, the boy said in surprise, it's so big and bright. The light plunged directly into a red curtain. Then it created an explosion that echoed across the sky. The boy looked through his telescope. Can meteors collide like that? What in the world was that? Oh no. He pressed his eye to the telescope. And was even more surprised by what he saw. That's not a meteor. Looking at the light in the sky, the boy realized, damn, that's a person. That beam of light was Six Saints. Six Saints brushed his sleeves. Never thought I'd be hit by a move one day. Hit by an angel. A crimson voice echoed from above. So you're the expert from the Black Demon Society, how interesting. Samijina's gaze was sharp. Samijina's clone charged at Six Saints and attacked. Six Saints' gaze noticed it. Six Saints also struck swiftly. The counterattack was as fast as lightning. Six Saints smiled and said, your strength isn't bad either. Six Saints looked at Samijina with sharp eyes. A powerful radiance stood opposite an 8th level Grandmaster. A breakthrough to the Martial Saint level. The key is to fully merge the three energies. To then connect with heaven and earth. Borrowing the energy of the universe. The power of nature to construct one's martial Dao avatar. You're only missing the final martial Dao imprint. Samijina stood with one hand on her hip arrogantly. No wonder. They all died by your hand. You're very strong. Six Saints scratched his head and said with a smile. But if this is all you've got, then you'll probably go home empty-handed tonight. Samijina licked her lips and snorted. Was that last move your trump card? What a pity. You won't be saying that in a moment. Samijina raised a hand displaying her power. Be grateful. In the past 5 years, a magic circle appeared beneath Samijina's feet. You are the first one to be able to see my strongest form. It's ready. Samijina transformed with 4 legs beneath her. Her body was like a horse. Fierce horns grew on her head. Samijina asked, are you ready to face death? Six Saints calmly said, oh, more tricks. Samijina instantly appeared before Six Saints. Six Saints exclaimed, so fast. Samijina kicked Six Saints away with her hind legs. Then Samijina brought her hands together and raised them high. Then fiercely struck the ground, shattering the earth beneath her feet. Samijina exhaled, Dimortal. The magic circle manifested, releasing an evil aura towards Six Saints. All the shattered rocks below turned to dust. Samijina concluded, it's over. Smoke billowed, then slowly dissipated, revealing Six Saints' unharmed body. So that's how it is. Your so-called transformation only slightly raises the upper limit of the Grandmaster realm. Only slightly raises the upper limit of the Grandmaster realm. Samijina was shocked. You haven't even touched that realm yet. Samijina's gaze was dull. You're just a faint Grandmaster aura. Watching Six Saints approach, Samijina couldn't believe it. How is that possible after my full power strike? He's completely unharmed. Who exactly are you? Six Saints smiled and said, me. I am one who is about to reach the pinnacle. Six Saints clenched his hands and an aura appeared. You are of no value to me anymore. Die, woman. Six Saints' aura was terrifyingly powerful, completely suppressing Samijina. You are of no value anymore. Samijina's eyes felt extremely uncomfortable. Samijina was caught by Six Saints' grip. Six Saints said coldly, annihilate, die, woman. Psychic power activated. Six Saints raised his hand, controlling Samijina in the air. Samijina in the air reached for her neck, struggling to breathe. Her body trembled. Samijina's face was covered in tears. Saliva also flowed from her mouth. Six Saints' aura completely suppressed her. It's time for you to say goodbye to this world. If luck is good enough. Then a loud bang erupted. Maybe they can cross over too. Six Saints heard a voice through his connected device. Chief, do you have any instructions? Six Saints sent his coordinates, just dealt with it. You guys come clean up the mess. The other side asked in surprise, huh? Understood. Six Saints kicked off the ground and flew up. Six Saints flew into the air. This assassination attempt by the Black Demon Society made me realize my maximum strength, plus pure chi and blood and 7 immortal cells, and various enhancements. I should be able to reach 70 to 80 stars of combat power, right? My full power limit might reach 100 stars perhaps. Six Saint's gaze was serious as if he was deep in thought. But my true combat power is still far from the actual martial saint level. The 6 martial saints seem to be on a long journey. Like the Great Wall, how far did they go? The 6 martial saints just flew away like that. I've only recently entered the Grandmaster realm. My essence, chi and spirit haven't even begun to be refined. There's still a long way to go. I'm still very weak inside Liance's villa. A scream came from the villa. It failed. Liansu shouted furiously, I paid so much. I took so many risks to deal with that person. And now you're telling me it failed. A member of the Black Demon Society appeared on screen and calmly said, please calm down. We are very sorry about this. No one wanted to see this outcome. The Black Demon Society member explained. In fact, our losses were extremely heavy. Your target caused us to lose 4 powerful demon god pillars. Liansu felt extremely uncomfortable. That's your problem. Liansu picked up the device and yelled directly. Since your losses are so great, shouldn't you have completely killed that brat? I don't believe that your esteemed Black Demon Society can't even deal with an 8-level brat. The other party replied, we can. As long as the top 3 demon god pillars are deployed, it can be easily resolved. Liance's tone was like she was giving an order. Then hurry up and tell them to act. The Black Demon Society member held up 2 fingers and demanded, but you must pay 20 times the price. Liansu was taken aback. What? 20 times? The other party explained. Because if any of these 3 great top demon god pillars enters Dragon Kingdom, it will cause extreme chaos in the international situation. It might even attract the attention of 3 martial saint 9th rank powerhouses from Dragon Kingdom. If the involvement is too widespread, it won't be easy to explain it away. After all, the Black Demon Society, we are not a purely assassin organization. Helping you this time is already giving face to the person behind you. Liansu angrily threw the device to the ground. Get out. All of you get out, you're all just greedy devils. The voice from the other end of the line still sounded. All right, madam. However, for the losses caused to the Black Demon Society by this operation, we will still require some compensation from you. The specific compensation amount will be sent to your email in 2 days. Liansu went from one fit of rage to another. Unable to swallow her anger at all, she lifted her foot and stomped on the device on the ground, shattering it, continuously cursing, damn it. You guys from Lion Kingdom. You failed to get the job done and you still want me to compensate you. Dream on, is this the greatness of the world of the strong? You people. Liansu kept cursing, gritting her teeth. Damn it. For this revenge, I've almost touched that lord's bottom line. Yet it still turned out like this. Liansu couldn't take it anymore. Last time I sent Tong Kueisheng. If his whole family had died, everyone would have been happy. But he didn't die, he even killed people. On the contrary, Tong Kueisheng even joined the army. Even that lord had to make concessions. Liansu collapsed onto the large bed. Tears streamed down Liance's cheeks. That lord even warned me to drop the matter. But I simply cannot swallow this humiliation. Liansu felt extremely agitated. I'm so angry. Why is nothing going smoothly? He's clearly just an insignificant nobody, with mud still clinging to his feet. I cannot accept this. Liansu turned over and muttered to herself. I cannot accept this. The maids by the door saw this and whispered. Madam is asleep. Good. It's been like this lately. She falls asleep after venting her anger. Another maid replied, prepare more delicious food. When madam wakes up, it'll be ready if she wants to eat. Yes, late at night. Bright moonlight shone by Liance's bed. Liansu was still sound asleep. A voice and presence approached Liansu's sister. Liansu sat up, rubbing her eyes. Who's there? A dark figure appeared. It's me, I am Lian Jibei. The person was covered in blood. Their eyes were wide open, looking terrifying. My sister died such a horrible death. Liansu's eyes stared blankly. Liansu clutched the quilt tightly and screamed. Afterward, the space became completely silent. Liansu looked around, panting heavily. It was just a nightmare. Liansu's eyes were still shrouded in shadow. I dreamed of the dead Lian Jibei. What the hell? Could it be that I haven't successfully avenged him yet, so he's come for me? Even death won't stop it. Liansu felt exhausted. Suddenly, I'm very thirsty. Someone, I want water. The door opened. A maid entered carrying a tray with a glass of water. Madam, please drink some water. Liansu responded with an Then Liansu picked up the cup and drank. Then she frowned again. Ugh, this tastes awful. What kind of water is this? At this moment Lian Su held a glass of bright red water. Inside an eye was staring at Lian Su. Lian Su, terrified, immediately threw the glass to the floor. The voice from before rang out again, "Sewer. Does my blood taste good?" Lian Su fainted. Lian Su lay unconscious on the bed. Lu Sheng stood in the distance looking at Lian Su's door. Lu Sheng's gaze was cold. Using a mental illusion against a martial arts beauty. Level 6 and whose mind is extremely unstable. It certainly can't be too simple. Lu Sheng smiled with satisfaction. In endless recurring nightmares, she will be tormented by fear and despair until her mind collapses and she dies. Isn't this wonderful? Lu Sheng found it amusing. This might be the most secret method, a good way to leave no trace. And it won't let her die too quickly. Lian Su's eyes were vacant as Lu Sheng emitted an extremely terrifying aura. I have no reason to pity a malicious woman who repeatedly tried to harm me and my family. Cruel, perhaps. Lu Sheng looked at the struggling Lian Su and said softly, I am not a saint. I am just an ordinary person, with reason and a bit of pettiness. The side of Lu Sheng's heart seemed to have been revealed. Lu Sheng could no longer be merciful. What is this? This sense of deadly threat only a martial saint could cause it. Looking at Lian Su's hazy eyes, he almost forgot that I possess the ability to predict what is about to happen. Those potential dangers will soon befall me and those around me. A level 9 martial saint would also have similar abilities. It seems I have no choice but to change my plans. Lu Sheng reached out, revealing his aura. I can't torment her anymore. If a martial saint were to notice, and then I got trapped here, that would be truly embarrassing. Lu Sheng coldly clenched his fist. Just kill her directly, I've been getting warnings all along. Lu Sheng pondered. But the warning from my glabella has weakened considerably. Retreat, the maids whispered. Quiet down outside. Madam might still be asleep. The maids entered with the water tray. Madam. The water on the tray spilled. A scream erupted. Oh no, madam. Madam is dead. In the capital city, the Chen family estate, those who were rich and prominent. A man led 2 women in. The women gossiped. Oh my. Even a martial arts grandmaster has come to attend Old Master Chen's birthday celebration. How respectable. What do you know? Old Master Chen himself is a martial arts grandmaster. And he's acquainted with many important figures. Some of his friends are even level 8 grandmasters in the army. The 3 women walked in chatting and laughing. A level 8 grandmaster. I've never seen anyone like that in my life, ladies. We must really try hard tonight. Who knows, we might snag ourselves an important lord. They act as if they're superior to everyone else. Ling Su's gaze was filled with disdain. Is this what high society is like? Ling Su crossed her arms and walked in. Her attitude wasn't excited, it was flat and unremarkable. Someone greeted Ling Su. It's my first time, so I'm not familiar with everything. Let's go in together. Ling Su looked at Chen Yi, who had just appeared. No need, brother E. I'm waiting for a friend, brother E. You go ahead, I'll go in a little later. Chen Yi looked at Ling Su. I didn't expect you to have friends in the capital too. You'll have to get to know them later. Ling Su watched Chen Yi's retreating back. Ever since I came to the Chen family, their attitude has always been very warm. Chen Yi has also been very caring towards me. But I always feel there's a hidden motive. Ling Su always felt he wasn't a good person. He has ulterior motives. Ling Su happily turned her head, tacitly agreeing with herself. It truly is that feeling. Ling Su saw Lu Sheng and exclaimed with delight, it's you. You really came. Lu Sheng smiled. I told you I'd come to help you. Of course I had to come. Lu Sheng thought to himself. The distance from Elemental Manor to the Chen family banquet venue is at least 1,000 kilometers. I only took 5 minutes to cover the entire distance. And my speed was 10 times the speed of sound. This body is truly something else. Ling Su closed her eyes and said politely. I told you I don't need help. There won't be that kind of plot like in romance novels. Actually, the Chen family treats me very well. Although it still feels a bit unfamiliar now. They've already started trying to accept me. Ling Su's eyes darted around slightly, showing some evasiveness when discussing this issue. Lu Sheng spoke. They're just trying to accept your wealth. Lu Sheng thought to himself, returning to the Chen family comes at a cost. A corresponding price. Lu Sheng looked at Ling Su and thought. I thought Ling Su's personality was one who would fight to the end. I didn't expect her final choice would be to compromise. Considering the environment she grew up in, perhaps she truly needs a kind of false affection to fill the void in her heart. Even if I can understand it, whether I support it is another matter. Lu Sheng's eyes softened as he spoke. It's all right. Tonight I will make the rightest choice for you. Ling Su didn't quite understand the meaning of that statement. Hey, what are you looking for? Lu Sheng's answer was even more perplexing. I'm looking for an eyesore. Lu Sheng turned his head. 3 question marks appeared above Ling Su's head. Lu Sheng looked at the person in front of him and asked who is that guy. A young man who looked very dissipated. With his arms around 2 beautiful voluptuous girls, and being loudly hailed by the crowd on both sides. Young Master Zhou is here, welcome. This way please. Ling Su introduced that's the second young master of the Zhou family. Zhou Yuman. The Zhou family is one of the biggest families outside of the capital. Their influence is even greater than our Chen families. But he's good for nothing. He's just a dissolute playboy. But his older brother Zhou Jilin. Lu Sheng caught the key phrase. Our Chen family. Ling Su stammered I. Lu Sheng held Ling Su's hand. You are in crisis. Entanglements will only hinder your path to becoming stronger. Lu Sheng smiled. Don't worry. It'll help you perfectly resolve all your problems. Ling Su stared blankly, her mind in a mess. How what? The people nearby kept flattering Yuman. Young Master Zhou, I'm in real estate. Young Master Zhou, look at me. Yuman felt annoyed and waved them away. Scram, scram, scram. All of you get lost. Then a tall figure appeared before him. But Yuman hadn't recognized him yet. He said, I told you to scram, get out of the way. Yuman was startled when he saw Lu Sheng. Looking at Lu Sheng's imposing presence, Yuman was horrified. He thought this man Yuman assessed whether it's his physique, looks or aura. It all felt so oppressive. What followed was utterly despicable. He hid behind the 2 girls he had just been walking with arm in arm. Who are you? Lu Sheng asked, looking at the red car. Is this your car? Yuman asked, what's wrong? Lu Sheng feigned admiration and said, so cool and beautiful too. How much did it cost? Yuman chuckled inwardly. He bet. This bumpkin was completely captivated by his sports car. I could die laughing. Yuman crossed his arms. He stood in front of the fiery red car. It glittered, dazzling the eyes. He boasted. I bought it for over 80 million dragon coins. Of course it's a good car. There's only one like it in the entire dragon nation. Lu Sheng's eyes pretended to gleam. 80 million dragon coins, wow. Yuman watched Lu Sheng spellbound, caressing his luxury car. And he smiled smugly. Just a bumpkin as expected. Lu Sheng spoke softly. This car is indeed nice, but I'm afraid. Then Lu Sheng's aura became powerful. It'll destroy it. The red car was flattened. Before anyone knew it, it had been squashed and deformed. Yuman stared dumbfounded, unable to believe it. On my car. Lu Sheng put his hands in his pockets, smiling contentedly. Much better now. Yuman angrily grabbed Lu Sheng's shoulder. Hey buddy, what's the big idea? Are you looking for trouble? Lu Sheng turned his head, his presence radiating oppression, and asked. Who said we were brothers? Yuman was terrified and flustered by the oppressive aura. Lu Sheng spoke. My name is Lu Sheng and am a friend of Ling Su from the Chun family. If you're not satisfied, feel free to come find me. Lu Sheng pointed happily. Ah, that's Ling Su. The onlookers quickly looked in the direction Lu Sheng was pointing. Who's so impressive? Ling Su pointed to herself in surprise. Me. Yuman grieved over his flattened car. Ling Su bewildered this matter. Lu Sheng pretended to clap his hands. How could I control myself? My admiration. Was it for young Master Zhou? My apologies truly. Yuman was still crying over his car. Ling Su on the other hand was completely bewildered. Yuman's eyes streamed with tears and snot. Ling Su of the Chen family. Right, and you Lu Sheng, I won't forget you too. Ling Su looked bewildered like a startled fawn. Pointing to herself. Me. Damn it, I didn't do anything. What does this have to do with me? Lu Sheng stepped forward and put a hand on Ling Su's waist. Lu Sheng smiled and said, let's go. Ignore him. Ling Su stumbled along. Hey. The butler, who had witnessed everything, was also astonished. Lu Sheng and Ling Su. Just who were these people? To dare to provoke the 2 young masters directly. The Zhou family is truly over the top. The roof is about to blow off. At this moment the 2 had already entered the banquet hall. Ling Su pushed Lu Sheng away. What exactly are you trying to do? Ling Su demanded. Just now you smashed that guy's car. And you said provocative things. Then you dragged my name into it for no reason. Aren't you trying to get me into trouble? Lu Sheng quickly replied, it's nothing, just sticking up for you. Ling Su put her hands on her hips and demanded, sticking up for me? He didn't do anything, so why were you sticking up for me? What's the reason? At least give me a reason. Lu Sheng stroked his chin. Lu Sheng, a reason? Ling Su's eyes were blazing. Lu Sheng imagined Yuman bullying Ling Su. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Pretty little sister, while Ling Su cried and begged, no please. Lu Sheng suddenly thought of something. I've got it, I could tell just by looking at that guy. He wasn't a good person. A playboy. You're dressed so beautifully today, you're definitely going to attract his attention. then hell have ill intentions towards you. Hell stop at nothing to get you. Lu Sheng reached out and patted Ling's head. Lu Sheng continued to defend himself. It's all written in romance novels. Exactly, I was just taking precautions. No need to thank me. Ling's eyes were filled with horror. Lingsu was speechless. Lingsu gave a thumbs up. Fine, you're amazing. What else can I say? Amidst the noisy, lively and luxurious banquet, the guests were all elegant and distinguished. The banquet was about to begin. Distinguished guests entered one after another. Yuman glared sideways. Chenny saw Lingsu in the distance. Oh, there she is. Chenny walked towards Lingsu. Chenny raised his hand and pointed at Lu Sheng. Aren't you going to introduce your friend to me? Why did you smash their car the moment you arrived? And then you pinned the blame on our Chen family. You're really something, buddy. Lingsu stammered. He's my cousin. Lu Sheng feigned a light chuckle covering his mouth. This brother's words are truly amusing. If I'm not mistaken. Chenny cursed inwardly. What's so funny? Lu Sheng's eyes gleamed. Are you perhaps talking about me indirectly? Chenny felt Lu Sheng's powerful oppressive aura and became somewhat flustered. Chenny quickly backed away. What's going on? Lu Sheng remained silent while Lingsu looked utterly confused. Sweat beaded on Chenny's face. Me, a dignified level 6 martial artist. How could I be unable to withstand even his gaze? Chenny trembled all over. You. Could you be the outstanding student from Wuxing No. 7 University? The martial arts prodigy. The one who rarely has the hope of becoming a grandmaster. Humph. If you treat me like this, the Chen family. We know a level 8 grandmaster. Chenny quickly ran off. You'll definitely regret this. Everything you've done today. Mark my words. Suddenly Chenny felt something strange. Why can't I run anymore? Chenny was fixed in midair, unable to move. What's going on? Chenny hung in midair, helpless. Lu Sheng spoke coldly. Mental power activated. Did I say you could leave? Chenny spoke with difficulty. Wait. Stop, Lingsu, save me. Lu Sheng remained indifferent. I asked you, are you talking about me indirectly? You keep spouting nonsense. Yet you won't answer. Lingsu stopped Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, stop messing around quickly, let him down. Don't cause any more trouble. Lu Sheng smiled and agreed. All right. Lu Sheng flicked his finger. He smiled as he looked at Lingsu. As you wish. Lingsu exclaimed in surprise. Where are you going to throw him? That's the banquet hall. No. But Chenny had already flown inside, smashing the dining tables into a complete mess. The onlookers cried out, oh dear. What just flew in? It's a person. Lingsu's face was as black as thunder. It's over. Everything is ruined. Lingsu clasped her hands over her face. Everything I've worked so hard to build these past few years. It's all ruined. A voice rang out. Move aside. Get out of the way. Young Master Zhou came to deal with Yuman's situation, walking over aggressively. Yuman approached with his guards. Yuman raised his hand and pointed at Lu Sheng. It's him. Yuman laughed gleefully. You ignorant fool. To think you thought just because you got first place in the national competition and have a bit of talent, you're some big shot now. Yuman was triumphant. I was just momentarily startled by you just now. Just wait to die, you bastard. Yuman licked his lips. And you little bea. Tui. Once I've dealt with that bastard, it'll be your turn. Lingsu's body trembled, filled with fear. Yuman looked at the two people in front of him, thinking smugly to himself. A girl not surnamed Chen. If the Chen family didn't intend to seize her assets, this bastard might not even be qualified to attend the banquet. Someone in the crowd raised a hand, calling out to Lingsu. Madame Chen appeared, her eyes full of anger. Where did this friend of yours pop out from? Hurry up and kick him out. Do you still want to be accepted back into the Chen family? Then quickly tell that kid to scram. Madame Chen grabbed Lingsu's arm. Madame Chen pulled Lingsu away. Come quickly, come be with mom. Later go apologize to young Master Zhou with a gift. And resolve this misunderstanding, Lingsu said hesitantly. Lu Sheng spoke. How about that? Wasn't I right? It's exactly like in a novel. A female protagonist like you. In a place like this, she's bound to become a target. Shall be coveted and suppressed. Ultimately bullied. Madame Chen was furious. You little brat, shut your mouth. Lingsu quickly vanished from Madame Chen's grasp. Lu Sheng spoke. Good thing. Lu Sheng pulled Lingsu back to his side. You still have me? Lingsu asked angrily. What exactly are you doing? Isn't it all because of you that things have come to this? Madame Chen was displeased, her face filled with murderous intent. Lingsu, behave and immediately cut ties with him. Come here like a good girl. Quickly agree to what mother told you before. The family will surely protect you safe and sound. And forgive your mistake this time. Lingsu looked at Lu Sheng as if deep in thought. then said with firm eyes, "Sorry, Madam Chen. The conditions you previously offered me, I cannot agree to them." Madam Chen grew even more enraged. "You hope you ungrateful wretch sees them." The cool bodyguards wearing sunglasses walked over. Lu Sheng embraced Ling Su, reassuring her. "You won't regret your choice today." Next was the most tense, and also the most exciting moment. The security team members instantly, aggressively shouted orders. "Grab them. Both of them." Seeing this scene, the guests who had feigned invitations to the banquet couldn't help but gloat mockingly. "They're dead." Soon the security team members swarmed forward in a blink of an eye, pouncing on Lu Sheng. But facing this situation, he let out an exceptionally calm hum. No sooner had he spoken, just a few seconds later, a powerful dazzling force instantly erupted. It immediately sent all objects flying, scattering the black-clad men who were hit. One of them couldn't help but be utterly terrified, and widened his eyes, shouting "Ah!" But before he could recover, at that very moment, a massive figure suddenly rushed over from afar, abruptly pinning him down, shattering his body and instantly rendering him unconscious. Seeing the chaotic scene before him, Zhou Jilin couldn't suppress his emotions for a moment, and roared in a deep voice, "This kid is a grandmaster." With that he raised an eyebrow with keen interest, and kept smiling as he praised how interesting. "I never expected that I, Zhou Jilin, attending a leisurely banquet, would encounter such an interesting opponent as you." But no sooner had he finished speaking, an unfortunate accident suddenly occurred, causing Zhou Jilin to be instantly horrified, his eyes wide open. Lu Sheng had appeared behind him at some unknown point. He easily took control, firmly grabbing Zhou Xilin's two hands, causing him immense pain. Zhou Jilin loudly screamed, "Ow, ow! My hands, my hands!" Then Lu Sheng kicked Zhou Jilin, sending him flying high, enduring unbearable pain. And he didn't forget to mock "Get lost," terrifying everyone around. Soon Zhou Jilin immediately also suffered a tragic fate, just like those two unlucky arrogant fellows before him. Faced with such a critical situation, Heling's mother, seeing this scene, couldn't help but be greatly surprised. Thinking in the blink of an eye, a level 7 martial arts grandmaster was immediately defeated. How strong is this kid's power exactly? Oh, no wonder he dared to be so confident. Thinking of this, she couldn't suppress her inner fear for a moment, and stealthily slipped away trembling. Thus the head of the security guard team was also at a loss, and could only helplessly plead, "Grandmasters, is there any grandmaster willing to lend a hand? The Chen family will greatly reward you today." But contrary to his excited demeanor, the surrounding guests suddenly fell silent, not saying a word. This immediately made him panic, and he stammered, "What this?" Meanwhile, on this side, Lu Sheng seized the opportunity to fish in troubled waters, and tightly held Heling's hand, speaking first. "See that, Helingsu?" he affirmed, his voice filled with sarcasm. "This is the family you've always wanted to cling to." But before he could finish speaking, a booming voice suddenly rang out, startling everyone around. "Who dares cause trouble at my Qin Jingnin's birthday banquet?" For a moment upon hearing this, the people around gasped and began to chatter. "Old Master Chen has appeared, and a general from the military." They frowned, talking nervously amongst themselves. "I can't believe old Master Chen is connected to the military. And it's a 7-star general. Someone high-ranking in the military. It's not over yet. That's Jiang He, the vice president of the Kyoto Martial Arts Association. He's already a renowned level 8 grandmaster." Seeing this, the scar-faced man immediately couldn't hide his excitement. He eagerly burst into laughter. "Haha, you brat, you're dead this time." But at this moment Lu Sheng remained very calm, thinking to himself, "Jiang He also hosted the previous martial arts tournament. I didn't expect to meet him here again today. On the other hand, over here." Helingsu couldn't help but worry, anxiously urging loudly, "Lu Sheng, hurry and go, before they react. Hurry and get out of here." She frowned and said earnestly, persuading Lu Sheng, "I'll stay and help you negotiate with the Chen family. Don't worry with my mother's connections. As long as we pay a small price, this matter can still be properly resolved." At this, Helingsu couldn't help but start sobbing. She knelt down, desperately pushing Lu Sheng to leave. "Go, what are you trying to do?" However, facing this situation, Lu Sheng showed no signs of worry at all. Instead, he very gently and calmly reassured her, comforting her, saying, "Don't worry. It's fine." These words immediately infuriated Helingsu. She angrily and mercilessly complained to him, "How can it be fine? Do you have a death wish? The Chen family won't let you off easily." Seeing this, Lu Sheng was helpless for a moment and could only start comforting her. "Don't worry, they just have a lot of people. If it really comes to a fight, no one here is my match." So Lu Sheng immediately affirmed decisively and confidently. Hilingsu, you are the protagonist and I am your backing. How could I be easily defeated? The real show has only just begun. Making her eyes widen in surprise. Meanwhile on the other side, old Master Chen Lingnan was already beyond furious angrily. And irritably demanded loudly. Are you the one causing trouble at my Chen family banquet? Ruining this old man's birthday? But Lu Sheng completely ignored him, appearing indifferent. He didn't respond at all. He directly bypassed him. And spoke to Vice President Jiang He. Long time no see. Elder Jiang He immediately understood what he meant. He quickly stroked his beard and replied approvingly. I didn't expect it to be you, Lu Sheng. At the same time he thought to himself. The scene of Lu Sheng back then, killing a grandmaster and causing Lian Jiabai's tragic death, is still vivid in my memory. It's hard to forget. So Elder Jiang He suddenly turned around seriously. And reluctantly reminded Chen Lingnan. Old Chen, for my sake don't bother with him today, alright? Chen Lingnan saw this, feeling a bit helpless. He then responded to Elder Jiang. Today is my 80th birthday. This brat deliberately came to cause trouble. Logically I shouldn't. But before Chen Lingnan could finish, Lu Sheng had already quickly reached out and directly grabbed his throat. Don't, he then said, beaming with joy and a smile, then. Let's settle it by the rules. Making Hilingsu, who was standing nearby, utterly terrified. The people around, seeing this, were no better off. They all panicked and were speechless. I gave him an out and he still won't take it. Elder Jiang He was also very frustrated. He sighed, equally helpless. He thought to himself, this kid isn't following the script at all. On the other hand, over here, old Master Chen Lingnan was at some point already burning with rage. Raging furiously. Asked in a low voice, Little one, are you sure? Lu Sheng immediately responded with enthusiasm and confidence. Absolutely certain. Certainly, let's hurry. If you want to fight, come at me all at once. I don't have time to play with you. It's come to this, there's truly no other way. Elder Jiang He also added helplessly. President Jiang. Even the vice president of the Martial Arts Association has pleaded on someone else's behalf. And you still won't show respect. There's no need to lower yourself like this anymore. Hearing this, Chen Lingnan no longer hesitated for a moment. He immediately became fierce and aggressive, ready to engage in battle. Alright then, I'll teach these youngsters a good lesson. It's decided then. Lu Sheng also didn't back down. Instead, he openly assumed a fighting stance. However, suddenly from a distance, a stranger suddenly appeared, causing the situation for a moment to have to turn in another direction. He didn't hesitate at all, but immediately introduced himself. He shouted loudly, Major General of the 5th War Zone, Du Linjun of the Eastern Military Region salutes Lu Zhua. Seeing him, Lu Sheng was momentarily surprised, thinking, why would someone from the Eastern Military Region be here? What a coincidence. Then Du Linjun quickly and excitedly walked forward and took the initiative to greet Lu Zhua. We've met before. During the last Great War, Dong Xingji and I worked together. But Lu Zhua defeated us with one punch. Doesn't Lu Zhua remember? Hearing this, Lu Sheng felt a bit awkward. So he gave a dry laugh and replied, oh, I remember now. However, at the same time he secretly complained to himself. Remember what? I've fought so many people, how could I possibly remember them all? On the other hand, at the same time over here, Chen Lingnan still hadn't recovered, still in disbelief. He hurriedly pressed a hand. Major General, do you know Lu Sheng? Is that true? Du Linjun quickly frowned helplessly and admitted Lu Zhua is the brightest son of the Eastern Military Region, the king of generals for the entire army. My presence here is merely to escort Lu Zhua. Hearing this, the people around for a moment couldn't help but be greatly astonished and turn pale with fright. They exclaimed, the Eastern Military Region, the brightest son, the king of generals over here. Elder Jiang He also couldn't hide his astonishment. He thought, how long has it been? Not even half a year. And Lu Sheng has already entered the Grandmaster realm, reached level 8 and stands at the very peak. This speed is simply like a dream. With things having come to this, Chen Lingnan also knew fear. He hurriedly, humbly and obsequiously took the initiative to seek peace. So it was just a misunderstanding, a big misunderstanding. On the other hand, at this very moment, behind that old man, the two guys who were spouting nonsense just now were now also flustered, continuously whispering amongst themselves. We actually laid hands on the king of generals just now. We're finished. Seeing this scene, Lu Sheng found it a bit uninteresting for a moment, thinking, never mind, I originally wanted to do something, but now it seems there's probably nothing left to do. It's actually quite good. Saves me. The trouble of acting. Although the Chen family is detestable, their crime isn't punishable by death. There's no need to push them to a dead end. So he took the initiative to speak to Lingsu beside him with a smile. Let's go. The climax ended before it even began. We should leave too. Lingsu heard this and quickly sped up her pace, following Lu Sheng away, leaving her terrible mother miserably shouting and yelling behind them. Lingsu, Lingsu. In an instant Lingsu couldn't help but feel a little sad. She said softly with a hint of resentment. You're right. Fake family affection means nothing to me. For the past 25 years my father and I have lived this way. Without her we've still done perfectly fine. As she spoke, her eyes couldn't help but redden, facing her mother's incessant, desperate pleas to stay. Lingsu, come back to your mother. Lingsu, come back to your mother. So she quickly recovered her spirits and smiled brightly, saying, my old self was truly too foolish. Seeing this, Lu Sheng couldn't help but be amused and praised loudly. This is the real Xia Lingsu, the Xia Lingsu I know. After speaking, he smugly declared, well, was the plot I arranged for you today exciting? Did you feel like the main character? Xia Lingsu then calmly and gently replied, the main character. That's clearly you, isn't it? I bet by tomorrow, half of Kyoto will know about Lu Sheng from the Eastern War Zone, causing a scene at the Chen family's birthday banquet. Hearing this, Lu Sheng unconsciously smiled. He gave a decisive, triumphant smile and affirmed, that's exactly the effect I wanted to achieve. This made Xia Lingsu momentarily surprised, and she exclaimed, ha. In the spacious hall, Xia Lingsu and Lu Sheng were temporarily silent. Standing in the corner, she suddenly felt confused. So she pressed, what did you just say? Lu Sheng shook his head repeatedly and calmly replied, nothing. Actually, I'm not usually like this. Then he instantly became full of momentum and resolutely affirmed, I have always been a reasonable, humble and taciturn person. Today was an exception just for you. But Xia Lingsu already knew his temperament. How could she believe him? She immediately sighed helplessly. I don't believe you at all. So Xia Lingsu, without hesitation, walked straight away. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was momentarily uneasy and thought to himself, I used my body as bait, killed the Black Demon Society, killed Xiaiji Tuiying and Liansu. Then I rushed 1,000 miles and deliberately disrupted the Chen family's banquet. I've completed everything, but for some reason I always have a feeling of unease. He unconsciously frowned and muttered to himself with a solemn expression, but the immortal cell in my glabella has been very quiet. There aren't any problems either, but I still feel like something isn't right. Yet I haven't found any new mistakes. Lu Sheng could only comfort himself. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Then he suddenly shouted out, Xia Lingsu, while we're at it, let's talk about the potions next. What do you think? What do you think? This made Xia Lingsu, who was decisively leaving, stop in her tracks. Her expression quickly changed. In just a moment she happily turned around and actively replied, all right, all right. Seeing this, Lu Sheng also felt helpless and thought, this little girl's face lights up whenever potions are mentioned. A little while later it was completely dark. The scene shifted to a luxurious room in the Chen family mansion. At this moment, Chen Lingnan was gently sitting and drinking tea with several senior leaders. He expressed his sincere joy, saying, thanks to you two today as well. Otherwise, my Chen family would have been completely ruined. Seeing this old Jiang, he immediately frowned and gravely said, it was just a small favor. But misfortune and fortune are intertwined. You can use this opportunity to reorganize your family. After all, no matter what, that young lady is still a member of your family, if handled properly. At this point in the conversation, Du Linjun, who was sitting nearby, could no longer listen. He interjected, Elder Chen, I wasn't able to step in time for today's events. Please don't blame me. To be honest, meeting Mr. Lu also surprised me. I only dared to confirm after careful identification. Then, he suddenly frowned seriously and stated, before the grand military exercise, some matters are still confidential. All I can tell you is that Mr. Liu's power far exceeds everyone's imagination. The military even highly praised Mr. Lu, believing that in the future, he might stand shoulder to shoulder with the person behind Elder Jiang. Hearing this, the two, including Old Man Jiang He and Chen Lingnan, immediately snapped out of their shock, blurting out in unison, what? In an instant, Old Man Chen Lingnan immediately furrowed his brows, utterly astonished. He thought to himself, isn't the one standing behind him Marshal Saint Tan Zhongyu? This means that in the future, Lu Sheng is highly likely to reach the 9th level Marshal Saint realm. I thought I had already greatly overestimated his identity. But I never expected. His true strength far surpasses imagination 100-fold. At this moment the auspicious time had arrived. Du Linjun stood up without the slightest hesitation. It's time to go, let's leave it here. I'll be going now. Seeing this, Chan Lingnan immediately rose and happily took over Ilse General Duoff. Soon the two reached the doorway in an instant. Only old man Zhang, he remained sitting there in a daze. He still hadn't recovered from the shock, sweating profusely, secretly admiring. Lu Sheng is truly amazing. I must report this to Marshal Saint Master no matter what. Perhaps Master already knows. Old man Jiang, he secretly speculated, his heart aching as if pierced by a knife. A moment later the scene switched to the lobby of that hotel. Lu Sheng and He Lingsu bid farewell at the hotel entrance. Before leaving, Lu Sheng handed the formula for the level 4 Golden Dragon Elixir to He Lingsu. After bidding farewell to Lu Sheng, she slowly walked into the hotel. Here he stood on the towering balcony, overlooking the entire city. He then expressed gently and slowly, giving the new formula to He Lingsu today. Firstly, it's because Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical, having developed to this point, needs a truly high-end product as its cornerstone, he suddenly emphasized gravely. Secondly, it's because when He Lingsu became the target of everyone's accusations, she still chose to stand by my side without hesitation. This proved her loyalty. In an instant Lu Sheng couldn't help but recall past events. He said helplessly, I remember the last time someone did this was at the freshman assembly, when Lindsay rushed out to confront those who doubted him, and then loudly shouted national essence spirit. Seriously, that fatty is too reckless. He kept recalling the furious curses of the fatty Lindsay from his memory. How dare you speak about my Shinga like that? I'll screw your whole family. The more he recalled, the more annoyed Lu Sheng became. He could only force a wry smile, such a temper. Then he quickly returned to reality, continuing to ponder. Perhaps I should go see some old friends these days. Lu Sheng suddenly pulled out a small medicine bottle from his pocket. Looking at the bottle in his hand, he suddenly realized, that's right. I haven't thoroughly researched this item yet. It is said to be a super potion that can poison even a 9th level martial saint. Instantly things gradually became more serious. Lu Sheng immediately straightened his face and affirmed, even in the data regarding future saints, Ji Sheng or something similar like Shi Shang or Ji Shang, also mentioned that this item is indeed extraordinary. Even in the martial arts of the next 10,000 years, this item can still inflict extreme harm upon top martial arts powerhouses. Even there was an incident where a 10th level powerhouse was poisoned to death, shocking the world at the time. Why don't I give it a try? Lu Sheng suddenly became smug, wanting to experience it himself. His expression instantly darkened. He asked himself, radiating killing intent, a poison that even a 9th level martial saint cannot withstand. That kind of poison, if I can withstand it, wouldn't that mean I am stronger than a 9th level martial saint? And am also very curious, how exactly does this poison kill a martial saint? Don't even mention martial saints. The body of a 7th level grandmaster is enough to be immune to over 70 of the poisons in the world. Drinking poison like water is not just a saying, it's true, because a grandmaster's body inherently possesses an immune capability hundreds of times greater than ordinary people. Coupled with cell vitality and metabolism speed, most poisons are expelled before they even take effect. Even if they do take effect, the body can quickly self-purge. And what's even more special, according to the data in the Tinder resource library, this poison is extracted from the toxins within exotic beasts. From exotic beasts of level 9 and above. It involves something beyond the genetic level. What exactly is that? Holding the medicine bottle, Lu Sheng couldn't help but marvel, then opened the lid. I heard it causes permanent damage, but the cells in my body will eventually be completely replaced by immortal cells. So it's not a problem. So he immediately carefully took out a small portion of the poison. I will use my spiritual power to precisely extract 1/10th of it, just to feel it out. As Lu Sheng operated, he couldn't help but get so nervous that he was covered in sweat. He said seriously and diluted a little by the way. Looking at the cup of water that had just dissolved, Lu Sheng sighed helplessly to himself for a moment. Not even spiritual power could detect any trace. A martial artist's senses also showed no fluctuations at all. No wonder even a martial saint fell victim to it. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't hesitate, and immediately drank it all in one gulp. Relying on his inherently meticulous nature, Lu Sheng made a decision without hesitation. He ate the cup too, by the way, leaving no trace. With my physique, chewing raw steel isn't a problem. Soon after, Lu Sheng obediently sat on the bed waiting. Suddenly he instantly furrowed his brows, his expression tense. It was as if Lu Sheng had made a new discovery. For a moment he was too surprised to speak. This abnormal feeling in my abdomen is. Immediately, Lu Sheng's abdomen began to change. The camera shifted to the organs deep within his abdominal cavity. Your belly. Abnormal cells began to appear continuously. They ceaselessly multiplied wildly, competing to invade, expelling his original cells. However, unexpectedly, at the same time immortal cells appeared just in time. They continuously directly guided and counterattacked expelling. Seeing this, Lu Sheng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. So that's how it is. The cells in my body are fighting, battling the invaders. The power of the poison is trying to devour my body, making my entire being gradually transform in some undefined direction. Soon the immortal cells had to some extent repelled the abnormal cells. They ceaselessly declared expel. At this moment Lu Sheng suddenly emphasized the power of his own cells was desperately preventing this change from happening. For a moment his face darkened and he murmured softly, the genes of high-level creatures like exotic beasts are aggressive and extremely powerful. If contact is too deep, one will be affected, or even assimilated. Just like last time when I encountered those evil cultivators at the bottom of the underground cavern. Not only was their spiritual power distorted, but even their bodies were infected and mutated. Lu Sheng then said, his tone serious and tense. I only took a tiny bit of Saint's Bane, but this is equivalent to an ordinary person eating a level 7 exotic beast raw. It's just that my physique is too strong, completely fearless. Soon, the mutation process suddenly stopped. Seeing this scene, Lu Sheng couldn't help but let out a surprised sigh of relief. Is that it? It seems this thing is only a genetic level power. But what about the toxicity beyond the genetic level mentioned in the data? What exactly does that mean? Could it be that the toxicity won't fully manifest until the cell mutation is successful? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Sheng immediately and deliberately cut his hand, making a decision. Bold, all right, this time I'll try it more directly. Let's test it with my hand. Immediately he didn't hesitate, and directly poured the poison into the wound. Instantly a completely new sensation surged over him. In an instant the six saints couldn't help but be startled, surprised by a dark power. And then, it quickly erupted from his palm, all around. The six saints were taken aback when he saw it. He let out a questioning His body was concentrating all its power to resist this drop of venom's erosion. He said calmly and gravely, if this continues, the venom seemed about to be expelled from his body. Indeed, six saints. He immediately unleashed his mental power. His power, he affirmed gravely. If it can't do it on its own, then I'll help it. This battle must be won. With that, he quickly gripped his wrist tightly, sharply, threatening, get in there obediently. Instantly, his body underwent a new transformation. It gradually absorbed all the dangerous toxins. After a while, when everything gradually settled, the six saints frowned in confusion and asked, is that it? No sensation at all. But it wasn't. No sooner had he finished speaking, a crimson eye immediately appeared in the six saints' palm. He stared at it, eyes wide, too astonished to speak. What is this? The six saints painfully gripped his wrist frantically, yelling, what is this? Has it developed consciousness again? Instantly a foreign object rapidly permeated, causing the bones of his palm to swell and crack. The six saints immediately murmured in horror. A feeling full of explosive power, like the dividing line between human and demon. Even with its help, I can only reach my wrist. The rest is blocked by the power of the immortal stellar body, unable to advance an inch further. Then, as if remembering something, he immediately unleashed his power. Right, let me try. In an instant, following closely, a surge of abundant energy rapidly erupted, incinerating a corner of the room, facing such an extremely terrifying sight. The six saints couldn't help but feel horrified, and with wide eyes he cried out in terror, what? Just a slight movement, and my fingers are sharp enough to cut through space. This destructive power is truly terrifying. He immediately frowned gravely and added, in some aspects, it can even rival the immortal stellar body. I can feel that. In my palm, countless destructive cells are surging. The six saints then exclaimed, believing it had similarities to immortal cells. But immortal cells pursue ultimate perfection, seeking eternal life and immortality, while these cells, these black cells, have embarked on a path of destruction. of ultimate endless annihilation. Both are existences far beyond the human cellular level. No wonder the mutated beasts are so powerful. However, he suddenly stopped and said calmly, the gap between these two types of cells is still vast. Because immortal cells underwent billions of meticulous evolutions to emerge. As for this mutated hand, the power of the sage's wound has been dispersed many times. Its evolution probably hasn't even reached 1,000,000 times. No sooner had he finished speaking, the sixth saint suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed in surprise, wait a minute. He then let out a smug, sinister chuckle and muttered to himself, if I concentrate all the energy of the mutated genes into a single cell and let it evolve billions of times, could I create a new type of cell that reaches the level of immortal cells? Then he instantly grew excited, his eyes sparkling, thinking perhaps this is the way to explore the Bodhi's limits, while still maintaining a normal human form. However, a terrifying, utterly dreadful event suddenly occurred. Within his own consciousness, Lu Sheng's body had gradually started to shatter, though he wasn't sure when. In immense pain, he couldn't help but scream in terror. It hurts so much, what on earth is happening? Soon one of his hands also began to collapse, turning into nothingness. Lu Sheng felt an intense pain. He then asked himself, how could this happen? Just a moment ago it was full of vitality. And in the blink of an eye it aged and died. Then withered away. Why? But before he could panic for long, the shattered hand surprisingly began to recover in moments. Lu Sheng couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The vitality of immortal cells surpasses ordinary cells by billions of times. Though mutated cells can't compare. They shouldn't be so short-lived. What exactly is the reason? Immediately he felt a sudden panic. He then shouted, realizing the full reason. Could it be the rules? Lu Sheng immediately began to think rapidly, understanding each key point more clearly. This path of mutated cells is unfeasible in this world. More precisely, it cannot be achieved in the creatures of this world. In this world, once Chi Bai uses the saint's wound, the cells in his body will be infected, and will inevitably be backlashed by the mutated cells, leading to rapid aging. Precisely because of this, Lu Sheng always firmly believed, even at level 9 or level 10, no matter how powerful a martial body is, how can it stop the erasure of the rules? One can only watch their cells wither and die. At this point, there's truly nothing one can do. Lu Sheng felt frustrated for a moment, then sighed in relief. No wonder even a martial saint can be poisoned to death. Martial intuition has no reaction at all. Because this isn't poison at all. It's a killing move by the rules. The more he spoke, the more directly he revealed the seriousness of the problem. Immediately, in an instant, Lu Sheng quickly picked up the medicine bottle in his hand. Then he asked himself, so how should I use this thing? Before he could finish speaking, Lu Sheng's heart, for some unknown reason, instantly felt a sharp pain. He furrowed his brows nervously, exclaiming, blood pill. Why is the blood pill suddenly expanding? Such a powerful surge of energy. If it keeps expanding, it's not good. Immediately a torrent of abundant energy surged, exploding and spreading throughout his entire body. Lu Sheng was helpless. He could only be forced to actively use his abilities. In an instant, Lu Sheng had easily calmed down and controlled this immense power. He gritted his teeth constantly, emphasizing firmly, energy is surging throughout my entire body. And so quickly. Immediately after, Lu Sheng continued to exert his abilities, the eighth immortal cell appeared. This instantly made him widen his eyes in surprise. He was utterly shocked. How strange, where did that energy just now come from? Could it be? He was momentarily pleased, eagerly guessing. The saint's wound. Although the mutation has been erased, the energy remains. After the mutation disappeared, it naturally flowed into my body. Immediately after, Lu Sheng quickly made a crucial decision. Just one drop has such powerful energy. I can entirely use this whole bottle for cultivation. This small injury is nothing at all. Limbs regenerated instantly. Immediately. He immediately put it to the test. Good. Let's drip a few more drops and see. In an instant, a mysterious creature unexpectedly appeared beside him. Lu Sheng, bewildered, asked himself, it's not that, is it? Soon, he actively dripped another drop of the mysterious liquid onto the wound. Lu Sheng watched the changes in his body. He asked himself in surprise, what kind of golem is this? Immediately after, an abnormal mutation occurred in his arm. One blood red eye after another kept emerging, appearing unevenly. After a long while, and things had temporarily calmed down, Lu Sheng finally sat safely at the foot of the bed, panting, looking at his arm, which had fully recovered. He couldn't help but think to himself. Each mutation is different. Now is a good time for an experiment. What if a cell mutates to its limit? Even with the power of rules limiting it. Immediately, Lu Sheng suddenly declared firmly. But so what rules are meant to be broken? If rules are effective against oneself, it only means one isn't strong enough. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the peak of a cold snowy mountain, covered in white snow. Here 2 people were strenuously climbing. The woman among them suddenly spoke up. So the legend about the heavenly peak is true. Hearing this, the man accompanying her couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "Where we're standing now isn't the true summit yet." He suddenly eagerly declared that that was the true absolute peak. However, contrary to his excited mood at the time, the woman seemed to have surprisingly discovered something else. Her eyes wide awake. Look. A massive stone suddenly appeared, blocking their path forward. A line of text was clearly carved on it. "Gods descend, mortals halt." Seeing this scene, the man was incredibly shocked and cried out, "Gods descend, mortals halt." Could that be one of the 3 lords of Manhwa? Soon after, the scene immediately shifted to the mountaintop. A peculiar and magnificent city stood here. Qinglong suddenly walked over from a distance, bowed respectfully and hastily reported, "My lord, Madame Su's body has been delivered." Hearing this, the brown-haired elder spoke up. "I see. How did Madame Su die?" Qinglong immediately replied with vexation. "She died from a broken neck." Hearing this, the brown-haired elder could not suppress the rage in his heart for a moment. His face changed dramatically, filled with anger, and he pressed directly. "Why?" Helplessly, Qinglong leaned closer and answered in a low, hurried voice, "My lord, Madame Su she." After listening, the brown-haired elder was also helpless and sighed, saying, She did so many wrong things. She deserved to die." Seeing this scene, Qinglong also couldn't hide his inner resentment, and added, "The person Madame Su targeted, even if they were 1,000 li away at the time, must be connected to this matter. Because here in Manhwa, no one dares to lay a hand on Madame Su. Things have come to this, there's nothing more we can do." The brown-haired elder reluctantly agreed. "Since she's already dead, let's drop the matter." Hearing this, Qinglong was not convinced. He angrily retorted loudly, "My lord, but Madame Su's death is equivalent to shaming you. Are we just going to stand by and do nothing?" It was clearly Lu Sheng who did it. Seeing this, the brown-haired elder gently stepped forward to calm him, saying, "Then what do you propose we do? No matter the cost, we must kill him for revenge. I, Qinglong, am just a level 9 martial saint, not a hidden divine being. There are still some rules that must be followed. Currently, that young man is the military's top priority for cultivation. If we make a move, the military will protect him without hesitation. Moreover, that young man left no evidence." Hearing these words, Qinglong was also helpless and replied, "Qinglong understands." However, at the same time, the brown-haired elder seemed unwilling to let it go. He vexedly stroked Madame Su's cheek, his heart twisting in pain. But wanting to end this matter just like that is not so easy. Immediately, the elder, full of rage, declared decisively, "This time the military must also come at a heavy price to be achieved." However, something unexpected happened, leaving him utterly astonished for a moment, his eyes wide as he blurted out, "Ha!" The old man then fell silent, without a word. But his immense power quickly spread outwards. For a moment, the old man's tone was low and filled with killing intent, as he spoke harsh words. "So I Zhao Ji." Meanwhile, a powerful legion also emerged from the spatial gate. The brown-haired old man decisively confirmed again, "I once had descendants as well," leaving those around him utterly shocked and kneeling on the ground. The scene shifts to a bustling and lively street. Here Linzai and Yang Yan were sitting opposite Lu Sheng enjoying refreshments. Suddenly he eagerly spoke up, Brother Sheng, Brother Sheng. Brother Sheng, quick, tell us what's the demonic tomb battlefield really like?" Hearing this, Lu Sheng instantly felt a little proud and gave a dry laugh, "Ha." Then for a moment he spoke in a serious, deep voice. "The demonic tomb battlefield, ha." This made Linzai can't help but be astonished, and he blurted out excitedly, "Something like that actually exists." Lu Sheng then recounted the events of the war in detail. The exotic beasts there looked. For a moment this made Yang Yan frown too, looking tense. Seeing their expressions, Lu Sheng thought to himself with a hint of pride, "After half a year, Linzai has gotten much darker. He's taller and stronger, clearly having worked hard on his martial arts training this past half year. Although Yang Yan hasn't changed much, he seems more mature." Unbeknownst to him at the same time, Linzai, due to his excessive excitement, couldn't control himself and suddenly stood up. shouting excitedly, "Oh! Is there really something like that? What people can turn into exotic beasts too? Oh my god, Brother Sheng! Your experiences are truly amazing." However, in contrast to this reaction, Yang Yan sat quietly beside them. Lu Sheng has gotten even stronger. After a while, when the bell chimed for prime time, Lu Sheng was quite surprised to see it. It's already this late. Immediately he quickly stood up and proactively invited them. "Let's all go eat together." Seeing this, Lin Zhe immediately replied excitedly, "Great, great. There's a barbecue place that's really delicious." And Yang Yan also smiled brightly with great pleasure, and briefly replied with one word, "mm." However, something strange suddenly happened, instantly making Lu Sheng's eyes widen in astonishment. Uttering a sound like "ugh," he stopped for a moment, leaving Lin Zhe and Yang Yan, who were sitting beside him, shocked. And they quickly and anxiously shouted, "Lu Sheng, Brother Sheng, what's wrong with you?" Feeling helpless, Lu Sheng could only awkwardly make an excuse and rush away. "I suddenly have something I need to take care of. You two go ahead first. I'll come find you later." No sooner had he finished speaking than he dashed away like a gust of wind, leaving Lin Zhe no time to react as he shouted, "Brother Sheng, Brother Sheng." He lamented sadly and dejectedly, "Now, even having a meal with Brother Sheng is so difficult. I remember those days when we ate together at the Martial Sage cafeteria." But in contrast to his dejection, Yang Yan thought worriedly, "What's wrong with Lu Sheng?" Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Sheng was gritting his teeth, enduring intense pain as he sped away, just as Yang Yan had expected. Judging by that expression, he must have encountered some trouble. He hastily dashed away, without lingering, but still cast a quick glance back. He glanced back. A moment later, the scene shifted to the suburbs, where Lu Sheng was now silently sitting on a stone bench under the shade of green trees. He pondered for a moment, not saying a word. After a few minutes, when he finally came to his senses, he nervously began to speak. "Those 13 immortal cells just now vibrated violently, flickering back and forth like fireflies. An unprecedented sense of crisis washed over me in waves." His divine consciousness grew stronger day by day. Why is this happening? He immediately made a serious decision. This won't do. I must go into the resource library and check. Soon the scene switched to the dream space. Here there were ruins, desolate and dilapidated, constantly appearing. Those fallen zombie corpses had long since lost consciousness. The situation was already extremely urgent. Lu Sheng didn't hesitate for a moment. He loudly ordered, "Bring out all the data." Instantly all the data soon appeared clearly before his eyes. Lu Sheng then seriously, carefully observed each data sheet. Then he said, "It looks like nothing has changed." However, he suddenly widened, his eyes filled with panic, when he saw an incredible piece of information. Lu Sheng was startled. He quickly read out each line aloud in disbelief. "Martial Arts Era, June 297 to January 317. He asked himself, stunned, "Did I die in this month?" The screen quickly displayed the reason for his death in battle. At the martial arts competition, held at the Ninghai Military District Headquarters, in the central region, Lu Sheng was personally killed by the ultimate martial saint Zhao Ji. He was 20 years old. Seeing this, Lu Sheng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, as expected of the ultimate martial saint. But he was still a bit confused, so he muttered to himself, "But why is he only a level 9 martial saint, not level 10? Unable to single-handedly control everything, knowing full well that I was protected by the military, and nominally there was no evidence to show that I killed Liansu. Why would he still attack me?" So he couldn't help but think of her. Liansu had died long ago, he sighed dejectedly. That woman Liansu, was she really that important to him? Then why did he compromise the first time? And there's an even more serious matter, Lu Sheng affirmed to himself dejectedly. And now the plan I've always been so proud of has completely failed. As soon as he finished speaking, the consciousness in his mind instantly shattered completely. Soon the sky darkened, then abruptly brightened again. Just like that, 3 days quickly passed. Lu Sheng remained silently lost in thought, sitting upright in that chair. Seeing that he had no reaction, the woman in the distance saw the situation and spoke directly. "A few days ago, we saw that person still there. This person isn't dead, are they?" The man next to her had no choice after hearing this. He replied, "I'll go check." As soon as he finished speaking, in an instant, he rushed to Lu Sheng's side, shook him vigorously and loudly said, "His chest is still rising and falling, he's still breathing, he's alive." Hearing this, the woman also chimed in dejectedly. "I wonder what kind of shock he received. Maybe he was heartbroken." So the man also helplessly asked himself, "Why has he been sitting here for days? Seeing this, the woman next to him directly chimed in. Seriously? He's so handsome, would he also get heartbroken? It was at this moment Lu Sheng suddenly opened his eyes in a daze, causing the two of them to exclaim. Startled, they cried out, "Ha! He's awake!" The man then asked, surprised, "Little brother, what's wrong? You've been sitting here for days." Hearing this, Lu Sheng didn't show the slightest hesitation and calmly replied, "Nothing, just thinking about something. Haven't figured it out yet." Seeing this, the man immediately gestured for the woman to leave. Then he continued, "Goodness, you've been thinking for 3 days and still haven't figured it out. If you don't mind, tell me what happened." Instantly, Lu Sheng immediately began to explain in detail without hesitation. "There's another thing, I thought it was a perfect plan. I even found the most authoritative institution, verified and confirmed it multiple times. But ultimately an accident still happened. The outcome was completely different from what I predicted." Hearing this, the man couldn't help but chuckle and burst out laughing. "I thought it was something serious. Didn't you say this was a surprise? If it's just a surprise, then it's a very ordinary thing." This immediately made Lu Sheng displeased, and he straightforwardly refuted it. "But I consulted an authority to verify it. They said no surprises would happen." Seeing this, the man didn't waver in the slightest and immediately affirmed directly, "To cheer you up. Haha, well, in that case, the authority you consulted isn't authoritative enough. It's even possible they're just a charlatan." These words instantly stirred Lu Sheng's thoughts. After hearing this, he muttered to himself in a panic, "Not authoritative enough. A charlatan, a failure." The man slowly took a drag from his cigarette and gently, but firmly said, "Everyone says 8 or 9 out of 10 things in life don't go your way. Why are you thinking so much? If you fail, just start over. It's simple, there's no need to be so tormented." In a moment, Lu Sheng quickly recovered his spirits. He suddenly stood up with a start and declared loudly and firmly, "You're right, I was overthinking it. Trying to be too clever. What in this world is ever 100 accurate? Thank you." These words instantly made the man sitting next to him unable to help but jump and let out a yelp. "Oh my!" Watching Lu Sheng's hurried departure, the man felt a momentary satisfaction and praised with a click of his tongue, "Oh, my youth is truly wonderful. Such a positive spirit." A little while later, the scene quickly shifted to Lu Sheng's residence. He was gently speaking on the phone. "Qing Shui, it's all right if you can't come. Just take good care of mom and dad. Goodbye." In an instant after hanging up the phone, Lu Sheng quickly returned to reality and painfully admitted he was wrong. He didn't know when his thinking started to go in the wrong direction, even though he now fully understood his brain domain, intelligence, and even his war god state. He was increasingly relying on strategy instead of his own fists. He suddenly had a hidden thought, his heart ached, and he made a decision. Sometimes it's better to take a risk. He was too superstitious about the spatial dreams display. Of all future failures, Lu Sheng reluctantly admitted his mistake and had never truly considered whether that future actually existed. Things that had already happened were precisely as predicted. But the future is always changing. This proved that the future it spoke of was certainly not the real future, but merely a data calculation. Now Lu Sheng was no longer sad. He directly and frankly faced reality and firmly stated. This also explained why the spatial dreams displayed future always excluded the possibility of its own destruction. "I always thought this tiny butterfly effect couldn't shake things 10,000 years in the future." So in a moment, Lu Sheng's face suddenly darkened and he triumphantly realized the system's own flaw. It turned out that it simply couldn't calculate itself. In this world, even the person with the greatest power cannot grab the back of their own neck and lift themselves up. This situation can be exemplified by Spider-Man or a noble deity. Deities can create worlds, but they cannot create a god as great as themselves. When he first saw his life's trajectory, Lu Sheng nonchalantly looked at the huge information panels. "I just assumed that was the future, and it would naturally happen. But if you look closely at those details, for example, the first medicinal formula, Lingji Bai Shui Tang, from an unknown formula, reached level 5 after 10,000 years, with its efficacy increased 1,000-fold, not to mention its other effects. But among the ingredients of the formula, there's a material called bluegrass essence. It's marked as theoretically existing, but not practically existing." He lowered his head, his face devoid of expression. "What does that mean?" "It means this ingredient only exists in theory. It's fictional and speculative. Perhaps even the name is fake." His figure looked lonely in the office. I should have realized this sooner. After all the prescriptions recorded in the data, if I took them out early, used them ahead of time and let them evolve, it would definitely affect the future. Therefore, the development of martial arts for hundreds of years in the future was altered by the future described in the Tinder archive. Just as I saw it in my dream. Every blade of grass, every tree, every brick and tile remained unchanged. How foolish! Perhaps this is what they call darkness under the lamp. Because I trusted the dream space too much. I didn't realize that. Lu Sheng's eyes sharpened. In other words, this was originally an unsalvageable future. No matter what I do or how I do it, I can't change the fact that this world died long ago. That desolate scene. Those strange figures appeared. He recalled the people he had dreamt of. So, that powerful being in my dream. You passed your power to me. What exactly do you want to do? What is the purpose of the dream space? Lu Sheng's eyes darted around in confusion. Is all of this just a mere computer with storage capabilities and extremely powerful analytical abilities? His hand had already clenched into a fist. So I'm just a lucky seed. This is the true meaning of the Tinder. A plan. Now I am no longer the savior. Nor do I need to bear that heavy responsibility. Yet he felt no joy whatsoever. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Can you tell me all of this, AI? Behind him, AI was silent, offering no response. Suddenly a voice announced insufficient permissions. AI seemed slightly surprised, requesting permission elevation. Lu Sheng was also startled and looked back. You can actually answer me. He chuckled, his interest piqued. It seems I must constantly raise my permissions to discover more truths. He stretched his limbs. Good. When no longer bound by the words the future, he felt much more relaxed. He said confidently, after all, I was destined to become the god of martial arts. How could I die so easily? With that he clenched his fists, determined to walk the path of extremity. What's a martial saint compared to that? A few days later, at the all-army martial arts tournament, below, massive naval vessels were moving. On the sea, above, countless aircraft were following closely. A pair of feet on a skateboard nimbly surfing. Li Yao was having a great time. He held a weapon in his hand, effortlessly controlling the skateboard. Today the abyssal sea feels amazing. He leaped into the air, then landed gracefully on the ship, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Perfect for surfing. Meanwhile, in the command room, the administrator was playing footage of Li Yao on the ship, and introduced him. This is Li Yao, the top general star of the southern military region. Jun Tan respectfully bowed to Hong Fu and said, on the overall general star rankings, he ranks second. The data shows his combat power exceeds 25 stars. He exclaimed. The might and spirit of the southern military region's general stars are truly astounding. At this, the southern marshal next to him merely smiled faintly. From a helicopter, Tianzong grinned and flew down. Ho ho, he clenched his fists and shouted, hee hee, I'm here. Before he could finish, he plunged straight into the water. Watch me go. Tianzong leaped onto the ship. Just now fish splashed onto the ship because of his jump, struggling. Hey, perfect timing, wasn't I great? Haha, Jun Tan was surprised. This is Gao Tianzong, the leader of the northern military region. He's also a top master. He exclaimed. The person behind is the Western Theater's female general star. Not far from them sat the Western Marshal, also listening quietly. She sat calmly on the shark fin, riding the wind and waves. The sound of her name echoed Yen Fei. She glanced at the crowd on the boat, who were constantly cheering her name, and she felt disgusted. So noisy. Currently 3 of the 5 general stars have arrived. The people behind were cheering joyfully. Suddenly a giant wave struck, astonishing the 2 men. A voice shouted, attracting everyone's attention. Look! This person shouted towards Padian, who was riding the wind and waves. He is the head of the central military region, Eastern Emperor Dong Padian. He is tall. This time it's livelier than ever. From above, the cheers from the crowd below could be heard. Dong di Dong di. Among the guards, everyone hastily discussed. Is this Dong Padian? How arrogant? It seems he already possesses the qualifications and strength of a great general. Juntan replied, I heard last time. He easily broke through 40-star combat power. He's completely not on the same level as those 3. The central marshal cupped his hands and said gently. It's just that I've received everyone's kind favor. He turned around. By the way, the general stars of the 4 great theaters have all appeared. Why haven't we seen the general star of the Eastern Theater yet? The southern marshal raised his hand and said. The Eastern Theater's general star appeared long ago. They just aren't very eye-catching. It's definitely not that person. The northern marshal chuckled and echoed, oh, I heard there's an outstanding genius in the East. named Liang. Why isn't he here today? The southern marshal smiled and said. Perhaps they feel a bit inferior. So they keep a low profile. We just haven't noticed them. Hongfu asked unhappily, where is Lu Sheng? Juntan leaned forward and replied. Where did he go? I'm not sure. A few days ago he went to the military headquarters. And since then he's been hiding in his room. Saying he's in secluded cultivation. It wasn't convenient for me to disturb him. Let him be. I didn't expect that even for such an important event as the All-Army Conference, he wouldn't come. Hongfu raised an eyebrow in doubt. Secluded cultivation then. Let him continue. No need to disturb him. An announcement rang out. The news had spread. Lu Sheng traveled 1,000 miles and killed 5-pillared demon god experts from the Heiamoshi. This news had long spread among the military high command. He is someone of particular concern to the generals. The level of importance placed on him is many times higher than even Dongdi. Although they wanted him to attend the conference, to boost his reputation. Compared to his secluded cultivation, this was still less important. A call came in and the female manager stopped waiting for a few minutes. She answered the phone. Hello, yes. Suddenly she pointed in astonishment. What? Her voice was somewhat incoherent. Everyone, the Eastern Theater's general star Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng has arrived. It's just hearing this, Hongfu quickly said. She didn't know how to explain, so she just pointed to the screen. Everyone look at the screen. Those present watched intently. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Mouths agape ha. This was under the bright moonlight. Lu Sheng lay on a comfortable bed floating on the sea. He was fast asleep, showing no signs of waking up. People shouted in disbelief. He's sleeping. The sky was azure, the sunlight dazzling. Eagles circled endlessly. Lu Sheng was lying asleep, an arm draped over a floating mat, casually drifting in the middle of the water. Suddenly, the sunlight hit his eyes, making him frown tightly. He was drenched in sweat, very uncomfortable. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Sheng abruptly opened his eyes. He sat up abruptly, clutching the blanket tightly, panting heavily, and said breathlessly, these past few days I've mobilized almost all resources, continuously cultivating non-stop. In the end I only gained 4 immortal cells. Although there was a slight deviation from the expected goal, at least there's still time. He can also continue during the martial arts practice. His entire body was enveloped in golden energy. A glowing gem was on his chest. Dozens of bottles of strange liquid, 8-level abnormal marrow and the saint's spear were about to be fully absorbed. The immortal cells have reached 196. The saint's chubby cheeks were full of frustration. He sighed, thinking of the cells within his body. Mainly because the immortal cells always like to snatch food. Whenever new cells are born, the old cells would forcefully demand an entrance fee. The immortal cell snatched the newly born cell and said with a sly smile, give it to me quick. The energy hummed aimlessly. This caused the energy required for the 20th cell to be approximately 3 times that of the first cell. He slowly lowered his gaze and said confidently, yesterday I checked the data in the warehouse. As my own strength increases, the predictions for the warehouse's future and the spark resources also change accordingly. Lu Sheng couldn't help but recall what had happened to him. He had once had an arm severed on the coast of Ninghai, then severely wounded by someone surpassing a martial saint, and escaped unyieldingly. He waited for the opportune moment and for his lost arm to take revenge on him. 3 years later he was resurrected and challenged Jidao. He slew the Jidao martial saint on Yuansheng Mountain. He was known as Shi Quan, becoming the strongest person in the world. Lu Sheng's gaze darkened. His lips formed a thin line and he murmured, so, isn't vitality just a gamble? However, he brushed his bangs back, his emerald eyes shining. He scoffed, looking directly at severely wounded, and escaped. That's not the future I want. In the conference room, everyone was seated around a long table. His image was being displayed on the large screen in front of them. The central marshal sat in the middle and spoke. That is Lu Sheng. Chao Hongfu replied with a hesitant dry laugh. Yes, that is our Eastern Star General. The central marshal's eyes suddenly lit up. His tone firm. All right, now that everyone is here, I announce. His proclamation was clear and loud, echoing throughout the entire giant warship. On the giant warship, the full military exercise officially began. The loudspeaker on the ship began broadcasting an announcement, drawing the attention of everyone present. Now we will announce the rules of this exercise. The rules of the full military exercise. We'll use merit points as the final calculation standard. The loudspeaker continuously broadcasted the rules and objectives. It classifies alien beasts into different levels. The goal is to hunt deep-sea alien beasts. Based on the level of the alien beast, merit points can be exchanged. The higher the level, the more can be exchanged. During this process, the star generals may attack each other. The loser will forfeit half of their merit points, which will be transferred to the winner. The last rule: no killing is allowed. Anyone who violates this rule will be immediately disqualified from the exercise and punished with corresponding military penalties. The total duration is 3 days. The shouts echoed throughout the giant warship. Bursts of cannon fire rang out one after another. After the start command was given, the opening ceremony officially began. It immediately informed and invited everyone, inviting the star generals to participate in the exercise. Everyone was ready. Just as everyone was rubbing their fists together, building up momentum for the battle. On the other side, Lu Sheng was sleeping soundly. Padian stood tall, head held high. His hands were in his pockets and he remained silent. In contrast, cheers constantly came from behind him. "You can do it, may your martial journey be prosperous." He immediately cast his gaze towards the distant seashore. Lu Sheng was sleeping there, he thought with disdain. That's the person Qingxue likes. One look is enough to tell he's utterly useless. Padian didn't hesitate. He jumped straight into the sea and said, "The rules are simple: hunt alien beasts, defeat teammates. To become number 1, not only does it require unmatched bravery, but also extraordinary combat power capable of overwhelming the 3 armies." It wasn't just him. The other people on the ship also jumped into the sea one after another. Terrifying monsters inhabit the deepest parts of the ocean. They rushed over, competing to slaughter those colossal monsters, attacking them accompanied by commentary. These exotic beasts are much stronger than those on land. Damn it, the power of these sea beasts is too great. A monster charged over, opening its blood-filled maw, attacking Padian. He was startled, quickly raising his hand to block. Indeed, the sea beasts are much stronger than their land-dwelling counterparts of the same level. Padian frowned angrily, gritting his teeth, and roared, "Get lost. You're not my target." He immediately shot his power towards the monster. A level 7 devourer beast is nothing special. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, Lu Sheng was still casually sleeping on a mat. Suddenly, he sat up abruptly, rubbing his forehead and sighing. "Damn it, all the resources I brought are used up. The energy required for the 20th immortal cell still isn't enough." Just as he was hesitating, something suddenly caught his attention. "What should I do? This feeling is." Lu Sheng looked towards the ocean not far away, exclaiming, "Beneath this sea area, there seems to be an energy fluctuation. No wonder this place can nourish exotic beasts." He leaped into the sea without hesitation, shouting, "Got it." He swam continuously, going deeper and deeper straight to the seabed. He kept measuring the depth in his mind: 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters. Lu Sheng swam and sensed secretly, marveling, "The water pressure is stronger than I imagined." Excellent. His entire body tilted downward, his mouth full of air puffed up. Water breathing technique. Green energy enveloped his body, propelling him towards the seabed at extreme speed. Activated. Lu Sheng puffed out his cheeks, his hands carefully paddling non-stop. He thought to himself, before the rise of martial arts, the most advanced human submarines could only dive slightly over 10,000 meters. This place is probably already beyond 10,000 meters. The water pressure here is at least over 1 ton. For a top general star with 10-star combat power, this is insignificant. But this is underwater, and a ton of pressure is constant every moment. Even an 8-level grandmaster cannot endure in the water for too long, let alone fight. Soon he reached the seabed, gently placing his feet down. "But I have mastered the water breathing technique, which allows me to treat this pressure as invisible. It doesn't affect my strength at all. Under such pressure, my immortal cells seem to be undergoing deeper refinement and enhancement. The effect is 5 times greater than usual." Lu Sheng was surrounded by the already defeated monster corpses. He stood in place, observing the situation. Suddenly, another oddly shaped monster, not yet defeated, awakened. The scene shifts to a beautiful secluded island. Everyone stood neatly in a row. Xian Lao said gravely, leaning on his staff, "Keep waiting." Xinglong glanced at him, speaking disdainfully. "Just a small general star, why would it require all of our Jadeo's Xishan River and Urshabaxiu to be mobilized? Sir, isn't this making too much of a fuss?" Lan Feng, standing next to Chowan, suddenly pointed upwards and replied, "This person can single-handedly kill the Haimashes, 4th demonic pillar. His strength is definitely not weak. He's almost here." He then imagined his terrifying image. "That demoness is dead. I fought her once, and almost had my defenses broken. I have to admit she was very strong. Her combat power was at least 70 stars. Comparable to mine, Lu Sheng being able to kill her alone. He truly is an unparalleled prodigy. Appearing only once every 300 years. Xian Lao, leaning on his cane, quickly calculated. So this time, we're not just here for the Six Saints. Killing him is simple. But there are too many powerhouses in the military. Lan Feng felt a bit uneasy. His face was tense, a little worried. The 5 marshals, the 10 generals. And those reclusive old seniors. If they all gathered, even Lord Wu Sheng might have to back down. No matter how strong, we can't kill them all. His expression was thoughtful. He raised a hand to stroke his beard, indicating agreement. That's right, the military. They've been preparing for 200 years to cultivate a powerhouse. A true level 9 powerhouse. For this person the military certainly won't begrudge any cost to protect him. But rest assured, we only need to encircle and suppress the Six Saints. The pressure from the military, our lord will bear it for us. Xing Long asked loudly in alarm, our lord is here too. He closed his eyes and replied, He recalled the image of a man holding an injured person. That person was dying in his arms. The military has waited 200 years all for one level 9 martial artist. Our lord is the same back then. In a battle he lost his only beloved son. For 100 years he has had no other children. Xian Lao's scarred eyes snapped open, revealing a fierce glint. His tone was filled with threatening, killing intent. Just when a glimmer of hope appeared, it was strangled by the Six Saints. So this time the Six Saints must die. A colossal monster opened its massive sharp mouth, absorbing power. Power gathered and it was about to attack forward. But before it could do anything, a beam of energy shot across it horizontally. Patian was still underwater, fighting those monsters. He raised his hand, looked at it, then murmured to himself. It's almost been 3 days. The power of the abyssal beasts seems to have become commonplace now. Even an 8th level beast he can easily eliminate. Everyone watched, with varied expressions. The Western marshal shouted loudly, Dongfang Patian. Potion's image appeared on the screen. The report stated it was only the 3rd day. But the number of beasts he killed was countless. His achievements already exceeded 1,000,000. 3,000 meters deep underwater. Dongfang Potion's achievement was 158 million. Ranked first. Next was Li Miao at 1,000 meters deep underwater. Li Miao's achievement was 130,000. Gao Tianzhang's report also came out. At 1,000 meters deep underwater. Gao Tianzhang's achievement was 250,000. The last to be reported was Yan Fei. At 1,000 meters deep underwater, Yan Fei's achievement was 160,000. The Western marshal frowned. Looking up, said perhaps he really has reached the level now. The strength of a grand general. He might even be on par with me. The central marshal stood by. His gaze couldn't help but exclaim, he's truly not bad. And he dives deeper than anyone else. Enduring greater pressure. Encountering stronger beasts yet killing them faster. The Western marshal raised a hand to prop his chin. Sitting there guessing. Compared to Dongfang Patian, the other generals are simply the difference between a kitchen knife and a battle saber. Jun Tan stood, hands resting on the table, saying in surprise. Most importantly, Dongfang Patian seems to be less than 50 years old this year. He's truly too young. Upon hearing this, the northern marshal's gaze couldn't help but show surprise. Only 50 years old. The western marshal's face sank as if remembering something. Asked, what about that general from the eastern military region? How come he hasn't shown up yet? He looked up at the achievement ranking. The Six Saints' achievement still showed no progress. Their achievement was still 0. Six Saints' achievement 0. As they watched the achievement ranking screen, the marshals sat by the long table, asking in confusion, hasn't Lu Sheng arrived already? Where exactly did he go? Or did he deliberately avoid the fight, giving up on this drill on his own? What in the world is going on here? Vice Marshal Hong's gaze was deep as he silently watched the leaderboard. Those people continued to voice their doubts. What exactly does Lu Sheng want to do? How much longer will he hide? After a period of slaying exotic beasts, Patian had acquired a large number of them. He then used a net to collect the beasts' corpses. He exhaled tiredly. The drill is almost over. How many exotic beasts have I killed these past 3 days? I can't even count them anymore. But my merits must definitely be in the millions. Soon, Patian dragged the enormous net and left. It's a pity I couldn't dive deeper. Beyond a depth of 3,000 meters, communication watches and cameras would be completely out of control. Time to go back. Patian swam towards the surface with all his might. His face showed pride and confidence. After today, I will definitely become the entire military's top general star. Perhaps even join the ranks of the 5 great generals. Just as he was reveling in his achievements, a sudden ripple surged from below, leaving him dumbfounded. Padian looked back in confusion, utterly astonished. What is that, such a powerful fluctuation? He looked down, guessing. This surging sense of vitality. Could it be human? But, unexpectedly, an exotic beast emerged from the seafloor fissure. Padian was instantly terrified after seeing it. He unconsciously raised his hand, denying, "No, it absolutely cannot be human." Yet that unsettling feeling. He placed his hand on his chest, feeling that strangeness. The feeling of his heart pounding erratically. Besides a rank 9, martial saint, who else could surpass me by several levels in physical body and vitality? The confusion grew even stronger. Who could be hiding in this dark abyss? Beneath the seafloor? Perhaps it's some terrifying exotic beast from the deep sea. Potion's expression began to sour. Never mind all that, just ignore it. Forget it, it'll take the spoils up first. A moment later, the sea surface was calm without a single ripple. Suddenly splashes erupted from below. The remaining people on the boat quickly saw it and unexpectedly shouted, "A general star has appeared." Yanfei satisfyingly flicked her hair, raising her head from the water with a teasing tone. Finally, it's time. Nothing much to say about this drill, but something caught her eye, filling her with astonishment. Padian stood majestically on the sea surface, holding a vast quantity of massive exotic beasts, forcing everyone present to look up in awe. That was Jun Tan sitting on a chair in the back, holding a report and shouting, "Padian has returned with a total merit of 75 million. Ranking first, the other 3 are 300,000, 160,000 and 200,000 respectively." The central marshal crossed his arms, eyes closed, remaining silent. Yanfei pressed the earphone on her ear with her finger, asking in surprise, "What the hell? Over 7 million. All of us combined aren't even a fraction of his." "Holy crap," Li Miao exclaimed immediately upon hearing this. "This Padian is truly defying the heavens. We're no match for him." Tianzong's face showed unwillingness. "Did we come here this time just to highlight his power?" "Damn it." Jun Tan continued, looking at the logbook, saying in confusion, "Strange. General Star Lu Sheng's merit is still 0. Has he left already? But there are no signs indicating he left the abyss." The southern marshal laughed heartily, his tone filled with mockery and disdain. "Perhaps he's already dead in a deep-sea cavern, unable to even defeat a single exotic beast." Hearing his words, those present also started to laugh. Vice Marshal Hong sat quietly by himself, arms crossed, face ashen. "Furious with this kid. I was still counting on him to help our eastern region regain face. But now it's only more embarrassing." "Where exactly is Lu Sheng?" "At the deepest part of the ocean floor. A gigantic living monster was writhing." Lu Sheng tried to reach out, then muttered to himself, "I can't see anything. Even reaching out, there's only pitch black." Suddenly, he clenched his fist tightly. It generated a dazzling burst of light energy. The immense energy rapidly erupted and spread. The light was like flames, burning on the seabed. His hand remained clenched. The energy vanished, leaving only smoke rising. He mused, at this depth of 10,000 meters, my body is compressed and strengthened, like being in a massive gravity chamber. All around. And his body was enveloped by the residual power, combined with water breathing. Every move, every strike contained power, enhanced by the immense pressure. At this depth of 10,000 meters, if I move my cells and transfer the immortal cells to other parts of my body. Lu Sheng extended his hand, his eyes observing the source of power that entwined him. After he successfully absorbed it, his entire body glowed as he stretched his hand forward, smiling with keen interest. What kind of effect would that have? Without hesitation, Lu Sheng launched that immense and terrifying power towards the monster. Massive. With a resolute gaze and wide open eyes, he shouted, "Die!" He put one hand into his pocket. The other hand was raised high, maintaining the attacking power. Heavenly pressure. After using his hand, the power retracted. He casually put both hands in his pockets. He lifted his foot high, scanned his surroundings, and said, "Next, a stomp." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Sheng stomped his foot down fiercely. His foot struck the seabed, shattering the ground. Power was released once again. A golden radiance enveloped his body, sending everything around him flying. At this moment, the surface of the sea remained calm. Boats floated peacefully with the waves without a ripple. Suddenly, not far away, bubbles continuously rose to the surface of the sea, crackling. Padian heard something and immediately turned his head to pay attention. "Ah, what is that?" It seemed only he himself sensed it. Tianzong and Yanfei stood not far away, completely unaware. The sea surface suddenly began to ripple. Violent waves suddenly struck. He was startled. Clenching his fists, grinding his teeth, his eyes wide with terror. What's going on? This energy is coming from the seabed. Just now a giant whirlpool appeared on the sea surface. A short distance from the three boats. Not far away. Lu Sheng, carrying his power, burst out of the whirlpool, flying, suspended in the air. He escaped the 10th centimeter abyss in a single step. Padian looked up in horror. Sweat poured down his forehead as he stammered, "It's Lu Sheng. How can it be him?" He stood proudly, hands in his pockets. The monsters he defeated gradually floated to the surface as well, followed by a lively buzz of discussion. It's incredibly impressive, with the immortal cells as the core, and the indestructible Star River body as the center of gravity. He spread energy throughout his entire body. Just a simple punch. Its power easily surpassed 100 stars. Even a single step can shatter a 10th centimeter abyss. The future has changed once again. From escaping with severe injuries, it turned into retreating with injuries. Lu Sheng stood steadily on the water's surface, approaching the abyss whirlpool, gazing at it. Only one word difference, yet the meaning is entirely different. What a pity. This isn't the future I wanted either. Lu Sheng confronted Padian on the water's surface. A scorching aura emanated from his entire body. He asked, "Are you Padian?" Seeing Lu Sheng's aura, a shock ran through his heart. What exactly is he? Too strong, too strong. The feeling of immense power reached its peak. Padian frantically yelled, "No, impossible. Among the martial stars, impossible, there's no one stronger than me." Immediately he charged forward, treading on water. His fist gathered energy and struck towards him. He shouted, "Lu Sheng, stick to the script." Seeing this, he extended his hand forward. Potion's attack stopped midair. Lu Sheng swung his other arm, thinking, "I can't. If I hit my brother-in-law too hard like this, then." Immediately after, Lu Sheng unleashed a skill. "Give him a punch, Lianfeng." Just like that, his already held back attack sent Padian flying. He lost his fighting ability and was flung into the mountain wall. The terrifying energy stained a whole area red, causing a colossal earth-shattering explosion. The explosion was so powerful that even the mountains trembled. Padian was hit directly by the attack and immediately fell unconscious. Everyone watching on screen was dumbfounded by this sight, exclaiming, "What Dongdi?" He was instantly defeated with a single move. And the one who struck was Lu Sheng. He was also stunned at this moment. His brother-in-law really that weak? He had clearly gone easy. He scratched his head helplessly. "Oh well, what's done is done. At most, next time we meet, I'll just be a bit more polite to him." In the conference room, everyone discussed amongst themselves. Padian was actually defeated so easily. That's Padian, the leader of the central region. Why is the gap so huge? The central region martial side, the combat power Lu Sheng just displayed, has probably already reached the height we aspire to. He even qualifies to become the youngest marshal. On Liu Sheng's side, he had already become vigilant. "Are they here?" Immediately after, Lu Sheng announced, "Today I intend to shatter the divine altar and wage war on heaven. This matter requires cultivating an invincible and sharp spirit." His words reached everyone's ears through the screen. Later, I hope everyone present will cheer for me together. Everyone was surprised to hear this. What? Hongfu was also greatly startled to hear this, thinking, "Shatter the divine altar, wage war on heaven, Lu Sheng. What exactly does he want to do?" Instantly, Lu Sheng threw a punch called Padian, piercing the sky. His gaze was serious. "You've already arrived. So why hide? I sensed you long ago." At this moment, Hongfu noticed movement in the clouds. A strong martial aura emanated from them. Who is it? He flew into the sky, determined to investigate. As he entered the clouds, the scene before him made Hongfu blurt out, "You are." At this moment, above the clouds, people from Jidao Xixiang and Urshiba Shou were everywhere. Hongfu immediately shouted at Xianlao, "Today is the military department's full-scale martial exercise, Jidao Wuguan. What is the meaning of your presence here?" Xianlao exuded an aura and calmly declared, "I have come here under the orders of Jidao Wusheng to take the head of the military department's fiend Lu Sheng." Seeing this, Hongfu refused to be outdone. He unleashed his fighting spirit and questioned at the same time, "It's just a matter of killing a few of your Jidao Wuguans. Worthless scum. And you still won't give up? Do you really think our military department has no one?" Xianlao retorted. "Wrong." He pointed at Lu Sheng. "If it were just two pieces of scum who died, that would be one thing. But this fiend killed Wusheng's wife and heir. His crime is unforgivable." Everyone in the military department gaped. "What? An heir?" Hongfu couldn't help but look at Lu Sheng upon hearing this. He thought, damn it, Lu Sheng has caused too much trouble this time. Above the water, Lu Sheng still stood calmly. He thought, no wonder. So Lian Su was carrying the bloodline of Jidao Wusheng. If I had known she was pregnant beforehand, would I still have killed her? The answer is yes. Lu Sheng smiled and confirmed, yes, I would. Anyway, I'm not a saint. I always repay grudges. At this moment, high in the sky, Hongfu was still trying his best to protect him. Elder Xian, what proof do you have that it was the 6 sages who killed him? In this matter, our military department will definitely discuss this with the martial sage himself before the matter is thoroughly investigated. No one will lay a finger on the 6 sages. Suddenly the situation changed. Everyone from the Jidao Martial Arts Academy knelt down simultaneously and said in unison, "We respectfully welcome your arrival, Lord in the sky." As bolts of lightning struck, winds and clouds surged, churning into a vortex. Zhao Ji emerged from within commanding, kneel. At this moment everyone had already knelt. We respectfully welcome the martial sage. According to historical records, before the first year of martial arts, scientific development was brilliant and glorious. That was the era of thermal weapons. Even the most skilled martial arts masters, no matter how high their cultivation, could at most shatter boulders with their palms or leap over rooftops. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't withstand a tiny bullet. Therefore humanity revered the power of science. Technology helped humanity create many miracles. Unbelievably great. From soaring to the heavens to delving into the earth. At that time the power of knowledge was supreme. However, cracks began to appear in the sky and on the earth. Terrifying alien beasts descended upon the human world. Humanity's proud science and technology couldn't stop them, not even the weakest alien beast. The limits of the human body were broken. The trajectory of civilization's development began to deviate. Martial power entered a realm of ultimate strength. Fists became power. Martial powerhouses relying on their own strength guarded cities, provinces, regions, and even entire nations. They took the place originally held by deities, giving human reverence and faith a tangible target and a real existence. Among them the strongest broke all boundaries, competing with the heavens, turning myths into reality. Those mortal gods of that era were called martial sages. At this moment Hongfu also knelt, respectfully saluting the martial sage. A martial sage? He's truly an incompetent and hateful fellow. Why is the Jidao martial sage here too? This is why the military department spared no expense to cultivate a level 9 martial sage. If there isn't a true top-tier powerhouse holding down the fort, once someone turns hostile, then even 3,000 grandmasters, generals, or marshals would merely become a laughingstock. Zhao Ji asked, I am here. What did you say you wanted to discuss with me just now? What I'm saying is the proof. He declared, now if I wish you to die, you must die. Kid Zhao Ji retorted, do you have any objections? Upon hearing this the 6 sages' faces turned grim and they said nothing. At this moment, the 6 sages were facing the entire Jidao Martial Arts Academy. Elder Xian slammed his staff down forcefully and commanded, since the Lord has personally appeared and demands the military department to bow, then we must also display the majesty of martial arts. Xing Long sighed. It seems we overestimated them. Looking at how the 6 sages are trembling right now, I'm sure their courage has been completely shattered. Killing them won't even take a moment to breathe. Xiaoan also spoke. Lord, here the entire military department must salute, and even the southern marshal must bow their head. It's only natural for him to tremble in fear. Elder Xian once again slammed his staff down forcefully and called out the 6 sages' name. At this moment Elder Xian and the others had walked up to him. Faced with this situation he clenched his fists. Xinglong smiled. He actually still wants to resist. How interesting as he spoke. He condensed a sword from his fighting aura. Elder Xian reminded, finish this quickly. Don't damage Jidao's prestige. Xinglong replied, don't worry. Even if he returns to his normal state. With that he charged forward to attack the 6 sages, declaring, 3 seconds is all it takes to kill him. At this moment he revealed a smile. I'm not trembling out of fear, but rather the 6 sages threw a punch, tearing that person apart. Xinglong was so excited that his whole body couldn't stop trembling. Elder Xian saw this and shouted, Xinglong. He was also about to make a move. This bastard Lu Sheng, how dare he? In an instant Lu Sheng was as fast as lightning, sweeping past the crowd of Jidao Martial Arts Hall. Lan Feng reacted quickly. When did he? Suddenly the heads of everyone in Jidao Martial Arts Hall were twisted off. So I've already been decapitated. Elder Xian was no exception. The body stays but the head is gone. But he still tried to finish his last sentence. Lu Sheng, you are too cruel. Their heads fell into the sea like ripe fruit. Lu Sheng was sure at this moment. If he waited for Jidao Wusheng to personally make a move, he probably wouldn't have a chance to kill. So he had to speed up. To an unimaginably fast degree. Eliminate them immediately. He immediately activated his skill. Martial God State. Divine Illumination Underworld King's Path of Slaughter. Wind breathing full activation. The 22 immortal cells in his body glowed brightly. Hongfu saw the scene and couldn't help but exclaim. Overwhelming killing intent surged forth instantly. Is this Lu Sheng's true power? Annihilate all the masters of Jidao Martial Arts Hall. Like an iron rule. Commands were executed on the water, clearly separating life and death. The central marshal was equally shocked at this moment. Look below. At this moment, everyone from Jidao Martial Arts Hall had been annihilated. Only Qinglong was still struggling in this ink. Lord, this ink. He desperately shouted, save me, save me. The central marshal exclaimed, unbelievable. Only one of the Jidao 4 symbols survived. The rest are all dead. What a scene of utter carnage. The man with the scar on his face continued. Not only that, but grandmasters by all accounts. Their vitality far surpasses ordinary people. Even if their heads are separated from their bodies, they wouldn't completely die. The northern marshal hastily reminded, look quickly. The killing intent flowing from their wounds. That's a dense and pure killing intent completely destroying their life force. That's a dense and pure killing intent completely destroying their life force. Qinglong struggled in the water, shouting, Lord, save me. Zhao Ji silently observed the situation from midair. Seeing this, he flew down with an icy expression. Lu Sheng, you brat, how dare you? Zhao Ji transformed into a ray of light, charging towards Qinglong. Seeing this, Qinglong was ecstatic, and stretched out his hand to grab Lord Zhao Ji. Suddenly Lu Sheng appeared and grabbed Qinglong's head. He cried out in despair, Lo Lord. Zhao Ji was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Facing him, Lu Sheng said with a smile. Zhao Ji, all your dogs have been killed by me. He shouted, Zhao Ji. All your dogs have been killed by me. Everyone who saw this scene exclaimed, what? The central marshal lamented. He's insane, he's truly a madman. Qinglong asked himself at this moment. Why am I dying in front of Lord Jidao? Wusheng. Why am I dying? The last sight before his eyes was of the person he respected greatly. Why can't even Wusheng save me? Why? Lu Sheng threw Qinglong's head into the water and prepared for battle. Zhao Ji was now completely enraged. Good. Very good. A powerful fighting spirit emanated from around him. It's been almost 100 years since I'd been provoked to this extent. Zhao Ji created a massive phantom of an evil Buddha and shouted. You've done very well. Lu Sheng laughed heartily. He flipped Zhao Ji off and said arrogantly. Well, you've got a pretty good temper then. Zhao Ji, with a confident expression, stood on the sea confronting Lu Sheng. Suddenly he stretched out his hand and said, azure sea, vast sky. An unreadable icy expression was on his face, and his eyes looked coldly at his opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, water currents, carrying astonishing power, instantly converged to a single point, which was his hand. Seeing this, Lu Sheng was somewhat alarmed. His eyes showed an expression of disbelief as he said, this is. Subsequently, the current transformed into a massive band of light, carrying an intense golden glow. They were still continuously gathering. Zhao Ji's hand formed a massive vortex, giving his opponent no time to react. He then let out a roar. His amber eyes narrowed. This time it wasn't indifference, but a threat aimed at him. With a murderous look on his face, he softly uttered, this much power should be enough, right? To make your death a little simpler. Lu Sheng clenched his jaw. He frowned deeply, looking at him with a hint of resentment in his eyes. Seeing this, the northern marshal's face showed worry. He immediately spoke up to warn. This power, Lu Sheng. Run quickly. Don't fight the martial saint of extreme Dao anymore. But at this moment his expression remained unchanged. His hands were tightly clenched into fists. After hearing the northern marshal's words, Zhao Ji immediately raised his hand to attack. His face was filled with contempt for escape. Immediately after, he unleashed a terrifying power and said, you have nowhere left to run. That powerful golden light transformed into a colossal golden dragon, charging directly towards Lu Sheng. This time he was truly scared. Not just surprise, not just worry, but fear from the deepest part of his heart. He immediately thought, Zhao Ji can actually gather all the cosmic energy floating between heaven and earth into his palm. The power in his palm right now has probably risen to an extremely terrifying level. The golden dragon, enveloped in flames and radiating an oppressive aura, bore down on him suffocatingly. At this moment, He was still lost in thought, wondering if this power was at a 200-star level. 300 stars, 400 stars. He was completely unable to determine his strength. With a hint of panic, his jaw was still tightly clenched. Lu Sheng asked himself, is this the true power of a martial saint? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately entered a battle stance. His posture showed no retreat. Instead, he charged straight towards Zhao Ji's golden dragon. He entered Wushuang. The divine aspect and killing aspect states were activated, as was the martial god state. As Lu Sheng charged towards the golden dragon, he shouted, martial saint's skill, my will ablate annihilation. The moment the two powerful forces collided, it triggered a massive explosion of considerable power. Sweat beaded on his face. Difficulty and worry were clearly etched on his face. He said with fear, completely unstoppable. Lu Sheng truly couldn't block his attack. He was then blasted into the sea by that terrifying power. His entire body was covered in wounds, big and small, still bleeding. He was defeated so miserably. Hongfu immediately shouted Lu Sheng. The others weren't doing any better. Their faces were filled with shock and panic. They said, thighs. The 6-star generals can easily defeat Dongdi. Yet Lu Sheng was just like that, annihilated by the martial saint of extreme Dao. Is this what a mere minion under a saint looks like? As for Lu Sheng, it was not surprising that everyone reacted this way. Lu Sheng was truly crippled. It was truly tragic. His right arm was still bleeding incessantly. With his pained body, he slowly sank into the sea, letting the seawater envelop him. Zhao Ji stood on land looking down. He emotionlessly uttered, it's over. It was like a firm declaration of his victory. The moment he finished speaking, the central marshal anxiously shouted, oh no, the military's hope of several hundred years is completely gone this time. The northern marshal's face turned ashen. His tightly furrowed brow showed clear anger. Suddenly, the northern marshal plunged into the icy seawater, and then shouted, Lu Sheng, you can't die like this. I'll go down and find him even if it's just a corpse. Seeing this, Zhao Ji's face showed disdain. He put his hands in his pockets and dropped a sentence. Attack. That last strike contained the immense power of heaven and earth. Unless he possesses a physical body comparable to a martial saint. Otherwise he will surely turn to ash. It's over now, time to leave. Having said that, he immediately wanted to leave. Suddenly a loud noise made him stop. He wide-eyed turned his head. Behind him was a massive tsunami. It surged towards him like a wall of water. Seeing this scene, Zhao Ji spoke expressionlessly, greatly surprised. You're actually still alive. Then he raised his hand and said, a mere trifle. With just one strike, he shattered the wall of water formed by the tsunami. After the attack, a hint of interest seemed to appear on his face. It turned out that hidden within the giant wave was Lu Sheng. He wasn't dead yet. When they saw Lu Sheng still standing there, everyone cheered, it's Lu Sheng, he's still here. Having said that, they transformed into streaks of light, flying towards Lu Sheng at an astonishing speed. They surrounded Lu Sheng like lightning, forming a barrier, protecting him and saying, quick, get out of here. Even if we sacrifice our lives, we will hold back. The extreme martial saint. Even if it's just for a moment. As long as you don't die, you are the only hope of the military mausoleum. Seeing everyone desperately trying to protect him, Lu Sheng placed his hand on the northern marshal's shoulder and said, no need. Although he was still spitting blood, and his right arm was gone. Immediately after, under everyone's gaze, Lu Sheng used his power to heal himself. Heal. To everyone's surprise, his severed right arm miraculously grew back. Seeing the scene, everyone happily said, Lu Sheng, you're alright. I can't believe your recovery power is so strong. Seeing Lu Sheng's astonishing healing, Zhao Ji said with interest, interesting. With a smile in his eyes he spoke. It's been a long time since I met someone as interesting as you. How about this, you've already wiped out the 4 symbols and you even withstood one of my moves. This proves your exceptional talent. Why don't you join my sect and become my disciple? Become my disciple. I guarantee you'll reach martial saint within 100 years. Within 100 years. What do you say? Seeing Zhao Ji wanted to recruit Lu Sheng, everyone's mouths dropped open in shock. They thought, what, the extreme martial saint is trying to recruit Lu Sheng? The northern marshal saw such a good opportunity and thought, what are you waiting for? Quick, agree to him, Lu Sheng. The martial saint has already offered you clemency. Temporarily bowing your head is nothing to be ashamed of. Surviving is what matters most. After hearing this, Lu Sheng let out a heavy chuckle, which seemed heavy. Then he pointed at Zhao Ji and revealed, with just this much power, you want me to join your sect? Was that all of a rank 9's power just now? A martial saint's methods are nothing more than this. Gone was the fear. And the uneasiness. Now only full confidence remained on his face. His eyes sparkled with a smile as he said, "Now let me show you what true power is." At this moment fear and surprise had shifted from Lu Sheng to Zhao Ji. He watched wide-eyed in disbelief. You can actually fully unleash Zhao Ji's move Azure Sea Firmament. Then with a sharpened mocking gaze, a sneer on his face, he looked at Zhao Ji and said, "I admit, I couldn't truly withstand your power of heaven and earth. But unfortunately your power is simply too weak. It can't kill me at all, but this move is pretty good. It's mine now." Zhao Ji was now scared. He stammered in panic. Why? Why can you wield the power of heaven and earth? He simply couldn't believe it. Impossible, this is impossible. You're only an 8th level grandmaster. You can only borrow the power of heaven and earth. After hearing that he grinned and smiled. He tossed out a proud remark. What's there to be surprised about? You unleashed a killer move but failed to kill me. The rest of it you'll understand even less. If you truly want to ask, then I'll graciously answer you. Power only yields to greater power. I'd call it power so strong it'll make bricks fly. A surge of power formed a vortex, striking directly at the sea surface. Lu Sheng clenched his fists, emitting an overwhelming aura from his entire body, carrying power like lightning. He grinned and continued, "You'll have to grit your teeth and endure this." Seeing his menacing aura, Zhao Ji frowned deeply and snorted. Immediately after, he commanded the power within his body, concentrating 10 immortal cells into his legs. Then he executed the Jiyun Bu, rushing skyward at an astonishing speed. A gradually fading light trailed behind him. Zhao Ji remained stunned in place, eyes wide. His pupils constricted and he shouted in terror. What, that speed? At this moment he still asked himself in surprise. Where did he go? Little did he know he was already beside him, arm raised high ready to strike. Before he could think further, before he could even understand what was happening, a fist appeared before his eyes. The moment Lu Sheng's fist touched his face, he roared "Bah!" With that word, a massive golden light struck Zhao Ji's face directly. Lu Sheng showed no mercy, sending him plummeting into the water with a single blow, causing a small explosion. After being sent flying by his single strike, he seemed to be enraged, his pupils constricted and his gaze fixed intently on Lu Sheng. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Look at what you've done." His entire body was like a stone, gradually cracking into fragments. He said in a hoarse voice, "This mortal body of mine." With extreme fury on his face, he yelled, "You've shattered it again." After seeing Zhao Ji shatter into 100 pieces, Hongfu immediately praised Lu Sheng. Indeed, he is the great hope of our eastern region. However, around Lu Sheng, a red and yellow aura still surged, like flames, still full of fighting spirit. At this moment Zhao Ji's soul still remained there, beginning to rise from the water's surface. Suddenly Lu Sheng said, "All right. The divine core is shattered, next is the true body." As he spoke, an aura emanated from his body. This time it was no longer dazzling red and yellow. This time he was surrounded by dark gloomy traces. Around his body was a gradually fading yellow light. Lu Sheng spoke again, "Zhao Ji, I am about to begin the saint slaying." Suddenly raindrops pattered, gently falling onto the water's surface. The sky was overcast. After hearing Lu Sheng's words, everyone on the boat was stunned, unsure of what he was saying. What did Lu Sheng just say? Was it saint slaying? Upon learning that Lu Sheng intended to slay a saint, everyone was in an uproar, discussing amongst themselves. Lu Sheng wants to slay a saint. My goodness, can he really say such a thing? It turns out, Lu Sheng already knew that Jidao Wujian would arrive, and was even prepared for a decisive battle. He even truly achieved an unprecedented miracle: 300 years of martial arts rise. How many times has defying odds to slay occurred? Like an 8th tier fighting a 9th tier. Never before. That's a chasm-like distance spanning heaven and earth. No sooner had someone finished speaking, Hongfu said, "But now, this distance truly seems traversable." He turned his head and asked the central marshal, "What should we do?" Hearing Hongfu's question, he said, "Damn it. We can fire the cannons even if it's useless. But we must create a commotion." Seeing this, everyone on the boat shouted, "The marshals have ordered to fire the cannons." Hongfu said firmly, "The spine of the Dragon Kingdom's military has been bent for too long. It's time to straighten our backs." Then he commanded fiercely, "Everyone open fire with all you've got. Die, the divine pill has been destroyed." No sooner had he spoken, countless shells shot directly at Zhao Ji, carrying terrifying destructive power. Zhao Ji still stood there calmly, not saying a word, as if those shells weren't aimed at him at all. The shells flew past him as if controlled. Suddenly he raised his hand. With just a gentle wave, countless powerful shells were sent flying back. When the shells hit the spaceship, they instantly exploded. The destructive power was truly terrifying. Seeing this, he curled his lips into a smile and said, "Remember, they all died because of you. Your foolish resistance." Meanwhile, Lu Sheng stood there with his head down, hands clenched. Just as Zhao Ji finished speaking, he looked at the spaceship and said, "They are brave warriors. Champions whose spines will never break. Even if they face an unbeatable enemy, they are fearless." Lu Sheng turned to Zhao Ji and said disdainfully, "And you, a person seeking revenge? Yet you don't even dare to reveal your true form. You will never understand." After saying that, he charged at his opponent like a fierce tiger, his eyes flashing with blinding golden light, wide open, revealing endless fury. He coldly uttered a sentence. "You're nothing but a coward." Lu Sheng threw a punch with astonishing speed. So fast it was as if 1,000 arms were striking him at once, catching him Zhao Ji off guard, who exclaimed, "Ah, damn it." Then Zhao Ji also launched an attack at him, Lu Sheng, and said, "Don't get too arrogant." The two exchanged blows with astonishing speed. Zhao Ji focused his power and threw a heavy punch. But Lu Sheng simply dodged it by turning his body. He dodged. Seeing this, he asked in surprise, "Is this killing intent perception and four realms movement technique?" Zhao Ji hadn't even fully turned, he just slightly rotated, and already saw his Lu Sheng's fist right in front of him. There was no time to react at all. So Zhao Ji took the punch squarely, staggering back several steps, clutching one side of his face, and said, "Fine. It seems that if I don't use my true power, I won't be able to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, a scorching aura emanated from his body. Zhao Ji clenched his hands, and with a ferocious expression uttered a few words. "All the faith of the world's people in me, all divine power, now gather here." Zhao Ji's arms gradually transformed into sharp claws, carrying scorching, burning power. Then he transformed into a supreme deity, his whole body ablaze with flames, completely overwhelming in size. Lu Sheng was like a tiny ant at his feet. So Zhao Ji smirked and mocked Lu Sheng. "Let's see where you can run now." Everyone who witnessed his Zhao Ji's transformation was shocked. He's too big. The Dharma body, martial arts, and physical body are perfectly fused. This is the true source of power for a rank 9 martial saint. A rank 9, this kind of divine ability recorded in myths, made real. Hongfu also spoke upon seeing this. "Damn it, even a peak rank 8 expert only uses one hand to kill enemies. No matter how powerful chi is, it cannot extend for hundreds of miles." Zhao Ji has absorbed all the power offered to him by the world. With this immense divine power, he can probably wear Lu Sheng to death. He's truly shameless. Hearing Hongfu say this, sweat beaded on the central marshal's forehead, and he exclaimed in shock, "This is the martial saint's last trump card. We must find a way to protect Lu Sheng." Hearing this, Zhao Ji's lips curved into a mocking smile, his eyes gleaming with malevolence, and he said, "Die below." Lu Sheng looked up, thinking to himself, "Mere ants." After that, he smiled faintly, a look of complete calm on his face, mocked Zhao Ji a few times. "I told you, what's the use of playing these flashy tricks? Like transforming into an electric light Superman." After speaking, he lowered his head. He suddenly felt too foolish. "I was too naive before even worrying about the future. Foolishly deducing constantly to find a solution." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his head. Electric light flickered in his eyes. His entire body entered the martial god state. Perfect fusion. But he didn't forget to add, "Isn't it great to cheat?" He was driven mad by him. He unleashed an attack, shouting, "Vanish." The sixth saint, not to be outdone, raised a hand and used the technique instant head, severing void untouched. Next was severing stand art. The two forces collided, creating a violent explosion. He was scattered, roaring. He cried out, "Ah, my martial god avatar." Then he glared fiercely at him, questioning the sixth saint. "What exactly is your strength?" Upon hearing this, he frowned. He shot Zhao Ji a mocking glance. Then he said, "Strength. It's hard to explain to a low-tier martial saint like you, a country bumpkin, because you are too weak." The rocks shattered and Zhao Ji plummeted in free fall. Suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed his collar. The sixth saint looked at Zhao Ji coldly. With a bewildered expression, he asked himself, "I lost?" The sixth saint pulled his collar closer, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "What's wrong?" surprised. "Does an 8th rank fighting a 9th rank make it unacceptable to you?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sixth saint slapped Zhao Ji. In his bewildered gaze, mortal body right. He kept asking questions, accompanied by powerful slaps. beating Zhao Ji until he spat blood. Incarnation of light, right? Really like to show off, right? Not far away, the central marshal exclaimed. The sixth saint is still beating the martial saint. Not only did he triumph against a ninth rank against the odds, but he's beating him like a sandbag. Hong Fa's eyes sparkled. He declared loudly. From now on, our army has its own god. Hong Fu clenched his hand and announced. Everyone remember today. Our army will usher in a bright future. Unprecedented. At this moment, the sixth saint was about to deliver the next slap, but it was blocked. By now Zhao Ji had been beaten black and blue. His face swollen like a pig's head. His gaze was furious. You deserve to die. The sixth saint scoffed. Me, you die. I'm afraid it's you who will. Zhao Ji suddenly covered his face and his expression turned ferocious. Haha, have you had enough hitting? The sixth saint coldly said. Are you recovering? Zhao Ji's entire body emitted purple energy. He sneered dismissively. What if your skill and strength are great? You simply don't understand the might of a martial saint tier 9th rank. The gap between the 8th rank and 9th rank is truly insurmountable. The sixth saint asked, confused. Oh, how so? Zhao Ji raised both hands high. Bolts of heavenly lightning fell around him. I commune with heaven and earth. The mortal realm still offers me worship. My power is nearly infinite. My martial body has been integrated into the grand forces of heaven and earth for over 100 years already, reaching a height you cannot imagine. You only possess 8th rank power. How could you possibly kill me? Zhao Ji's face was filled with scorn. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he said, you are a rustic martial saint. Truly a rustic martial saint. Do you think I wouldn't know the power of a 9th rank martial artist? He thought to himself, ridiculous. I've even witnessed the power of 11th rank experts. 1 second later the sixth saint clenched his hands into fists. His body emitted an intense fiery light. With strength like yours, you simply don't deserve to be a 9th rank. He rushed over as he spoke. Next I'll beat you to death. Let's see if you can still smile then. Zhao Ji frowned at the sight. His mind was a mess at this moment. Why? Why did I feel the threat of death in that punch? Lu Sheng murmured, shatter the void. In an instant, he created clones surrounding Zhao Ji. Countless attacks came from all directions, pouring down on him simultaneously. After this move, many perforations appeared on Zhao Ji's body. He was disfigured by Lu Sheng's single blow, and fell powerlessly to his knees. A few seconds later, Zhao Ji's mouth remained wide open. When he came to his senses, he used his hand to close his jaw. His entire body instantly returned to its original state. You can shatter me, but it's only my flesh and skin. My martial Dao spirit is immortal. How can you kill me? Lu Sheng's eyes widened, a flicker of panic on his face. This isn't enough. Zhao Ji exuded an oppressive aura, laughing loudly. If you have the guts, go ahead and increase your power. I am a god among men, I am immortal. Ha 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 ha. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth, lost in thought. I didn't expect that this guy, during his years as a martial saint, had actually comprehended a divine ability similar to flesh and blood regeneration. I have to say, the realm of a 9th level martial saint, after touching the profound mysteries of the natural universe, is indeed very interesting. Immediately after, Lu Sheng's entire body was enveloped in golden light. If that's the case, then I'll grant your wish. I will slightly increase my power. Zhao Ji's eyes widened. He seemed unable to believe what he just heard. What? You can still increase your power? Are you kidding me? Lu Sheng did not reply. He closed his eyes and lightly touched his forehead with 2 fingers. A beam of light appeared. Lu Sheng moved, guiding the golden light down his arm. All his immortal cells were concentrated in his right arm. He pulled that energy into his palm, creating an immortal strike. Lu Sheng punched towards where Zhao Ji stood. He roared, die worm. His fist flew mixed with golden light and a trace of black energy. Lu Sheng's eyes gleamed. I am the true god. Zhao Ji gritted his teeth. He was dripping with cold sweat and fear showed in his eyes. Die, I will die. Know this feeling. I'm really going to die. I can't block this punch. Zhao Ji's face contorted. A blue talisman fell from his mouth. Zhao Ji grabbed the talisman, causing it to immediately turn orange-yellow. Veins bulged on his face. Zhao Ji crushed the item in his hand. Lu Sheng. Let's die together. Lu Sheng's gaze wavered as he looked at him. He felt an overwhelming pressure. This is bad. An unprecedented premonition. That thing is a very powerful threat. Lu Sheng frowned deeply. He said firmly, I can't worry about that anymore. Zhao Ji, you must die. With a direct punch, he shattered Zhao Ji's head. Even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't save you. I told you. Lu Sheng retracted his hand and his body slowly fell. Suddenly from the top of Zhao Ji's head, a miniature version of him escaped. Fleeing in a hurry. Lu Sheng asked even like this you can still run? He stretched out his hand towards the direction Zhao Ji was fleeing. What a persistent cockroach, you must die today. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling halo appeared behind Lu Sheng. The next move. Before he could even unleash it, he was suppressed by an intimidating force. Lu Sheng horrified. This is suddenly a crack appeared in midair, emitting a dazzling light. A hand reached out from that door. That thing poked Lu Sheng's forehead with a single finger. Immediately after, a tremendous power descended. Not long after, Lu Sheng's chest was pierced through, forming a large hole. He felt his body was about to shatter. This power is horrible, my body is cracking. Lu Sheng collapsed, utterly exhausted. He thought he had to replenish his energy immediately. But he couldn't move. Lu Sheng's hands were torn to shreds. He looked at the door with unwillingness. Am I really going to die? Forget it, at least I gave Zhao Ji a good beating. Damn it, in this world now. Why does power above level 9 exist? The spatial rift closed. Lu Sheng free fell into the sea. I was too careless. The military personnel stood by witnessing everything. They all cried out in disbelief. Lu Sheng. Hongfu was full of questions. What in the world happened? He quickly ordered all generals, commanders. Everyone get into the water. Search for Lu Sheng's whereabouts with all your might. Now, immediately, quickly. As soon as Hongfu finished speaking, the soldiers jumped into the sea without hesitation. The central marshal patted his shoulder beside him. That power just now. Do you think Lu Sheng is still alive? Hongfu's expression was grave. In 300 years of martial arts on this planet, the most monstrous prodigy, the youngest one, who with an 8th level body, slayed a martial saint against all odds. He turned his head and questioned such an important figure today. A beacon of this world suddenly died young. Do you believe it? I certainly don't believe it. Hongfu gripped his hand tightly, gritting his teeth. A person like Lu Sheng, even if he's to die, he won't die here. Hongfu ordered. Spread the news about today's events. His voice was incredibly decisive. At the very least, let the entire Longwa know that the extreme martial saint at sea was defeated by Lu Sheng, the future pillar of our army. A few days later, news poured in and spread widely. The military's 20-something peerless prodigy Lu Sheng killed 32 people from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, including Wu Ninghai. Yuvi held a newspaper in her hand. Extreme Martial Saint defeated by Zhao Ji fled on the brink of death. After reading it, he unbelievably spat out water. What's that kid Lu Sheng up to? On the other hand, his family also received the news. Lu Sheng's fate is unknown. The whole family cried in agony, his mother and sister sobbing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Feng Nan and Xing Shui both fell silent after hearing the news. He rested his hands on the table. His face filled with confusion and surprise. The Extreme Martial Saint survived the initial Dragon Master battle. Even in that great battle, he wasn't severely injured to the point of near death. Feng Nan frowned slightly. Zhao Ji led a large army to intercept and kill Lu Sheng, but Lu Sheng single-handedly massacred them. This kid. He looked at the newspaper on the table and sighed regretfully. The military's 2 statements both say his fate is unknown. Could it be that? Xing Shui's eyes welled up with tears. Her voice firm. I believe in Lu Sheng, he must still be alive. Feng Nan waved his hand. He tried to explain the gravity of the situation. The entire army has gone into the sea, searching everywhere. They just haven't drained all the fish ponds in the ocean yet. Searching, of course. I hope he's still alive. Feng Nan seemed to suddenly remember. Oh right. How are Lu Sheng's family? Xing Shui's expression was sorrowful. She relayed the situation. Auntie is very sad, crying and fainting several times. But uncle and his sister both firmly believe Lu Sheng will return. Feng Nan extended his index finger and began to fabricate a ridiculous theory. Privately, I also think there's no need to worry so much. Think about it, not finding him means the situation is unclear. Perhaps after being severely wounded, he'll have some magical treasure from Saint Doryman, and then secretly hide in a corner to survive. I have a premonition that'll be much stronger when I see him again. Do you believe me? Xing Shui. Her face darkened upon hearing this nonsense. Unwilling to respond, even though he acted composed. In reality, Feng Nan was only pretending to be calm internally. He was also praying at this moment. Please, 6 sages, come back quickly. Are they alive or dead? Meanwhile, in the snow-covered mountains, beyond the clouds, stood a magnificent and majestic temple. Piercing screams echoed from the Rumaya. Zhao Ji was currently prostrating on the ground. He kept spewing green liquid gurgle gurgle. Blood flowed from Zaoji's eyes. Reluctance was visible on his face. Fortunately I exchanged for a bottle of soul-melting fluid last time. Otherwise even if the martial Dao divine soul escaped and cannot merge with this fragile body, those damned 6 sages bastards. The martial saint's body has been cultivated for a century, but it was completely destroyed by him. Images of the 6 sacred artifacts flashed through his mind. Zhao Ji stood up trembling. To return to my peak it would take at least 15 years. Perhaps even longer. He was furious but powerless to change anything. So he kept cursing the 6 sages. Bastards, bastards. Zhao Ji sighed while drinking a strange red liquid. What a demonic monster. Is he even human anymore? A dignified level 9 martial saint was actually pushed to this point. If it weren't for the trump card of a level 10 expert, I really wouldn't have been able to kill him. He irritably shook the medicine rack. Damn it, not enough. Not enough, I need more and stronger tonics. The medicine bottles fell from the shelf, spilling all over Zhao Ji's body. A few seconds later the floor around his feet was stained crimson, along with the scattered empty bottles. After a brief moment Zhao Ji's expression grew tenser, but eventually relaxed. But on our level 1 resource planet, how could there be such a talent? With level 8 he already possesses such terrifying power. If he were level 9, wouldn't he just walk off the planet? Fortunately he's also dead. He put on his cloak, and an indescribable worry suddenly welled up in his heart. How many years has it been since I last felt such a sense of powerlessness? I can't stay here anymore. Sooner or later someone will come looking for me. I must find a place to hide. Tanzhong Yulin Zhangyue. Zhao Ji's gaze rested on the box on the table. Oh, right, in this. He reached out and opened the box, which was filled with sparkling blue stones. With these energy crystals, they'll at least give me some face. Zhao Ji hid the box inside his clothes, then turned and left in a hurry. I must escape as quickly as possible. After all, in my sacred hall, there's still so much of the martial saint's legacy left. Not to mention the people from Longwa. Perhaps even foreign powers will come scrambling for it. Anything I can't take he'll abandon. After taking care of everything, Zhao Ji descended the mountain, completely without any lingering attachment, to Tianwai Peak. In the waters of Country L, Yu Zong felt there was nothing left to gain. It's just a habit, Bayer asked, puzzled. You've traveled everywhere these past few years. What exactly were you looking for? Is it convenient to say now? His eyes suddenly became sharp. Energy crystals. She was surprised. What is that? How come I've never heard of it? Of course you've never heard of it, Yu Zong explained. Energy crystals are a type of crystal with the highest known energy on Earth, also known as the source of energy. This item is extremely rare and precious, with only a few known production areas, jointly controlled by major nations. Bayer was surprised. Is it really that rare? What help does it offer for martial arts? As far as I know it does, but it's only useful for people at the divine level. For those at level 9, energy crystals are not only a valuable cultivation resource, but also a form of currency. I've traveled half the world in recent years, precisely to find an area that can produce a large quantity of energy crystals for high-level use. She teased. Is it really okay for you to reveal so many secrets all at once? You better not silence me. Yu Zong let out a dry laugh. Haha, you watch too many movies. The World Masters competition will begin in a year. You'll definitely participate then. And naturally someone will tell you new information. This is a competition for martial artists. This is a competition for martial artists. No one can ignore it. Suddenly Bai Ning's face fell. Are those things related to energy crystals? Yu Zong said, of course. This competition was initiated by various countries. They compete to distribute the energy crystals. Energy crystals produced globally are gathered together and competed for by the strong, based on the ranks sent by each country, and shares are distributed according to the ranking of the final results of the competition. She thought, therefore, there's competition among the martial saints of different countries, and also competition among the martial gods within their own countries. Right? Yu Zong held a cigarette in his hand. Of course, its very existence is like the Jidao 4 symbols. Under the command of the martial saint, Jidao underwent 28 days and nights. He felt it was a great pity because these martial saints, one of them was among the 3 martial saints, the martial saint of Longwa, the youngest, the one who became a saint in the shortest time. So their foundation was weak, which created a huge disparity between their overall strength and that of the Jidao Martial Arts Hall. and the Chaofan Martial Arts Hall. Each time energy crystals were allocated, the eldest received the smallest share. The Jidao Martial Arts Hall received the most, followed by the Chaofan Martial Arts Hall. At this point, Bai Ning didn't find it strange. When high-level individuals sought an energy source, the newly allocated crystals were not as good as open sources. Suddenly a message was sent through Yuzong's watch. He opened it and saw a message. Why was there a sudden message? After reading the message he received, he was dumbfounded. What? His reaction startled Bai Ning. What happened? Yuzong couldn't believe that in this competition, the proportion for the high-level individuals was actually the smallest. Why was a look of worry on his face? Because one person's power, the Jidao 4 symbols and the 28 knights, were all destroyed. The Jidao martial saint is on the verge of death. Jidao's life has reached its end. Her eyes widened. Who did this? How terrifying. How could one person defeat the Jidao 4 symbols martial saint? Yuzong then told Bai Ning that she might know that person. I know that person. The image of Lu Sheng appeared in her mind. Originally, when he offended the other party, the Lord ordered her to help. But Lu Sheng helped that young man with his own strength. Bai Ning was startled remembering that the name was Lu Sheng. What? Yuzong left in a hurry. I'll go report the news. Everyone see you on Friday. She was still confused. How did Lu Sheng do it? I clearly remember. When we last met he was just. White waves gently lapped against the beach. In the deep sea, a figure unbelievably appeared here. Lu Sheng lay quietly on the seabed, with a huge hole pierced through his chest. At this time, within the territory of the Chaofan Martial Arts Hall, a gentle breeze wafted. Next to a giant tree a person sat, surrounded by wine bottles. This person was none other than Jingyu. He gloomily clutched the wine bottle in his hand. A few passers-by saw him, raised their hands and greeted him. Shixian, they asked, why are you drinking so much? Are you perhaps seeking enlightenment through alcohol? I've seen that in novels. I never thought someone would actually do it. He enthusiastically said, our martial arts hall truly has so many talented individuals. Before he could finish speaking, the person next to him quickly covered his mouth and reminded him. What nonsense are you spouting? He's Dong. The young man turned around and said in surprise. What, he's seen your brother Dong? The person next to him quietly explained. His martial arts were once crippled, and he was in low spirits. That person's eyes widened. He thought for a moment, then replied. I heard he's an even younger martial arts prodigy. I don't know the specifics. In any case, you must remember, there are many formidable individuals in this world. There will always be someone stronger than you. You must remain humble and reverent. Suddenly a soft voice sounded behind Jingyu. Seen your brother Dong? He didn't turn his head, raised the wine bottle and drank it all. He said self-mockingly. Has junior sister come to see me make a fool of myself again? One walked forward. She leaned in and whispered into his ear. It's not like that, senior brother. Listen to me, Jingyu asked in disbelief, quickly turning his head. What is that? True, One calmly replied. I heard it directly from my mother. I even saw it on the live broadcast. His expression darkened. The wine bottle in his hand dropped and shattered. His eyes widened in anger. Even the martial saint was beaten half to death by him. What am I? What am I? Jingyu slammed a punch into a nearby tree trunk. Compared to a terrifying figure like him, what am I? The punch knocked leaves off the tree. Jingyu gritted his teeth. But if he's alive, I must see him. If he's dead, I must see his body. I'm going to find him. To see that proud figure again. One said joyfully, senior brother Dong. You finally pulled yourself together. In Ninghai, a person held a stack of documents, looking up to observe the longitude on the big screen. The search area has been expanded to 100 kilometers around the sea area. The depth has also reached the limit of 8,000 meters. But no trace of Lu Sheng has been found. The central marshal, hearing this, he immediately ordered. Then expand the range further, dive deeper and continue the search. The person turned around worried and reported. We have already entered the underwater tomb area. If we go any deeper it will be very dangerous. He widened his eyes and said sternly. Do you think? Is it harder to cultivate someone who can suppress a martial saint? Or is it harder to search in the deep sea? The person immediately bowed. Understood. Hongfu observed Lu Sheng from above. The hope the army has waited 200 years for. It must not be extinguished like this. Absolutely not. He stood at the end of the ship's cabin. At this moment the setting sun gradually sank in the west, leaving behind a beautiful evening glow. In the depths of the underwater tomb at 30,000 meters deep, the bottom of the deep sea, small schools of fish swam around. A mutated anglerfish was swimming closer. It stopped in front of a small cave with a protective barrier. Its eyes were blood red and the tentacles on its head glowed clearly. It opened its huge mouth and spat out a powerful force directly towards the small cave. The deep-sea monster was immediately caught and pulled to an even deeper place. At this moment, Lu Sheng's entire body seemed to have merged with that monster. Several long tentacles grew from his chest. His entire body was covered in a layer of wrinkled skin. Lu Sheng laughed self-mockingly. Haha, look at me. Am I not evolving more and more in the direction of Cthulhu? He glanced at his grotesque body. Or what he glanced at his grotesque body. When I was on the verge of death, I drank all the saint's nectar, although the powerful energy saved my life. But my body was deformed because of it. Half human, half beast, almost entirely mutated. Although there are hidden dangers both inside and out, at least I'm still alive. He sat cross-legged. I really survived. Successfully withstood the attack of a level 10 powerhouse. And didn't die. How incredible. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth and angrily said, bastard. There truly are traces of a level 10 powerhouse in this world. The data made no mention of this at all. Could it be that he doesn't belong to this world? Or this era? Before the first year of martial arts in the era of pure science, there was never any information about ancient martial arts civilization. Otherwise it wouldn't be called the first year. Lu Sheng speculated to himself. Then the only possibility is the powerhouse came from another planet. Or from another advanced martial arts civilization. This is the most likely possibility. Inside the cave he sat in silent contemplation. But those tentacles continued to writhe ceaselessly. Only after thinking carefully did it feel very strange. From the appearance of exotic beasts to the flourishing of martial arts. Only about 300 years have passed. Zhao Ji had already become a saint martial artist. More than 100 years ago. From being an initial level 1 martial artist to a level 9 martial artist. This process occurred within just 100 years. A few fish swam past the outside of the cave and were immediately tightly ensnared by the tentacles. I didn't pay much attention when reading books before. But now that I think about it, this development process, from nothing to this, isn't it too fast? He thought of everyone. Imagine this. Even if all paths from level 1 to level 9 have already been guided by predecessors, and the army poured all its resources into it, 100 years passed. And still no level 9 martial artist could be cultivated. Let alone when martial arts were just emerging. When everything had to be fumbled for in the dark. So why was Zhao Ji able to reach level 9 within about 100 years? Counting from when he began cultivating. A hand reached out to him. Lu Sheng reached out, wanting to grab it. If there was a more advanced martial arts civilization, guiding and initiating martial arts, then everything would make sense. Whether someone guides you or not. The difference is like heaven and earth. His gaze instantly sharpened. But why wouldn't advanced martial arts civilization help a lower civilization initiate martial arts? Lu Sheng was surprised as he watched the new changes happening in his body. The key lies with the exotic beasts. It was precisely the invasion of the exotic beasts that started all of this. Countless monsters appeared from space. Imagine this. When a weak technological civilization faces powerful creatures from another world, facing the danger of complete extinction, those belonging to an advanced martial arts civilization appeared. They bestowed fire and sword upon the weak, helping the weaker civilization gain the ability to protect itself, to resist powerful creatures from another world on their own. Lu Sheng closed his eyes tightly. The whole process went so smoothly, as if everything had been predetermined, according to a rational plan. I understand. Images of those past monsters swirled around him. The battlefield of the exotic beast invasion is much larger than I ever imagined. This planet is merely a small battlefield in the entire war. An advanced civilization initiated martial arts on this planet. Now only long decayed bones remain, already facing the danger of exotic beast invasion. And what I've seen and experienced so far is just the tip of the iceberg. But now, with this mutated body, I relentlessly hunt exotic beasts. The fish outside were still struggling to escape the tentacles. It was finished off and quickly devoured by the tentacles, continuously providing energy. Lu Sheng's body underwent some changes. I used this energy to gradually wear down the remaining power of the strong one, that power lingering in my chest. Although that power is immense, with enough patience I can eliminate it. He extended his hand, perhaps because I am deep within the tomb. The power of rules here is weak, so the mutated cells haven't decomposed. The tentacles continue to stretch out in all directions as if searching for prey. They possess a strong survival instinct. So powerful that even without my control, they are still driven by the instinct to destroy, constantly hunting and eliminating all creatures around them. Now, you'll just treat this as healing while I'm AFK. He closed his eyes. During this time I will enter the dream realm to cultivate. Beneath the deep sea, Lu Sheng cultivated in silence the surrounding tentacles, ceaselessly writhing. Lu Sheng cultivated in silence the surrounding tentacles, ceaselessly writhing. He focused intently, highly concentrated, unaffected by the surrounding movements. On the ruined land above, the 6 saints in the dream, continuously collecting the remaining memories of the grandmasters. The 6 saints returned to normal. He delivered a powerful punch with one hand. He raised his fist, having already cleared 3 streets. He had obtained a total of 5 martial will types, Grandmaster level 7, and 3 types of level 8 martial will from great grandmasters. The 6 saints glanced at the mutated individuals, lying on the verge of death in the ruins. Now with his martial Tao perfected, I now possess a full 50 different types of martial will, all integrated into my will. When they reach 100 types, will a qualitative change occur? He immediately sat down. Once my injuries recover a bit more, I will clear the traces of mutation and then leave this place. As if remembering something, he rolled his eyes and gave a command. Oh right. Check the information in the Tinder resource bank. Open personal files and appeared swiftly, answering mechanically as you command. The 6 saints looked at the piled up information on the screen before him. Now I can confirm. The information in the resource bank, that is related to the future of my world and the Tinder, is all fabricated. But other stored data is real. He stroked his chin thoughtfully regarding the transmission of martial arts, medicinal formulas and resource points. These things are still very useful. And the key to opening deeper treasures is authority. Suddenly, the 6 saints' gaze seemed to hit something, revealing a look of surprise. This is the information panel, showed details about Ninghai. Jidao Martial Saint was severely injured and disappeared. Returned 3 years later. He killed Martial Saint Zhao Ji, defeated Martial Saint Lin Jinyue and Martial Saint Tanzhong. He was a bit surprised. The Jidao Martial Saint really isn't dead, but it doesn't matter. He'll die soon anyway. He read the information aloud. Reached level 9 at 25 years old. Becoming the youngest martial saint in martial arts history. Called perfect by S. Challenged the world with no rivals. At 30 founded the Sacred Martial Hall, popularizing martial arts for the development of civilization, and made endless contributions to human martial arts. He had 10 martial saints under him. The 6 saints' lips curled slightly, showing interest. Previously lauded as the strongest under the clear sky, now his achievements are even greater. But he no longer holds that title. Let's keep reading. At 100 years old he broke through to level 10, becoming the first person in martial arts history to reach level 10. He opened the path to level 10 for future generations and was revered as the martial ancestor. 2 years later he disappeared without a trace. Later generations speculate martial ancestor 6 saints may have already left the blue planet and entered the vast universe. He was a little confused. Martial ancestor? Am I called martial ancestor? What does martial ancestor mean? Isn't this just like the void saint of my previous life? A reputation far surpassing titles like divine being. It's a title that will be remembered for centuries. The 6 saints paused for a few seconds, as if having discovered an anomaly. Wait, something's not right. An expression of disbelief appeared in his eyes, recalling the scene of Zhao Ji spitting out a card. A talisman could be taken from Zhao Ji's mouth. A level 10 life-saving talisman. This indicates that the path to level 10 already existed in this world. So why was it my turn to open the path to level 10? How strange could it be? Insufficient big data collection, leading to a serious deviation in future predictions. Or rather, he turned his gaze to the spire. The pyramids of this world still conceal many secrets that I don't know. I am already the martial ancestor. My authority shouldn't be low, right? Check authority. And immediately responded. Character history rated 10 stars. The 6 saints chuckled softly. Previously I only had level 7 authority, now it has directly increased by 3 levels. He looked directly at based on previous experience. Level 7 authority opened the path from level 7 to 8 now. I can already advance from level 10 to level 11. Bring out all the level 11 cultivation techniques. Teacher N reached out for the information panels. Lu Sheng watched bewildered. In an instant she conjured a pile of books. They contained the required information. He casually picked up a book and opened it to read. 5. The beginning was the advanced section of the previous cultivation technique. The next 4 chapters were new cultivation techniques. New cultivation techniques. 5 Ghost Fist art was created by Wang He. It is said that in ancient times, besides spring, summer, autumn and winter, there was a 5th season. When the 5th season appeared, 10 suns would appear in the sky simultaneously. Light and heat would scorch mountains and rivers. The land would dry up, and all living things would perish in the intense heat. Heaven and earth became a massive furnace. A considerable interest sparked on his face. So the 5 Ghost Fist art recreates the terrifying sight of 10 suns shining together. The fist art is grand and imposing, with astonishing momentum. So Lu Sheng's 10 suns in the sky move, at the Grandmaster level, evolved from imitating Wang He's fist art. Lu Sheng started rummaging through the pile of books again, to see if there were any other cultivation techniques. His gaze slightly lowered. He read the title Inner Universe upper middle lower chapters. His mind was filled with question marks. He completely didn't understand what he was reading. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What in the world is this?" Lu Sheng pursed his lips, trying hard to read the content. The creator is Yang Yizhou. What exactly is written in this cultivation technique? What does it have to do with martial arts? It feels like reading a dictionary. But he could only helplessly express his inability to understand. This cultivation technique is entirely about how to construct an inner universe. The connection between the inner and outer universes. And countless theories of possibility. Isn't this purely theoretical? How can it be called a cultivation technique? And its level is terrifyingly high. Could this be a stepping stone from level 11 to level 12? He waved his hand, tossing the book aside. I'm only at level 8 now. I can't understand it at all. Never mind, I'll deal with the difficult stuff later. Lu Sheng picked up another book. I should go back and carefully examine the 5 Ghost Fist art. He mused to himself, but to be honest, if he could truly achieve an inner universe, then this would absolutely be the greatest killing move of all time. Any other fist art or cultivation technique would be overshadowed and pale in comparison, because what martial ability could possibly compare to smashing someone with an entire universe? Lu Sheng's gaze flickered to himself. He had already reached the legendary 5 realms. Combining this with the level 11 fist art, who knew to what extent his power would erupt? He looked at his reddish palm glowing with fire. Perhaps in the future, he could defeat a mere martial saint with just one punch, or even challenge a level 16 expert across ranks. Lu Sheng vigorously patted his chest with a wave of his hand. He clenched his fists, his face filled with determination. That level 10 guy had severely injured him. The next time they met, he would definitely kill him. Lu Sheng instructed, and beside him, open the full contents of the Tinder plan. Lu Sheng looked at the pop-up information panel with some surprise. Warning: insufficient permissions. Your permissions are insufficient. Unable to view this content. He stroked his chin, looked up, and said, as expected, it's still not enough. It seems he'll have to wait until his permissions are raised to level 11 before he can uncover all the secrets of this dream space. Lu Sheng poked the information panel. He shook his head vigorously. Never mind. The most important goal now is to advance from level 8 to level 9. Let's see what the path to level 9 is like. He tilted his head back, closed his eyes, fully sensing essence, chi and spirit merge into one, then blend with heaven and earth, borrowing the great power of heaven and earth to temper one's martial Dao imprint, thereby establishing a martial Dao Dharma idol. This is theoretically, when truly distinguishing top-tier martial artists. He felt surprised. Read aloud. According to records, the assessment criteria for Dharmalakshana are as follows. Below 1,000 meters is low grade. 1,000 to 5,000 meters is mid grade. Above 5,000 meters is high grade. Lu Sheng focused his attention on the book Zhao Ji. This tattered Dharmalakshana. Less than 500 meters truly is low grade. Among the low grade ones, calling him a high grade martial saint would be an exaggeration. He merely relies on the incense of the human world to maintain his divinity. Lu Sheng stroked his chin, lost in thought. Those Dharmalakshanas formed through breathing techniques, and those formed through natural contemplation and crystal contemplation methods, are all considered peak-level supreme grades. A look of joy appeared in his eyes. He possesses so many cultivation methods and martial arts. If he could combine these extraordinary methods, and then integrate them all into his perfect martial arts, what kind of Dharmalakshana would be born? Would it be an ultra-supreme grade? With that, he thought of the bizarre-faced black shadow. Lu Sheng abruptly closed the book in his hand. Can't think about it anymore. Thinking too much can lead to illusions. Besides, fusion is too difficult. He still has no clue. No rush. First slowly fuse the essence chi and spirit, then make plans. He clenched his fists, his whole being seemed to be infused with courage, full of fighting spirit. After all, with the art of 5 ghosts in hand, plus the growing power of his immortal cells, it doesn't matter if he's stuck at the peak of rank 8 a bit longer. He can still kill martial saints like chickens. As of now, Lu Sheng has meticulously practiced all his newly acquired skills in his dreams. A month later, most skills have been mastered to an introductory level. Moreover, given his current physical condition, external injuries have largely recovered, and his internal organs have completely regenerated. During this time, the lingering might of the rank 10 expert remaining in his wounds has also been completely purged. Only some mental trauma remains unhealed. Lu Sheng suddenly opened his eyes. He stopped overthinking decisively. It's almost time he can prepare to leave this place. For him, the problem of bodily mutation after leaving the Grotto Heaven Rift, after losing the essence, the flesh and blood of exotic beasts and the black mist that obscured the rules in the Grotto Heaven, should automatically resolve itself quickly. Lu Sheng was slowly moving forward at this moment. Suddenly he felt a change in water pressure. So he quickly stabilized himself. As expected, when he looked back, Lu Sheng was somewhat surprised. It's that hateful guy again. He stared intently at the flickering light, thinking, this sea abyss tomb, just like the previous Shrank tomb, has an otherworldly consciousness residing deep within. There's an otherworldly consciousness residing deep within. It seems it saw that I've been here for a long time, and my mutation level is high. So it views me as a potential asset and wants to tempt me to stay. Then Lu Sheng reached out and tightly grasped the tentacle. Then without hesitation he yanked hard and tore it apart. At the same time he softly reprimanded and blocked it. It was torn into fragments. But the tentacle seemed unwilling, shedding tears. Seeing this, Lu Sheng gritted his teeth and cursed directly. Are you still so reluctant to leave? Are you going to blame me for breaking up a pair of lovers? This is my body. As soon as he finished speaking he thought, I can't stay here any longer. The autonomous consciousness of the mutated cells is growing stronger. Heaven knows what other crazy things will happen later. Lu Sheng didn't hesitate at all, and continued walking forward, carrying his thoughts. Leave the sea abyss tomb. Resolve the mutation problem. Reshape the undying stellar body. Soon he'll be a hero again. As he was deep in thought, suddenly a flash of light appeared, swiftly interrupting his previous train of thought. Lu Sheng immediately turned around, asking himself in confusion, that consciousness is chasing me. Doesn't it want me to leave? In front of him thousands of eyes appeared, staring intently, enveloping the entire space. It began to struggle, charging towards the damned Lu Sheng. If temptation fails, then resort to force. He was tightly bound. Then he looked at them with sharp eyes, and said loudly, our paths diverge, we cannot conspire together. Force will not yield results. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Sheng's hand had transformed into the shape of a blade. He didn't dodge. Instead he charged forward, striking a few times, putting an end to those tentacles. More importantly, the blade marks were too sharp, making it howl in pain. As soon as Lu Sheng finished dealing with it, his face filled with a smile. Then he said, no need to see me off, little brother, see you next time. Unexpectedly, those eyes emitted an eerie laughter. The sound grew louder and more sinister. It sent a chill down Lu Sheng's spine, and he wondered, what is he laughing at? Suddenly time and space abruptly stagnated, as if pulling him back from behind. Because this moment happened too suddenly, Lu Sheng didn't have time to counterattack. The pursuit was nothing but a trick. The real purpose was to lure him into the abyssal rift space. Damn it, too late to dodge. A moment later he felt as if he had entered another universe. Thus his mind felt a bit blurry. Where is this? Is this the abyssal rift space? What a bother. Lu Sheng looked around, only seeing a stretch of grayish space, and thought, no wonder those who enter here can't return. Once you enter, the way back disappears. Even if there's no danger here, it's enough to make others forever lost in these countless grayish spaces. Suddenly he felt something was off. No, that's not right. It's not that the path disappeared, it's somewhere else. I just haven't seen it yet. Otherwise, how could those level 10, level 11 powerhouses travel back and forth to the second battlefield? Lu Sheng's gaze fell upon the moving tentacle, then he pondered. The question is, how can I find the path back to the abyssal fissure? Suddenly he realized something from the tentacle. He then asked, you're saying you know the way out? Why would it know the way? Could the key to entering and exiting be these mutated cells? He thought and thought but couldn't answer it. So Lu Sheng said, never mind that. Let's go check it out. He then quickly gave an order indicating that he wanted it to show him the way. Once he had tamed his guide, Lu Sheng immediately dashed forward. As he moved, He observed his surroundings, then showed a curious smile. This space is truly strange, indescribable. As if I'm in a void. Guided by the mutated cells, Lu Sheng kept moving forward. Then his face lit up with a glow. Suddenly feeling the mutated cells extremely joyful and excited emotions. We must be close to the target now. At this moment, as he neared the target, Lu Sheng paused slightly. Seeing danger approaching, he immediately panicked. This is bad, it's him. He's already found his way here. Lu Sheng looked, immediately recognized him, and then said angrily, "That bastard, this really is an exit." "But it's his exit, you traitor." That beam of light was almost completely drained. Immediately after, a series of eyes began to appear before him. "I found you." Then, a giant hand stretched out ready to attack. Lu Sheng was lucky to quickly dodge, leaving the hand that was about to grab him clutching at thin air. Lu Sheng cursed, "Damn it." At this point, the 4 tentacles on his body had turned black and rushed over to suppress him. He was attacked simultaneously, pushing Lu Sheng's anger to its peak. "Traitors, get out of my way." He continued to push forward, tearing apart the troublesome tentacles at the same time. Just as he wondered what to do next, he suddenly remembered something. That's right. Lu Sheng reached out and pulled out the eye from his navel. "And you?" He decisively pulled it out, then threatened word by word. "Hurry and show me the way. The real way out, or I'll choke you to death. No one will have a good outcome." The eye, terrified, turned pale and stared at Lu Sheng in horror. In the end, it compromised, only telling him where the exit was. Suddenly a voice echoed in the void. "Return to our embrace." But Lu Sheng remained focused on activating his body. Come back, come back." He slowly opened his eyes and then spoke. "Concentrate all the power of the undying cells. Charge through." Countless hands tried to grab Lu Sheng, but all failed. With his speed, he quickly reached the exit. At the same time, he reached out and shouted, "Don't think you can catch me." In the end, the strange hand couldn't catch Lu Sheng either. He immediately rushed out of the void. What's more surprising, I escaped. The void gate slowly closed. It shouted unwillingly, "I will definitely catch you." Seeing that the eye stopped chasing, a thought flashed through his mind. It seems it cannot leave the abyssal sea cave, even through the abyss crack. Lu Sheng slowly walked on the frozen sea. Then a smile appeared on his face and he let out a sigh of relief. "Finally, I'm back." Suddenly, animal footsteps echoed from somewhere unknown. Lu Sheng turned his head and found it right beside him. Both sides looked at each other suspiciously. He began to look around, only seeing it full of towering icebergs. Pondering. After a while, he began to steady himself and asked suspiciously, "Where exactly is this glacier?" Before he finished speaking, a group of penguins appeared around him from somewhere unknown. "Lu Sheng, they're penguins. Did I arrive at the South Pole?" Suddenly several tentacles bulged on his body, making gurgling sounds. Hearing this, Lu Sheng immediately punched it hard, then looked at it with icy eyes, warning, "Since you're inside me, you must obey me. Otherwise there's only a dead end." After that, he once again fell into his thoughts. This mutated body, normally having some autonomous consciousness, is fine. But if it dares to betray me inside with the enemy, if I can't even fully control my own body, then what's the point of cultivating martial arts? The things on Lu Sheng's body made gurgling sounds, the sounds growing louder and more frequent. He immediately continued to threaten with his fist. "If you don't want to die, rein it in and condense for degeneration and sublimation." Lu Sheng immediately closed his eyes and calmed his mind. Now rules must be established for these mutated cells. This is an unprecedented experiment. I really want to know if mutated cells embark on the path of undying cells. Next, millions of mutated cells appeared around his body, swirling. At this moment, Lu Sheng's epidermis seemed to be gradually disappearing. What kind of being will be born? Can it resist the erasure of rules? The movement of millions of mutated cells became increasingly active. Each mutated cell, due to constant collision and refinement, then sublimated and then began to automatically perish. That energy converged into a single point. All retained energy was concentrated at one point. Lu Sheng's vital essence locked onto that point, injecting all the energy into that king core, which began to degenerate at an astonishing speed. Tens of millions of times, hundreds of millions of times. From the pervasive white smoke, a resilient figure gradually emerged. The illusory epidermis had been completely peeled off, making Lu Sheng feel a bit regretful. What a pity it had only just degenerated 100 million times, and was about to enter a completely new realm. But the energy of the mutated cells was already depleted, so it had to temporarily stop and enter hibernation. From his palm, a jade green eye emerged. Lu Sheng raised his hand and said, "This path might be feasible. I'll conduct further experiments later." At the same time the eye on his hand closed. Suddenly a whoosh whoosh sound echoed around, making him pause slightly and look. Immediately a ship with a huge passenger capacity appeared approaching. Lu Sheng hid behind an iceberg wondering, why would anyone come here? Without further thought, he decisively approached the ship. This was a good opportunity to confirm their current location. The ship had already anchored nearby. Lu Sheng looked down from above deep in thought. 30 martial artists below level 7, 2 level 7 grandmasters, and 1 level 8 great grandmaster. Seeing this, he felt that a research vessel had been dispatched, and it even had a level 8 great grandmaster overseeing it. From their appearance they were all foreigners. Something must be wrong. The people on the ship were still living their normal lives, yet hadn't discovered anything. Lu Sheng began to use his ability to look inside. He wanted to see what was going on with this level 8 great grandmaster. His gaze had already moved to a room. Found it. He suddenly saw an old man and a young girl getting intimate. "Don't be like that, darling," he then thought disdainfully. "Foreigners' preferences. It seems he's just a man fond of wine and women." But not long after, Lu Sheng noticed an item placed on that table. The pattern was Huan Yin. He had found what he was looking for. His spirits were instantly lifted. It seems this is indeed a Huan Yin organization research vessel. Then he checked other rooms for information. In another room, Lucia was sitting and writing a few lines in her diary. "Today is February 14th, year 317. The weather is clear. This is my 25th Valentine's Day, but there's no wine. Cellar-aged wine or steak from a high-end restaurant. No romantic music. And no handsome charming companion. I will spend this day alone, in the ship's cabin, on an expedition, amidst the harsh cold of the Antarctic Circle, with penguin and exotic beast samples. This is also my 28th day following the research team. Professor Nipasens, Professor Nipusen, is a distinguished master in the field of genetics, the greatest of this century. On this planet, his vast knowledge, brilliant mind, as well as his passionate attitude towards academics are all things I need to learn from." She happily continued writing. "Being able to follow closely beside Professor Nipusen is perhaps the luckiest thing in my life. Here, I want to thank my university mentor, Miss Selina, if not for her strenuous recommendation." Lu Sheng thought after reading the diary entries. From these lengthy diary pages, the information about this ship can be clearly seen. This ship is responsible for collecting and researching exotic beast genes and the Huan Yin organization. This also explains why there are powerful individuals on board, because hunting exotic beasts requires the presence of martial artists to collect gene samples. He watched for a while, then speculated. The head of this team 5 must be Professor Nipusen, frequently mentioned in the diary. Perhaps he holds a high position in the Huan Yin organization, and is an important figure. Most importantly, it is noteworthy that Professor Nipusen seems to have a different understanding of the origin of exotic beasts and martial arts than mainstream views regarding exotic beasts and martial arts. He believes that their origins stem from ancient myths and legends about demons and gods, and has been striving to prove this. People often say, the end of science is mythology. Is that so? Lucia was completely unaware at this moment, comfortably stretching. That's all for today's diary. Suddenly Lu Sheng spoke. "I know who Professor Nipusen is." The voice suddenly sounded, giving her no time to react. "You startled me, you are," before she could finish. Lucia was then mentally controlled by him. After being controlled, she stared blankly at Lu Sheng. Then, as if compelled by an unseen force, she took out a photo. After he clearly saw who Professor Nipusen was, he left. "Got it, goodbye." Lucia just came to her senses and felt confused. Was I dozing off just now? Then she looked at the object in her hand and was startled. Why was I staring at Professor Nipusen's photo blankly? How could this be? Oh my goodness, today is Valentine's Day. Could I be having fantasies about him too? In Professor Nipusen's research lab, the Six Saints leader appeared inside and found him mumbling in his sleep. The myths and legends of Bear Kingdom are indeed very different from other countries. Perhaps they will bring some new revelations. Zzzzzzz. He picked up a book and asked himself. Overview of Dragon Kingdom's ancient myths. Overview of Lion Kingdom's ancient myths. Origins of Eagle Kingdom's mythology. For these unknown legends of dubious authenticity to mobilize such a large scale. Suddenly he revealed a mischievous smile. The perfect jade organization must be very rich, right? Can't I Seize this opportunity to make a fortune from them. Is it? Let's try it, it might be interesting. Afterwards he quickly slipped away to avoid being discovered. The six saints returned to the previous location. Suddenly seeing someone on the ship made him pause slightly. Afterwards he quickly regained his focus and rushed to that spot. Well then I'll borrow you for a bit. At this moment a tourist was speaking to the captain. We can go back in another week. He replied, maybe even sooner. I think several of the elders in our team have had enough. Then he put down his binoculars and continued. Following a scientific expedition team working hard, but still having to listen to Professor Nepizan. Don't look at how frail he is. His status in the organization is no less than that of the elders. A top-tier royal seal. Even ordinary royal seals wouldn't dare offend him. At the same time his watch suddenly beeped. He glanced at it and then asked what's happening. The other end of the line replied, Captain. Strong undercurrents have caused our ship to drift off course. Look ahead. Because the situation happened so suddenly, both were extremely panicked. Oh my god. The giant iceberg is turning. Turn quickly. Why did it suddenly appear? It wasn't there a moment ago. At this very moment, a piercing crashing sound erupted between the ships. Seeing this, the six saints revealed a sinister smile. Suddenly an intense battle was unfolding. With dazzling speed, a ray of light and a streak of darkness fought each other mercilessly. The emissary of light now had his rage at its limit. Evil power. Die finally. He used his light energy to obliterate the darkness. The energy pierced through the opponent, who quickly fell to the ground. Immediately, hundreds of heavily damaged eyes roared, I am immortal. You can never destroy me. I will be reborn infinitely on this land. Until this world is destroyed, I will return. The six saints ignored their words, breathing a sigh of relief and saying, finally it's successfully sealed. Suddenly feeling something, he immediately turned to look. Before he could do anything, the flames on his body had already extinguished. The emissary of light suddenly fell backwards, slowly descending and colliding with the ice surface. With a thud he lay motionless there, and most importantly enveloped by ice. Back in reality, Nepizan suddenly woke up gasping for breath. He rubbed his head as if disbelievingly, saying, phew. Was that a dream just now? Such a wonderful dream. Just like a myth. That powerful young man, radiant like the sun. Who was he? Nepizan pondered for a moment, then took out a notebook and asked himself. Could it be a hint from fate, from heaven? Given to me, I should write it down immediately. Suddenly the room began to shake violently. Threw everything into disarray. Hearing footsteps, Neptune hurriedly opened the door and asked what's wrong. The person replied, Profs. Sir Neptune, our ship has hit an iceberg. He adjusted his glasses, looking at them with confusion. Hit an iceberg. At this moment everyone gathered at the bow of the ship. Nazan walked over and said to the captain, how could we have hit an iceberg? What about the journey ahead? He then explained. We were affected by an underwater current just now, which caused the ship to change direction on its own. Fortunately, the martial artists helped out at the last moment. The ship only lightly grazed the iceberg. The captain also added, there's no major damage, we can continue sailing. Still somewhat confused, Neptune asked, then why have we stopped now? He turned his head and looked at everything before him. He then said that the iceberg was a bit strange. When we lightly touched it just now, I seemed to see something. Without saying anything else, the captain called him over. Professor, please take a look yourself. Neptune looked on in surprise and confusion. Is that a person? Unexpectedly, his glasses almost fell off his face. Neptune walked to the side of the ship and spoke. There's actually a person with such a face inside this iceberg. In an instant, he remembered the face from his dream. Ah, it's him. Then he thought, it's exactly the same as the person in my dream. So gods truly exist in this world. Afterwards, Neptune turned and gave orders to the crew on the ship. Quick, cut these ice blocks open. Take them to my lab. Hurry. Meanwhile, in a room below the ship's deck, the attendant respectfully reassured the VIP, saying, the ship only grazed the iceberg. It just drifted a little. There's nothing to worry about. It's just that from the iceberg, an oriental corpse was discovered. It looks incredibly lifelike. He seemed to have no interest, just sipping the wine in his glass. It's just the corpse of some oriental barbarian. What's so special about it? Upon hearing this, the attendant replied, nothing, I've already seen it. It's just an ordinary corpse. Probably a martial artist who cultivated to the extreme, broke through in the Antarctic Circle, and ultimately froze to death inside the iceberg. The VIP rolled his eyes again and said, how boring. A moment later, the attendant said with some hesitation, But the strange thing is this: our Professor Neptune seems extremely interested in that corpse. He insists that it's the remains of an ancient deity, saying he received guidance from some god or something. The professor even decided to end this expedition immediately. He's going back tonight. After listening, he calmly poured his wine. Neptune has always been so mysterious, always saying that exotic beasts and martial artists are products of myth. Let him be as long as he's happy. Then he raised his wineglass and gave the attendant a mocking smile. People who do this kind of research all have their eccentricities. It's good that he's going back early. Life on this ship has been far too boring. In the lab on the lowest deck of the ship, Neptune looked at Lu Sheng, exclaiming as if he were a rare creature. Oh God, exactly the same. Truly exactly the same. He carefully examined every detail, then confirmed that all the details were identical. There's no mistake. This is indeed the god from my dream. Neptune took a notebook from his pocket. I must record the vision from my dream. No, I must draw it. He began to write and draw, muttering to himself. This is the true origin of exotic beasts and martial arts. Once this is announced, I will become the greatest scientist of this century. Suddenly, Lu Sheng inside the giant test tube opened his eyes. He used his psychic power to activate telekinesis and observe everything around him. Then his gaze suddenly met Professor Neptune's. This is Lu Sheng. So one person's eyes widened in surprise as he looked carefully. Suddenly he saw hundreds of bottles of solution on the shelves. Inside were alien marrow fluids ranging from level 3 to level 8. At least 100 bottles in total and rich. Just as I expected. People who do research like this always have incredibly abundant resources. Incredibly abundant resources. Lu Sheng saw him busy copying something and thought. Neptune was already obsessed with mythology and the connection between mythical beasts and martial arts. He's always tried to prove it. Superstitious and stubborn. At this moment, I just need a little bit of hypnosis and guidance, and I can easily make him deeply fall into the lies I've spun. Although Neptune holds a high position in the Ringmark organization, but to put it bluntly, he's just an ordinary person, just with a high status. I never thought the way I dealt with that spy before would play such a big role now. Then Lu Sheng began to think again. Next, as long as I continuously strengthen the suggestions between dreams and reality, and deepen the process of hypnotic brainwashing, Neptune will become the most fanatical believer of this ancient deity I've created. Neptune was actively writing, but suddenly stopped. He began to feel unclear about everything he was seeing. No, this is just something I dreamed. I can be sure that gods exist. But how do I prove it? Neptune scratched his head and said, I'm the only one who received guidance, but no one else did. How do I prove it? How can just one corpse be enough? Am I supposed to open my head for others to see? Suddenly a light bulb went off and he thought of a plan. I just need the gods to speak to them themselves. Make the gods speak to them how? And then talk to myself like a soulless person. It's simple. Resurrect the gods. When the gods descend upon this land again, all doubts and falsehoods will be shattered. Neptune repeated what he had just said. When the gods descend again. Descend, shatter when the gods again. Just then, he clapped his hands as if had discovered something interesting. That's it, resurrect the gods. What could be more convincing than a living true god? Neptune excitedly turned to look at Lu Sheng, then smugly thought him a genius resurrecting a god. I will resurrect the gods. He loudly and cheerfully declared, I, Neptune, will make this world great again. Then he boasted him a genius. At this moment Lu Sheng just smiled faintly after hearing it. Meanwhile, in the eastern military zone, in the training room, Jing Shui was standing among the spheres. She quietly took a breath, then opened her azure eyes again. Soon a pure force emanated from her eyes, overwhelming everything, pressing down on the iron spheres. The iron spheres began to slowly rise into the air. Jing Shui, with her slender hands, released an invisible force. In an instant, the iron spheres in the air exploded. At the same time, the phone in her pant pocket rang. Ding ding. Jing Shui took out her phone and saw it was a message from Lu Sheng. Everything's fine. Don't worry. Reading the message, she was so moved that tears welled up. Lu Sheng suddenly Foam Nan came over from Watnoshire, with a smiling face like a blooming flower. Jing Shui, do you know something? Before she could answer, he figured it out. Looking at her, she probably received the message too. I told you so, that kid would be fine. Jing Shui ignored Foam Nan standing there and thought, it would be a lie to say I wasn't worried. After all, he disappeared for so long. And now there's finally news. The huge weight in her heart finally lifted. Lu Sheng, when are you coming back? Just then a ding-ding notification sound rang out. The screen displayed her chat interface with Jinghe. Sister Jingxue, there's news about my brother. I already know. On the other hand, in Ninghai, amidst the vast ocean, a crew member stepped forward to report. Urgent intel from the Marshal. Lord Six has actively sent back news. He's fine. But it might take a while longer before he can return. Hongfu heard the good news and joyfully ordered, excellent, excellent. Good. Tell everyone to reclaim the military district, then return. The man replied, understood. He was thinking excitedly at this moment. The army has waited over 200 years for this day, so a few more days won't hurt. Soon, the army's divine general will truly return. Half a month passed and the search party, after a long journey, finally returned successfully, bringing the ship to shore. Nearby, on a small island not located by satellite, situated on the border between the Lion Nation and the Eagle Nation, Golden Ring Island, the ship officially docked. On Golden Ring Island, the passengers were slowly disembarking. Those two young men were discussing among themselves. The several months aboard the ship are finally over. It was so boring. Honestly, this kind of escort mission, I'd rather go find people from Dark Star and the Black Demon Society and have a big fight. Suddenly he turned his head to look at Elton. Then he asked, Sir, you feel the same way, don't you? He walked up from behind and replied, all suffering is part of cultivation. Hearing this, the two young men said in unison, Sir, your level is truly high. We can never keep up. While deep in thought, Elton suddenly noticed something. It turned out that Nipson was mobilizing to transport Lord Six. Hurry up, be careful not to bump it. The two young men who had just spoken saw the scene. They immediately showed a judgmental expression. That idiot Nipson. He actually treats a corpse like a treasure. I heard he even wants to revive that corpse. How can a dead person be brought back to life? It's ridiculous. Elton ignored their words, his curiosity piqued instead. It is indeed a bit strange. He stepped forward and said, hey, wait a moment. Seeing this, the people who were moving it immediately stopped and saluted. Greetings, Lord Shirfanin. Suddenly Nipson went into alert mode. Elton, what are you trying to do? This is my precious experiment. Elton found him utterly in the way, so he used his ability to move him aside. Move aside. Nipson was quickly flung to the side. The transporters asked worriedly, Professor, are you all right? Elton walked over to Lord Six and said, let me see. Nipson struggled from behind. Barbarian. You thieving hooligan. He activated his ability with his hand. Let me investigate. Lord Six inside saw this situation. He became somewhat flustered. This is bad. If he touches me, the plan will be ruined. Seeing Elton's hand drawing closer, he cursed under his breath, damn it. Then he clenched his hands, struggling, thinking, should I make a move directly? Suddenly a notification sound came from his phone. He stopped. Then he turned and left, still muttering, forget it, it's just a corpse, I can't be bothered with you. I have other important things to do. Lord Six immediately breathed a sigh of relief, that was close. If an 8th level Grand Master were to touch me personally, could I hide it? I'm really not sure. What's more, there are many details on my body that couldn't be concealed. Professor Nipson, being brainwashed and hypnotized, could be fooled. But not everyone is foolish. Once exposed, Nipson mobilized his men. That wretched fellow is gone, hurry up and continue transporting. He continued to think. I would only be able to forcefully kill the opponent and escape. Fortunately, at the last critical moment, that guy was diverted by something and left. He glared at Elton, filled with resentment. Wretched fellow. I will definitely, in front of Lord Shenin, expose the true faces of that guy and all of you. Hurry it up. It needs to be transported to the lab immediately. At this moment in the lab, Nipson was intently observing Lu Sheng's body. Suddenly something appeared, filling him with terror. This is Nipson. Watching the liquid being absorbed drop by drop, he exclaimed, the hetero-marrow fluid is being absorbed. It's really working, it's really working. The body is gradually recovering. As long as enough energy is provided, he will fully revive sooner or later. He walked to the microphone and ordered, this is Nipson. Immediately take all the resources allocated for my research this month. Resources. And exchange them all for high-grade hetero-marrow fluid and send it over. Draw next month's budget in advance too. I need large quantities of marrowbrain fluid and cell tissue fluid. Send it all to me. Everyone quickly received the order and executed it. Hurry up. Professor Nipson has given an order, he needs a large amount of hetero-marrow fluid. Bottles of hetero-marrow fluid were instantly sent to the lab. Nipson looked at the wondrous reaction before him and said happily, that's it. Absorb quickly, the more absorbed the better. This way he'll wake up even faster. Lu Sheng remained outwardly calm. But his heart was already filled with excitement. This is amazing, this is what cultivation is all about. My external injuries have just healed. And with 22 immortal stellar cells, my whole body is in an extremely empty state. This hetero-marrow fluid couldn't have come at a better time. With a satisfied smile on his face, he enjoyed the moment and continued to think. The 23rd immortal cell has already begun to manifest. In the past half-month, I've absorbed at least 8 million units of hetero-marrow fluid. As soon as there's a slight decrease in the cultivation pod, Nipson immediately replenishes it. Faced with such an immense quantity of hetero-marrow fluid, Lu Sheng couldn't help but exclaim. But this professor's resources are truly incredibly abundant. I guess this time, it's probably enough to nurture 10 immortal cells. Huan Yin is truly rich. I must thoroughly fleece him. With a rich imagination, he thought about the abundant cultivation resources. How any shortage would automatically be replenished. And the cultivation environment as if he were being protected. Between heaven and earth. Is there any better place to cultivate than here? Lu Sheng smiled slightly, continuing his thoughts. I just sensed it a bit. The strongest point in this base. Huan Yin can barely reach the 9th level of the early martial saint stage. When I had 22 immortal cells, I could beat Zhao Ji like a dog. There's absolutely nothing to fear. Next I will officially begin secluded cultivation. Approximately 1 year later. In the conference room of the Jinhuan Island base, Huna spoke with a stern expression. This meeting will mainly discuss 2 matters. First is about the World Grandmaster Martial Arts Tournament. And this year there's news of a new energy crystal production site. She added it's expected that our strongest 20 king seals will all be dispatched. The share we can obtain will definitely be greater than before. Because the Black Demon Society suffered more than half its strength in Longwa last year. Lost more than half its strength. They might withdraw. Therefore this year we will only gain more, not less. Suddenly the man opposite interrupted. Is the news reliable? Who did the Black Demon Society provoke? Huna looked at him and softly replied. According to intelligence, it was a newly promoted martial saint from Longwa. The people in the conference room heard this, all sharing the same doubt. What, Longwa has another new martial saint? Everyone started discussing animatedly. Impossible. Longwa. Another 4th martial saint level powerhouse has appeared. Huna affirmed again. The Grand Martial Saint was indeed severely wounded by the new martial saint, and then fled. This much is certain. Hearing this, one of the men raised a question. Stronger than the veteran martial saints? Then this battle for energy crystals. Won't there be a series of unforeseen changes? Haluo's tone was calm. I already received intelligence on this matter long ago. Although Zhao Ji has already failed. He's already used his trump card. The trump card that person gave him. Creating a new martial saint once again. And now their life or death is unknown. He frowned, his face filled with determination. So this operation will not be affected. Continue. Huan A obeyed and began calculating on the device. Regarding the place of origin. The newly appeared energy crystal is located north of the ocean. Longitude and latitude. In a moment she found the location on the map. Haluo glanced at her. Can you confirm? Huan A replied decisively. Over 70%. Haluo seemed to have heard the answer he wanted. A faint smile playing on his lips. Very good. Haluo commanded. Then the 1st to 4th royal seals. And the 4th to 10th clan seals come with me. The man from earlier bowed respectfully, then asked in confusion. My lord, do you intend to go personally? He explained. If that truly is the origin of the energy crystals, then the martial saints of Dark Star and Black Demon Society will also definitely head there. If I don't go, you would simply be going to your deaths. Hearing this, the man accepted Haluo's arrangement. Understood. He closed his eyes. If there's nothing else, then the meeting is adjourned. Suddenly a hasty voice sounded. Wait. A person sitting at the back suddenly stood up and said in a rushed tone, My lord, I have an extremely important matter to report. Haluo's face slightly furrowed. Speak. The man was furious and raised a document. I accuse the dean of the research institute, Professor Nipizan. He used your name to extort and blackmail us out of enormous resources for as long as half a year. The report states, our team's capital chain is about to completely break. Seeing this, someone nearby only then realized he had also been deceived. He slammed the table. What are all of Nipizan's words lies? He even told me that funds were tight recently, so resource distribution would be suspended for 3 months. The person across from him also stood up in anger. What the hell is going on? Damn it, he told me it was an investment. And that the returns would multiply tenfold in just half a year. The entire conference room instantly became noisy. Everyone complaining one after another. What, you were completely deceived too? What should we do? Heaven knows what that guy is up to. I'm ruined and finished, completely done for. Hwana reported a few days ago I also received news that Nipison's research funds had been advanced all the way until July next year. Not only that, in the past half year, he has for the fourth time submitted an application to use energy crystals for experiments. The most recent time, he even applied for as much as 10 grams of energy crystals. Accusations rose one after another. This greedy, cunning devil, even a demon, isn't as skilled at deceiving people as he is. All my savings, you bastard. Nipison. Haluo quietly listened to everyone analyze the situation. Nipison is just an ordinary person. He hasn't even stepped into the martial arts. Yet he can easily trick these grade 7 grandmasters and grade 8 grandmasters to this extent. Truly, this is more absurd than the supreme grandmaster of the nation having diarrhea in public. It's even more ridiculous. Hwana suddenly noticed something strange. Something isn't right. Nipison isn't a martial artist. What does he need so much money and resources for? Once the truth is exposed, he surely couldn't be unaware of the consequences. This matter is truly perplexing. Haluo gave instructions. Hwana, you go personally and find Nipison. Make sure to investigate this thoroughly. Needing adjourned, the man bowed and acknowledged the command. Yes, my lord. The accuser from earlier raised his hand. I'll go with you too. If I don't get my money back, I'll skin Nipison alive. Immediately after, a group of people pulling at each other stormed out of the meeting room. Let's go, all right, let's kill him. Meanwhile, in the lab, potion bottles were casually strewn across the floor. Two figures were continuously calculating 20 units of level 8 xenospinal fluid, 3 units of level 9 xenospinal fluid. Nipison and Lucia took turns pouring the blue liquid into the test tube chamber, which contained the corpse of the 6 sages. The refining ratio of the gene optimizer is still short by 5. Keep adding. Nipison suddenly stopped, his eyes wide as if he sensed something. He immediately leaned closer to the test tube chamber and shouted, Lucia, did you hear that? It's a heartbeat. The god's heart has finally started beating. Lucia covered her mouth, unable to hide her shock. This is incredible. I used to write about this in my diary, ridiculing Professor Nipison's excessive obsession with ancient myths. But I never expected that I would actually witness history. When this corpse was unearthed, I witnessed the entire process myself. Even when Professor Nipison proposed the idea of reviving this creature, he was ridiculed by countless people. But who would have thought he would actually succeed? A deceased god is about to be resurrected. Nipison's eyes gleamed brightly, his face alight with uncontrollable joy. It's incredible. He's recovering. He's waking up. He recalled that in his dreams, he had been granted revelations. Just one last step and the true god will descend. Just then the alarm light suddenly blared, accompanied by dazzling red light. Nipison stared blankly at the source of the alarm. Lucia's expression was panicked. This is bad, Professor. We've been exposed. Many people are breaking into the lab. Outside, the group of people was violently banging on the door. Open the door, open it. Nipison. You dare seize our money, but you don't dare. Open the door, you demon, you've been exposed. We know you're in there. Open the door. Nipison cursed angrily. A bunch of short-sighted fools. What an immense honor it is to be part of the plan to revive a god. This is such a great honor. I can't let them ruin everything. We're just one step away from success. He pointed at the door and commanded Lucia, immediately activate the lab's highest level defense system. Stop them at all costs. Lucia hesitated slightly. But Professor, that defense system. Nipison ignored her, his voice urgent. Never mind that. Do it quickly. Once the god is resurrected, they will know who was right. Lucia walked over to the control panel. She thought this is a defense mechanism built to the highest standards, designed to buy time for researchers to escape during an enemy invasion. Even if we have to abandon all our achievements, this shield can hold off a martial saint attacking with full force. For 5 minutes, she pushed the lever with all her might, activating the defense mechanism. Even members of the organization can't break in unless they can find Lord Haruo's God King seal. Either way, it should buy us a good amount of time. A few seconds later, the lab door emitted a dazzling light, forcing the people back. Nipison's voice was urgent. Listen. Focus all resources. Add those few grams of energy crystals too. Lucia came over carrying 3 large bottles. Understood. A short time later, Nepizan was already kneeling on the ground. Naden was already kneeling on the ground. He shouted loudly, his face full of anticipation. O divine being, please wake up quickly. Your light will surely illuminate the entire world. After he finished speaking, Lu Sheng still showed no reaction in the medical capsule. At this moment his consciousness was immersed in an illusion. Facing him was an old-looking woman. Lu Sheng's tightly clasped hands emitted an aura. He closed his eyes tightly, took a deep breath, helping his body absorb the 7 Xian energy. The founder of 7 Xian, the branch, Martial Saint Ding Qiuyue. Countless rays of light emanated from Lu Sheng's fingertips. 7 Xian point star Martial Saint. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger out. With the movement of his hand, a huge force was released. A triumphant smile curled at Lu Sheng's lips. I haven't killed anyone with just a finger before. As expected, it's not simple at all. Suddenly the power from before enveloped his entire body. Lu Sheng was also a bit surprised. Breakthrough. Had his martial saint skill already merged? When that energy completely integrated into his body, the woman gradually dissipated as well. Only then did Lu Sheng understand. She had dedicated her entire life to cultivating this martial art. Only one step short of completion. He said thoughtfully, your lifelong wish has now been fulfilled by my own hands. If it's still called 7 Xian point star, it doesn't seem quite right. How about Jietian instead? Lu Sheng smiled slightly, then condensed a ball of flame in his palm. Jietian not only sounds good but also has a powerful aura. He recalled, in the past half year my gains have been immense. Continuously absorbing resources in reality, and continuing to comprehend advanced cultivation methods in dreams. Across the entire martial arts street, I have completely connected with all the martial saints. There are 41 types of martial Dao Dharma aspects. Lu Sheng continued. The fire seeds on the will have also reached 98 types. My spiritual power can be said to be perfected. He clenched his fists happily. This dream realm no longer has any high-level powerhouses. Moreover, I have truly surpassed them completely. Just then a tremor suddenly occurred. Lu Sheng's expression darkened, a dangerous glint appearing in his eyes. Someone wants to intrude into reality. What can't they hide anymore? Lu Sheng raised his hands, observing them intently. It seems they can't hide anymore. Well, I've enjoyed it enough. In the past year, I can't even remember how much exotic marrow fluid and high-energy substances I've absorbed. He muttered to himself. Anyway, the blood alchemist has been continuously forming and breaking and forming again. Immortal cells have been increasing crazily. The current number has reached 183 immortal cells. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Sheng emitted a blazing fire, covering his arm, 9 times stronger than a year ago. The stats have truly exploded. Before I could kill 2 martial saints. Now I can't even imagine. He thought of the light meridians on his body. But my body has also reached its limit. Stellar script paths are already all over my body. If I want to continue gaining more immortal cells, I must advance to level 9. Using the power of the world's grand momentum to break through the shackles of the stellar indestructible stage. Speaking of which, Lu Sheng stroked his chin again, lost in thought. But with the current level 9, I can't even fuse essence, chi and spirit, let alone construct a Dharma aspect and create my own martial Dao imprint, because my accumulation is too profound. He glanced aside, imagining martial saint Zhao Ji kneading dough. For example, Zhao Ji. He just needed 3 pieces of dough together. Simple and easy. But me, Lu Sheng paused, then continued, it's like taking 3 enormous steel spheres, no 3 suns, and compressing them into a single entity. And the volume cannot increase. It can be said that without flames of tens of millions of degrees Celsius, and tens of thousands of times super high pressure, it would be impossible to succeed. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with desire. I need pressure. An unparalleled pressure. Only by experiencing a battle under unprecedented pressure can I complete this step. And this kind of pressure is not something an ordinary martial saint can provide. Suddenly something caught his eye. The 6th saint looked, and reflections appeared in the void. Nipsun and Lucia were panicking in the real world. It seems Nipsun has reached his limit. Since that's the case, it's a good time for me to go out and seek some pressure. After all, there's a year of emotional connection. Nipsun should be allowed to fully complete the dream of God, the advent of such a devout believer. Meanwhile, a powerful attack was directly bombarding the laboratory door. However, the door remained unscathed. This made everyone even more agitated. Nipsun is rebelling. How dare he activate the highest level defense mechanism? I'm going to kill him. The group looked at each other at a loss. What do we do now? The man shooting the machine gun decided he'll contact Lord Harrow. Only Lord Harrow has the key to the laboratory. Once we get the key, we can open the door. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately brightened up. Joy spread across every face. Excellent. Nipsun must pay for this. That's right, that treacherous villain. 10 minutes ago, at the edge of Golden Ring Island, two immensely powerful light beams descended. Nearby, a girl spoke in congratulation. My lords, Marshal Saint Harrow has led all the strongest fighters off the island. Now only the second-tier forces remain on the island. A man slowly walked over, his tone approving. You've done very well this time, Keynes. He had a strong physique and wings on his back. Behind him followed the blonde man wearing sunglasses. Alex smiled triumphantly. Jay, your plan worked. Jay's tone held a hint of smugness. Dark Star and the Black Demon Society. Our first collaboration has been very pleasant. By the time Harrow realizes it, the entire Golden Ring Island will be in ruins. He thought in the assassination of the sixth saint, the Black Demon Society had already lost more than half of its top experts. Instead of waiting for the war over energy crystals to erupt and be divided by Ring Seal and Dark Star, it was better to strike first. Jay calculated, directly attacking Ring Seal's headquarters. A preemptive strike to inflict heavy losses on them. The extra profits would be split with Dark Star at a 28 ratio. This would not only reduce losses, but even earn a considerable sum. As for the news of the new production site, that was all part of the plan. Deliberately leaked. He walked straight towards the base. Let's go, let's wreak havoc at Ring Seal's base, Jay said with a sneer. I'm really looking forward to seeing Harrow's furious, almost insane expression when he returns. In the laboratory, Lucia was monitoring the system. She frantically turned to report to Nipsun. Professor, they've gone to Lord Harrow for the key. What do we do now? Upon hearing this, he became even more anxious, muttering repeatedly. What to do, what to do? Nipsun turned to look at the sixth saint still motionless in the experimental pod. What else can I do? I've put everything I have into this. Listen, that heartbeat. It's getting louder and louder. He knelt weakly on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing. God, please wake up, my God. However, no matter how he prayed, only the sound of the heartbeat answered him. Thump, thump. Nipsun's earnest gaze fell upon him. His voice filled with pleading. Tell the whole world those truths that have been by time buried. Oh my God. At this moment, the energy bar of the defense mechanism is almost depleted. The screen shows the defense system's integrity is at 15. Lucia rushed forward to help Nipsun up. Professor, the defensive layer is about to disengage automatically. Only 15 of the time is left. Many scratches had already appeared on his forehead. At this moment, Nipsun suddenly felt a sense of despair. What? Are we really going to end here? Just as they were at their wits' end, the cultivation pod suddenly shattered. Both cried out in surprise. It was the completely shattered cultivation pod. Lu Sheng slowly opened his eyes. A scorching red light appeared in his hand. With just a wave of his hand, his body was once again covered by the vaporized clothing. Lucia couldn't help but shout, "Oh! The deity has truly revived." Nipsun hurriedly knelt down. Great deity! You have finally awakened. Welcome your arrival. Your radiance has finally illuminated the whole world. He praised Nipsun. You've done well. I know everything you've done. He clasped his hands tightly, his face filled with admiration. I have received the deity's approval. It's all worth it. My life has been so worth it. Lu Sheng picked up a purple stone. You once said this thing is called an energy crystal, right? Nipsun explained. That's right. This is a treasure. Enough to drive even the strongest 9th level martial sages mad. Its internal energy is immense. Just a small piece in your hand, my lord, can rival a small nuclear reactor. He glanced at the stone. I see. Lu Sheng thought. No wonder in just a short moment 7 immortal cells appeared. This thing is quite interesting. He casually put the item into his pocket. I'll keep one as a sample. Lu Sheng said. Thank you for awakening me from my slumber, Nipsun. Nipsun replied proudly. It's my honor, my lord. Please, I beg you, tell me your name. He picked up the phone on the table. There's a phone here conveniently. I'll send them a message. He typed and answered. My name is Lu Sheng. Lucia whispered. Professor, don't you think this deity is a bit strange? Nipsun was also somewhat stunned. What? She looked at Lu Sheng, who was taking pictures, and asked doubtfully. He doesn't seem ancient at all. And he even takes selfies with the phone. Very skillfully. Oh my god. Do ancient deities know how to take selfies right after reviving? He seemed to suddenly realize something. It seems like something's wrong outside. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up and he looked towards the door. 2 9th-level martial sages are slaughtering martial artists. And another 9th-level martial sage is rushing back to the island from afar. Neposin immediately panicked upon hearing this. What did you say? The three of them silently watched the door, which was emitting a red light. Lucia received a call. The person on the other end urgently informed her. This is bad, Lucia. The second royal seal has betrayed the organization. Dark Star and Black Demon Society have joined forces to attack Golden Ring Island. All royal seals and sex seals are dead. You and Professor Neposin hurry and escape. Golden Ring Island is in danger. She turned to urge Neposin. Professor, let's run. Years of research findings cannot fall into enemy hands. He still stubbornly refused to listen. Why should we leave? Neposin clasped his hands together, looking pleadingly at Lu Sheng. Holy deity, please, holy deity. Please save Golden Ring Island. Save the ring seals, okay? He walked directly past him towards the door. Neposin, is this your first wish? Lu Sheng turned his head slightly and smiled faintly. Then I shall grant it. A magnificent, enormous tower. This place is known as Golden Ring Island. Meanwhile, a massive force struck the man directly, sending him flying, spitting blood. He was thrown far away. He clutched his chest, a brow raised in disdain, and sneered, damn the Black Demon Society. To think they've been colluding with Dark Star from the very beginning. No sooner had he spoken than instantly this person's head was pierced through by something. He gaped, his glasses shattering under the impact. Alex glanced contemptuously. His finger was still smoking. Quiet down. Thunder boomed across the sky. Only 2 figures remained standing among the corpses. Among these people, Jay's lips curved slightly. He raised a hand to push up his glasses. Humph. Harrow, he's back, and quite fast, isn't he? Suddenly a group of people charged over from a distance. In the very center was a giant behemoth. In humanoid form, yet emanating a powerful aura from its entire body. They shouted in unison, charge, charge. The person controlling it stood inside. Pointing at it, he yelled, Black Demon Society. Dark Star, you deserve to die. Even killing you 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. Alex let out a loud laugh. Ha. He also quickly summoned his own power. He crossed his arms and provocatively said, anyone can talk big. Come on, try to kill me. With that, the 2 powers swiftly charged at each other. They raised their fists. This collision caused a massive flash of light, illuminating the ground stark white. The ground also cracked because of it. Jay lightly pushed his glasses, scanning. It's my turn to act. Otherwise that guy will claim he sat back and reaped the benefits once it's over. With that, he immediately summoned his power. A behemoth also swiftly appeared behind him. Jay slightly turned his body, not even bothering to glance. He merely pointed with his hand. His power raised its hands high in the sky. Tiny lights shimmered, then connected with each other. Its hand instantly fell. Powerful beams of light rained down from the sky, falling straight down, hitting the symbolic power of that group of people. It bent down, covering its head to defend. The person controlling it was also significantly affected. He looked up with difficulty. Cough, cough. 2 martial saints attacking together. Lord Huanin. Will it truly be destroyed this time? Harrow took cover, gritting his teeth and thinking, this is bad. The onlookers in the distance shouted loudly when they saw this. Lord, how despicable. Fighting against a 9th-level martial saint. We can't help at all. What should we do? Jay chuckled, then extended his hand and pointed at them. Since you martial artists have come, then stay here immediately. A heavy aura pressed down on those people. They groaned in pain. Humph, these people. Some lay dying under piles of rubble while others died on the spot. Died on the spot. One fellow was so scared he retreated backward, under the pressure of 2 martial saints. My lord. Lord Harrow has no time to care for us. A martial saint acting personally, it's hopeless. Harrow roared in shock. Bastards. You colluded together and attacked my stronghold. Don't you feel any shame at all? Jay was completely unconcerned. He laughed, looking at those people. Haha, the principle of striking first to gain the upper hand. You're surely familiar with it, aren't you? Even if we can't keep you here today, then after killing all the high-level martial artists on the island, the subsequent energy crystal scramble, you won't be able to continue. Suddenly his eyes widened and he let out an astonished ha. He couldn't help but feel surprised, watching Lu Sheng remain composed, walking among the people lying on the ground. How can there be an Easterner in Huanin? He looks incredibly calm. Not scared at all. Lu Sheng looked at Jay, said nothing and merely smiled faintly. Seeing this scene, Jay began to take an interest in this newcomer. Still smiling Interesting, he extended his hand. Directing his power straight towards Lu Sheng, he merely slowly extended his hand. His hand gently touched that immense power. Lu Sheng gently parried Jay's power. With just a gentle lift of his hand, a slight smile played on his lips. His voice was calm yet chilling to the core. Interesting, isn't it? Jay's expression immediately registered shock. His mouth fell open. He watched in horror as Lu Sheng used teleportation. Instantly appearing before him, he slowly extended his hand, gently touching the core of that power. It immediately burst forth with a blinding white light. Jay was sent flying far away, utterly stunned. How is this possible? Jay's power rapidly dissipated. He was directly struck and sent flying into the sea. The crowd below stared at Lu Sheng in disbelief. Just one move, you. Who exactly are you? He glanced at the person who had just asked and said, I am God. His tone was arrogant. Facing the remaining two powers. From the crowd and Alex. On the other side, several people looked up at Lu Sheng in astonishment. Is this really God? Is Professor Nipisson's absurd hoax true? From inside, Nipison leaned on a nearby pillar in surprise and exclaimed, defeating a martial saint in one move. What immense power this is. He knelt on the ground shouting, God. This is the true God. Under this light even a martial saint would turn to dust. Just as I saw in my dream. Lucia, sitting behind, also clasped her hands together reverently. This time it's real, not an illusion, oh my God. Alex and Hallo gaped in horror. Lu Sheng's voice rang out steadily. You too. His face stern, he pointed and said, only one of you will survive. Both simultaneously cried out in panic, huh? Alex waved his hand, gathering immense power. Gritting his teeth, he roared, what kind of joke is this? He extended his hand and hurled the power. If anyone's going to die, it'll be you. He clenched his fist to form a seal and immediately a light shone forth. He pointed and shouted loudly, Ju Etienne. A tremendous force shot violently from Lu Sheng's hand. Alex was sent flying in astonishment. He roared unwillingly, how is this possible? His power, like Jay's just now, gradually dissipated. Hallo humbly prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowing and begging, my lord. Respected lord, you've already killed one person. Lu Sheng stared with a cold gaze. Even a rank 9 martial saint is human. And of course they know fear, however. I never intended to kill Hallo anyway. After all, I've benefited from Huanin for so long. If even the leader of Huanin was killed, it really wouldn't make sense. The others also promptly knelt on the ground. Heads bowed respectfully. But I finally understood why. In the past, when an ultimate martial saint descended, everyone in the military had to kneel. If heaven suddenly descended before you, you wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure, and would choose to prostrate yourself. Lu Sheng looked down. And now I am heaven. In the base's classroom, Lu Sheng sat in the center. Beside him was Hallo, carefully observing him through a phone screen. Qinghua raised her hand, smiling happily, and said, when second brother comes back, everyone will definitely be surprised. I'm almost done with my bone refining training. I'm about to reach level 4. Lu Sheng's lips curved, I know you're impressive. Then give the phone to mom and dad. I want to talk to them for a bit. Understanding, she immediately replied, okay. Taking the phone, his mother asked excitedly and worriedly, followed by his father smiling kindly. It's good that Shenger is alright. Come home soon once you've finished your business. He softly agreed, not forgetting to instruct. MHML, make the arrangements. Mom and dad, please take care of yourselves too. Hallo, standing not far away, heard his conversation and was instantly stunned. His eyes widened in surprise. He has parents not older than 50. His younger sister is also underage. So how old is he this year? He opened his mouth in confusion. Hallo simply couldn't believe a young man, much younger than his grandchildren's generation. Such a person could so easily kill 2 rank 9 martial saints. Several hours ago, he also directly eliminated 2 leaders of organizations. The world's top international mysterious organizations. Haluo thought to himself, cold sweat pouring down. If this news got out, who would even believe it? He used to mock rumors about a martial saint. The one who just appeared in Dragon Country is probably this very person. He recalled how Lu Sheng looked just now, and couldn't help but feel shocked. 3 martial saints died by his hand. There aren't many level 9 individuals in the world in total. It's terrifying. Lu Sheng happily said to the person on the phone. He aimed his phone at Haluo. I'm pointing at him, all right. I won't chat with everyone anymore. Someone here is waiting for me to discuss some matters. Suddenly facing Lu Sheng's family, Haluo was flustered, only able to wave and smile wryly. Hello everyone. Lu Sheng quickly hung up the phone and put it down. He glanced over and said softly, "Thank you for your cooperation, Haluo." Haluo quickly bowed respectfully and replied, "It's my honor, my lord." A glistening crystal appeared in Lu Sheng's hand. "Now it's time to talk about our business. Do you know what this is?" Haluo looked at the crystal in Lu Sheng's hand in surprise. "This is an energy crystal." He bowed respectfully and said, "My lord, how much do you need?" Lu Sheng counter-asked, "How much can you get?" Haluo frowned a little displeased. 1 kilogram. Lu Sheng happily glanced at the serious man bowing before him. He sighed inwardly. "I just meant to ask casually." He didn't expect Haluo to think he was extorting him. The key was that he could actually get quite a lot. Lu Sheng thought to himself, a few grams can make cells rapidly grow into an immortal body. 1 kilogram, I'm afraid, would also be enough to reach the limit that a true level 8 stellar body can withstand. Lu Sheng turned around, rubbing his chin, and asked, confused, "Do I look that fierce? Do I not look like a good person at all?" Lu Sheng turned around and directly asked Haluo, "It seems you have a lot of energy crystals." Haluo was startled and hurriedly replied, "Not much, not much. Over 100 years. I've only accumulated a few 100 grams. But if you have eliminated the leaders of Dark Star and Black Demon Society, I can annex their territories. I can certainly collect about 1 kilogram of energy crystals." Lu Sheng's tone grew colder. "Is this planet's energy crystal output really that scarce?" Haluo looked down at his hands. "No. While it is indeed scarce, it's not to that extent. It's just that every time energy crystals are produced, 90 must be handed over to the guides. The remaining 10 is then distributed among the martial saints worldwide," he explained, frowning. Lu Sheng's eyes turned cold. Guides. Lu Sheng was pondering something, then he remembered. Could it be that time fighting Zhao Ji? Haluo quickly stepped forward. "It's normal for my lord not to know. The guides probably haven't had a chance to contact my lord yet. The guides come to Azure Star every 15 years to tally the number of level 9 martial saints and take the energy crystals with them. When I first became a martial saint, it took me 7 years to learn this secret. These people always wear masks." Lu Sheng commanded impatiently, "Get to the point." Haluo quickly explained everything he knew. The guides are powerful individuals from those martial arts civilization planets. Their rank is very high and their strength far exceeds level 9. But whether it's level 10 or higher, no one knows. They appeared on the first day of the martial arts era, guiding the rise of martial arts. When level 9 martial saints appear on Azure Star, the guides will descend to establish a new order for the world, unifying the martial artists from various countries to collectively collect energy crystals and hand them over to the guides. The guides never interfere with disputes between countries, unless too many 9-level martial sages are eliminated. Only then will they intervene to punish." Lu Sheng turned his head and asked, "So are 3 martial sages considered a lot?" He showed an arrogant expression. "In my opinion, no, it's not a lot. The last time the guides descended, it was during a great war, where the dragon masters suffered casualties of over 10 martial sages. In fact, the guides are quite lenient in their management of us. They only care about 3 things. First, the output of energy crystals. If the output of energy crystals decreases, the guides will be very angry. They might even make us pay out of our own pockets to make up for the shortage. They are those purple glowing gems. Second, the situation with beast invasions. Beast invasions must be suppressed below a safe level. If an unexpected riot occurs, all martial sages must take action to suppress it. Those strange and bizarre monsters." He stammered a little. Third, Harrow leaned closer, and his voice became more severe. "Without the guide's permission on Blue Star, no martial artists of level 9 or above are allowed to appear. We guess this is to make it easier for the guides to collect resources. Our planet is called S256, a level 1 resource planet." Lu Sheng's gaze was sharp and he thought, sure enough, this almost perfectly matched his own conjectures from his dream. He noted the manipulators behind this. No level 10 martial artists, maintaining the combat power of the locals, allowing the guides with advanced civilization to guide the local civilization, resist beast invasions, while also harvesting advanced rare resources on the planet, and suppressing the emergence of powerful individuals. He crossed his arms and asked Harrow, "So if a martial artist above level 9 really appears, what should be done?" Harrow was first surprised, then shocked. "This I don't know, I really don't know." He lowered his head, his voice low. "Because the path to promotion above level 9 is held in the guides' hands. Without a direction, how could one break through?" Lu Sheng closed his eyes, covered his mouth, and remained silent. Afterwards he turned to Harrow and asked, When is the next time the guides will descend? Harrow immediately replied. The guides will probably arrive in a few months. I can't say more precisely. Each time the martial sage representatives from the martial arts world go to greet them. But what's certain is that they will only appear after the World Grandmaster Conference has concluded, and after the collection of energy crystals has been completed. Lu Sheng lowered his head. The World Grandmaster Conference is specifically set up to collect energy crystals and to distribute them, right? He asked, frowning. That's right. Any faction with a martial sage can participate. Jing and the Black Demon Society want to obtain a larger share, which is why they teamed up against us, Huan. After all, if we have one less person, we can get more. He leaned back his gaze, casually asking. In that case, quite a few martial sages will appear, won't they? Harrow said seriously, that's right. One could say, all martial sages who can appear will appear. Lu Sheng stood up and chuckled as he looked at him. All right, I'll go with you then, will that be too much trouble? He clapped the other person's shoulder hard and bent slightly at the waist. Of course not, it's an honor for us, Huan. His heart was already overjoyed. Excellent. With such a powerful individual helping Huan, this allocation will definitely get a larger share than before. Lu Sheng continued to instruct softly. Very good, I want take the share you've accumulated. Just give me the share from Jing and the Black Demon Society. That will be enough. Also please take good care of Nibasan for me. Don't shatter his beautiful illusions. I still owe him 2 wishes. Harrow cupped his hands, a joyous smile on his face. All right. Watching him turn and leave, Harrow reached out to stop him. But he was speechless. Then I'll be going now. Haluo urgently shouted, my lord. May I ask what is your current strength? He smiled faintly. He glanced back. SA level 8 strength. Haluo breathed a sigh of relief, a smile playing on his lips as expected. As if he had already heard Lu Sheng's words. His eyes widened, his mouth agape, disbelieving. Level 8 8th stage. At this moment Lu Sheng was in his room. His eyes gazed at the sea. Next to him was a container. Inside was the clear spirit water emitting a purple glow. He was activating his mental power. Lu Sheng smiled and reached out to feel it. Then let me see. He began to calmly swallow it sip by sip. As soon as he finished tasting, Lu Sheng looked at the bucket. This clear spirit water is indeed quite good. Most importantly, this is a spirit water. It is the clearest in the world. Located deep within the Beishiguo mountain range. After being extracted, it still needs to undergo 100 complex optimization processes. A single bucket is worth 1 billion. He looked up into the distance, murmuring to himself. During the alien drunken night chant, he didn't eat anything for a year. It can be considered a form of bigu, in a sense. Suddenly Lu Sheng snapped his fingers and spoke. However, immediately rows of waiters came over carrying dishes. He sat down at the table looking at the tempting dishes. His eyes immediately lit up. Eating meat is still the only way to feel happy. Lu Sheng took big bites, then gradually immersed himself in his happiness. These days, my mouth has been bland and tasteless, truly. Meanwhile, AI was walking towards him holding a box. She looked at the surprised Lu Sheng and spoke. Esteemed Saint Lord, this is a divine seal entrusted to me to deliver to you. AI opened the box, revealing the gems inside. There are 436 carats in total. He wiped his mouth after hearing this and said, understood. Haluo is very thoughtful. Lu Sheng got up and walked forward, instructing her. Inform me when Haluo is ready to depart. AI bowed her head, indicating understanding. Farewell, Saint Lord. In the Dragon Nation's central military region. Inside the conference building during a meeting, Deputy Hong reported immediately after receiving good news. According to reliable sources, Lu Sheng has recently been fully revived and has returned. The Central Marshal immediately asked upon hearing this. Can we contact Lu Sheng now? Deputy Hong quickly replied no. Currently only he can contact us. According to signal source tracking, it's roughly estimated that he is still near the South Indian Ocean. The Central Marshal seemed to have understood the problem. Alright, on to the next issue. This World Grandmaster Martial Arts Competition. Should we send someone to participate? Deputy Hong was puzzled at this moment. The military, in the past, in order to cultivate a martial saint-level expert, would send elites to participate in every session of the competition. Although there were always losses each time, they still never tired of it. But now that they have the future martial saint, Lu Sheng, is it really necessary to participate in such a trial? A bloody trial. The Western Marshal on this side spoke up loudly. Why wouldn't we participate? Not only must we participate, but we must also give it our all. The northern marshal next to him was also equally assertive. I'm afraid everyone has forgotten. The Grandmaster Assembly, the world, is treating us as a trial ground. But in the eyes of martial saints, it is confirmed as a battleground for equally sharing energy crystal resources. The southern marshal opposite also joined in. In the past, our military, always for the benefit of the Dragon Nation's 3 martial saints, contended. This time it's our turn. How can we have any reason not to strive for it? The central marshal understood everyone's intentions. He immediately said, all right. Our army's future god is about to return. We'll bring glory that we haven't had in over 200 years. No matter what, we should prepare a grand gift for him. He said happily. Ha ha ha, us old farts should go out and stretch our limbs too. This is a great victory to the war gods of our army. In another place, dusk slowly fell. That was the top of the legendary Lu Sheng Tower. Inside, a guard respectfully reported. Lord Lu Sheng, the World Grandmaster Tournament is starting in half a month. Should we prepare to depart? Tan Zhongyu pondered for a moment before answering all right. He presented a stack of documents and said, these are the latest documents on the person you're looking for. He didn't look back, only said you may leave. The guard completed his task, then jumped down from the tall building. Then he said loud enough to be heard, this subordinate takes his leave. Tan Zhongyu looked at the documents in his hand and fell into deep thought. Stroking his beard, he slowly said, Lu Sheng, you're still alive. He'll be back in a few days. Is he trying to reach the Lu Sheng realm? A glint flashed in Tan Zhongyi's eyes. Reaching level 8 and gravely injuring Zhao Ji. He is truly an unparalleled prodigy. I misjudged him. His brows furrowed, he thought bitterly, regret it. Without further thought, Tan Zhongyu decisively threw away the documents, letting them scatter everywhere. There's nothing to regret anyway. Abundant vital energy emanated from him. Zhao Ji is just a good for nothing in my eyes. Forget it. Tan Zhongyu became a grandmaster at 42. At 80, I became a Lu Sheng and my nascent Dharma form was 1,000 meters tall. 100 times stronger than that Zhao Ji. If it were a life and death battle within 5 moves, I could certainly cut him down with my blade. Suddenly a long streak of light appeared in the sky. The sky seemed to condense into one point. Tan Zhongyu watched with open eyes and said, like my golden blade shattering all will. What can a mere brat like Lu Sheng do? Even with monstrous talent, what then? Vital energy gathered at one point. Then he grasped it and declared with resonant power. Tan Zhongyu. Tan Zhongyu am destined to be the first person to leave this planet. Next, Tan Zhongyu tightly gripped the vital energy and immediately unleashed a move heaven, earth slash. A green saber mark then appeared in the air. On the other side, in a hot spring, Zhao Ji was soaking in the water, enjoying the relaxation. Just then someone walked over. Lin Zhengyue stood by and asked Zhao Ji, are you going to the World Grandmaster Tournament? He turned around angrily and replied, do you think I in my current state can still go? She looked at Zhao Ji and smiled. I was just asking. What a shame. From now on and for many years to come, you won't have a share of the energy stars. Her previous words reached his ears, making him extremely agitated. Don't forget to get me the martial soul healing potion from the guide. Master, just trade for it. Once the potion is in my hands, I will of course pay double the price. Lin Zhengyue turned around and said, don't worry, you can forget about this good deed. But I want. Zhao Ji suddenly stood up and declared loudly, as long as Lin Zhengyue can successfully exchange for 2 bottles of spirit nurturing fluid for me this time, am confident that within 3 years I can restore my strength to at least 80%. Then, I'll retake control of the Jidao martial arts school's legacy and slowly accumulate wealth. That despicable Lu Sheng. His face grew increasingly grim. That guy is still alive and with his temper. He'll come looking for me sooner or later. I must come up with a countermeasure. If worst comes to worst, I'll risk everything to find the protection of Lin Zhengyue and Tan Zhongyu. Even if Lu Sheng is strong, could he still take my life with 2 9th-level martial sages here? Impossible, right? Suddenly Zhao Ji was startled and froze. No, he wouldn't dare. He buried his face in the water but still spoke. He definitely can't do it. He can't do it, right? In another city, the 15th World Grandmaster Convention is about to begin. It's gathering many capable individuals from Blue Star. Various powerful forces are active everywhere and are heading together to the place of the decisive battle. Those who stand at the pinnacle of the human world have also gradually begun to move. This is truly the golden age of martial arts, globally synchronized at the same time. All the human gods have also gathered And it was at this moment. The tide surged in. As if celebrating the opening of the convention. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals were all washed ashore by the waves. Suddenly on the surface of the waves appeared a young man's footprint. When the convention participants saw it, they were instantly astonished. Everyone seemed to have the same question. Did he emerge from the vortex in the high sky? After clearly seeing the person standing in midair, they immediately bowed respectfully, greeting Lord Saint God. Harrow looked at the person in midair, breaking out in a cold sweat. He's gotten stronger, 8th level. He told me he was 8th level. This is 8th level. I'll bow my head along with the Dark Star martial sages. They will suffice. He stared intently at Lu Sheng, thinking, guide. This must be a guide level existence. Even if not, it's not far off. He walked up to them and softly asked, are you ready? Doubt flared in Lu Sheng's eyes. He found it strange. Huayin experts. Weren't they all annihilated before? Impossible. How long has it been and a whole bunch have appeared again? It seems Harrow combined the Dark Demon Society and Dark Star members. Harrow stood up and responded, everything is ready, we can depart at any moment. He didn't even glance at him, just said, then let's go. Soon after, Lu Sheng sat on a plane with him. He rubbed the stone, his thoughts flowing. I've already absorbed all the energy crystals. And my immortal cells have increased to 278. The effect of energy crystals is truly amazing. No wonder it's a cosmic level resource. Indeed. Only powerhouses from advanced civilizations would want to obtain it. Harrow looked at the person beside him and couldn't help but exclaim. Sitting next to him is like blocking the sun, and then eating hot pot by a blazing furnace. He closed his eyes to rest, thinking, it's no longer just warm but scorching hot. Every breath he takes is like molten lava. Suddenly Lu Sheng spoke, startling Harrow. Hey Harrow, what do you think I could do with one punch now if I... Before he could finish, he immediately cupped his hands and replied, my lord. The energy crystals obtained from Dark Star and the Dark Demon Society. I still have a portion of them. I will hand them over to you immediately. He looked at Harrow, puzzled. Then he pulled a cloth bag from his pocket and said, if I said I truly didn't mean that, would you believe me? Lu Sheng took the bag and said, all right. With the previous ones it's already over a gene. I have to say Huayin is truly rich. Harrow dejectedly couldn't help but recall an ancient saying from Dragon Nation. To be near a ruler is like being near a tiger. Back then he didn't quite understand it, but now he completely understood. Then he looked at Lu Sheng's roguish smile. Once you are next to someone who can decide your life and death at any moment, it's truly terrifying, like the Grim Reaper. Lu Sheng's expression turned cold. He said it was because his power had increased too quickly, and he hadn't yet mastered control over many aspects. In this situation, a large number of battles are needed. High-intensity battles. For me to quickly master this part of my power. Otherwise, later on, I might not even be able to do common human things. It won't work. His composure began to waver. Suppose I were to kiss my wife's lips and accidentally cook her mouth. Six Saint continued to think about staying with his family. If I stay too long, you'll roast my parents. Then I would really have to laugh out loud. He tightly clutched the lapel of his shirt. Pressure, I need pressure. Just like the pressure last time. According to the mentor's statistics, there are level 9 martial saints. There are 24 on Blue Star. Now 3 are dead plus Haluo. There are only 20 left. 20. Can these martial saints really put pressure on me? The thought of those renowned individuals gave him a headache. 2 martial saints can't give me pressure. But what if there were 20 people? 30 people perhaps, that would work right. Six Saint's face was cold as he lowered his voice. If it still doesn't work. The hum of the plane gradually drowned out his voice. Then, I'm afraid I'll have to pin my hopes on these so-called mentors. Indeed. About half an hour later, on a rugged mountainous island, Six Saint and Haluo disembarked from the plane. My lord, this is the place, he said. This island is named Tiancheng Island by the World Martial Arts Association. He heard the island's name and a corner of his mouth curved up. Tiancheng, I must say, the martial saints of Blue Star really have grand ambitions. What's next? Haluo answered as he reached into his pocket. There will be a banquet before the conference begins. It's mainly for martial saints to communicate with each other and also to submit a list of items to be exchanged to the World Martial Arts Association. He pulled out a paper full of writing and handed it to Six Saint. My lord, please take a look. He looked at the contents on the paper and froze. Nourishing fluid number 3. Possesses the effect of nourishing the soul and strengthening martial arts. Can consolidate the Dharma aspect. Price 2 kilograms of energy crystals per portion. Refining fluid number 3 has the effect of refining the martial body. Can strengthen the body. Price 2 kilograms of energy crystals per portion. 6 Saint held up the paper and looked at Haluo. Then he asked. The things that can be exchanged are all items specifically for martial saints. The cheapest also costs 1 kilogram of energy crystals. It seems this level 9 martial saint is not living a wealthy life either. After several hundred years he hasn't even accumulated 1 kilogram of energy crystals. He stammered out about that, then Haluo spoke quickly. It's because I exchanged some things before. So now I don't have much wealth left. But there are a few familiar martial saints who still owe me quite a bit of energy crystals. I will collect them this time and hand them over to my lord. Hearing this he merely let out a faint "oh" and then thought to himself. Hoarding, what an old fox. Suddenly 6 Saint's gaze fell on a certain line of text. It was the red text line he had missed earlier. Willpower blessing level 10. Contains a trace of will from a demon level powerhouse. Can be actively activated. Price 30 kilograms of energy crystals. 1. Dark Iron Essence Ink level 10 weapon crafting material. Price 1 kilogram of energy crystals per gram. He stared intently at this line of text thinking. 30 kilograms, so Zhao Ji exchanged it from here. Suddenly remembering the items he had obtained. 6 Saint sighed. Having been a god on earth for over 100 years in Longwa, my family's assets indeed cannot compare to those of an organization leader like Haluo. Those relics of the martial saints who fell during the Dragon Master War back then were probably also swallowed by him. Zhao Ji, that fat pig. His gaze showed no fluctuation as he thought. These things are probably just trash used to deceive those country bumpkin martial saints. 4-6 Saint. Those guides, they probably just took out some excess materials that had no value in their civilization. But even so, it was still enough to make these country bumpkin martial saints lose everything and compete to buy them. First 90 was plundered. Then the remaining 10 was exchanged for junk. The rest was a perfect plan. He threw away the paper he had just held. While thinking, only by leaving lunching and entering the universe can one realize how vast and boundless this universe is. Only then can one truly be on par with true martial artists. At this moment the banquet was gradually beginning. In the changing room, Lu Sheng tidied his attire and said, I'm afraid now, even if I stood before my parents, they wouldn't recognize me. Haluo then said, Your Excellency, your disguise is simply too perfect. Even with a changed appearance you still exude a divine aura. Like a deity. Lu Sheng heard his tone and said, Even if you flatter me to the heavens, the energy crystals you owe must not be a single piece less you hear. Haluo had no other choice but to concede. Yes, Your Excellency. Then I'll go in first. Inside the banquet hall, melodies began to swirl. He walked and looked around and thought, everyone here is at Grandmaster level or above. Their appearance and strength are both outstanding. This is the true peak gathering of this planet. That Chen family's birthday banquet wasn't even worth mentioning. Lu Sheng suddenly saw a familiar figure. Oh, Dong Xingyi and Lin Wenwen are here too. Looking at his mental state, has his martial arts path resumed? He looked at the other person's appearance and secretly commented, not bad at all. He even got a buzz cut. Is he implying a fresh start? Lu Sheng continued to scan the hall to see if there were any acquaintances. He suddenly heard a commotion nearby and turned his head. He saw the three of them chatting happily, which surprised Lu Sheng. The Longwa military is here too. Even though they don't have high-level martial saints, they still want to gain benefits for Qin, Zhengyu and Lin Zhenyue. Do they? And they even brought out the national treasure sword as their trump card. How curious. Should I go up and say hello? Before he could ponder further, a cheer suddenly erupted. It rang out, Miss Fiona has arrived, the Alliance's campus bell. He looked towards where the cheer came from, and couldn't help but be surprised. Miss Fiona. Lu Sheng's gaze was almost glued to that young lady. A princess from a fairy tale. Couldn't be more beautiful than this. But this girl's genes, he thought after seeing her in person, truly outstanding. Truly perfect. Ethereal and otherworldly. Meanwhile others were still shouting, Miss Fiona. Miss Fiona. Fiona emerged surrounded by the crowd and their admiring gazes. Radiating brilliance. Wenwen saw her and exclaimed in surprise. So beautiful. It's like she walked straight out of a fairy tale. Xingyi saw her expression and said, Junior sister, if your aura was a bit stronger, you wouldn't lose to her either. Wenwen glanced at him and replied, Brother Dong, you're teasing me again. She's the cherished daughter of the president of the World Martial Arts Association. the apple of his eye. The president of the World Martial Arts Association. Whether it's status, position, or appearance, I'm far from her league. After speaking, she didn't forget to tease. On the contrary, brother Dong, shouldn't you give it a try? A young talent from the Eastern Longwa. Who knows, you might just win her favor. Shingy immediately said after hearing this. Stop teasing me. Everyone here is more outstanding than me. What am I really? I've only just emerged from the shadows. I don't want to be dealt another blow. One suddenly recalled that battle. I heard Big Brother was also beaten by Lu Sheng. He's living in the shadows now too. Should I go comfort him? And share experiences of being beaten? After hearing it, he sighed helplessly. Never mind. Thinking of Jingye's tragedy, he secretly affirmed. The tragedy of the Dongfang family. They were all beaten by the same brother-in-law. This is truly a curse. If I had to say who deserves this girl, it would probably only be himself. In a corner of the banquet hall by the royal dining table, the VIPs began to cheer. Come on, cheers. Cheers. Just then a marshal spoke. I heard. Campbell's daughter. The president of the World Martial Arts Association. Her background and aptitude, her appearance, are all very suitable for our army's future divine general. Should we send someone to approach her? Seeing Fiona so sought after, the central marshal smiled. It is indeed worth considering. One can never have too much good fortune like this. But before he could say anything, he resumed his solemn demeanor. No, I disagree. Our great dragon nation with billions of citizens. Can we not find one top-tier woman to be worthy of our army's divine general? Fawning over foreigners. The Western marshal also happily chimed in. Exactly. We can't let that foreigner Campbell take advantage. Besides, I remember. He seems to have already found a girl he likes in the army. She's from the Dongfang family. The three clinked their cups. Then there's no need to consider it further. Come on, let's not talk about this anymore. Drink. Cheers outside the hall. After receiving the guests, Fiona and Anna also seemed to be feeling tired. She complained, her face showing fatigue. I'm so tired, Fiona said dejectedly. I really shouldn't have come to this party. Hearing this, Anna spoke. You are the pearl of the world. A pearl shines brighter because of people's admiration, she immediately retorted. They just want to possess me. It's only for my fame, not simply because they like my beauty. Anna looked at her, then continued. But eventually, you will also be taken by someone from the royal family. Camelot. Has your father never told you about this? Fiona sighed dejectedly. What do you think? My great father told me it's best if I can find my own partner before this conference ends. Otherwise he might not be able to resist and make the decision for me. Hearing this, Anna then said, a grand event like this only happens once every 15 years. The world's top geniuses are all gathered here. Then she added, Fiona, I advise you to follow your father's advice. Even in this era, a girl's most beautiful years are not many. These words seemed to sway Fiona's thoughts, making her hesitate. If it's truly necessary to find a partner, she decisively reached out and pointed at a boy, and declared unequivocally, he must at least be like him. The person she pointed to was Lu Sheng. He shone with dazzling brilliance, drawing all eyes. Lu Sheng suddenly noticed something. His gaze sharpened. Someone is still observing me. He looked ahead and saw that graceful figure making the entire hall burst with life. Anna now clearly saw Lu Sheng's true face, and said to Fiona half jokingly, half seriously, this man's looks are not inferior to yours. If you don't want him, please let me have him. Fiona said worriedly, oh come on. I haven't even stated my position yet. Suddenly she boldly stood up. Who said I didn't want to? Fiona walked over to Lu Sheng with a cautious attitude. He slowly put down his cutlery. He thought carefully, why is she here? Have I been discovered? Lu Sheng stopped overthinking and instantly regained his composure. From the discussion about the military he just overheard, she is Campbell's daughter, the president of the World Martial Arts Association. Perhaps Campbell is one of the top-ranked martial saints in the entire Blue Star, otherwise he wouldn't be able to command respect. Thinking this, his bright eyes became deeper than ever before. Lu Sheng put down his fork, thinking to himself at the same time, I thought what that old man said as a joke about the military was all ridiculous. How could I marry Fiona? What I didn't expect even more was that she actually came. Fiona looked at him. How strange, I already have Dongxing Shui, and I don't want to have any connection with the woman known as Original Pearl, or the Flower of the World Alliance. But often things don't go as one wishes. Fiona approached to strike up a conversation. You've probably tasted all the dishes here by now, haven't you? Right, is there anything delicious you'd recommend? He replied coldly, none of them are particularly good. Suddenly she leaned closer, forcing Lu Sheng to notice her. Then asked meaningfully. So what do you like most here? His face flushed and he frantically pointed at everything on the table, trying to brush her off. This I like it all. Seeing this, Fiona picked up a fork, scooped up the cake Lu Sheng had just pointed to and said, is that so? She slowly put the cake into her mouth. I want to try it too. Fiona swallowed the cake, then drew out her words. Indeed, it's nothing special. Seeing her action, he was slightly taken aback. But at this moment, they didn't know that all their actions just now had been seen by Yuzong and by Yi. He looked over there and praised endlessly. That man is very strong. And he looks very young. I wonder which faction's young expert he is. He then continued. Monstrous talents are simply too numerous in this world. Every now and then, new faces appear. It truly makes one dare not stop, or they will be eliminated. Hearing this, Bai Yi agreed. That's right, even a 9th level martial saint could potentially be pulled down from their pedestal by this person. As she was speaking, she suddenly stopped. Then she suddenly turned her head and asked Yuzong, do you think Lu Sheng is really still alive? He pointed, then replied, Look, all those veteran experts from the military have come out this time. Didn't you notice, Yuzong? Previously the military always sent out young generals. It was mainly to train the younger generation of experts and incidentally help us compete for star energy. But this time is different. It seems they are competing for himself, paving the way for Lu Sheng, who is the military's future martial saint. Therefore Lu Sheng must still be alive. The people in the hall were chatting happily and enthusiastically at this moment. Bai Yi of course also felt that what he said was very correct. It's a pity Lu Sheng didn't come to this conference. Hearing this, Yuzong said decisively, if Lu Sheng had come, then this conference would have been meaningless. The star energy share that our dragon nation would get would also be larger. She looked at him and asked again. You say, when will Lu Sheng be able to advance to martial saint? Yuzong exhaled a puff of smoke and said at the same time. No one knows. Except for himself. After hearing this, Bai Yi frowned and said. He was able to defeat an extreme Dao martial saint at level 8. Once he becomes a martial saint, wouldn't it be that no one can stop him? Seeing her say this, he trembled with anger. Then you're underestimating martial saint level powerhouses too much. It's true that Lu Sheng is strong, but at least within 100 years, the head of Dragon Nation is merely an adult, and can only be an adult. Yuzong's hands began to throb with bulging veins. They throbbed repeatedly as he thought of this. He showed an evil, charming smile. An ultimate martial saint is impossible. Transcending a martial saint is also impossible. 6 saints is also impossible. No one knew that 6 saints had left the banquet midway. Moreover, during the banquet 6 saints and Fiona talked for a long time. Many people looked on with envious eyes, displeased at 6 saints. In a solemn room, 6 saints was seated in a premium VIP box, slowly sipping the wine in his glass. He swirled his wineglass, then smiled faintly to himself. Haluo suddenly walked over, congratulating the Lord. I hear your charm has captivated all the noble young ladies worldwide. Congratulations, congratulations. 6 saints asked doubtfully, you know about this too? Haluo gave a wry smile after hearing this. Ha ha. This matter has probably spread throughout Tiansheng Island. He calmly drank his wine, then asked tentatively. Have I caused trouble for you? 6 saints seemed to have hit upon Haluo's concern, making Haluo unconsciously swallow. Then he said seriously, Lord, as you know, as the president of the World Martial Arts Association and chairman of the Western Martial Alliance, many 9-level martial saints wish to contend with Campbell. Now, Lord, you shine too brightly. I fear you will become a thorn in everyone's side. As soon as Haluo finished speaking, a thought flashed through his mind. It seems Haluo has already been pressured by those martial saints working together. 6 saints stood up and placed his wineglass on the table. Then he walked forward and patted Haluo on the chest. Don't worry, tomorrow I will step in to help you. 6 saints said with a smile, then affirmed. I will definitely get justice for you. The next day the two of them left their home, heading towards the center of Tiansheng Island. He looked around at the towering buildings. Haluo suddenly pointed at a nearby tower and said, This is the central location of Tiansheng Island. There are a total of 30 different towers. Each tower symbolizes a martial saint. This time 22 martial saints have come. That's 2 more than previously mentioned. After Haluo finished speaking, he glanced at 6 saints, then said, Lord, then I'll head up first. He softly replied, As soon as he finished speaking, Haluo immediately flew into the air. Also at this moment, he suddenly felt a trace of ominousness. That was thousands of eyes watching Six Saints. A smile immediately bloomed on his face as Haluo left. In that instant there was so much killing intent focused on me. Indeed, beauty is the source of all trouble. If I were merely Haluo's minion, I would probably have died in that instant. Meanwhile, Campbell looked into the distance and asked Fiona, "Is this the boy you like?" She said resolutely without hesitation, "Father, you were the one who told me to choose my own partner. I think he's great, he suits my preferences in every way." As soon as he finished listening, he lowered his voice to remind Fiona, "One should not only look at appearance when choosing a partner." Campbell looked at Six Saints through the glass window and continued, "His strength is decent. But he is Haluo's grandson, and Haluo has a bad reputation. His strength is also mediocre. You should pick someone else, this one won't do." Fiona, not getting her way, immediately intended to retort, "Father." Before she could say anything more, he interrupted quiet. A moment later Campbell spoke again, making a demand. "The conference is about to begin. If he can survive, I will reconsider." Just then, the atmosphere inside the stadium was enthusiastic. More enthusiastic than ever before. "Everyone, the rules for the World Grandmaster Conference are as follows. Please listen carefully." Six Saints stared at the LED screen thinking, "I heard Haluo say before. It's divided into 2 stages. The first stage is for all Grandmasters to collect 10 energy crystals. The rules are similar to military zone exercises. All parties attack and compete against each other. Finally, you must hand over all the energy crystals you've acquired. Scores will be calculated based on the number of energy crystals. The second phase will be martial arts contests. This will also use a point system. The sum of points from both phases will be the total score, showcasing the strength of each martial sage." After a moment of thought, he muttered to himself, "I'm not particularly concerned about the scores. The real question is, how can I get 22 martial sages to attack me at the same time, to create the kind of pressure I need, to temper my mind and martial arts skills?" Suddenly Lu Sheng had another idea. "I've got it," he blurted out instantly. "In the first phase, I'll keep all the energy crystals in my own hands and not hand them in. That way the martial sages sitting atop the tower will definitely be frantic, practically jumping at the chance to kill me." He grinned again, cunningly planning to defeat everyone. "Just thinking about that scenario is incredibly satisfying. Let's get started, I can't wait." In a small field, this was the designated spot for collecting energy crystals. Yu Zong and Bai Ning arrived together to observe. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng also made his appearance. She immediately recognized him. This Hyein kid is truly audacious. With so many eyes on him, he still dares to act alone. Should I call him brave or foolish? Let him be. We should focus on ourselves first. Don't stray too far from me later. Otherwise you risk being robbed by others. Nearby, the Transcendent Martial Arts Academy team was in the middle of concentrated training. At this moment Tang Ke suddenly said, "Junior brother Dong, take a team. Well, split up and move. Report immediately if anything happens." He understood after hearing this and immediately replied yes. On the other hand, the 3 marshals were also deep in animated discussion. "If you ask me, we should just find a good spot and directly rob others. Wouldn't that be easier? Quick wealth comes from crime. Why bother collecting painstakingly? It's faster to just snatch it." After a while of talking, they started disagreeing and arguing again. "Ha ha, you still need others to collect it first no matter what. What is there to rob right now?" He burst out laughing and said, "Hee hee, alright. Then well, collect some first and then go rob others." People nearby who witnessed this scene had mixed feelings. These weren't military bigwigs at all. They were clearly ruffians in the military. "Speaking of which, I really miss home." Lu Sheng held the map document and said, "This map is pretty good. My mental power can scan it once and immediately know where the energy crystals are. I'll collect some first, then go rob." He keenly sensed something. There's a tail following me. No time to play with them. I'll deal with them all later." Then he quickly hid, because he didn't want to attract too much attention. The stalkers began to appear. Seeing no one, they cursed angrily, "Damn it. This kid is really slippery, he got away so fast." One of them revealed a sinister smile and said, "He can hide for a while, but he can't hide forever. What kind of stray cat or dog dares to provoke the noble Miss Fiona? He definitely won't leave here alive this time." He smiled sinisterly. Meanwhile, a voice came from the high tower on Shengtiandio. "Why didn't Xing and Lei come this time? The man smiled and said. Who knows, perhaps they were delayed by something. In any case, it's quite a boon for Haluo. Without Sheng and Haimawai Society's obstruction, the Haiyan group can get a larger share. He looked at Haluo and asked. I'm afraid trying to eat too much might just burst his stomach. Don't you think so, Haluo? Haluo of course noticed the tone. And let out a triumphant sneer. Was too busy to come. Haha, they were fed to the fish long ago. It'll definitely be your turn soon. One now asked her mother, bewildered. Why are so many people eyeing that martial saint? Zhang Yue looked at her and explained. Everyone wants to be Campbell's son-in-law, but not everyone has the qualifications. One was startled. Isn't having a martial saint as a backer enough? She thought of Cumberland's face. She explained in detail. If it were an ordinary martial saint, that would be enough. Unfortunately, he's Cumberland. He's not just the president of the World Association. His strength ranks in the global top 5. On this planet, Harrow is just a bottom-tier martial saint, let alone his nephew. How could he possibly be worthy? Hearing this, One felt a bit disappointed. Oh, what a shame, that man is quite handsome. I used to think they were a good match. Instead, she suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. Mom, if we use your reputation, would that be enough to qualify? Zhang Yue glanced at her. What do you mean? One immediately replied. I previously encouraged senior brother Dong to pursue Fiona. She couldn't listen anymore, so she tapped her on the head. Don't ever have such thoughts again. One replied gloomily. At a depth of 8,000 meters underwater, Lu Sheng was holding a signal detector. He watched for a while, confirming this thing glowed, meaning he found energy crystals. Lu Sheng dove deeper, reaching the coral reef. The Tinder Resource Library explained. Energy crystals are a type of crystal. Energy surges from the planet's core to the surface, just like blood flowing from a wound, or sap from a tree trunk. In a sense, this is a renewable resource. He touched the rich source of energy crystals. Then he exclaimed, because it's the first harvest, there's a lot. But it will decrease after each harvest. No wonder it only happens once every 15 years. More sources of energy crystals gradually appeared, which gave Lu Sheng an idea. Then I should try to harvest as much as possible. The more the better. Anyway, I'm not planning to hand it over. The more wealth, the more it will stimulate the greed of those martial saints. With greed comes motivation. His eyes glinted as he reached out to touch the source of energy crystals. With motivation, the pressure I want will be generated. Don't disappoint me, martial saints. The sea surface split open, dividing into two sides, and Lu Sheng stepped onto the water. He was carrying a large bag on his shoulder. I only harvested a little and it's already over 100 kilograms. It's hard to imagine that this planet actually contains so many wondrous substances. Lu Sheng noticed that it was getting late. Time for the second step. He reached out his hand forward, and his palm was also beautiful. He spread his mental power. A purple net spread out, covering the sky. Lu Sheng felt that after using the energy crystals, his understanding of mental power had significantly improved. He transformed into a human-shaped purple spirit. His mental power had become much stronger. I just don't know if my mental power has reached level 9 yet, but it's definitely far beyond level 8. Both its quantity and quality are very special. What a coincidence. Let's start with you all. He turned and saw a group of people had just passed by. The rift that had split the sea simply vanished. Yuzong turned to Bai and asked, how much do you have? Not much, just over 100 grams in total. Everyone calculated the amount of energy crystals they had already harvested. I don't think I even have 100 grams yet. I have 300 grams. He smiled contentedly. Very good. I have over 300 grams. Altogether we have about 3 to 4 kilograms. In the last session, even until the end, we didn't even manage to contend for 2 or 3 kilograms of energy crystals. This is already more than the last session. Yuzong flicked away the cigarette in his hand. And there's still plenty of time. If we're lucky enough to snatch someone else's energy crystals, we might even get more than 5 kilograms. Suddenly a voice sounded behind them. What if someone snatches them away? Everyone burst out laughing. How is that possible? Everyone in our Minji Yutang is united. And senior brother Yuzong is leading the team. How could that be? Who could possibly steal our energy crystals? Bai and I felt something was wrong. Who was it that spoke just now? Only then did they realize, and turned to look at the person who just spoke. Seeing Lu Sheng, everyone was in a panic. It's that guy from the ring mark. This kid actually dares to come alone and confront several of us like this. Yuzong walked forward. Oh. It seems you're very confident in your own strength. He confidently cracked his knuckles, making a loud snapping sound. The two faced off, one a dragon, one a tiger. Hearing these words, Lu Sheng laughed out loud. Confident a little bit, I guess. I wonder how much speed you used to make it so your opponent still hasn't noticed you've moved. Yuzong couldn't believe his eyes. What? The clothes on his body were suddenly torn to shreds. His suit fell off, revealing his six-pack abs and a belly full of sugarcane juice. Lu Sheng, hands in pockets, looked at his opponent, who had collapsed on the ground just like that. Ni rushed over. Senior brother, did that kid from Ring Mark just attack? Why did senior brother collapse? We didn't even see anything clearly. He didn't speak, only responded with his gaze. She felt a hint of strangeness. This strike and his gaze. Only then did Ni recognize Lu Sheng as. It's him. How could it be him? Impossible. 10 minutes later, an explosion occurred under the emerald green water. Water splashed everywhere like rain. Lu Sheng, carrying a large bag, pressed them energy crystals. Are you handing them over or not? Seeing such an oppressive aura, everyone was terrified. I'll hand them over. I'll hand them over. Not only that, they offered them with both hands. He was quite satisfied. A kilogram wasn't bad. You may leave, thank you, sir. After that, he ran away, terrified out of his wits. Too terrifying, too terrifying. Just now there was clearly a team of 5 grandmasters over there. As he fled, he couldn't understand. Now only a pit remained. Everyone had simply vanished into thin air. Run, can't stay here for another second. Even though he had already acquired a large sack, Lu Sheng was still not satisfied. Collecting them slowly like this is still too slow. It's too much effort to search for them one by one. I've got it. He decided to stop running around. Instead, he would let them come to him. Lu Sheng held the energy crystals with his slender fingers. The crystals were held aloft in his hand. I have to admit, the artist draws hands beautifully. I remember drone shows. They pretty much follow this principle too. He gathered all the energy crystals and sent them flying towards the sky. The small crystals converged into a giant sphere. Lu Sheng snapped his fingers. Not eye-catching enough. Need to add some special effects. In an instant, this enormous energy crystal emitted light. Captivating. He casually whistled, come here, come here. Lu Sheng's face was filled with anticipation. I can't wait. On Tiancheng Island, Camelot secretly observed everyone's movements. Fiona was busy searching. Why can't I see that person's image? Keep tracking for me. The assistant manipulated the screen according to her wishes, rapidly switching views. Seeing Lu Sheng's image, she immediately said, all right, stop. I want to watch this. Seeing Fiona's reaction, everyone started discussing animatedly. It seems this noble lady of the world is truly infatuated with that handsome kid from the Ring Mark. They glanced at Camelot. But I'm afraid getting past Lord Camelot will be a bit difficult. Yeah, ha ha ha. He widened his eyes. How come suddenly on the map? Everyone is gathering in one place. A red dot suddenly appeared on the map. It looked very strange. Campbell's face stiffened, not understanding what that was. A while ago, the scene of the Six Saints reunion was replayed on screen. Someone recognized him as Xing Yuzong, the genius general under Wu Sheng Tan Zhongyu. Xing Yuzong. He seemed to be among the top 10 in the previous convention. And his strength was indeed remarkable. Zhongyu recalled that 15 years ago, I had met Xing Yuzong once. At that time his strength was slightly inferior to Tang Kes. But his talent and spiritual prowess were superior. Now Tang Ku might not be his match. One was puzzled. Tang Ku is our top senior disciple here. And he already possesses top-tier strength at nearly 100 years old. But Mom said that Tang Ku was not as good as Xing Yuzong. That's truly surprising. She curiously asked her mother, is Xing Yuzong really that strong? Her mother's gaze sharpened. After all, he is Tan Zingius' most valued disciple. If one day Xing Yuzong breaks through to level 9, I wouldn't be surprised. Then I wonder what expressions they'll have in a moment. As for Zhongyu, she didn't know the strength of that young man Huanin. But no matter how strong he was probably only on par with Xing Yuzong. He's all alone. And this time encountering people from Ming Yutong. He's in trouble. Xing Yuzong was currently throwing a punch at the Six Saints. Wen seemed to see something and looked very scared. She patted her mother's shoulder. Zhongyu exclaimed in surprise. In such a short time, you've made Xing Yuzong look so disheveled. She pointed at the screen. He's already on his knees. Wenwen's face was full of doubt. Isn't this the leader of Ming Yutong, capable of breaking through to level 9? Her mother admitted, it seems I really was mistaken. That young man Huanin's strength is very formidable. One could say extremely formidable. Everyone started discussing animatedly. Did you all see that just now? It's simply unbelievable. Oh my god, in this Grandmaster competition, he actually defeated his opponent with just one move. How can there be such a powerful Grandmaster? Yet no one noticed when he appeared. All those energy crystal cores flew up into the sky just like that. It turned out the Six Saints was controlling them. All of you fly up. Those energy crystal cores obeyed his command, slowly gathering to form a gigantic crystal. Everyone was dumbfounded. What exactly does this kid want to do? In contrast to Campbell, Fiona was extremely excited. Zheng Yu saw through his purpose. Is he trying to attract everyone there? This young man Huan. He wants to be the sole king of this World Grandmaster Convention. The World Grandmaster Convention this time. The Six Saints casually put his hands in his pockets. Fiona turned to her father. Your daughter has made up her mind. She looked at the Six Saints with determination. This man is the companion I've always dreamed of, just as he predicted. It only took a short time for everyone to gather. They looked at his arrogant expression, and their hearts were filled with displeasure. Is he the young man Huan that Miss Fiona is so fond of? Where did he get so many energy crystal cores? He's deliberately luring us here. Arrogant, but I like it. Haha, the Six Saints sat calmly waiting for them to arrive. Super martial arts champion. Boo, he listed them off nonchalantly. The Six Saints' eyes slightly opened. Grandmasters from all factions have arrived. One person couldn't hold back anymore. Hey, you really are a bold one, kid. Hand over the energy crystal cores. Perhaps we'll spare your life. Out of respect for Miss Fiona, they said confidently to the young man. I don't know where you got so many energy crystal cores, but since you dared to lure us here, I'm afraid you don't know your place. The Northern Marshal felt strange. I keep feeling something isn't right. Even we wouldn't dare to oppose so many people at once. How dare this kid do something like this? Does he have powerful backing? The Six Saints' finger pointed directly at the sky. A force rumbled. His face was filled with pride and provocation. Challenge me, defeat me. Kill me, and all the energy crystals in the sky will be yours. He held an energy crystal in his hand. Seeing such a tempting bait, no one wanted to miss out. Everyone was aggressive. We are this formidable. The blade duo under the martial saint, the two from Ingwa. Before they could even finish saying please enlighten us, Lu Sheng had already activated his psychic power and sent them flying. Everyone was astonished to see the two sent flying. The blade duo, ranked among the top 5, yet couldn't even touch him. They were already sent flying. What Sheng Yi sensed trouble and quickly dodged. At this moment Lu Sheng was gathering power in one arm. He decisively swung his blade down, aiming to knock them all down in one move. Those confident individuals from before were now sent flying far away by Lu Sheng. Before flying out they kept exclaiming too strong. Immediately after, more lightning-fast attacks fell terrifyingly. Looking at the scattered fallen crowd, Sheng Yi felt, if I hadn't been so cautious just now and rushed in directly, otherwise I definitely couldn't have avoided that attack. He looked at Lu Sheng. This guy isn't some arrogant madman at all. This is a trap. A trap to gather us all and deal with us at once. This is simply moths flying into a flame. Suddenly a violent coughing sound cough came from behind Sheng Yi. Tang Gu struggled to stand up. The enemy is too strong. Unbeatable junior brother Dong run. Senior brother Tang Gu run. But Lu Sheng had already spotted them. Want to leave, activate psychic power. The seawater surged looking like a giant wave. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out in fear. What the hell is this? This is a wall of water, formed by psychic energy. He's also a psychic master. Tang Gu hadn't expected the psychic walls ranged to be so vast. Not even a 9th level martial saint could do this. He appeared behind him at some unknown moment, then patted his shoulder. Now that you're here, do you really think you can leave without handing over the energy crystals? Seeing this, Sheng Yi quickly shouted, wait, senior brother Tang Gu. Tang Gu quickly stopped him. Don't come over, junior brother Dong, you'll hold him off. You escaped from above quickly. You said you'd hold me off. He gripped Tang Gu's head tightly. Who gave you that confidence? Was it Lin Zhongyue? His gaze was sharp and cold. Having just witnessed Lu Sheng's power firsthand, Tang Gu felt fear. He took out his bag and said he'll hand over the energy crystals. Everyone around them also became as docile as puppies. Well, hand ours over too. Psychic power activated. Lu Sheng was very satisfied with this outcome. Now that's more like it. The number of energy crystals recently collected flew towards the enormous rock. He hummed contentedly, that's just about enough. Activation complete, it's time to go back. Lu Sheng didn't say another word to them and immediately jumped up. Looking at the scene before him, he still found it somewhat interesting. Surrounded by martial saints, It was indeed an unprecedented battle. Truly something to look forward to. The terrified people watched him leave but dared not utter a sound. Someone thought, I can't believe we're still alive. Is it true that we can live just by handing over the energy crystals? Even Shang Yi felt apprehensive. How terrifying. It's simply unbelievable. An 8th level Grandmaster realm. To think such a monster could emerge. Clearly not yet at the 9th level. Yet easily crushed top tier experts. As easily as squashing a bug. It's utterly incomprehensible. A familiar figure appeared in his mind. Seemingly comparable to Lu Sheng. Shang Yi sighed. Now recalling that arrogant thought from back then. Wanting to challenge all martial arts under heaven. To prove that he was unrivaled in the world back then. This is truly ridiculous. Are you not aware that in this world there are countless people 10 times, or even 100 times better than you? Shang Yi felt a pang of regret. It's a pity Lu Sheng didn't come. Otherwise this guy wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly. Such a monster must be restrained by another monster. After seeing that figure leave, the marshals finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gone took all the energy crystals here. I wonder since when the West started giving birth to such monsters. It's simply unimaginable. If in the future, Lu Sheng, the future god of our army, came here, I wonder if he could compete with that guy. They mention his name all day, but when he stands before them they don't recognize him. He sternly threatened, warned and spouted nonsense. If the future god of our army were here, he would beat him like a dog. No matter how strong that kid is, he only dares to act arrogant in front of us. Does he dare to provoke a martial saint? The northern marshal patted his shoulder and said, you're right. Actually, when I first came here I was also afraid of mishaps. So I secretly hid some energy crystals elsewhere. Much better than this group of guys who were completely robbed. They also left without a trace of regret. All things considered, we weren't too unlucky here. Everyone else was utterly defeated, while we only got a few bumps and scrapes. Haha, this means our luck is on the rise. Turning misfortune into good fortune. Let's go, let's get some drinks. The Martial Saint Pagoda of Tianqing Island. The sky was azure, the sun blinding. Everyone gathered around Harlow and asked, is this your nephew? What's going on? Cameron couldn't hide his curiosity either. Harlow, what exactly is going on with your nephew? He was bombarded with countless questions. He clearly hasn't reached level 9. Yet he can wield absolute power, dominating among level 8 cultivators. This can no longer be described with just the word genius. Perhaps in the near future, it's very possible, he will be on equal footing with us martial saint noble class. Someone also took the opportunity to joke. I really can't believe it. Such a top-tier genius actually came from the Harlow family. Fiona's eyes sparkled as she looked at her father. Father, with such an extraordinary genius, what else could you possibly be dissatisfied with? Cumberland thought with a headache. I still need to study and re-evaluate his character and personality. Let's talk about it when he gets back. Seeing her father somewhat pleased, she brightened up. That's wonderful, father. Wenwen turned to her mother and asked. Senior brother couldn't even withstand one move from him, but he actually let everyone go. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't dare to imagine that there exists such a level of genius in this world. However, compared to that person, he's still. Zhang Yue asked, puzzled. Has this era advanced too quickly? A group of monsters, breaking all rules, surpassing human understanding, appearing one after another. Mom feels like she's getting old. Suddenly she remembered. Is the person Mom was talking about Lu Sheng? I heard that Lu Sheng was once noticed by Mingyu Wusheng and almost taken in as his closed-door disciple. Is that true or false? Zhang Yue glanced at the person next to her. Tan Zhongyu, known as Mingyu Wusheng, discovered many unpolished gems in his lifetime, but ended up missing a peerless jade, like Lu Sheng. Mom guesses he's regretting it like crazy now. Tan Zhongyu said nothing, just observed quietly. Although he didn't speak, his eyes were filled with hatred for that young man. The conference was about to end. After robbing everyone, Lu Sheng left the 10th collection point. Energy crystals. Everyone then continued with the next round of collection. Collect the last energy crystals. But the largest portion has already been taken by Lu Sheng. Total energy. As for the remaining energy crystals, all contestants only collected 132 kilograms. That's approximately 1/5 of what it used to be. All the martial sages looked towards the sea. However, the martial sages themselves knew that the largest portion was with that young man. But he was nowhere to be seen. Someone angrily questioned Halu. That kid crushed his bracelet. He wouldn't run away now, would he? He is your man. If something really went wrong, you would have to be responsible to the end. Hey, say something, Halu. He said nothing, just stood there silently. But Hala's heart was no longer calm. Cut it out, alright. Why are you asking me about this? I didn't give permission either. He's that evil dragon no one can afford to provoke. If he dares to take those hundreds of kilograms of energy crystals, then I'd truly be helpless. We're doomed, truly doomed. They all believe Lu Sheng is my nephew. If something big really happens, then he'll be torn to shreds by these martial sages. Grandpa Lu Sheng, please come back quickly. Suddenly Zangief's voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention. He's back. A huge energy crystal appeared in the distance. Lu Sheng was carrying it on his shoulder, flying back to land. He gently placed it on the white sand. After not appearing for many days, it felt like this energy crystal had grown even larger. Everyone gasped in admiration. What a huge energy crystal! Referee, check it quickly. After measurement, the total was 545 kilograms. The leading figures were all very excited after seeing it. Oh my god, this is amazing. Campbell was the same young man. You've done very well. The energy crystals collected this time must have reached 500 or 600 kilograms. That's nearly half more than the last session. This means a portion of the energy crystals that falls into everyone's hands here will be much more than before. He stared intently at Lu Sheng. Your talent is clear for all to see. The ultimate victory and glory will surely belong to you. Please tell me your name. You deserve to be known by everyone present. Fiona saw Lu Sheng, her eyes gleamed like headlights. Oh, it's him. He's the man Fiona has chosen. Only he is worthy to claim that pearl, the dazzling one on the crown. He didn't know that someone had been observing him so closely from then until now. Those who had not won Fiona's favor were all trembling with rage. This pretty boy with the imperial seal will likely have a smooth path to success from now on. Damn it, why didn't I get this kind of treatment when I was in the Great Sect back then? Lu Sheng's voice softly sounded. Respected Martial Sage Campbell, before I tell you my name, I have a small question. I wish to receive an answer from the esteemed adults present here. I wonder if that's possible. After speaking, he looked directly in the direction where they stood. Campbell was a little surprised and puzzled, wondering what trick he was trying to pull. His voice rang out, what is your question? Ask away. Lu Sheng bowed respectfully. Thank you for your generosity, esteemed sir. He then spoke the doubt in his heart. My small question is, how can you all be such a pile of worthless trash? When the leading figures heard this, they felt insulted. But Lu Sheng didn't stop. His eyes were filled with disdain. Yet you can stand on a high tower and call yourselves sages? Campbell roared furiously. What did you say? Lu Sheng scoffed lightly, ran a hand through his hair and scoffed again. His figure immediately reverted to its original initial state. Jing Yu's eyes widened. It's actually him. First step. Let's start by bringing down this tower. A ball of yellow light emanated from Lu Sheng's arm. He decisively slammed the ground, shattering it. Cracks spread all the way to where they stood. Cries of disperse echoed. Danger, get down. The few people in the room quickly surrounded Lu Sheng. A tall figure emerged from the swirling dust. Kamailan walked out, straightening his back. Who exactly are you, you Asian? But a punch was his answer. Just looking at it made it hurt. Kamailan was sent flying back to where he started. Steam rose from Lu Sheng's palm. Defeat me and I'll tell you. Kamailan's patience ran out. He couldn't take it anymore. He shamelessly charged forward. But even as he tried to rush in, he was kicked flying. Seeing him fly over their heads, the crowd's hush stretched as long as the Great Wall. Kamailan roared in anger. What are you all standing around for? Come help me. Lu Sheng didn't let him off easily. His foot was even directly on Kamailan's face. Seeing this sight, everyone was jaw-dropped in surprise. The president of the World Martial Arts Association, chairman of the Western Martial Alliance, one of the 5 great martial saints of the world, Kamailan was actually being trampled underfoot. To be defeated by an 8th-level Asian youth. Someone who appeared out of nowhere. He was even beaten so badly he couldn't lift his head. And he's actually asking us for help. Several people charged forward together, shouting absurd. Let's all rush up and kill this damned Asian. These few people were arrogant, thinking they could overwhelm him with numbers. Face the wrath of all Western martial saints. Here we come, you Asian. Suddenly one person stopped. When he saw the energy crystal in front of him, they wanted to claim it for themselves immediately. This was a good chance. While they were fighting, one person's hand could almost touch it. But before he could, a familiar voice rang out. Spoils belong only to the ultimate victor. How can you arbitrarily break the rules? A single blow from an unknown source sent that person flying far away. No, not flying, but as if had lost a part of his body. What, so fast that even he couldn't feel it? A hole had been punched through his body. With just one move, Lu Sheng defeated him with a single strike. These guys, I feel like Western martial saints upgrade. By taking drugs, don't they? So weak, his eyes filled with killing intent. I'd like to see which other greedy cat doesn't want to follow the rules. The person who was just spouting arrogant words now looked like a coward. How can there be someone so strong? He's completely unyielding. Why is there such a person, Harrow? Who exactly is he? Harrow scratched his face awkwardly, looking away. Well. He raised his hand high. This battle would surely go down in history. In the 317th year of martial Dao, 21 ninth level powerhouses from Weilangsing, in the Battle of Martial Saints on Baisisa Tianqing Island, completely defeated Lu Sheng. He slashed towards the ground. It was immediately split in two. The ground shook violently. Does he intend to destroy the entire island? Among the crowd, some still refused to give up. I refuse to accept this. Everyone activate your Dharma manifestations together. These few people united, hoping to quickly defeat Lu Sheng. Dharma manifestations several times larger appeared before him. Bayer observed carefully from behind. It's him, it really is him. That guy understood. No wonder he went easy on us. Damn it, all this beating around the bush. And this time we've been beaten again by Lu Sheng, this brother-in-law. And given a good thrashing. The marshal was so happy he cursed, holy shit. Isn't that the future war god of our army? The officers were ecstatic when they saw him. I told you so. How can there be so many monsters in this world? Breaking all conventions. Only a prodigy like this deserves the title of a god. Revered by everyone in our army. Our military department is thriving, greatly thriving. One person can fight 20 martial sages. My god, why? Why did the person I saw suddenly change their appearance, then hit father, and even fight all the martial sages here? Why is this happening? The secretary had a hard time pulling Fiona away. Let's go, your royal highness. It's too dangerous here. Lingsa stood majestically on the huge energy crystal, his gaze unmoving. Long time no see. Tan Zhongyu has probably made up his mind to defeat you this time. He drew his sharp weapon, the underworld blade. In the sky, a dazzling light suddenly appeared. Zhongyu saw it. Tan Zhongyu finally made his move. An invisible slash. Is this his ultimate technique? Everyone was puzzled. Did he make a move? But why can't we see anything? Only Zhongyu could tell that he definitely gave his all. What she truly cared about was, she never expected Tan Zhongyu to reach such a level. Countless bolts of lightning surrounded Tan Zhongyi's body. He controlled them to attack you. Though invisible, Ling Su could still feel it. Something invisible was rushing towards him. Just as they were about to touch him, they were blocked. Ling Su caught Tan Zhongyi's attack with his bare hands. Add light speed. Add light speed. Making it impossible for everyone to clearly see the attack's form. That attack, although invisible, it still left a huge impact, making it difficult for everyone to resist. What happened? Zhongyu didn't expect that he actually blocked that invisible slash. Ling Su said excitedly, a little interesting, but not much. Almost zero. A cracking sound echoed like splashing water. You actually can destroy with just one hand what Tan Zhongyu created. He's used to dealing with others, but he never expected that what he painstakingly cultivated would be destroyed so easily. Before he could react, Ling Su already appeared before him. How about it, are you awake now? You swung a heavy punch at Tan Zhongyi's abdomen, making it cave in. He was sent flying far away, to an unknown distance. Ling Ce's eyes gleamed. Martial Sage Tan, if you don't go all out and use your Dharma form now, I'm afraid you won't get another chance. No sooner had you finished speaking than Tan Zhongyu bounced up, as if nothing had happened. Perhaps what just happened made him feel humiliated, so his rage intensified. I underestimated you. Then I'll show you. A surge of air currents and light gathered in Tan Zhongyi's palm. The earth trembled. Just as he was about to attack Ling Su, a huge demonic flame appeared behind him. This is the divine power of Tan Zhongyu. The audience never expected that old Asian man could mobilize such immense power from heaven and earth to such an extent. Immediately whirlpools of thunder and lightning and raging winds appeared. Winds rose and clouds surged. Suddenly from beneath the ground, a sword slowly emerged, until it was fully revealed. Everyone was astonished by its colossal size. No one was unmoved by its appearance, or its sheer scale. Someone recognized it. Is that the Dharma form of the Asian martial saint? This Dharma form stands over 1,400 meters tall. Even Cameron would probably have to concede defeat and be left in the dust. How can Tan Zhengyu Longguo's martial saint possess such terrifying power? He only reached level 9 less than 2 years ago, didn't he? Others understood why. No wonder. Cameron had previously mentioned inviting him to become vice president of the Martial Arts Association. It seems it was true after all. Zhang Yue, you also a Longguo martial saint for over 10 years. Never realized. Tan Zhengyi's strength had already reached this realm. Tan Zhengyi's aura was formidable, his blade intent like a rainbow, cutting through all things. 6 saints, you wish to use our level 9 bodies as whetstones. Don't you think I Tan Zhengyu want the same? I should thank you today, I have a premonition. Although his power amazed everyone, only the 6 saints stood motionless. He manipulated his longsword with perfect ease. After this battle, I will definitely break through to a higher realm. Its color shifted, then it charged directly at the young man. The 6 saints showed no intention of fleeing. The corners of his mouth slowly curled upwards. Do you know what I've encountered before compared to you? The gleam of blades was tens of thousands of times brighter. The 6 saints swiftly raised a fist surging with power. 5 realms fist art shattering star. The moment the two collided, an explosion erupted. Smoke and dust billowed. No one could clearly see what was happening, but the ground shook violently, then slowly cracked. Many people couldn't even resist and were thrown backwards. Heavens, what incredible power! Even Zhang Yue had to struggle to resist. The 6 saints blocked the sword's edge with his fist. Suddenly cracks began to appear on the sword's tip. Then they slowly spread across the Dharma form's entire body. Tan Zhengyu looked utterly disheveled at this moment. Why are you so strong? Unable to sustain it, he coughed, spitting up blood. Immediately after, his entire body plummeted from midair straight into the water. The 6 saints watched the slight ripples on the water's surface. Did you just say whetstone? Tan Zhengyu, are you even worthy? He looked away and turned to leave. No one could believe their eyes. What? Tan Zhengyu was defeated too. 1 person down. Now he's going to settle scores with the rest. And you lot. The 6 saints' face was filled with contempt. Did you think I invited you here to watch a show? A man charged forward, attempting to sneak attack the boy. You're too arrogant. No matter what, I'm a martial saint too. So don't forget that. Even without turning around, he easily struck the man down. I invited you. Here, seeing the 6 saints' expression, they knew those guys wouldn't have it easy to get a beating. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward and unleashed a flurry of blows, one after another, leaving none untouched. Under the starry sky, smoke and dust filled the ground. Everyone began to grow exhausted. What kind of monster is he? 1 person's power actually shattered all of our martial saints' Dharma forms. Us. The 6 saints floated in midair like a deity. They suggested, let's all rush him, let's kill him together. All of us combine our strength and attack now. He swept his gaze over them. You finally thought of surrounding me and attacking. Cautious, ludicrous. You'll just smash it to pieces. A flash of light, revealing the 6 saints' musculature. It must be admitted, despite their efforts to defeat him, it was futile. No one could lay a hand on the 6 saints. Only then did those guys realize the truth. They couldn't beat him. A guy who immediately grabbed Haluo's collar in fright. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? He couldn't answer, he could only bury his head in his hands. I don't know, don't ask me. I don't know. Please don't ask me anymore. I'm just a frail, weak level 9 martial saint. Lu Sheng's face was full of disdain. Too weak. You're all trash. What? You as level 9s? Is this all the strength you can show? One guy couldn't take it anymore. He immediately reached into his pocket. Damn it, I'm going to fight you to the death. He took out a glowing purple crystal. Then without hesitation he stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it. He took a deep breath, then exhaled. Just a few seconds later, his entire body underwent a bizarre change. Immediately after, he charged towards Lu Sheng, as if to take his life. I'll get you, he punched Lu Sheng, sending him flying. Die. Only a puff of white smoke remained where he had just stood. Lu Sheng raised his hand and wiped away the bloodstain. Yes, that's it, give me pressure, cough cough. But he was incredibly excited without a hint of fear. Give me more pressure, kill me, you trash. They wanted to try their luck again. I don't believe a level 8 martial artist like you can defeat all of us martial saints. We won't hesitate to sacrifice our lifespans and together swallow the energy crystals. They unleashed all their anger on Lu Sheng. How dare you look down on us, die? He let his body take the attacks. But it looked like he was dancing. That guy kicked Lu Sheng flying onto the ground. His entire body gradually emitted a golden light. The corners of his mouth slightly turned up. For some reason, a circle appeared on Lu Sheng's chest, a strange golden color. He floated in midair. His body was enveloped by countless forces. Lu Sheng's muscles and bones protruded. Yes, this is it. This is it. This is the pressure I've always wanted. His entire body seemed to burst forth unrestrained. The earth slowly shook, then cracked open, causing rubble to fly everywhere. A huge ball of light continuously expanded. No one could stand firm. Oh my, what's going on? An extremely strange mark appeared in the sky. Lu Sheng's body emitted light, dazzling everyone. There was a feeling as if his body was about to split apart. Finally, I've broken through too. I am completely invincible in the mortal realm. Lu Sheng spread his arms, embracing his destructive power. It wasn't until now that they felt fear. Has he perhaps broken through to level 9? A level 8 could fight so many of us. Wouldn't a level 9 be as easy as killing a dog? Monster, run! It'll be too late if we don't run now. When the marshals saw this, they were both worried and overjoyed. Oh, that is truly a god among mortals. The supreme realm of mortals. Extremely bright light, extreme heat. Extremely powerful strength. Lu Sheng, he is our god of war. Just as everyone was exclaiming in admiration, a figure left the scene. It was Zhang Yue. This kind of power is hard to describe with words. Earlier I didn't even dare to consume energy crystals to fight with all my might. Secretly, I had a feeling I was no match for him at all. She felt it. Now there was a feeling of witnessing history. Witnessing an epic, writing a movement stroke by stroke. Before her eyes, many things on this planet had changed. They were no longer the same. A new era had arrived. Zhang Yu's eyes constantly observed Lu Sheng. He was the ruler of this era. Lu Sheng looked at his hands. These 300-year-old level 9 martial artists are still too weak. Even with their numbers reaching 20. Even if they can still use energy crystals to enhance themselves. It's hard for a qualitative change to occur. There's too much mixed authenticity among them. They can't bring true pressure. This battle, I even suppressed some of my strength. Which is why I didn't eliminate them immediately. Lu Sheng looked at the crowd below. He sighed. From start to finish he was far from his peak state. Here he was always in a half-joking state. He failed to create even a shred of danger. Lu Sheng looked at his palm. Because I clearly felt, even if I let these martial saints attack me as they please, these good-for-nothings still can't kill me. When I had 22 immortal cells, I could withstand attacks from level 10 powerhouses. Now I have nearly 300 immortal cells. If I were still killed by a level 9 powerhouse, that would be truly ridiculous. He pondered, feeling that he was only a half-step level 9. He hadn't fully reached it yet. The fusion of the martial body and spirit. His power was not yet complete. It seems I can only place my hopes on that person, the upcoming guide. Lu Sheng looked up and saw a sky full of stars. Lu Sheng landed gently like a feather. He smiled at the marshals. I'll be returning to Longwei in a while. With you all. The central marshal stammered, I'd be glad to, of course. His heart was filled with joy. They had sought for 200 years in vain. It turns out, the heavens had already prepared a great gift for us. Human limit, we've really hit the damn jackpot. The day to reap the sweet fruits has finally arrived. After enduring so much suffering, suddenly a person strode towards the Asians. It was Campbell. I admit your power. But if you take all the energy crystals, then you will bring disaster upon yourself. Annihilation. It could even be the annihilation of the entire planet. You must think carefully. Lu Sheng chuckled. Then tell the guide to come find me himself. Don't worry, you won't be implicated then. His words left Campbell speechless. Campbell wondered what he truly intended to do. That's the guide. Is that impossible? Immediately after, all the powerhouses on Tiansheng Island silently watched Lu Sheng depart. As if watching a deity. A living one. He walked silently, hands in his pockets. The powerhouses on the island, Tiansheng Island, all silently watched Lu Sheng's departing back. As if watching a god. In the flesh. The heights Lu Sheng had reached at this moment were heights never before achieved in history. And who knows if in the future anyone else will be able to reach such heights. Hours later, Lu Sheng had arrived at the airport. Wait. Someone suddenly called out to him. It was Fiona, her face filled with reluctance. Her voice conveyed her reluctance for Lu Sheng to leave. Oh, mysterious Asian man. You still haven't told me what your real name is. He politely replied, that's not important, Fiona. Forget about me. I already have a fiancé. The male protagonist. He should be like this, not like those AIs. The AIs also act carelessly, and so Fiona silently watched him leave by helicopter. Her tears streamed uncontrollably. Seeing the man of her dreams act so coldly, Campbell comforted his beloved daughter. Just as he said, "Forget him, Fiona. You two are destined for no future." Suddenly Fiona's expression changed. "I know what I need to do." She left, leaving her father standing there. "Fiona. Everyone looks quite disheveled, Campbell. All the energy crystals from this conference. He took them all. What should we do?" Campbell said impatiently. "What else can I do? We can only wait for the esteemed guy to descend. Let that human limit guy taste the consequences of breaking the rules. He will surely suffer. Who knows what kind of opponents Lu Sheng will face in the future." Everyone began to cheer. "The esteemed guide will help us. Teach that arrogant Asian a lesson." Yes, that's definitely it. They believe that person will defeat Lu Sheng. Lord Guide is invincible indeed. He will get justice for us. Cumberland is no different from those people. That'll be the day you die, Asian. How can you escape the guide's grasp? Where is Lord Guide? Scene shifts to the Eastern Military Region Commander's Manor. East. Lu Sheng's family happily cooked, waiting for him to return. He making dumplings. Never mind him, these dumpling wrappers look really good. Ding. Qingxue pushed open the door carrying a tray of water. Everyone's worked hard. Seeing her, everyone was very happy. Xiao Qing is here, thanks Sister Qingxue. Qing has stretched tiredly sigh. Oh my god. If mom wants to eat dumplings, just have the chef make them for you. Why does mom insist on making them herself? And they don't even taste as good as the chef's. Dahai immediately fed his daughter a mouthful of dog food. What do you know? No matter how skilled a chef is, they can't make dumplings that taste like your mother's. Your mother's cooking skills are unmatched. Hearing her husband's praise, his wife happily said, "Oh, it's not as exaggerated as you make it sound. I was just thinking it's been a while since I cooked. So I'm practicing my skills. Otherwise, if Xiao Sheng comes back and wants to eat, what if my skills have declined? I'm just stating the facts, you know." Big brother is the most important. Speaking of which, Qingha probably felt she didn't need to eat today's meal, because she was already full from the dog food. Seeing this scene, she turned and asked Sister Qingxue, "When is my brother coming back? It's been over a year already." Everyone was also looking forward to Lu Sheng. Yes, it's been so long already. When will he finally? Kinx's face immediately fell. Immediately after, her phone suddenly rang. As soon as she saw the message, Kinx's expression immediately changed. She hurriedly ran off, leaving everyone confused. Sister Qingxue. Everyone quickly followed her. What's wrong with Xiao Qing? Why did she suddenly run out? Just as Kinx's tears began to fall, it turned out Lu Sheng was back home. Her body instinctively rushed towards him. This pair of lovers was finally reunited. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Qingxue, you've really worked hard. And you took care of mom and dad for me." Lu Sheng embraced his delicate wife. "Mom, dad, Xiao he am home." Everyone was moved to tears. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back, you little rascal. Brother, where did you go and why were you gone for so long? Where's my present?" After a reunion filled with longing, it was already dark. Lu Sheng also joined the dumpling making team. The whole family ate a reunion dinner together. "Come on, hurry up and make dumplings." Looking at this scene, it was truly beautiful. While Lu Sheng listened to his family's chatter, his face showed a resolute and knowing expression. He was the peerless blade, and home was his sheath. He was determined to protect his family. After the meal, Lu Sheng and Qingxue were strolling in the villa's garden. Their eyes were filled with love. "I remember it was also this time when we first met him." He pulled Qingxue into his embrace. 2 days later, take my parents back to Baiha. I'll come to your house once I've finished my affairs here. It's time we settled things between us. We need a kiss scene for this. Oh my god, this is exactly the protagonist I need. Not someone who just jumps out. The scenery is truly beautiful. In the military's conference room, everyone marveled while watching Lu Sheng's video. "This is incredible, a masterpiece." The Central Marshal gave a speech. "Everyone, today will certainly be a memorable day. For all compatriots of Longwa, our 200-year-old wish has come true. And we have welcomed the god of the military, the one who surpassed all martial, the saints on this azure planet." His tone was serious. "Aside from this immense honor, there is one more thing. The military god Six Saints has entrusted me, wishing to promote this body tempering technique throughout the entire army. Please everyone watch together." The Western marshal was dumbfounded. What? A body tempering technique advocated by the military god. Wow, what kind of ultimate skill is that? Those robot demonstration models. The demonstration figures displayed many moves. Leg techniques as if tearing through the air were demonstrated with incredible precision. One of the marshals exclaimed in surprise, this is. He couldn't believe his eyes. These seemingly simple movements. Just by observing them with the naked eye. And mentally simulating them once. Many wonderful inspirations already began to emerge. Then the person opposite suddenly stood up. It's more than that. Even my own martial arts received more insights. It felt as if a door to a new world was opening. Unlike the cheers and excitement of the others. The central marshal showed no reaction. He stroked his beard deep in thought. It seems everyone else has felt it too. Indeed, this body tempering technique appears very simple. But only after you actually start devoting yourself to its cultivation can you discover the peerless subtlety it contains. The central marshal pointed at the projection screen. According to our preliminary tests, its effect is, compared to the 24 body tempering forms we use, at least 100 times stronger. The body's developmental potential has also increased by hundreds of times. Everyone was overjoyed. This is practically a sharp blade to usher in a new era of martial arts. Their minds were completely preoccupied with getting rich. This is simply a treasure of martial arts. Immeasurable. Haha, truly heaven blesses our dragon nation. Only the 6 saints. Such a being standing at the true pinnacle of martial arts could possess such foresight and create such magnificent martial arts. The 6 saints appeared full of power. Suddenly someone raised a hand and suggested, wait. Such a precious body tempering technique. Are we really going to promote it throughout the entire army? The people around listened quietly. He worried that once implemented it might be leaked very quickly by then, I fear. The central marshal affirmed. This is the will that only a true martial saint can possess. The 6 saints has already said. This is a martial art technique to benefit the entire planet. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. His face completely relaxed as if a weight had been lifted. So I've lived for over 100 years in vain. Only the 6 saints possess a magnanimity as vast as the starry sky, radiating brilliance like a starlit river. Not only in martial prowess, but even in far-sighted vision. I am far inferior to him. The central marshal spoke. Everyone, we should feel fortunate. Because we are about to witness. His voice was powerful. A new era created by the military god of the military. For our dragon nation. Everyone ecstatically cheered in unison. Yes. The scene switches to a camp somewhere in the military district. Meanwhile, a certain handsome man was giving his all to train with finger push-ups. 3548 3549. His physique could be described as flawless. While concentrating on his training, a voice came from unknown origins. Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng. What is it? It turned out Mingming had come to find him with good news. Excellent news. He eagerly wanted to tell Mingming, hey, I have 2 pieces of good news. Which one do you want to hear first? Let's go with the first one. The first piece of good news is our military department has a new military god born. A martial saint level powerhouse. He is the Dragon Nation's 4th level 9 martial saint. Kaning's mouth dropped open. Oh. Do you know who that military god is? According to Mingming, it hasn't been announced yet. But some speculate it's very likely to be General Li Yang. The 6 saints. But a year ago, after the 6 saints disappeared in Ninghai, there's been no news since. So I think that's unlikely. You're curious, and rightly so. What's the second good news? The second piece of news is much better. The military has launched a new physical training regimen. Some say it was created by the military god. Its effectiveness is 100 times greater than before, compared to what we trained with previously. There are many people in the new war zone training in this new physical technique. They broke through their martial arts bottleneck in a single day. Their strength greatly increased. Look, I've brought it with me. It's all on this USB drive. Minmin held the USB drive, her face full of pride. Kaming happily put his arm around her shoulder. What are we waiting for then? Let's hurry to the martial arts training room and practice together. Let's go, haha, let's go. As the 2 left unaware, someone was observing them. Lu Sheng's expression was quite satisfied as someone reported to him. Lu Kaming works very hard and diligently. His current strength is almost at the level of a 2nd-rank martial artist. Among the same batch of new recruits, his performance is one of the most outstanding. As per your instructions, we have never sent him on those missions with high risk factors. Remind them to give him more attention regarding resources in the future. Take care of him a bit more. But don't let him notice, yes. With the matter handled, Lu Sheng turned and left. Let's go. Enhancing the martial power of the lower-ranking soldiers is a good thing after all. Ordinary soldiers, when facing attacks from exotic beasts in the catacombs, having a bit more strength to protect their lives means a greater chance of survival. Sometime later, after everyone used the cultivation technique, they all achieved excellent results. Haha, I've broken through to the 3rd rank. The physical technique created by the military god is truly amazing. This physical technique is incredible. The military god is invincible. Everyone's morale was high, with the military god overseeing our military. From now on, when we encounter disciples of the martial saint, we won't have to suffer losses anymore. Any praises directed at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng seemed to sense them too. That extraordinary and marvelous feeling granted Lu Sheng supernatural abilities, just like the deities in myths and legends. At this moment he was sitting in meditation. Lu Sheng's eyes slowly opened. This can be considered a form of enjoyment. The incense of 10,000 people. May it endure for 10,000 generations. Just like in my previous life. In those novels I read. Just as the power of gods comes from their believers. Indeed. It makes me feel like I've gained divinity. A slight change appeared in his eyes. It seems I've gained another divine ability. Physical talent. Regeneration. Lu Sheng reminded himself, no. I shouldn't become a god. I should become a symbol. Martial arts is me. I am martial arts. This way in the world, no. All those who practice martial arts in the universe will naturally become my believers. Meanwhile, at the Martial Saint Tower everything was calm. Chong Yu was recuperating after that failure. Suddenly he jolted awake, sitting upright. Chong Yu's face was drenched in sweat. My path is different from his. Otherwise we wouldn't have parted ways from the beginning. I never imagined that little guy back then could now easily defeat me. Life is full of surprises. He slowly raised his hand, feeling his chest. Chong Yu recalled fear rising in his heart. My Dao heart is covered in cracks. That battle had too great an impact on me. He offered a smile as if still unable to let go. However, even if you are stronger than me, it doesn't mean your path is the right one. Lu Sheng is only in his 20s. Yet he has already reached an invincible realm. Invincible in the world. How could I believe that without some extraordinary encounter? Frail and delicate, yet always bluffing. What's the difference? Zangief's gaze was resolute. What was it you told me back then? If I ever become a martial saint, I'll shatter the tall tower, break the martial arts legacy, and distribute martial arts to everyone in the world. The old man laughed like a madman. Ridiculous, Lu Sheng. Can you really take everything you've learned and generously share it with everyone? Zhang Yu spurred himself on, then stood up. Right now he's stronger than me, so he's right. In the future, when I'm stronger than him, then my path will be the true and proper path. The old man's wrinkled hands clenched tightly. As expected, only naive words could utter such things. It's just a fleeting moment of glory, really. I heard that in a few more months, Lu Sheng's great misfortune will befall him. He acted recklessly, plundering all the energy crystals. Once the guide descends, then he will have no way out. No sooner had he spoken than a subordinate reported. My lord, Lu Sheng has made new progress. Lu Sheng has already launched a new body refinement technique in the military department. The effects are astonishing. Hearing this, the old man was stunned. What? The screen lit up. Lu Sheng has made his martial arts public. Now anyone who wants to, everyone can learn. Zangief's body trembled. He actually had the heart to share his martial arts. I didn't expect him to actually possess such willpower. How can astonishing even begin to describe this? The old man fell to his knees. Zangief's words, which he had just believed to be correct, were immediately refuted in a painful way by Lu Sheng, who wasn't even present. The old man's face was filled with despair. I lost. I'll never be able to compare to him. Night fell in Zhao Ji's courtyard. There was not a single speck of light in the room, until the door opened, and moonlight streamed into the room through the gap. It turned out to be Zhang Yue looking for this place. Zhao Ji saw her, very surprised. How did you come back so soon? Did the guide arrive early this time? Zhang Yue took off her cloak. The guide hasn't arrived yet, he said angrily. Then what are you doing here? I haven't gotten the spirit nourishing liquid yet. Do you have? She didn't want to argue. This has nothing to do with that. I came back this time mainly because someone wants to see you. Zhao Ji was puzzled. See me? Tan Zhengyu, he's indifferent. Why would he want to see me? To laugh at me, Lin Zhengyue. We already made it very clear before. You take my energy crystals and protect me with all your might. Quick, tell me what Tan Zhengyu wants. Zhengyue shook her head. I'm not talking about him, it's someone else. Someone you're very familiar with. Zhao Ji was puzzled. Very familiar who? It's Lu Sheng, who is exceptional among mortals. Lord Lu wants to see you. Lu Sheng appeared slowly, hands in his pockets. Hello, surprise. He revealed a smile. Looking very much like a villain. He didn't expect that Lu Sheng would actually appear before him at this moment. Zhao Ji retreated in fear. You, Lu Sheng? He trembled with fear. Then questioned Lin Zhengyue. What did you just call him? She explained. Lu Sheng, who was exceptional among mortals. Lord Lu, the things you gave me, I will try my best to return to you. Before Lord Lu, I can't even protect myself, let alone protect you. Zhao Ji couldn't believe his ears. Exceptional among mortals, Lord Lu. A martial saint calling someone Lord. He kept speculating. On the entire Blue Star, how many people can make a martial saint call them Lord like that? None, only the guide. A level 10 guide. Zhao Ji's face was crumpled and distorted. You. Are you already a level 10? Just a short year's time. Healing outside in seclusion. What exactly happened? Lu Sheng didn't speak, he just walked closer. Every word he spoke put pressure on Zhao Ji. You have two paths. Life or death. Zhao Ji stammered, his eyes filled with complete despair. Lu Sheng's eyes were full of murderous intent. If you can't answer, then I'll choose for you. After speaking, his hand firmly grasped Zhao Ji's head. His eyes became unfocused as if he had been hypnotized. After the matter was settled, Qingyu spoke. Thank you, Lord Lu, for sparing his life. At this moment, Zhao Ji's face turned blank and foolish, babbling incoherently. Lu Sheng turned and left. Nothing to thank me for. He's as good as dead anyway. It turns out just now he tampered with Zhao Ji's brain. Just now I erased most of Zhao Ji's memories.